Around midnight in Qingyo village, the barking of the village dogs gradually died down. The wind swept past the old locust tree at the village entrance, setting its leaves rustling in the dark. Beneath the old locust tree, the silhouettes of a man and a woman were blurred by the night, their figures indistinct as the woman whispered something softly to the man. If once is not enough, then do it twice. I refuse to believe that little beast's life is so tough. Once it's done, I'll give you 30% of the money from selling the field. 40%. A single coin less, and I'll spread this all over the village. The man let out a cold laugh. The woman's body stiffened at his words. She spat through gritted teeth. Deal. But you must make sure he's truly dead. Don't leave loose ends like yesterday. The afternoon of the previous day, a sharp hiss escaped Xiao Yun as he woke to a stabbing pain in the back of his head. It felt as if a heavy hammer had struck him there, the ache throbbing in relentless waves. He came from a blue planet, and only a moment ago had been drowsily reading a novel in bed. In the very next instant, he had arrived in this unfamiliar world. He braced himself on the stony ground and struggled to sit up. Sticky mud mixed with bits of grass smeared into his wound, sending a sharp chill of pain through him. Someone had clearly struck the back of his skull with a blunt weapon. At the same time, unfamiliar memories surged madly into his mind. The original owner of this body was also called Xiao Yun, a half-grown youth of Qingyo village. When he was 10, his parents had fallen off a cliff while collecting medicinal herbs in the back mountain, leaving him with only a small paddy field suitable for planting rice. The village elders said he was too young, so they temporarily took the field into collective keeping, promising that on his 16th birthday, they would return it to him. Today happened to be the original Xiao Yun's 16th birthday. He had just succeeded in reclaiming his field and was on his way back to his uncle's house. For the past few years, he had been temporarily raised by this uncle's family. Yet the memories cut off right at that point. Rubbing his aching head, Xiao Yun had just been about to get up and look for water to wash himself clean when a line of faint blue text suddenly exploded before his eyes, making his vision blur. Host soul binding detected, peeping system initializing. The joy on Xiao Yun's face instantly froze. What kind of rotten name was that? It utterly failed to match his temperament. Strong rejection from host detected. Adapting to current cultivation world framework. System name optimized to visualization system. A cultivation world. Xiao Yun's pupils shrank and his mind trembled. Function: by continuously fixing your gaze upon a target within 10 meters for a certain duration, you may choose either to copy one of their abilities or to convert it into attribute points: strength, agility, constitution, spirit. Required visualization time depends on the disparity in strength between host and target. Current stats: constitution 2, average human 5, strength 2, agility 3, spirit 10, transmigration bonus. Assessment: a stray by the roadside. Turn off the assessment system. Assessment module successfully shut down. Xiao Yun let out a helpless sigh. Since he was already here, he might as well make peace with it. This was a cultivation world brimming with endless possibilities. If he could carve out a place for himself here, he might well find a way to return one day. For now, the urgent task was to wash his body clean and tend to his injuries. Relying on the original owner's memories, Xiao Yun staggered toward the small stream west of the village. The stream's water was clear and cold. He had just crouched down and scooped up a handful when he heard the sound of a wooden basin scraping along the ground behind him. It was Aunt Wong from the village carrying a load of dirty clothes to wash by the stream. A thought stirred in Xiao Yun's heart, and the system's prompt immediately chimed: visualizable target detected. Required visualization time 30 seconds. He pretended to lower his head and scrub the mud on his arm, yet the corner of his eye remained firmly locked on Aunt Wong. You must face the target directly for successful visualization. The system prompt sounded again. Xiao Yun's hand paused mid-scrub. This system was surprisingly strict. His eyes rolled slightly as he called out in a loud voice, "Aunt Wong, you've come to wash clothes too." Aunt Wong paused. The hands with which she was pounding clothes turned to glance at him and frowned deeply. "Well, now isn't this Xiao Yun? What happened to you? Did you roll around in a mud pit?" Xiao Yun deliberately shuffled 2 steps closer to the stream, placing himself just within 10 meters of Aunt Wong. A simple, honest smile spread across his face. "I don't even mention it. I just got my field back from the village and was so happy that I rushed on my way and slipped off the embankment. Goodness, you must be more careful. Just the other day, old Lee at the village entrance drank too much," and Aunt Wong's mouth opened like a floodgate as she began chattering on and on. Xiao Yun kept responding at the right moments, occasionally showing surprise or regret on his face. He could clearly see the system's progress bar ticking upward on its interface. Visualization progress 20, 50, 100. Visualization complete. You may choose one random attribute point. 2. Copy skill laundry. Random attribute point. Xiao Yun chose without a moment's hesitation. A warm current rushed through his limbs, spreading to every corner of his body. The pain at the back of his head felt as though it were being washed away by warm water, and his previously weak legs suddenly regained strength. Moments ago, he'd needed to cling to a tree just to stand. Now, he could squat steadily to scoop water. A system prompt popped up, visualization successful. Gained 1 random attribute point automatically allocated to Constitution. Current Constitution 3. That's enough for now, Aunt Wong. The wheat at my house is ripe, so I'd better head back, Xiao Yun said, seeing that the visualization was complete and casually making up an excuse to leave. What wheat? Have you knocked your head silly? All we have here are rice paddies. Aunt Wong stared at him strangely, but by the time she lifted her head to look properly, Xiao Yun had already vanished from sight. Following the path back to the village, Xiao Yun visualized every person he encountered. Aunt Wong driving away chickens, Uncle Zhao mending a fence, Granny Zhang cradling her grandchild. After an hour, the system prompts rang one after another. His attributes were no longer those of a stray by the roadside, and even the pain in the back of his head had completely faded. The millstone at the village entrance, which even a strong grown man could only turn 7 or 8 times with all his strength, now rolled 2 full circles with just a casual push from Xiao Yun. By the time he reached the gate of his uncle's courtyard, dusk had already deepened. The sweet smell of roasted sweet potatoes drifted from within. His uncle Xiao Tai was squatting on the threshold mending a hoe. Seeing him return, he hurriedly stood up. Xiao Yun, you're back? Come sit, there are sweet potatoes kept warm in the pot. When he mentioned the sweet potatoes, his voice noticeably dropped, and the corner of his eye could not help but flick toward the inner room. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the inner room creaked open. Aunt Wang Cuihua stepped out carrying a chipped bowl. The instant she saw Xiao Yun, the bowl in her hands clanged heavily against the stone table, sweet potatoes rolling and scattering across the ground. Her face blanched in an instant, and her eyes fixed rigidly on the back of Xiao Yun's head. Her lips pressed into a tight line, as if she had suddenly been strangled at the throat. Xiao Yun was puzzled. Wang Cuihua had always been harsh with him, but she had never reacted like this. Why did she look as though she had seen something terrifying? Wang Cuihua quickly recovered herself, twisting her apron in a tight grip as she raised her voice sharply. Why are you only just getting back? Didn't you go to the village today to settle the matter of the field? Dragging your feet like this? Were you lazing around outside again? Her voice was taut. She clearly wanted to sound as fierce as usual, yet her gaze kept drifting to the back of Xiao Yun's head, and she unconsciously stepped half a pace backward. Xiao Tai tried to mediate. The child just got back, let him eat something first. Eat what? Wang Cuihua shot him a vicious glare, and Xiao Tai immediately fell silent. She turned back to Xiao Yun, her tone even sharper. The rice jar at home is nearly empty, and still you dawdle and slack off. If it weren't for us, you'd have starved to death out there long ago. Xiao Yun did not respond. He simply stared at her. Her words sounded like complaints, yet her hands were trembling, and her eyes kept flickering away. She looked nothing like her usual brazenly mean self. Cat out your tongue. I'm talking to you. Perhaps to cover her guilty conscience, Wang Cuihua's voice rose another octave. Xiao Yun remained silent and paid no attention to the 2 attribute points he had just gained. Could the wound at the back of my head have something to do with her? He wondered. Looking at Wang Cuihua's taut, bloodless face, the doubts in his heart only deepened, but he had no intention of exposing her on the spot. He had only just transmigrated and was still unfamiliar with the people and matters in the village. He had no real leverage in his hands. If he tried to confront her hidden, now he would gain nothing. He lowered his head, clutching the hot sweet potato in his hand, and mumbled, I understand, Aunt. I slipped on the road and fell, so it took me a bit longer. His words seemed to give Wang Cuihua a way down from her own bluster. She shot him one last glare, but did not continue scolding. After eating the sweet potatoes, Xiao Yun used fatigue as an excuse and slipped away into the small woodshed where the original owner had lived. The woodshed was piled high with dry grass and contained only a single broken bed. Leaning against the wall, he opened the system panel for a look. Constitution 10, Strength 13, Agility 9, Spirit 12. He was far stronger than when he had first arrived. He did not know how long had passed, but outside the sky had already sunk into total darkness. Meditation successful, Constitution 1. Meditation successful, Strength 1. Meditation successful, Agility 1. The system's chimes echoed in Xiao Yun's mind one after another. It has been 2 days since he transmigrated into this world. Xiao Yun rose early, finished his farm chores, and then went to the village to continue using the system to meditate on the villagers. At this rate, it probably won't be long before he has meditated on every villager. Detectable meditation target detected, required meditation, time 60 seconds, Xiao Yun stared at the 60 seconds prompt on the system interface, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. The target of his meditation was named Wang Dong, an old hunter in the village who occasionally traded wild game for grain. In the past few days, meditating on ordinary villagers only took 30 seconds. Why did it double for him? Xiao Yun didn't dwell on it. He quickly stepped forward and stopped within 10 meters. Uncle Wang Dong, I'd like to trade for some of your venison. Wang Dong didn't even lift his head. He pointed to the cloth bag at his feet, 5 sweet potatoes for 1 piece. Xiao Yun didn't have any sweet potatoes. They were all kept by Wang Cuihua. He decided not to speak anymore, instead fixing his gaze firmly on Wang Dong's face. The system progress bar ticked slowly. Meditation progress 1030. Seeing that Xiao Yun didn't reply, Wang Dong assumed he was still haggling over the price and went back to repairing the horn bow in his hands. The 60 seconds passed quickly. Meditation successful. Choose 1. Attribute point 12. Copy basic tracking skill, so it's different. Even the attribute points aren't random. Xiao Yun rejoiced inwardly. But he didn't really need attribute points at the moment, so he chose basic tracking skill. The moment the selection was complete, countless fragmented pieces of information surged in like a tide. Not rigid text, but vivid sensory memories. The tactile difference of soils pressing against various soils. The residual scent of crushed grass blades and their juice. The correlation between the depth of animal footprints and their weight. These experiences seemed engraved into his nerves. As he raised his hand and swept his gaze across the ground, the once jumbled mud prints suddenly became clear. Xiao Yun looked down at his own hand. The tips of his fingers seemed to sense the flow of air with greater precision, a sensation he had never experienced before. I think he'll pass, Uncle Wang. Goodbye. Xiao Yun, seeing his meditation was complete, prepared to leave directly. Wang Dong still didn't look up, showing no emotional fluctuation at Xiao Yun's words. The day passed quickly amid the system's incessant chimes. The setting sun stretched Xiao Yun's shadow long across the ground as he walked on the village path, his steps as light as if treading on cotton. A whole day's worth of meditation had already transformed him from the inside out. From dawn to dusk, he had meditated on almost all the remaining 40-odd villagers of Qingyo village. When the system's chime rang for the last time, the numbers on the panel dazzled his eyes. Current attributes: Constitution 25, Strength 28, Agility 24, Spirit 15. Skills acquired: basic tracking skill. He tried raising his hand and making a fist. The muscle lines on his arm bulged faintly. The stone mill that the original owner could never push, he could now lift half a meter high with one hand. Eavesdropping, he could clearly hear the conversations inside farmers' houses. Even the words, "drinking corn porridge tonight," reached his ears distinctly. This was the tangible change brought by the surge in attributes. Even his 5 senses had strengthened. But Xiao Yun had no mind to indulge in the joy of growing stronger. With his enhanced senses and the basic tracking skill, he keenly sensed that someone had been secretly following him all day. So instead of returning to his uncle's house, he circled around the village and headed toward the wasteland on the west side. The wasteland was overgrown with half-tall wild grass, with a small path leading to the back mountain beside it. Usually no one went there. It was the perfect spot for a confrontation. Upon reaching the wasteland, Xiao Yun suddenly spoke out loud. "Come out, you've been following me all day, aren't you tired?" The surrounding silence lasted for a few seconds. Shua. The half-tall wild grass in the wasteland suddenly parted to both sides, and a burly figure emerged from the woods. The man looked to be about 30, his face covered in flabby flesh. He had a mess of stubble on his chin, several holes in his worn short jacket, and a wrist-thick iron rod clutched in his hand. This was none other than the local thug Zhang San. This man, relying on his knowledge of some martial arts, committed all kinds of evil. Not long ago, he had forcibly taken Sun's wife and broken her husband's leg, and had been lying low outside the village ever since. His face, full of flabby flesh, was squeezed together, his eyes filled with astonishment, clearly not expecting that he had been tracked for most of the day, and that this half-grown kid had seen through him. "You? How did you know I was following you?" Zhang San involuntarily stepped back half a step, then puffed out his chest again. The Xiao Yun before him still looked thin and shabby, wearing a faded white short jacket. No matter how he looked, he was still the soft pushover who could be manipulated at will. The astonishment he had just felt quickly gave way to disdain. "Humph, so you know? What does it matter? You think you can run away?" Xiao Yun stood still, fingers lightly rubbing the corner of his clothes, his gaze as cold as ice. "Wang, I sent you, didn't she?" At these words, Zhang San was taken aback for a moment, then grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Since you've guessed it, I won't hide it from you. It was your good aunt who sent me. She said you little bastard refused to let go of that half-acre of land, that you're just dead weight, and told me to." He deliberately paused, shaking the iron rod in his hand. "To send you to meet your dead parents." He spoke without restraint, since this wasteland was remote. Even if he beat Xiao Yun to death and left him here, no one would find out. In his eyes, Xiao Yun was just meat on the chopping block with no room to resist. Xiao Yun's fists slowly clenched. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger inside, and continued to ask, "Was it also you who injured the back of my head yesterday? If not for my inexplicable transmigration, the original Xiao Yun would already be lying dead in the wilderness." So what if it was hey? Zhang San grew even more smug, stepping forward twice, spinning the iron rod in his hand. I didn't kill you last time. You were lucky. This time I'll smash your head directly and see if you can survive. Whoosh. The moment the words fell, the iron rod with a sharp were smashed straight toward Xiao Yun's face. Zhang San's ferocious grin was almost overflowing, as if he could already see Xiao Yun bleeding from the face and collapsing. But the next second his smile suddenly froze on his face, his eyes wide, like copper bells, forgetting even to breathe. Xiao Yun hadn't moved at all. He simply raised his right hand, fingers forming a claw, and precisely caught the middle of the iron rod. That iron rod as thick as a wrist, one that Zhang San himself had to grip tightly with both hands to swing, was now as if welded in Xiao Yun's hand, completely immobile. You. Zhang San's voice trembled. He couldn't even form a complete sentence. He clearly saw that Xiao Yun still had that thin frame. How could he casually catch his iron rod with such ease? He instinctively tried to pull the iron rod back. Zhang San's face turned red with strain, the veins on his neck bulging, but the force coming from the other end of the rod was as heavy as a mountain. Not only could he not yank it, it didn't even budge. Looking at Xiao Yun's icy gaze, the smugness in his heart had already been shattered by shock. A chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the back of his skull. What's the matter? Didn't eat enough. Xiao Yun's voice was faint, his emotions unreadable. Yet to Zhang San's ears it felt like shards of ice burrowing into his bones. He lifted his gaze to Xiao Yun only to see the other's eyes calm, even with a hint of a faint mocking smile at the corner of his lips. Before Zhang San could recover from his terror, Xiao Yun's arm suddenly exerted force. The arm, originally as steady as a boulder, abruptly swung, leveraging the rotational momentum to lift the iron rod and Zhang San together into the air. Oh! Zhang San's scream pierced the silence of the wasteland. His entire body dangled like a tattered sack at the end of the iron rod, his limbs flailing desperately to grasp something, but all he could do was watch the ground spin rapidly before his eyes. Xiao Yun's arm muscles were taut, veins faintly bulging. The iron rod, whistling through the air, completed a full wide arc. Then Xiao Yun's wrist dipped again. With a dull thud, Zhang San was slammed heavily onto the ground, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. The iron rod clattered as it slipped from his grasp and rolled aside. Zhang San lay face down, his chest heaving violently as he spat out a mouthful of dark, clotted blood. Half of his body was numb, and even moving a single finger sent pain shooting through him. He raised his head, looking at Xiao Yun, who paced slowly before him. There was no longer a trace of disdain in his eyes, only a bone-deep fear. This was no half-grown child. This was clearly a monster of immense strength. Stop. Please, no more. I was wrong. Zhang San scrambled to kneel, his knees thudding against the ground as tears and mucus streamed down his face. Yet his hand instinctively reached into his bosom. As his fingertips touched the rust-stained dagger, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed deep in his eyes. It was Wang Zihua who wanted you dead. I have no grievance with you. I didn't mean to. Please spare me. If you let me go, I'll never show my face before you again. I can even testify against Wang Zihua. As he pleaded piteously, he stealthily pushed the wooden sheath off the dagger with his thumb. The blade, hidden in his sleeve, glinted coldly. Xiao Yun folded his arms, his gaze coldly sweeping over his movements. He could see even the faintest tremor in Zhang San's fingertips. How could he miss such a petty trick? Are you sure? Xiao Yun deliberately drew out his tone, as if captivated by the plea. You can truly help me identify Wang Zihua. Seeing Xiao Yun take the bait, Zhang San's confidence swelled. He lunged forward, abruptly yanking the dagger from his bosom, its tip aimed straight for Xiao Yun's abdomen. He roared, "You little bastard. Did you really think I feared you? Today you'll trade your blood for Wang Kui, who is silver." But in Xiao Yun's eyes, his movements were as slow as a crawling tortoise. Xiao Yun didn't even step back. He merely raised his right hand, and two fingers like iron pincers precisely clamped onto the dagger's tip. A faint sound of metal deforming came, and Zhang San's body instantly froze. He pushed forward with all his might, his face flushing crimson. Yet the dagger seemed fused to Xiao Yun's fingers. Not only could it not thrust forward, but it couldn't budge an inch. Xiao Yun's fingertips exerted slight pressure, and the rusted blade slowly bent into an arc, shedding flakes of metal. No. Impossible. Zhang San's pupils contracted sharply. This time the last vestiges of his rebellious thoughts dissipated entirely. He slumped to the ground, his legs weak, devoid of strength to stand. You. What kind of monster are you? Xiao Yun slowly released his fingers, and the bent dagger clattered to the floor. He looked at Zhang San, who sat collapsed with vacant eyes, and the mockery at the corner of his mouth deepened. You struck me with an iron rod, and then tried to stab me with a dagger, yet you claim there's no grievance. He stepped forward, his voice icy. When you made your move, you didn't think of sparing me. Now don't expect me to spare you. It's my turn. The instant those final 3 words fell, Xiao Yun moved. He slightly withdrew his right leg, then swung it out fiercely, his toe precisely striking Zhang San's right knee. There were no superfluous movements, yet the force was astonishingly heavy. A crisp crack sounded. Zhang San's scream was even more harrowing than when he was flung through the air. He collapsed, clutching his right leg, his body curling into a ball. Cold sweat instantly soaked his tattered jacket. His right knee was bent at a grotesque angle, a horrifying sight. No! My leg! My leg! Zhang San wept heart-wrenchingly, tears and cold sweat mingling as they streamed down his cheeks. But Xiao Yun didn't stop. He looked down at Zhang San from his height with not a trace of pity in his eyes. He raised his left leg and stamped down on Zhang San's left knee. Another crack rang out, and Zhang San's left knee was also completely deformed. This time he couldn't even scream. He could only open his mouth, emitting a hoarse, rattling breath. His entire body trembled like a leaf in a storm, his lips drained of all color. Xiao Yun's gaze fell on Zhang San's still mobile left arm. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, clamped his left hand onto Zhang San's left elbow, and exerted slight force. Another distinct crack echoed. Zhang San's left arm drooped at an unnatural angle, unable to lift again. Zhang San didn't even have the strength to groan. He could only lie on the ground, convulsing, his blood and the dust mingling, staining the earth beneath him a dark brown. Seeing Zhang San completely incapacitated, Xiao Yun gazed down at him from on high. After a long moment, he muttered to himself, "I've always been curious why it takes 3 minutes to contemplate a scum like you." Zhang San's consciousness was already blurry, unable to comprehend Xiao Yun's words. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. Contemplation successful. Choose 1. Attribute points 5-2. Yellow grade spirit root. The instant Xiao Yun heard the system's chime, his entire body stiffened. The coldness in his eyes was instantly replaced by shock. So contemplating a ruffian takes 3 minutes, not because he's tough, but because he has a spirit root. Xiao Yun looked down at Zhang San convulsing on the ground, shockwaves crashing through his mind. In his memory, the old village chief had once told the village children legends of cultivators. The fundamental difference between a cultivator and a mortal was that cultivators possessed a spirit root, and spirit roots were divided into 4 grades based on spiritual energy absorption efficiency, from top to bottom: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. A spiritual energy absorption efficiency below 30% was a yellow grade spirit root, between 30 and 60% mystic grade, between 60 and 90% earth grade, and above 90% was a heaven grade spirit root. Yet this was merely a legend. The old village chief had lived his entire life without ever seeing a single cultivator. Choose 2. Yellow grade spirit root. Xiao Yun didn't hesitate for a moment, silently chanting in his heart. The instant the thought took hold, Xiao Yun suddenly felt a warm, tingling sensation in his dantian, as if a faint but distinct stream of energy had appeared out of nowhere, slowly gathering in the depths of his lower abdomen. The stream of energy subtly formed a cycle within his body, slowly rotating with each breath he took. Xiao Yun subconsciously took a deep breath and could clearly sense the faint specks of light floating in the air. Those were the thinnest traces of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Even with his enhanced senses, he had never perceived them before. But the next moment, Xiao Yun immediately withdrew his focus. There were still matters to attend to before him. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, he bent down, grabbed Zhang San by his right arm, and dragged him toward the village like a dead dog. The rough ground was littered with gravel and broken grass. Zhang San's back and arms were scraped, raw flesh turning outward, blood trickling along the path of his dragging, leaving a long trail of blood on the wasteland. As Xiao Yun reached the village entrance, he ran into Uncle Li carrying empty water buckets home. Uncle Li looked up startled, and the bucket clattered to the ground with a loud thud. Muttering heavens, he turned and fled into his home, forgetting even to retrieve the bucket. The news spread like wildfire, and within moments villagers poked their heads out from their homes. Some peered through door cracks, others hid behind courtyard walls. Seeing Xiao Yun dragging Zhang San, whose body was drenched in blood, their faces were filled with terror. No one dared to step forward. The trail of blood behind Xiao Yun extended all the way to the village outskirts, a ghastly sight. Isn't that Zhang San? How did he end up like this? Xiao Yun, how could he be so ruthless? Quiet. Don't you see Zhang San's legs and arms are broken? Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. The murmurs were barely audible, but Xiao Yun paid them no heed, focused solely on dragging the man forward. Zhang San occasionally let out feeble whimpers like a dying beast, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Soon the courtyard gate of Uncle Xiao Tai appeared before them. Xiao Yun halted and kicked open the half-closed gate. Inside the courtyard, Wang Zihua was sitting on the threshold picking vegetables, while Xiao Tai crouched beside her repairing a hoe. At the sound, they looked up and their expressions instantly froze. When Wang Tsuehua saw Xiao Yun and the blood-soaked Zhang San, he was dragging the color drained from her face in an instant. Even the vegetable leaves slipped from her hands, scattering on the ground. She recoiled, her lips trembling. You. Without a word, Xiao Yun flicked his wrist and hurled Zhang San before her like a piece of trash. Zhang San crashed to the ground with a thud, the blood from his broken leg smearing onto Wang Qihua's trousers. She shrieked and scrambled backward, crawling and rolling to hide behind Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai. Stop him. He wants to kill someone. Xiao Tai was panicked too. He looked at the dying Zhang San on the ground, then at Xiao Yun's icy gaze. His lips moved, but he dared not step forward. Trembling, he asked Xiao Yun, What is this all about? Xiao Yun ignored Xiao Tai, his eyes fixed on Wang Tsuehua cowering behind him. His voice was cold. Wang Tsuehua, you sent Zhang San to kill me and seize my field. Now the witness is right here. What do you have to say for yourself? Hearing the name, Wang Tsuehua, Zhang San lying on the ground clung to it like a last straw. With all his remaining strength, he shouted, It was her. Wang Tsuehua made me kill you. She said if I killed you, she'd sell the field to landlord Li and give me 40% of the silver. I was forced by her. Wang Qihua's face turned ashen. She pointed at Zhang San and cursed, You're lying. When did I ever tell you to kill him? You wanted the field for yourself? Don't slander me. Lying. Zhang San panted heavily, enduring the pain. With all his might, he pulled a cloth pouch from his bosom. It was the deposit of 20 copper coins Wang Tsuehua had given him earlier. This is your deposit. It has your embroidery thread on it. Dare you say it's not yours? Wang Tsuehua stared at the pouch, her body going limp as she collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a word of rebuttal. Outside the courtyard, the villagers had gathered, watching the scene. The murmurs grew louder. So this Wang Tsuehua has such a venomous heart. For half a field, she would kill her own nephew. How cruel. Xiao Yun looked at the slumped Wang Tsuehua, then at the helpless Xiao Tai beside her, his heart utterly unmoved. He spoke slowly, There's no need for you to deny it. After my parents passed, the field was held by the village with an agreement to return it to me when I turned 16. But if I died according to village rules, the field would be transferred to Uncle Xiao Tai. He glanced at the flustered Xiao Tai and continued, Everyone knows Uncle's nature. He does whatever you say. Once the field falls into his hands, it will end up in your pocket, Wang Tsuehua. If I die, you get the field. You no longer have to support me a burden, and you can even sell it for silver. The one who benefits the most has always been you. His words were clear and logical, laying bare Wang Qihua's selfish motives. The villagers outside the gate nodded in agreement. Someone whispered, Xiao Yun is right. If the field no longer belongs to him, it will surely go to Xiao Tai's family, and in the end, Wang Tsuehua will have the final say. To kill for such a small gain, how heartless. Wang Qihua's face flushed red and pale, rendered speechless by Xiao Yun's words. Seeing the contemptuous looks around her and hearing the murmurs, her pent-up fear and fury suddenly erupted. She scrambled to her feet, hair disheveled, and lunged at Xiao Yun like a madwoman, but he sidestepped easily. You jinx. You bringer of bad luck. Failing to grab Xiao Yun, she collapsed to the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing, her voice shrill and piercing. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my baby wouldn't have died. Your parents were killed by your bad luck. You were born cursed, sucking away my child's fortune, causing my miscarriage. Now you want to steal my field. Why don't you just die? She cried and rolled on the ground, blaming all her misfortunes on Xiao Yun. Her words were baseless, yet venomous, making the onlookers frown. Xiao Tai's face turned crimson. He tried to pull her up, but Wang Tsuehua shook him off. Don't touch me. Today I'll expose this jinx's true face. Ever since he moved into our house, nothing has gone right. The chickens died, the pigs got sick, and I lost my baby. All because of his curse. The villagers outside the gate fell silent. Some shook their heads, others sighed. Everyone in the village knew that Wang Qihua's miscarriage was due to her doing heavy labor during pregnancy and having an irregular diet with nothing to do with Xiao Yun. As for Xiao Yun's parents, they had fallen off a cliff while gathering herbs in the back mountain. How could that be blamed on him? Wang Tsuehua has gone too far. Xiao Yun is such a pitiful child, losing his parents so young and now being slandered like this. Exactly. When she miscarried, the village midwife said it was her own carelessness. Now she's pinning it all on Xiao Yun. She's just desperate, knowing she's in the wrong, so she resorts to throwing tantrums and spreading rumors. The murmurs were soft, but reached Wang Qihua's ears clearly. Her wailing paused for a moment, but she refused to give up, hurling even more vicious insults at Xiao Yun, calling him a bringer of doom and an ungrateful wretch. Xiao Yun stood still, his gaze icy, unmoved. He knew that arguing with Wang Tsuehua was pointless. Since you want that half-acre field so badly, he'll give it to you. Xiao Yun's voice was not loud, but it struck like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly silencing the murmurs inside and outside the courtyard. Everyone was stunned. Having just exposed Wang Qihua's plot to hire a killer for the field, why would he suddenly hand it over to her? Wang Qihua's tantrum froze mid-action, her hands still poised to slap her thighs. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as if she hadn't heard him clearly. What did you say? Xiao Tai grew even more anxious and stepped forward to speak, but was stopped by a single glance from Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun looked at Wang Cuihua, his tone still calm. Now that everyone in the village is here, I will keep my word. But I have something to tell you. I will not kill you, nor will I fight you for the land, out of regard for the kindness Uncle has shown me over the years. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the villagers gathered outside the gate. In truth, invoking Xiao Tai's kindness was merely an offhand remark. In Xiao Yun's eyes, Wang Cuihua was the perpetrator, and Xiao Tai was hardly innocent. It was his weakness and indulgence that allowed Wang Cuihua to grow increasingly domineering. Ultimately, she had even stooped to hiring a murderer. In Xiao Yun's memory, during the years the original host lived under someone else's roof, he worked like an adult every day, yet at meals a single extra bite of vegetables could cause Wang Cuihua to knock his bowl away. Sometimes if he dropped a bucket due to lack of strength, she would curse him for hours. The reason he did not kill Wang Cuihua was that he believed killing her outright would be letting her off too easily. Green Ox Village was small, any incident would spread through the entire village within half a day. By tomorrow morning, news of Wang Cuihua hiring a killer to murder Xiao Yun and spreading false rumors would reach every corner. Who in this village did not value their reputation? From now on, who would associate with Wang Cuihua? Who would invite her to happy occasions? Who would help her in times of trouble? Even if she got the land, what could she do? Could she sell it for silver and hide in her house forever? She would be pointed at and scorned wherever she went, forced to lower her head and hurry past. Even children would flee at the sight of her. Living like that would be no easier than death. Of course, another reason was that Xiao Yun had no use for the land anyway. He would soon leave Green Ox Village. This was merely the starting point of his journey, not the destination. At that moment, some of the older villagers outside the gate came to a realization, their gazes toward Xiao Yun growing more complex. This was not yielding to Wang Cuihua. This was a strike at the very soul. In a small village like Green Ox Village, where life revolved around personal connections, reputation was a person's root. A ruined reputation was more terrifying than losing land or money. Wang Cuihua, seeing the looks from those around her, felt her face turn deathly pale, her lips trembling as all her previous bluster evaporated. No, no. She shook her head, her voice quivering, unable to form a complete sentence. She already understood that Xiao Yun's method was harsher than beating or cursing her. Killing her would have been a mercy, but letting her live meant she would carry the stigma of hiring a killer to murder her nephew and spreading slander for the rest of her days, barely surviving in the village. Wang Cuihua, you shrew. Just as Wang Cuihua collapsed in despair, Zhang San, lying on the ground like a dead dog, let out a hoarse, mocking laugh. Blood and spittle mingled on his neck, and his eyes held a wild, mutual destruction madness. Back then you begged me to kill Xiao Yun, promised me 40% of the land money, and said the little bastard would be easy to deal with. Now I'm a cripple, and you want to play innocent and wash your hands of it. Do you think just because Xiao Yun spares you, the villagers will forgive you? You're nothing but a venomous woman. These words struck Wang Qihua's heart like a sharp blade. Her already frayed nerves snapped. She scrambled to her feet, eyes bloodshot, and lunged at Zhang San. Her hands clawed at his neck like talons, fingernails digging deep into his flesh. I'll kill you. You useless piece of trash. You couldn't even kill Xiao Yun, and now you dare to turn on me. I'll strangle you. Ugh, ugh. Zhang San's throat emitted a gurgling sound as he flailed uselessly with his broken limbs, his face rapidly turning purple as he neared death. The onlooking villagers gasped in horror, but no one dared intervene. Wang Cuihua had gone berserk, and no one wanted to get involved in this mess. Xiao Tai stomped his feet in desperation, wanting to separate them, but fearing Wang Qihua's wrath. Just then, a faint sound of air suddenly exploded in the yard, and an invisible current spread like ripples on water. Wang Cuihua felt her hands pushed back by a tremendous force, stumbling backward and falling to the ground, her wrists throbbing with a numbing pain. Zhang San, as if gently lifted, felt the pressure on his neck vanish and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, his eyes wide with lingering terror. The crowd instinctively looked up and saw ripples in the empty air at the center of the yard. A middle-aged man in a blue linen robe materialized out of thin air. He stood with his hands behind his back, his sleeves billowing without wind. His handsome face bore sharp, eagle-like eyes, and faint white mist swirled around him. Though he stood there, he seemed to belong to another world. Such an overwhelming presence. Xiao Yun's heart tightened. The spiritual root in his dantian suddenly stirred violently, as if drawn by something, making even his breathing labored. He could clearly sense that the aura emanating from this middle-aged man was more powerful than anyone he had ever encountered, carrying even a trace of the fluctuation of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. This was undoubtedly a cultivator. The villagers outside the gate had already fallen to their knees in terror, not daring to raise their heads, murmuring, "Immortal. Living immortal." Xiao Tai collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, not daring to even glance at the middle-aged man. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in Xiao Yun's mind. Target for visualization detected. Required visualization time: 20 years. The instant the system prompt echoed in his mind, Xiao Yun's pupils constricted and a wave of bewilderment washed over him. But the bewilderment lasted only a moment before being replaced by calm, even a sense of "I knew it." He had already guessed from the various phenomena accompanying the man's arrival that he was a cultivator. 20 years meant that the man's power far exceeded his current understanding, separated by countless realms. 20 years. Might as well be impossible to visualize, Xiao Yun thought bitterly. He couldn't very well stare at this middle-aged man from 10 meters away for 20 years. Without moving his lips, the middle-aged man's warm, yet penetrating voice resounded directly in everyone's minds, as clear as a whisper in the ear. "I was passing by and noticed a trail of blood winding along the village path leading all the way here. Curiosity got the better of me, so I came to have a look." His gaze swept indifferently over the bloodstains on the ground and the two collapsed figures, his tone utterly flat, as if observing roadside pebbles. "Little did I expect to witness a mortal quarrel of grievances." With that, his gaze slowly settled on Xiao Yun. Those calm yet sharp eyes seemed to pierce through flesh and bone straight into his dantian. Xiao Yun felt the spiritual root in his dantian grow even more restless, as if bathed in warm sunlight, yet tinged with the tension of being scrutinized. "How unexpected!" The middle-aged man's voice sounded again in his mind, carrying a hint of subtle surprise. In such a mortal village with thin spiritual energy to produce a seedling with a spiritual root. He paused as if sensing more deeply and continued, "A yellow-grade aptitude. Mediocre, but in a small village like this it's a rarity, once in a century." Xiao Yun's heart tightened. He hadn't expected the middle-aged man to see through the grade of his spiritual root at a glance. Everyone in the yard held their breath, not daring to interrupt. Xiao Tai sat on the ground staring blankly. He had also heard tales of immortals and knew what a spiritual root signified. In that moment, his heart was filled with shock and regret. Regret for not having protected Xiao Yun from Wang Kuihua's abuse. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, he casually flicked his sleeve, and a pale green streak of light flew out, landing steadily in Xiao Yun's palm. It was a palm-sized jade slip, smooth and translucent, emitting a faint green glow. "This is an ascension token." His voice echoed in everyone's minds again, flat, but carrying an unquestionable directive. "Travel 200 li westward, and you will reach the domain of the Qingyun sect. Present this token at the mountain, and someone will guide you and teach you the method of drawing qi into your body and officially set you on the path of cultivation." Xiao Yun gripped the jade slip tightly and looked up to offer his thanks, but saw the white mist around the middle-aged man suddenly thicken, his figure growing transparent like smoke scattered by the wind. "Let the mortal grievances end here. The path ahead is yours to walk." These were the middle-aged man's final words. Throughout the entire encounter, he had not spared a single glance at Zhang San, who also possessed a spiritual root, as if afraid of sullying his eyes. As his voice faded, his form dissolved completely into the white mist. The suffocating pressure in the yard receded, leaving only the faint spiritual energy lingering in the air. And in Xiao Yun's hand, the weighty ascension token. The moment the middle-aged man's figure vanished entirely, the deathly silence in the courtyard was shattered by a clamor. The villagers who had been hiding outside the gate, not daring to raise their heads, now rushed in, as if transformed, scrambling over one another. The first to approach was Old Man Qi, holding the bucket that had been dropped at the village entrance, his face plastered with a fawning smile. "Xiao Yun, I was blind before, didn't see you were a blessed one with immortal fate. Don't take it to heart. Take this bucket, it'll be handy for water on the road." Right behind him was Aunt Li, pulling 2 steamed buns from her bosom, trying to press them into Xiao Yun's hands. "Good child, I've seen you suffer all these years and felt awful. Take these buns to eat on the way, fill your stomach." Several other villagers who usually kept close to Wang Zuohua now chimed in, some offering to help Xiao Yun pack, others insisting on seeing him out of the village. A cacophony of flattering words filled the air. Xiao Yun gazed at the eager faces before him, yet felt no stir in his heart, only a faint sense of irony. For the past few years, the villagers had known full well how he had lived. Back then, they hadn't called him a noble one or mentioned suffering. Now that he had obtained the ascension token and the aptitude for cultivation, they all flocked to claim kinship. "No need." Xiao Yun said, his tone flat and unreadable. "I have nothing to pack. To leave now. The villagers were taken aback by his blunt refusal. Before they could say more, Xiao Yun turned to Xiao Tai, who was slumped on the ground, his face full of guilt. His lips trembled before he finally managed, "Xiao Yun, why not? Stay one more night. They'll make you a good meal as a send-off." Xiao Yun looked at him, recalling from the original owner's memories how Xiao Tai would occasionally sneak him a sweet potato or softly urge Wang Ziwa to stop scolding him, saying he's just a child. This meager kindness was perhaps Xiao Tai's only redeeming quality, but it could not outweigh his years of weakness and indulgence. "No need." Xiao Yun shook his head. "Uncle, I remember these years, and I also forget them. From now on, just live your life well." With that, he turned away from Xiao Tai and the villagers who still sought to curry favor and strode out of the courtyard. The ascension token was clenched tightly in his hand, its warmth a reminder that everything in Qingyo village was now in the past. The villagers watched his retreating figure, none daring to stop him, standing rooted as he walked out of the yard and toward the village limits. Someone muttered, "That Xiao Yun hell be an immortal now. Should we have been more enthusiastic?" Another sighed, "We were too cold to him before. It's too late for regrets." Xiao Yun did not look back. He walked along the village path, past the wild grass, the familiar houses, and the occasional awe-filled eyes peeking through door cracks, yet nothing made him pause. He had no need for these belated sycophants, nor any attachment to this place that had brought the original owner so much grievance. At the village entrance, he stopped and cast one last glance back at Qingyo village. The setting sun cast an orange glow over the village, making it look serene and peaceful. "Farewell," Xiao Yun murmured inwardly. He turned and headed west. 5 days later, the morning mist still clung to the mountain forest, and the damp air condensed into fine droplets on his coarse cloth jacket. He trod the leaf-strewn mountain path, rugged as it was, but it did not slow his pace. His attributes, far beyond those of ordinary mortals, made traversing the rough terrain steadier than walking on flat ground. For 5 days, he had crossed mountains and ridges without even losing his breath. The basic tracking technique proved invaluable. He could precisely locate mountain springs and follow animal tracks to find hares and pheasants. In the cloth bag at his waist was half a roasted pheasant caught at dawn. Its warm aroma seeped through the fabric, warding off the chill of the woods. 20 li to go. Xiao Yun looked westward where the mountains grew steeper, and through the swirling mist he could make out a continuous range of peaks. According to the middle-aged man, beyond those mountains lay the territory of the Qingyun sect. Just as he was about to quicken his pace, he heard a commotion not far ahead. Shouts, the clang of metal, and a woman's scream. Xiao Yun's eye sharpened. He immediately restrained his aura, slowed his steps, and used the forest cover to approach the source of the noise cautiously. Peering through the foliage, he saw the mountain path ahead completely blocked by a group of people. A dozen bandits, all in tattered clothes, wielding rusted blades and clubs with fierce expressions, surrounded a small carriage train. The train consisted of 3 wagons, the center one being an ornate blackwood carriage with its curtains drawn tight, from which faint sobbing could be heard. 5 guards stood by the carriage, long blades in hand, facing the bandits. They were already covered in wounds, blood dripping from their swords onto the soil below, a testament to their prolonged resistance. "Hand over the person in the carriage and all your silver if you know what's good for you." A scar-faced bandit stepped forward, pointing his broadsword at the guard captain, his voice raspy. "Otherwise I'll leave all your corpses rotting on this path, with no one to bury you." The guard captain, pale-faced, but still gripping his blade, retorted, "Dream on. We're escorting Miss Lin to the Qingyun sect for apprenticeship. Harm her, and aren't you afraid the immortal masters of Qingyun will hold you accountable?" "Qingyun sect?" The scar-faced bandit scoffed, swinging his blade to cleave a nearby tree trunk, sending wood chips flying. "What the hell is that? All I know is silver and women. That woman in the carriage is mine today." With that, several bandits charged, and the guards met them, heat in the clash resuming. Amid the flash of blades, the guards' screams rang out. 2 more fell quickly, and the remaining 3 were at their last gasp, on the verge of collapse. Hidden in the bushes, Xiao Yun quickly calculated. The person in the carriage was heading to the Qingyun sect, same as him. The bandits were numerous, but mere mortals. With his abilities, dealing with them would be easy. If he intervened, he could not only earn their favor, but more importantly, he could contemplate everyone present. Though mortals, they all had martial skills. Contemplating them should yield decent gains. Perhaps among them there might even be a surprise like Zhang San. Moreover, the Miss Lin the guards mentioned had cultivation aptitude. Her contribution from contemplation would surely be substantial. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes, and he hesitated no more. Since there were gains to be had from contemplation and a favor to be earned from a fellow traveler, he had no reason not to act. Xiao Yun pushed lightly off the ground with his foot and shot forward like a gust of wind, leaping out from behind the thicket. At that moment, two bandits raised iron clubs and swung them toward the back of a wounded guard. The guard was already drenched in blood and wounds, utterly unable to dodge. He could only close his eyes and await death. At that razor's edge instant, Xiao Yun appeared beside the guard. His left hand darted forth like lightning fingertips, seizing the tip of one club with surgical precision. His right hand simultaneously clamped down upon the wrist of the other bandit. A sharp crack, twice in unison. The iron club in his left hand bent violently under sheer force. The bandit's wrist in his right snapped cleanly. The bandit shrieked, dropping the club and writhing on the ground while clutching his shattered wrist. The other, still gripping his weapon, turned ashen-faced with terror. Before he could retreat, Xiao Yun drove a kick into his chest, sending him hurtling backward until he slammed into a nearby tree trunk, spitting blood before collapsing unconscious. Target for contemplation detected. Required contemplation time, 20 seconds. Xiao Yun frowned slightly. Only 20 seconds. These bandits were surely no weaker than old hunter Wang Dong from his village. Yet the contemplation time was astonishingly brief. Could it be that acquiring my spiritual root has shifted the system's assessment of power disparity? He dismissed the thought and refocused instantly. His entire sequence of movements had been blinding, lightning swift over in the blink of an eye. Two bandits neutralized without pause. The remaining bandits stood frozen, weapons slack in their hands, staring dumbfounded at the sudden apparition of Xiao Yun. The scarred bandit snapped back to awareness, shock and fury warring in his eyes, as he pointed and roared, "Who the hell are you, brat? Daring to interfere in my business? Brothers, charge. Hack him to pieces." But no one moved. The sheer brutality and speed of Xiao Yun's assault had already shattered their understanding of ordinary human limits. To bend iron barehanded, to snap bone with a twist, this defied all logic of mortal capability. Ignoring the scarred leader, Xiao Yun swept his gaze across the trembling bandits and advanced step by deliberate step. All 20 seconds, except this scarred one, 40 seconds. He mused inwardly. The bandits instinctively recoiled, breath held tight in suffocating silence. One bandit, overwhelmed by the crushing pressure, screamed and slashed wildly with his blade, only for Xiao Yun to sidestep effortlessly and snatch the weapon mid-swing. The blade's cold weight settled into his palm. With a subtle flick of his wrist, steel gleamed, a flash of silver in the dappled light. The bandit felt only a chilling numbness at his throat. No cry escaped his lips before the world spun violently, his head tumbling onto the forest floor, blood gushing 3 feet high, staining the fallen leaves crimson. Xiao Yun's gaze lingered on the corpse. No system prompt stirred within his mind. As expected, the dead could not be contemplated. Having confirmed this, he remained impassive, casually tossing the blood-slicked greatsword aside. It struck a stone with a ringing clang, sparks flaring briefly. The scarred bandit and his surviving men trembled violently, their earlier ferocity utterly erased. That very bandit had charged with roaring bravado, yet fell in a single move, decapitated without resistance. This was no mere warrior. They faced a true harbinger of slaughter. One bandit, legs buckling, turned to flee, only to lock eyes with Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's foot shifted, his form blurred into motion, arrow straight and instantaneous. He overtook the fleeing man in 3 strides and drove a fist into his back. Ugh! A gout of blood erupted from the bandit's mouth. He staggered forward, collapsing face down, then writhed helplessly as Xiao Yun planted a boot squarely upon his spine, pinning him immobile. Then Xiao Yun plunged barehanded into the bandit ranks. His staggering strength, 28 points, unleashed in full fury. A single punch to the chest sent a man flying backward, clutching his ribs and rolling across the ground in agony. A palm strike to the shoulder dislocated an arm outright, stripping its owner of all resistance. These bandits had never witnessed such combat. Those who swung blades were evaded with contemptuous ease, then felled by a single counterblow. Others attempted to swarm him in formation, only to be dismantled one by one, falling in rapid succession until the clearing lay littered with groaning forms. Xiao Yun moved like a tiger unleashed among sheep, each motion decisive, each strike landing with lethal accuracy upon vital points, yet always restrained, sparing life where possible. After all, these were viable targets for contemplation. A death would render them useless. The chorus of screams faded into pained whimpers. Dozens of bandits now lay either trampled beneath boots or curled on the earth, broken and subdued. Only the scarred chieftain remained slumped where he stood, shivering uncontrollably, his greatsword abandoned beside him, too terrified even to reach for it. His eyes locked on Xiao Yun's advancing figure, pupils wide with utter despair, lips trembling as he stammered incoherently, "Gee, great hero, spare me. I'll never dare again." Xiao Yun halted 3 paces before him, neither rushing nor hesitating. The scarred chieftain was the sole target, requiring 40 seconds of contemplation. Naturally, he would be prioritized. Xiao Yun's gaze fixed upon the man's scarred face, and the system prompt chimed precisely within his mind. Contemplation complete. Options 1. 2 attribute points. 2. Replicate basic sword art. Xiao Yun couldn't suppress a faint curl of his lips. So this scarred brute possessed nothing extraordinary, merely rudimentary swordsmanship. What use was basic sword art? He knew well the truth's supreme strength overcomes 10,000 techniques. Without hesitation, he chose the attribute points, and with a swift open palm strike knocked the chieftain senseless. Then his gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield, and he began contemplating the fallen bandits, every last one, even the few surviving guards. The remaining guards watched in silent bewilderment, yet not a single voice dared question his strange behavior. The image of Xiao Yun's ruthless decapitation, his barehanded annihilation of over a dozen bandits, still burned vividly in their minds. That sheer ferocity and overwhelming power extinguished even the thought of dissent. Soon contemplation concluded. His attribute panel shimmered anew: physique 29, strength 32, agility 30, spirit 19. He flexed his wrist experimentally. Perhaps his base attributes had already been so high that the incremental gains produced no dramatic physical sensation. Yet he paid it little mind. The true prize awaited within the ebony palanquin. His gaze lifted from the bound bandits and settled upon the ornate carriage. He sensed her presence keenly, someone inside watching cautiously through the curtain. Just then a middle-aged man in deep blue martial attire, blood smudging his shoulder, approached with cautious reverence, bowing slightly. "Young master, I am Li Jun, captain of the Lin family's guard. We owe you our lives. Without your intervention, we would surely have perished." "Call me Xiao Yun," he replied calmly. Li Jun exhaled softly, relieved by Xiao Yun's composed demeanor, and quickly added, "Thank you, Master Xiao Yun, for saving us. The lady in the palanquin is our young mistress Lin Yu, daughter of the Lin family of Qingxi Town. Last month, she underwent talent assessment at the Immortal cultivator outpost in town, confirmed to possess a spiritual root, and received the ascension decree of the Qingyun sect. She travels now to join the sect." Talent assessment. Xiao Yun's brow lifted faintly. This term was entirely new to him. Noticing his confusion, Li Jun hastened to explain. "Master Xiao Yun may be unfamiliar. These talent assessment outposts are jointly established by the Qingyun sect and major neighboring towns, designed exclusively to test ordinary folk for latent spiritual roots. Immortal cultivators employ specially crafted spirit-detecting stones. When one places a hand upon it, those bearing spiritual roots cause the stone to glow, its hue denoting rank heaven-earth mystery, or yellow. Upon confirmation, the candidate receives an ascension decree to formally enter the Qingyun sect." Xiao Yun absorbed this comprehension dawning. Such outposts would exist only in populous, strategically significant towns. Remote hamlets like Qingyou village, small in population and distant from any outpost, were overlooked entirely. Thus most villagers had never heard of such a thing. "Then we travel the same path," Xiao Yun said, drawing from his robes a jade-green ascension decree that shimmered with soft azure light. Li Jun's expression deepened into profound awe. At that moment, the ebony palanquin's curtains stirred gently, and a slender porcelain-white wrist emerged, delicate and poised. A young girl poked her head out, around 15 or 16 years old, about the same age as Xiao Yun. Her features were delicate and her eyes were clear and bright. 2 strands of hair hung by her temples, making her face appear even more petite. Her skin was a fine porcelain white, and the flush of fright from the bandits had not yet fully faded, adding a touch of innocent charm to her cheeks. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the ascension token in Xiao Yun's hand, then shifted to him. The wariness and unfamiliarity in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by curiosity and a sense of closeness. Possessing an ascension token meant they would likely become fellow disciples of the Qingyun sect. This bond of shared discipleship instantly bridged the distance between them. Target for contemplation detected. Required contemplation time 5 minutes. The system prompt echoed in his mind, and Xiao Yun's heart leaped with joy. A contemplation time of 5 minutes was the longest he had encountered among people so far, besides the middle-aged cultivator. He figured the reward for successfully contemplating this target would be substantial. But after the initial joy came a wave of difficulty. Lin Yu had been staying inside the sedan chair all along. He couldn't just sidle up to it and stare at her for a full 5 minutes, could he? Wouldn't that make him a scoundrel? Not only would Lin Yu be wary, even Li Jun, standing nearby, would grow suspicious. He suppressed his calculations, shifting his gaze from Lin Yu's face to the ascension token in her hand, which also glowed with a green light, and gave a faint nod. Seeing Xiao Yun's response, Lin Yu's cheeks flushed even more. She gently lifted her skirt and stepped down from the sedan chair. Stopping 2 paces in front of Xiao Yun, she bent her knees slightly in a salute, her voice soft, yet clear. Young Master Xiao, I am Lin Yu. Thank you for saving us just now. If not for you, Uncle Li and I would have truly fallen into the hands of those bandits today. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with sincere gratitude. Her lips, which had gone pale from the fright of the bandits, had now regained some color. She spoke with clear logic, unlike a pampered young lady who would only cry when faced with trouble. Li Jun stood to the side, watching his young lady converse with Xiao Yun, his respect deepening. Young Master Xiao is not only strong, but also holds an ascension token like Miss. In the future at Qingyun's sect, he might even be able to look after her a bit. This favor today was truly well received, he thought. Xiao Yun looked at Lin Yu's earnest expression of thanks, and his own difficulty eased slightly. After all, they would be traveling together to the Qingyun sect territory. There would always be a chance to find time for contemplation. There was no need to rush. He waved his hand, his tone still calm, but with a bit more gentleness than when he spoke to Li Jun. It was a mere trifle. We are both heading to Qingyun's sect and will be fellow disciples. It's only right we look out for each other on the road. At the words look out for each other, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded yes. Young Master Xiao is right. We can travel together from now on and have some company. Uncle Li has already prepared the carriage. Should we set off now? As she spoke, she glanced back at the carriage, clearly afraid of further trouble and wanting to leave this place of danger as soon as possible. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. All right, let's go now. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jun quickly asked Young Master Xiao, what should we do with these bandits? Xiao Yun glanced at the unconscious bandits on the ground and said, you can decide that for yourselves. Li Jun nodded, then ordered his men to slit the throats of all the bandits. These bandits were the scum of the earth. Keeping them alive would only be asking for trouble. The setting sun slanted westward, dyeing the leaves along the mountain path a deep red. Fallen leaves rustled under the horses' hooves, mingling with the creak of the carriage wheels, adding a sense of peaceful travel. Li Jun drove the carriage at the front, occasionally glancing back at Xiao Yun walking beside the sedan chair. Seeing his steady pace and even breathing, his admiration for him grew. The ferocity with which he had fought the bandits barehanded was still vivid in his mind, yet now he exuded a composed steadiness. Such a temperament was not like that of a half-grown child. Young Master Xiao, Li Jun finally couldn't help but asked, judging by your age, this must be your first time going to Qingyun's sect. Which region do you hail from? Xiao Yun looked up at Li Jun, not breaking his stride, and replied calmly, Qingyu village. It's not too far from here, but it took me 5 days through the mountains. Qingyu village. Li Jun was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. Ah, that remote village. I heard it's quite isolated. To think you made it out from there, and even obtained an ascension token. Truly remarkable. Xiao Wang, the guard on the other side of the carriage, who had been wounded in the arm by a bandit, and now had it bandaged, saw the two talking, and boldly joined in. Young Master Xiao, the strength you used to bend that iron rod was incredible. I've trained in martial arts for 5 years, and don't have half your strength. Have you practiced some kind of technique? Xiao Yun glanced at him, and said flatly, never practiced deliberately. I was just born with a bit more strength. Xiao Wang believed him, his eyes full of envy, innate divine strength. No wonder even the bandits were afraid of you. As they spoke, the sedan curtain was gently lifted and Lin Yu's voice came from inside, carrying a hint of shy tenderness. Senior brother, Xiao, you must be thirsty after walking all this way, right? I have some cold tea I prepared earlier. Would you like some? As she spoke, she handed out a small celadone pot, which still felt cool to the touch. After the conversation along the way, the two had grown much more familiar, and Lin Yu had changed her address from Young Master Xiao to Senior Brother Xiao. Xiao Yun stopped taking the pot. A perfect opportunity. He unscrewed the lid, took a sip of the cold tea, and then asked Junior Sister Lin, there is something I don't understand. Oh. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, slightly a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Senior Brother Xiao, what is it you don't understand? I will tell you everything I know. Why doesn't Qingyun's sect simply send disciples directly to the sect instead, making them travel long distances with the ascension token? Xiao Yun asked. This would easily lead to the loss of disciples, as Junior Sister Lin experienced with the bandits. As he spoke, he could clearly see the progress bar on the system panel jumping. Lin Yu explained, I heard from the immortal masters of Qingyun's sect that destiny is very important on the path of cultivation. If one falls for various reasons along the way, it only means their fortune is insufficient to support the journey of immortality. It serves as a form of selection. Xiao Yun nodded. So that was it. Afterwards, Xiao Yun racked his brain for a bunch of random topics. Fortunately, Lin Yu was quite patient and already felt favorably towards Xiao Yun. If it had been a strange woman, she would have probably been annoyed by him long ago. Finally, the system notification echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. Contemplation successful. Choose 1. 10 attribute points. 2. Mystical grade spirit root. 3. Senior calligraphy skill. It really is different. Xiao Yun ignored the options for attribute points and the calligraphy skill, pondering in his mind, I already have a mortal grade spirit root. If I copy a mystical grade 1, what will happen? Choose the mystical grade spirit root. The moment his choice was made, Xiao Yun felt a sudden warmth rise in his dantian, like a clear spring gently flowing through his meridians. His once dormant spiritual root now trembled faintly, as if awakened by something, and the faint light surrounding it had brightened noticeably. A system prompt echoed in his mind again, detecting an upgrade in his spiritual root quality and adding a new attribute, spiritual root 4. 5 mystic grade. Xiao Yun could clearly sense the change in his spiritual root. Previously, he could only detect faint specks of spiritual energy in the air. Now, however, he could even vaguely perceive the flow of qi. So this is the effect of a mystic grade spiritual root. Xiao Yun's heart stirred as his gaze fell upon the spiritual root 4. 5 on the system panel. Drawing on his prior understanding of spiritual roots, he quickly deduced the meaning of the number. A value of 4. 5 likely indicated a spiritual energy absorption efficiency of 45, exactly the strength expected of a mystic grade spiritual root. However, Xiao Yun was still unable to determine whether copying another person's spiritual root would directly replace his own or allow it to grow upon its existing foundation. He would need to observe more individuals with spiritual roots to make a judgment. Senior brother Xiao, what's wrong? Lin Yue from behind the sedan curtain noticed Xiao Yun suddenly stop, his gaze dazed, and couldn't help asking with a hint of concern in her voice, are you feeling unwell? Xiao Yun snapped back to reality, suppressing the excitement within him, and maintained a calm expression as he shook his head toward the curtain. It's nothing, just lost in thought. He naturally couldn't explain the upgrade of his spiritual root. It was his deepest secret, one he would never share with anyone. As the sky paled with dawn, the carriage that had traveled all night finally slowed. Li Jun pulled on the reins and pointed to the silhouette ahead, his voice weary but tinged with excitement. Master Xiao, Miss Lin, up ahead is Azure Cloud City. Once we pass the city, in another half hour we'll reach the reception point outside the Azure Cloud Sect's mountain gate. Xiao Yun looked up, his gaze piercing through the morning mist, and was instantly struck by the sight before him. It was a city hundreds, even thousands of times larger than Greenox Village. Tall bluish-gray walls stretched for miles with azure banners embroidered with the characters Azure Cloud fluttering atop them in the morning breeze. The city gate was thronged with people, peddlers carrying goods on poles, scholars in blue robes, and wealthy merchants in finery. Xiao Yun could even sense faint spiritual energy fluctuations from a few individuals near the gate. So lively, Xiao Yun murmured in awe. Having left Greenox Village and traversed desolate mountain paths accustomed only to withered branches and bandits, this was his first glimpse of such a bustling city in this world. Lin Yu also poked her head out of the sedan, gazing at the Azure Cloud City before her face brimming with anticipation. So this is Azure Cloud City. I've heard from the Immortal Masters that this is the nearest town to the Azure Cloud sect, and many outer disciples come here to buy cultivation supplies. Xiao Yun remained silent, his gaze shifting past the city to the mountains beyond. Their several colossal peaks soared into the clouds, their slopes shrouded in faint azure mist. Only steep cliffs and occasional ancient pines were visible, their summits lost in the deep clouds, as if connecting heaven and earth. With his vision far surpassing that of ordinary men, Xiao Yun could faintly discern streaks of light flashing among the peaks, likely disciples of the sect flying on their swords. That's Azure Cloud Mountain. Li Jun followed Xiao Yun's gaze, his voice filled with reverence. Legend says the Azure Cloud sect has 7 main peaks, each overseen by an elder. We mortals dare not even approach them. Xiao Yun gazed at the majestic Azure Cloud Mountain, a tumult of emotions churning within him. Though he had only been in this world for a few days, he had already experienced so much. From acquiring the contemplation system, crippling Zhang San, to gain a spiritual root, obtaining the ascension token, to leave Greenox Village, slaying bandits, and upgrading his spiritual root. Now he had finally glimpsed the main gate to the path of immortal cultivation. Let's go, Xiao Yun said. Li Jun nodded and urged the carriage forward, joining the flow of people entering Azure Cloud City. No sooner had he entered the city than Xiao Yun was completely captivated by the scene before him. The streets, paved with bluish stone slabs, were wide and smooth, lined with rows of shops displaying exotic treasures he had never seen. Most passers-by were neatly dressed, even ordinary peddlers wearing clean patched short jackets that complemented the city's prosperity. But after a few steps, Xiao Yun sensed something amiss. Eyes kept falling on him, some curious, others disdainful. He looked down and immediately understood why. His coarse cloth jacket was full of holes, the cuffs and hems frayed, and the front stained with green grass juice. A dark brown bloodstain clung to the edge of his waist pouch. He looked like a beggar who had stumbled out of the mountains, utterly out of place in the tidy surroundings. No wonder, Xiao Yun thought to himself. During these days of travel, he had either hunted in the forests or fought bandits. He hadn't had a chance to change clothes, let alone take a proper bath. His appearance was indeed striking. He instinctively felt for his pocket, which was of course completely empty. In Greenox village he had lived under others' roofs with no savings, and he had left in such a hurry that he hadn't brought any money. As for the bandits, it seemed he still wasn't fully adapted. He needed to develop the habit of looting the dead. Just as he was pondering how to ask Li Jun for a loan, the sedan curtain was gently lifted, and Lin Yu's voice came through, tinged with thoughtful concern. "Senior brother Xiao, is your clothing a bit inconvenient?" She had noticed the passers-by's glances from inside the sedan, and seeing Xiao Yun examining his own clothes, she immediately guessed the reason. Before he could answer, Lin Yu added with a smile, "Let's find an inn to stay at first, freshen up and rest. Later I'll have a servant pick out some well-fitted robes from the cloth shop. What do you think, senior brother? We are fellow disciples and away from home. I can't let you lose face." She spoke naturally without the slightest hint of condescension, as if mentioning the most ordinary matter. Her words both preserved Xiao Yun's dignity and highlighted their bond as fellow disciples. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. He was not one to be overly modest, and knowing he truly needed clean clothes, he saw no need to feign politeness. He nodded toward the curtain and said sincerely, "Then thank you, junior sister Lin. He'll repay you when I have the chance." "Don't say that, senior brother." Lin Yu waved her hand with a laugh. "If you hadn't saved us earlier, I might never have made it to Azure Cloud City. What are a few clothes? Besides, we'll need to look out for each other in the sect from now on." Li Jun chimed in from the front. "Master Xiao, don't be so formal with the young lady. The lady has brought enough travel money. This little matter is nothing. There's an Azure Cloud Inn up ahead, a famous old establishment in the city. Let's stay there. It's also close to the reception point." Xiao Yun replied with a simple, "Good," feeling a slight relief inside. It was fortunate he had saved Lin Yu earlier, otherwise he might have faced some trouble now. The carriage soon stopped at the inn's entrance. Seeing the ebony sedan, a waiter quickly came forward to greet them. Li Jun paid a deposit and booked several rooms. Lin Yu and Xiao Yun each had a private room. Just as Li Jun finished paying, a voice dripping with disdain echoed from a corner. "This Azure Cloud Inn is supposed to be a famous old establishment, but it's really gone downhill. They let beggars slip in without doing anything about it." "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. After all, not everyone in this world possessed sound judgment. The lower the social strata, the more such individuals one encountered, and he was certain to meet more in the future. Only by ceaselessly climbing upward could he reduce the likelihood of encountering such people. Withdrawing his thoughts, he followed the sound and turned his head, his gaze settling on a tea table in the corner of the inn. Seated there was a youth of similar age, clad in a sapphire blue silk robe with a lustrous white jade pendant hanging from his waist, a clear indication of his affluent background. Yet his features were plain, his cheekbones slightly prominent, and his narrow triangular eyes were half closed, exuding a sinister glare as he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yun, a sneer of undisguised contempt curling at his lips. "Young master, please watch your words," Lin Yu said, stepping forward to stand before the youth. Though her face bore a hint of anger, her tone remained courteous. "You insulted my companion publicly. I ask you to apologize." She stood beside Xiao Yun, her posture upright and unyielding. The surrounding patrons turned their heads to watch. The opulent youth, who had merely sought to vent his spite, looked momentarily puzzled at Lin Yu's words. What did she mean? Wasn't he a beggar? But upon seeing Lin Yu's features, his eyes suddenly lit up. The girl's loose strands of hair framed her temples, and her brows and eyes were clear and pure. Even standing still, she was like an elegant painting, more beautiful than most women he had ever seen. Yet that fleeting admiration was soon replaced by envy. Such a beautiful girl is actually companions with that beggar-like brat, and even speaks up for him. His sneer deepened, his triangular eyes narrowing as his tone turned frivolous, utterly disregarding Lin Yu's words. "Apologize? What do I have to apologize for? Did I say anything wrong? Look at his tattered clothes stained with blood. If he's not a beggar, what is he?" As he spoke, he stepped closer, his gaze wandering over Lin Yu, a malicious grin curling at his lips. "A girl with such beauty and poise, how can you be seen with someone like him? What a pity, what a pity. My surname is Li, given name Ku, a direct descendant of the Li family in Qinyan City. Ask around and you'll know. Why not leave him behind and come with me? It's far better than tagging along with a beggar. What do you say?" At these words, the murmurs among the onlookers grew louder. So he was a direct descendant of the Li family. No wonder he behaved so arrogantly and tyrannically. Li Jun's face turned pale with rage, and he reached for the blade at his waist, but Xiao Yun gently pressed down on his wrist. Xiao Yun had remained silent all along, merely watching Li Ku with a cold gaze. From the moment the other had begun his mockery to Lin Yu's intervention and now to his public harassment, Xiao Yun's eyes gradually turned icy. He released his grip on Li Jun's hand and stepped forward, positioning himself squarely in front of Lin Yu. Though his ragged figure was unremarkable, it stood like a wall, firmly shielding Lin Yu behind him. Detected a target suitable for visualization. Visualization time required 2 minutes. Xiao Yun looked at Li Ku and said calmly, "You said you are a member of the Li family." Li Ke's face flashed with pride as he replied, "Indeed. It seems you know of my family's power. Hey, race the deal, leave the inn now, and let me get to know this young lady properly, and I'll pretend I never saw you today." After speaking, his greedy gaze once again fixed on Lin Yu behind Xiao Yun. Though Lin Yu was puzzled that Xiao Yun would waste words on such a scoundrel, she wasn't overly worried. After a day together, she had come to understand Xiao Yun somewhat, and knew he was not one to fawn over the powerful. Xiao Yun's expression remained impassive as he spoke again. "You said you are a member of the Li family." At this, Li Ku was taken aback. "Didn't you just hear me? I said yes. I am Li Ku of the Li family. If you don't believe me, go ask around." "Oh, I see," Xiao Yun murmured, stroking his chin with his fingers, appearing deep in thought. Yet throughout his gaze never left Li Ku. The system's progress bar was steadily increasing. Li Ku, seeing Xiao Yun lost in thought with no further reaction, finally couldn't hold back. "I'm telling you, are you out of your mind? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" His look of disgust and contempt toward Xiao Yun deepened. "What business does the Li family primarily deal in within Qingyan City?" Xiao Yun suddenly asked, seemingly out of nowhere. Li Ku, still just a youth, puffed out his chest at the question and began boasting endlessly. "My family's business covers every aspect of Qingyan City, for instance." After boasting for a while, seeing that Xiao Yun still appeared contemplative and unmoved, he finally demanded, "Do you understand or not? Mess with me, and there'll be no good end. Get lost." Xiao Yun nodded slightly at this, then said, "You said you are a member of the Li family." This time, even the others present began to look at Xiao Yun strangely. Li Ku froze, his face instantly flushing crimson. He felt Xiao Yun was mocking him and finally lost his temper. "Go to hell." Li Ku practically roared these words. Before the sound faded, he stamped his right foot, lunged forward, and threw a punch at Xiao Yun's chest, the wind howling around his fist. What shocked everyone most was that a faint white glow shimmered around his fist. Though weak, it carried a clear fluctuation of spiritual energy, the very power that only cultivators at the initial qi condensation stage could muster. Spiritual energy. He's actually a qi condensation cultivator. No wonder the Li family is a great clan. Their direct descendants have already begun cultivation. The surrounding patrons erupted into an uproar, exclamations filling the air. In Qingyan City, most common folk knew what qi condensation meant. It was the first step onto the path of immortal cultivation, capable of condensing spiritual energy and making one several times stronger than an ordinary person, no match for even trained guards. Even the inn's waiter cowered back, fearing the spiritual energy's impact. Lin Yu's expression shifted, and she instinctively wanted to warn Xiao Yun to be careful, but she saw him standing still, his gaze as calm as ever, as if he hadn't noticed the fist imbued with spiritual energy. Seeing Xiao Yun not dodge, Li Ke's lips curled into a cruel smile. In his mind, this punch would either kill Xiao Yun or break several of his ribs. He could already picture Xiao Yun flying backward, spitting blood. Li Ke's fist, glowing with spiritual energy, was about to strike Xiao Yun's chest, and the surrounding cries grew shrill. Everyone thought the ragged youth was doomed. But in that critical moment, Xiao Yun moved. He neither blocked nor retreated. Instead, he merely sidestepped slightly and swung his right leg like a steel whip, the motion so fast it left only a blur, too quick for an ordinary person to even see. Bam! A dull thud exploded as Xiao Yun's foot struck Li Ke's abdomen, first instantly shattering the meager spiritual energy defense Li Ku had mustered. Li Ku felt a tremendous force detonate in his gut, as if his internal organs had been pulverized. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Before he could even utter a complete scream, his back slammed heavily into the stone wall in the corner of the inn. A loud thud echoed, and a few fragments of stone dust shook loose. Then Li Ku slid down like a pile of mud, his eyes rolling back, completely motionless except for the faint rise and fall of his chest, clearly unconscious. The entire inn fell into dead silence. The earlier exclamations ceased abruptly. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide, staring at Xiao Yun, then at Li Ku lying in the corner, not daring to utter a word for a long time. No sooner had Li Ku fallen unconscious to the ground than 4 burly men suddenly rose from a corner of the inn. Dressed in black short-sleeved garments with rolled-up cuffs revealing sturdy arms, their faces bore a menacing look. They were clearly the household guards sent by the Li family to protect Li Ku. Having just witnessed Li Ku being kicked flying, these men had been too frightened to step forward immediately. Only now, seeing Li Ku motionless, did they steel themselves to stand up. Their eyes fixed on Xiao Yun were filled with barely concealed terror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet they forced themselves to put on a fierce front. The leading guard took half a step forward, his voice strained, but deliberately raised. You dare strike young Master Li. Young Master Li holds the ascension token of Qingyun's sect. Soon he will be a disciple of the immortal sect, destined to become an immortal. Another guard quickly added, attempting to overpower Xiao Yun's aura with the title of immortal. You've harmed young Master Li today. Once he cultivates and becomes an immortal, you will face dire consequences. At these words, the surrounding guests began to murmur among themselves. The ascension token signified eligibility for the immortal sect, and ordinary people indeed dared not provoke its bearer. But before the guards could finish their threats, Xiao Yun suddenly raised his hand and pulled from his bosom a jade slip emitting a faint cyan glow, the very ascension token gifted by the middle-aged cultivator. He pinched the edge of the token and gently shook it, the cyan radiance strikingly vivid under the lamplight. Is this what you mean? Xiao Yun's voice remained calm, yet it was like a bucket of cold water dousing the four guards completely. The leading guard's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the ascension token in Xiao Yun's hand. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist, the ferocity on his face instantly collapsing into sheer shock. They had never imagined that this ragged, ruthless youth also possessed an ascension token. This is an ascension token. One guard muttered involuntarily, his voice trembling. The last remnants of their bravado vanished without a trace. The four men exchanged glances, their earlier forced aggression gone, barely able to stand steady. The leading guard swallowed hard, no longer daring to utter a single harsh word. He stammered, Well, take young Master Li away. With that, they hurried over, carefully hoisting the unconscious Li Ku. Fearful that any abrupt movement might provoke Xiao Yun, they didn't even dare mention the revenge they had intended. Supporting Li Ku, they stumbled out of the inn without looking back, as if chased by a ferocious beast. No matter how vast the Li family's influence, they were ultimately a mortal clan producing few individuals with spiritual roots in a year. The divide between mortals and immortals was absolute. Even an emperor among mortals must kneel before a cultivator. With the ascension token, Xiao Yun's status was equal to Li Ku's. No matter how great the mortal power, it could not cross the boundary between mortal and immortal. Xiao Yun watched as the four guards carried Li Ku stumbling out of the inn without moving a muscle. The possibility of Li Ku's future retaliation never crossed his mind. The revenge of a mortal clan was nothing more than inconsequential dust before the path of cultivation. After the guards left the inn's, guests finally dared to gather around, yet none approached too closely. They merely gazed at Xiao Yun from a distance, their eyes devoid of earlier curiosity or disdain, replaced solely by pure reverence. A few who wanted to strike up a conversation opened their mouths, but ultimately dared not step forward. Xiao Yun's kick that had sent Li Ku, a chi condensation cultivator, flying was too astonishing. They feared that rashly speaking might incur his displeasure. Xiao Yun paid no heed to the surrounding gazes. He simply nodded slightly at Lin Yu and Li Jun. Let's go upstairs. Li Jun quickly responded, his steps noticeably lighter than before. During the earlier conflict, he had been secretly sweating with anxiety. Lin Yu walked beside Xiao Yun, occasionally casting glances at him, her eyes harboring a hint of curiosity. She still couldn't understand how Xiao Yun, who seemed as ordinary as herself in origin, could with a mortal body instantly defeat Li Ku, who had already condensed spiritual energy. The speed and power of that kick were beyond what a mortal should possess. Yet she also knew that everyone had their secrets, and she would not pry. The three ascended the stairs without another word, only the soft echo of footsteps reverberating in the hallway. At the door of her room, Lin Yu stopped and smiled at Xiao Yun. Senior brother Xiao, you'll retire to my room then. Shall we meet downstairs tomorrow morning? All right, Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. Li Jun quickly added, Young Master Xiao, feel free to call me anytime. I'm in the next room. Having said that, he tactfully returned to his own room. Xiao Yun pushed open his door, and the moment it closed, the clamor from outside was shut away. He walked to the bedside, sat cross-legged, and focused his attention on the system panel. Visualization successful. Selectable rewards 1. Attribute points x5 2. Basic spiritual energy circulation technique 3. Spiritual eye. What is the spiritual eye, eh? Xiao Yun wondered, puzzled. And why isn't a spiritual root among the options? Li Ku possessed an ascension token indicating he certainly had a spiritual root. Could it be that his spiritual root's quality is inferior to mine, making it worthless to copy? Xiao Yun speculated. Then, withdrawing his thoughts, he chose the spiritual eye. The moment Xiao Yun's intentions settled, a gentle warmth spread around his eye sockets, as if two streams of clear spring water seeped into his eyeballs along the brow bone. There was no pain, only an indescribable comfort. He blinked involuntarily, and when he looked down at his own body, the scene before him had completely transformed. His gaze penetrated beneath the skin, revealing faint outlines of meridians with pale cyan spiritual energy drifting aimlessly within them. I have a spiritual root, so my body can harbor spiritual energy. But since I haven't formally condensed qi, the energy inside me is in a chaotic state, Xiao Yun mused. He hadn't expected the spiritual eye to reveal the specific flow of spiritual energy within a human body. No wonder Li Ku had been so arrogant earlier. He had seen from the start that Xiao Yun was an ordinary mortal without condensed qi. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Yun rose and pushed open the window. Qingyun City was still lively with pedestrians coming and going on the streets. He turned his gaze downward, and most passers-by had empty bodies devoid of even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Indeed, those with spiritual energy are a minority, Xiao Yun thought, just as his attention was caught by a youth in a blue cloth robe at the street corner. The youth wore a wooden token at his waist, which from its style appeared to be the insignia of an outer disciple of Qingyun sect. Xiao Yun concentrated, and his spiritual eye instantly pierced through the youth's clothing. Pale white spiritual energy circulated within the youth along a fixed trajectory, starting from the dantian, flowing through the limbs and hundreds of meridians, and finally returning to the dantian, forming a slow great cycle. But Xiao Yun also clearly saw that at a bend in the meridian of the youth's left arm, the spiritual energy flow notably slowed, like water encountering a small pebble having to circle around to pass. That was likely the blockage point in his cultivation. Even a cultivator's spiritual energy blockage can be seen. Xiao Yun's heart tightened. This meant that in future battles, he could foresee his opponent's weaknesses beforehand. By striking at the meridians where spiritual energy was obstructed, he could easily disrupt their energy circulation. This was a tremendous advantage. Just then a system notification chimed in his mind, and the panel automatically appeared. A newly added attribute stood out prominently: spiritual eye initial stage, 1,000 attribute points required for advancement. 1,000 attribute points to advance. Xiao Yun was taken aback. 1,000 points was undoubtedly a colossal number. But on second thought, the initial stage spiritual eye already possessed such potent effects. After advancement, it might be able to see through the energy flow of higher realms, or even detect subtle changes in spiritual roots. It seems he'll need to seek more opportunities for visualization to accumulate enough attribute points, Xiao Yun said, closing the window and sitting cross-legged again. No sooner had he settled than a knock came at the door. Xiao Yun gazed at the neatly folded clothes by the doorway, his fingertips brushing against the fabric. It was fine cotton, soft and gentle against the skin, carrying the faint scent of sun-dried linen, clearly chosen with care by Lin Yu. He bent down to gather the clothes into his arms, a flicker of complex emotion stirring within him. Since arriving in this world, he had walked a solitary path, encountering life-and-death crises and treacherous deceptions at every turn. Though he had overcome each ordeal, his spirit had remained perpetually taut. This was the first time since crossing over that someone had shown him such meticulous care. This kindness finally allowed a measure of relaxation to seep into his strained nerves. He placed the garments on the bedhead, then turned to pour a basin of hot water from the table. Though the inn room was not spacious, it was equipped with a bronze basin and clean cloths. As the hot water was poured in, a veil of steam rose slowly, dispelling the room's stagnant air. Xiao Yun shed his tattered, blood-stained rags, the worn fabric with its gaping holes tossed carelessly into a corner. He leaned over the basin, immersing himself in the warmth, and meticulously scrubbed away the grime and blood. After his bath, Xiao Yun dried himself and donned the new clothes prepared by Lin Yu. It was a long robe of moonlight white, with simple cloud patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs, fitting him perfectly. He slipped into the robe, raising his arms to test its range of motion. The fabric was light and unrestricted, far more comfortable than his previous coarse cloth tunic, and it lent his entire demeanor a refreshed elegance. Xiao Yun walked to the bronze mirror in the corner of the room, intending only to straighten his collar. Yet when his gaze fell upon the reflection, he paused instinctively. The bronze mirror was not exceptionally clear, but it sufficed to reveal his full figure. The moonlight white robe accentuated his upright posture, and the cloud patterns at the collar shimmered subtly in the light, lending him an unexpected refinement. He leaned closer, finally discerning the changes in his own face, a ripple of surprise coursing through him. When he had lived as a dependent in Qingyou village, he toiled daily at adult farm work, exposed to sun and rain, often without enough to eat. His body had been frail, his arms mere skin and bone. His face had always been smudged with dirt, his skin tanned and rough from the sun, with shallow scars on his temples from farm work. He had been nothing more than an unremarkable country boy. But now the youth in the mirror was utterly transformed. His skin was no longer dark and coarse, but radiated a healthy pallor. The sunspots and shallow scars had vanished, and even the calluses on his fingertips from years of gripping tools had faded to near invisibility. His physique was no longer frail. His shoulders had broadened, his chest was slightly more defined, and the faint outline of muscle was visible beneath the robe. It was not exaggerated or knotted, but sleek and firm, the natural refinement of his body as his attributes increased. As for his features, a foundation that had never been poor was now even more refined. His brows and eyes were sharp, but not harsh, the corners of his eyes tilting slightly upward, adding a touch of handsome elegance. His nose was straight, his lips clearly defined. The pale hue from malnutrition had given way to a faint pink. Most striking was his gaze, which held a calm luminosity, bringing the entire face to life. "Is this still me?" Xiao Yun raised a hand to touch his reflection, his fingertips meeting the cool glass, before he realized this was no illusion. He recalled the ever-increasing values of physique and strength on his attribute panel. So the numerical enhancements had not only made him stronger and more resilient, but were also subtly reshaping his very constitution. From the inside out, they had honed the frail, rough country boy into the figure he saw now. Accustomed to rags, he now stood before the mirror in a soft cotton robe bearing a resemblance to the scions of noble houses like Lin Yu. His features were clear, his temperament pure. Outside the window, the sky had darkened further, and the clamor from the inn had subsided. Xiao Yun averted his gaze, ceasing to dwell on the change in his appearance, and instead sat cross-legged on the bed. More than these matters, he was concerned about tomorrow's journey to the Qing Yun sect's induction point. Only by truly entering the Immortal sect could he completely sever ties with his past. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged for a while before lying down on the bed. It was the most peaceful sleep he had enjoyed since crossing into this world. At daybreak, Xiao Yun awoke. He stretched, feeling a surge of energy through his body. After a simple wash, he changed into the moonlight white robe, straightened his collar, secured the ascension token properly, and pushed open the door to descend the stairs. The inn's first floor was already bustling. Attendants busied themselves wiping tables and serving tea, while a few scattered patrons sat at tables eating porridge and noodles. Xiao Yun's eyes immediately found Lin Yu and Li Jun in a corner. He approached with light steps, but when he stood beside the table, neither of them reacted. Li Jun was still peering toward the entrance, muttering, "Master, Xiao doesn't seem the type to forget the time." Lin Yu, meanwhile, lowered her head to blow on her tea, her fingertips gently tracing the cup's rim. "Captain Li Jr., Sister Lin." Xiao Yun greeted them, his voice calm as ever, yet both of them froze simultaneously. Li Jun's hand, holding a meat bun, stopped midair. He turned his head slowly, his expression shifting from confusion to shock until he was utterly dumbfounded. The bun nearly slipped from his grasp. "You. Are you?" He looked Xiao Yun up and down, his gaze lingering on the moonlight white robe and the refined features. Scratching his head, he still dared not believe it. "Moss." "Master Xiao." Lin Yu's reaction was even more pronounced. She jerked her head up, the teacup in her hand, trembling, hot water nearly spilling. She quickly steadied it. When she saw the person before her clearly, her eyes flew wide, her lips parting slightly, her usual composure shattering in an instant. The youth before her wore a perfectly fitted robe, his skin fair and delicate, his features devoid of the previous travel-worn grime. His refined face was now fully revealed, a completely different person from the Xiao Yun of before. After the initial shock, a faint blush crept onto Lin Yu's cheeks. She quickly lowered her head, using the teacup to hide her mouth, her voice softer than usual. Senior brother Xiao. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you just now. You've changed so much today. This robe suits you well." She had barely dared to look, feeling her heart beat faster than usual. She suppressed the strange sensation, lifting her head to regain some composure, yet still couldn't help adding, "This robe suits you well." Li Jun finally snapped out of it, slapping his thigh with a hearty laugh. "Indeed. Master Xiao, in those rags yesterday, I didn't think much of it. But today in this robe his aura is like a different person. Compared to those young masters in the city, he's no less." Xiao Yun gave a faint smile and pulled out a chair to sit beside them. Lin Yu took a sip of tea to cool the lingering warmth on her cheeks and said softly, "We've already ordered breakfast. Senior brother Xiao, would you like to add anything? After we eat, we'll head to the induction point. I heard many people are going today. Our arriving early will save some waiting time." "All right." Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. After breakfast, the group walked out of the inn and made their way toward the induction point. As they drew closer, Xiao Yun noticed through his spirit eye that the number of passers-by with spiritual energy was increasing. Most were youths around his age. They were likely all holders of the Ascension token. After walking for another quarter of an hour, a low murmur of surprise suddenly arose ahead. Xiao Yun looked up and saw a towering cyan stone tablet standing at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Engraved on the tablet were 6 ancient characters, Xiao Yun sect induction point. Faint spiritual energy lingered in the grooves of the characters, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. Beside the stone tablet was a simple wooden platform upon which stood 2 cultivators in cyan Taoist robes. The characters, Xiao Yun, were embroidered on their sleeves, and a dense fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from them. The sun gradually climbed to its zenith, the light growing scorching hot. The crowd around the assembly point had swelled several times since morning. Many youths dabbed sweat from their brows with handkerchiefs, murmuring softly to one another, "Why hasn't it started yet?" Lin Yu stood beside Xiao Yun, her fingertips lightly clutching the hem of her robe, a hint of nervousness hidden in her eyes. Li Jun had retreated to the edge of the crowd. Being a mortal, he dared not approach the cultivators. He merely watched from afar, occasionally casting reassuring glances toward the pair. Just then the 2 cultivators on the wooden platform raised their hands simultaneously. An intangible surge of spiritual energy suddenly radiated outward like a thin veil, shrouding the entire assembly point. The previously clamorous murmurs vanished instantly, and even the sound of the wind seemed to weaken. The stern-faced cultivator on the left stepped forward. His voice, though not loud, carried a piercing clarity that etched itself into everyone's ears. "The hour has come. Those bearing the ascension token follow us to the small square ahead. Mortal kin are to remain here and wait. Do not trespass into the sect's domain. Violators will be dealt with according to the rules." A slight stir rippled through the crowd, quickly splitting them into 2 groups. Youths holding ascension tokens began moving in the direction the cultivator had indicated. It was a spacious square paved with bluestone large enough to accommodate several hundred people. The relatives and friends lingered where they stood. Some waved with parting advice, others secretly wiped away tears, their faces filled with reluctance. Xiao Yun naturally led Lin Yu to follow. As they passed Li Jun, he hurried forward 2 steps, lowering his voice, "Young master, Xiao, Miss Lin, take good care of yourselves once you're at the sect. They'll be heading back to Qingxi town soon." Lin Yu's eyes reddened as she nodded and replied, "Uncle Li, take care of yourself. Look after my parents." Xiao Yun also nodded at Li Jun before following the crowd toward the small square. Once everyone had taken their positions, the gentleman-eared cultivator on the right spoke. His tone was calm, but carried an unassailable authority. "All of you have obtained the ascension token, meaning you possess a connection to the celestial path. Before entering the sect, you must first understand the basic regulations of our Xiao Yun sect, lest you lose your bearings in the future." He raised his hand, pointing toward the depths of Xiao Yun Mountain. A faint wisp of spiritual energy shimmered at his fingertip. "Our sect comprises 7 main peaks corresponding to the 5 elemental spiritual root attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with 2 peaks reserved for direct disciples and elders. Each of the 5 elemental peaks has an elder presiding over it." Wait, what did he say? Spiritual root attributes. Xiao Yun's heart jolted. He had never heard of such a thing as spiritual root attributes. He turned to look at those around him and noticed that everyone, including Lin Yu, wore calm expressions, showing no sign of surprise. "It seems this is common knowledge. I wonder what attribute my copied spiritual root has." Xiao Yun quickly composed himself. The youths in the square lifted their heads to gaze at Xiao Yun Mountain, their eyes brimming with longing. Next, the ranks of disciples. The stern cultivator's voice rang out again, instantly reclaiming everyone's attention. "Our sect's disciples are divided into 4 ranks: miscellaneous servants, outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples." At these words, the square fell into utter silence. Everyone held their breath. This concerned their treatment upon entering the sect. No one dared to be distracted. "Later we will use the spirit testing stones to examine your spiritual root aptitude and attributes," the gentle cultivator added, his tone devoid of emotion. "Those with a spiritual energy absorption efficiency below 10% will be assigned as miscellaneous servants responsible for daily chores such as sweeping and tending to spiritual fields, earning cultivation resources through contributions. Those with efficiency at 10% or above will become outer disciples, directly eligible to receive basic cultivation techniques, 10 low-grade spirit stones monthly, and regular guidance from dedicated outer sect elders. The attribute of your spiritual root will determine which peak you ultimately join." A low murmur of gasps arose from the crowd. Some clenched their fists nervously, while others quietly touched the ascension token hidden in their robes, clearly anxious about their own aptitude. A few youths in luxurious attire wore expressions of certainty. They had already been tested at home, and their aptitudes were all above 10%. As for the methods of promotion to inner disciple or direct disciple, the 2 cultivators remained completely silent. Only at the end did they say inner and direct discipleship are beyond the reach of outer disciples for now. First establish yourselves. Now line up in 5 rows by height. Holding your ascension tokens, pass through the spirit array ahead one by one and follow us into the mountain. As his words faded, the youths in the square immediately began to move, forming orderly lines. Xiao Yun and Lin Yu stood in the same row. Lin Yu's nervousness gradually dissipated, replaced by a growing anticipation in her eyes. The two cultivators led the way. Cyan's spiritual energy coalesced beneath their feet into faint luminous patterns. Their steps were light, yet remarkably swift. Xiao Yun followed the crowd forward. The moment he stepped through the mountain gate of Qingyun's sect, his entire body trembled, as if he had plunged into a warm ocean of spiritual energy. The ambient spiritual energy here was several times denser than the outside world. The spiritual root in his dantian instantly leapt with joy. Such rich spiritual energy. Lin Yu, standing beside Xiao Yun, couldn't help but exclaim softly, her eyes filled with awe. Other youths also revealed expressions of amazement. Some even paused, closing their eyes to savor the spiritual energy, only to be quickly brought back into line by a stern glance from the cultivator. The group followed the mountain path toward the interior. After about half an hour of walking, an open valley floor appeared ahead. At its center stood 5 bluish-gray boulders, each as tall as a man. Their surfaces were smooth as mirrors, with faint runes shimmering subtly across them. "These are the spirit testing stones," the gentle cultivator said, standing beside the boulders and gesturing for the group to step forward. "Step up and press your right hand onto any one of them. The stone will sense your spiritual root attribute and emit a corresponding colored aura: gold for metal, cyan for wood, blue for water, red for fire, and brown for earth. The height the aura climbs along the stone represents your spiritual energy absorption efficiency. A minimum of 10% of the stone's height is required to qualify as an outer disciple." The crowd divided into 5 groups according to their previous formation and approached the 5 stones. Xiao Yun and Lin Yu were in the 3rd group, standing at the back of the line, watching those ahead step up for the test. Some youths had barely placed their hands on the stone when a dazzling cyan light flared, climbing swiftly to 30% of the height, drawing low gasps from the onlookers. For others, after pressing their hands to the stone, the aura flickered weakly and then died out completely before even reaching 10%, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. The line moved slowly forward along the bluestone ground before the testing stones. Soon it was Lin Yu's turn. She took a deep breath and gently pressed her fair right hand onto the bluish-gray surface. In the next instant, a clear blue light seeped out from the runes, rapidly climbing up the stone. It surged past the 10, 30, and 50% marks. Lin Yu stared at the ascending blue light, her eyes growing wider. The blue light slowed slightly at 55%, but continued to rise steadily, finally coming to a halt at 59%. That bright blue light shimmered near the 60% mark, a mere hair's breadth away from earth-grade spiritual root. "Water attribute, spiritual root aptitude 59%, the gentle cultivator said. His voice carried a hint of surprise. "For the first time, top-tier mystic grade spiritual root. Classified as an outer disciple to cultivate on the water main peak. Should your aptitude later exceed 60%, you may directly apply for an inner disciple assessment." At these words, the square erupted into a commotion. The previously confident youths in luxurious attire froze, their smug expressions stiffening. They all turned to look at Lin Yu, their eyes filled with shock and envy. Even the perpetually stern cultivator cast an approving glance at Lin Yu. A top-tier mystic grade spiritual root was a rarity among outer disciples. Given time, she might well have the potential to challenge for inner disciple status. Lin Yu remained in her position, her hand still resting on the testing stone, her fingers trembling slightly. When she had been tested in Qingxi town, the immortal master had only said she possessed a mystic grade spiritual root, without specifying the exact aptitude. Now, seeing the blue light stop at 59% with her own eyes, she realized just how exceptional her spiritual root truly was. Xiao Yun pondered inwardly. It seems that copying a stronger spiritual root doesn't directly replicate it entirely, rather it elevates my own root's aptitude. Otherwise, I should have 59% aptitude to not 45. Just then, the gentle cultivator's gaze fell upon Xiao Yun. He raised his hand and gestured next step forward for the test. Xiao Yun took a deep breath and strode toward the testing stone. He wasn't particularly worried about his aptitude. Rather, he was more curious about what attribute his spiritual root would turn out to be. Xiao Yun stepped forward to the spiritisting stone. The moment his fingertip touched its icy surface, he felt the spiritual root within his dantian tremble violently, as if drawn by some unseen force, and a faint stream of spiritual energy surged up his arm toward his palm. The next instant, the runes on the stone's surface blazed to life. A streak of crimson fire shot forth, crawling less than halfway up the stone. The onlookers had just begun to murmur its fire attribute when the crimson light abruptly extinguished. In its place, a verdant green glow emerged, rapidly spreading upward along the stone's veins. Why did it turn green? Is it what attribute? No, it changed again. Amidst the gasps of surprise, the green light had barely climbed a tenth of the stone before it shifted to a golden radiance, followed by a murky brown, then a clear blue. The 5 colors swirled across the spiritisting stone like a revolving lantern, sometimes overlapping, sometimes alternating. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, though inwardly he was not surprised. His spiritual root had been cultivated through the system's visualization. Its attributes were inherently impure. He just hadn't expected it to manifest all 5 attributes directly. The light on the stone continued its chaotic dance, yet the height it climbed steadily increased, ultimately halting at 4.5 tenths. This matched the 4.5-inch value on Xiao Yun's system panel precisely, with the sole exception that the 5 colors continued their slow alternation like a ribbon of rainbow hues coiled around the stone. Thighs. What is happening? The crowd of youths all changed expression. How can he have 5 attributes manifesting simultaneously? The 2 cultivators also wore expressions tinged with surprise, clearly not having anticipated this outcome. The gentle-natured cultivator crouched down, carefully examining the runes on the spiritisting stone. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. This is a 5-attribute spiritual root, also known as an omni root. It is exceedingly rare. In the last century, the Qingyun sect has only seen a few cases. As these words were spoken, the valley fell silent. All eyes converged on Xiao Yun. Some filled with shock, others with curiosity. Lin Yue, standing at the back of the crowd, exclaimed excitedly, 5 attributes. That sounds incredibly powerful. As expected of senior brother Xiao. Though rare, it comes with both advantages and disadvantages. The gentle cultivator continued his explanation. The strength of a 5-attribute root lies in the fact that cultivating any one school of techniques will encounter no attribute-based obstruction. When you learn basic techniques later, you will understand. A cultivator with a single attribute root who practices techniques of another attribute will suffer a percentage of spiritual energy loss. He will not. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and many faces showed envy. The ability to cultivate 5 schools of techniques without obstruction meant greater choice and the capacity to switch attributes against a countering opponent. But the gentle cultivator shifted his tone, his voice growing heavier. Yet the disadvantage is equally clear. A single attribute root yields twice the result with half the effort when cultivating its native techniques. A 5-attribute root receives no such boost for any school. Cultivating any technique proceeds only at the base efficiency. To reach the pinnacle in any one school later will require several times the effort of a disciple with a single attribute root. Xiao Yun understood in his heart. It was the difference between a generalist and a specialist. He could walk a broader path, but it would be difficult to outpace others on any single one. Yet he was not concerned, for he possessed the visualization system. In the future, should he encounter a top-tier cultivator of a single attribute, visualizing that individual might just compensate for this shortcoming. 5-attribute spiritual root aptitude 4.5 tenths Xian grade. The gentle cultivator ceased his deliberation. Producing a yellowed ledger, he recorded the information with a brush. You are registered as an outer disciple. You may freely choose any of the 5 elemental main peaks for your cultivation. Little one, which peak do you wish to cultivate on? Xiao Yun pondered for a moment before asking. May I ask which peak has the most disciples? The gentle cultivator was clearly taken aback by the question, finding it odd, but he did not dwell on it. It should be the fire peak. Very well then, I choose the fire peak, Xiao Yun decided immediately. The reasoning was simple. The greater the number of disciples, the more targets he would have for visualization. The gentle cultivator nodded, indifferent to Xiao Yun's choice, and directly inscribed him under the fire peak disciple roster. Xiao Yun nodded in return, then turned to walk toward Lin Yue, only to find that the gazes of those around him had shifted. There were looks of envy for his ability to choose any main peak, regret that he lacked a single attribute boost, and a few noble youths who averted their eyes, clearly believing that his omni root, though rare, might not prove as useful as their own single attribute roots. Lin Yue hurried forward and whispered, Senior brother Xiao, even without the boost, being able to learn 5 types of techniques is still impressive. In the future, if you encounter an opponent who counters you, you can just switch techniques. Xiao Yun offered a faint smile. You're right. Advantages and disadvantages are, after all, 2 sides of the same coin. The key lies in how one uses them. As they spoke, the 2 cultivators began organizing the crowd to register their information and distribute the identity tokens of outer disciples. After completing her registration, Lin Yue, holding her Water Peak identity token, walked before Xiao Yun with a hint of reluctance in her voice. Senior brother, Xiao, the fire peak isn't too far from the water peak. If you ever need help with anything, just say the word. Xiao Yun nodded in acknowledgement. All right. Take care of yourself too. If you encounter any trouble, come find me directly. After a simple farewell, each followed the guiding cultivator of their respective main peak and departed. The fire peak contingent numbering over 20 disciples proceeded in silence. Only the sound of footsteps echoed along the mountain path. The closer they drew to the fire peak, the more the surrounding spiritual energy carried a faint searing heat. The fire attribute's spiritual energy in the air was far denser than elsewhere. After about 3/4 of an hour, a cluster of wooden houses built into the mountainside came into view, their roofs tiled with dark red spirit tiles. On the open ground before the houses stood a red stone stele inscribed with 6 characters, Fire Peak Outer Sect Dwellings. A middle-aged cultivator in a red Outer Sect steward's uniform stood beside the stele, a black token hanging from his waist. His countenance was stern, and as his gaze swept over the crowd, it carried an unyielding authority. All of you stand in order. Report your names and receive your supplies. The steward's voice was colder and harder than that of the cultivators at the earlier reception point. Holding a register, he called out a name and handed over a set of supplies, 1 set of Outer Sect robes, 1 low-grade storage pouch. Inside the pouch you will find 1 copy of the basic Chi Condensation Art 1 Fireball Technique Jade Slip and 10 low-grade Spirit Stones. Simply infuse a wisp of spiritual energy into the storage pouch to open it. You all have spiritual energy within you. Practice a few times, and you will succeed. Remember, come to the steward's office on the first day of each month to collect the next month's Spirit Stones. Those absent without reason will forfeit that month's allotment. The youth stepped forward one by one. When Xiao Yun heard his name, he quickly approached. He accepted the supplies, offered a "Thank you, steward," and then followed the directions to find his wooden house. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a meditation cushion. Closing the door, Xiao Yun tossed the Outer Sect robes and the storage pouch onto the bed. He immediately sat cross-legged and opened his system panel. Throughout the journey, he had been surrounded by individuals possessing spiritual roots. Especially while waiting at the reception point and before the spiritisting stone, he had been granted many opportunities to visualize. Quietly and without fanfare, he had visualized nearly half of the disciples present at the reception point. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, meticulously examining the system panel. The newly added visualization gains summary column stood out prominently. This visualization session, 242 attribute points, acquired 47 skills replicable, including 45 duplicates. He first scanned through the replicable skills, finding none that were spirit roots. As expected, there aren't many outer disciples with spirit roots exceeding 45%, Xiao Yun remarked without surprise. At the testing stone earlier, aside from Lin Yu's 59% mystic grade, the highest among others was only 48%, and that person was too far from Xiao Yun for him to visualize. Xiao Yun's spirit roots were already among the upper echelons of the Outer Sect. It was only natural he hadn't encountered better ones. He ceased dwelling on the matter and turned his attention to a skill named Spiritual Energy Attraction Method. After a quick review, this skill seemed the most practical. Xiao Yun decisively selected it, and the original 242 attribute points decreased to 235. The moment the selection was complete, he noticed no change in himself, as if nothing had happened. Forget it, let's allocate the attribute points first. Xiao Yun dismissed the thought and began distributing the massive attribute points. The Spirit Eye requires 1,000 attribute points to advance. 235 is far from enough. Better to solidify the foundation and enhance strength evenly. He stared at the 4-dimensional attributes on the panel, calculated briefly, and decided to distribute the 235 points evenly. This way, each dimension would increase proportionally, avoiding imbalances like excessive strength without corresponding agility. Confirm allocation. The moment the thought settled, Xiao Yun abruptly held his breath. A scorching warmth far beyond anything before erupted from his dantian, surging wildly through his meridians to every limb and bone. It felt like boiling spiritual liquid nourishing his flesh, even his marrow tingling with a faint numbness. He instinctively clenched his fist. The power emanating from his palm shook his mind, as if every inch of skin and muscle had been compressed and tempered. With a slight exertion of his arm, he could clearly sense the untamed strength surging within his muscles. Current attributes: Physique 88, Strength 91, Agility 89, Spirit 77, Spirit Root 4. 5 Mystic Grade, 5 Attributes. Spirit Eye Beginner requires 1,000 attribute points to advance. Mastered Skills: Basic Tracking Art, Spirit Eye Spiritual Energy Attraction Method. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, and a dramatic shift in his senses overwhelmed him. He could clearly hear the rustling sound of pages turning from a wooden hut dozens of meters away. It was other disciples flipping through the basic Chi Condensation Art. Xiao Yun raised a hand and exerted slight force on the wooden table. The table let out a faint hum and trembled slightly. Where the legs met the ground, shallow indentations appeared. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, his eyes brimming with surprise. I wonder how formidable my strength has become now. Composing himself, Xiao Yun reached for the gray storage pouch on the bed. After a few attempts, he finally infused a thread of spiritual power into his fingertip. The runes on the pouch's opening instantly lit up, and Xiao Yun could clearly sense the space within roughly 1 cubic meter. He reached in and retrieved the basic qi condensation art. He opened the first page. Draw qi into the body, gather qi in the Dantian cycle through the meridians, condense qi as foundation. 16 ancient characters greeted his eyes, accompanied by a detailed meridian diagram marking key nodes for spiritual energy circulation. Finally, I can officially begin cultivation. Xiao Yun placed the booklet on his lap, followed the instructions, sat cross-legged upright, closed his eyes, and attempted to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. But as he concentrated, a clear perception flashed through his mind. The instinctive memory of the spiritual energy attraction method, as if he had always known how to use his will to draw the spiritual particles in the air. He instinctively raised his hand and made a gentle beckoning motion. The scattered spiritual energy, as if drawn by an invisible magnet, instantly converged toward his palm, forming a subtle yet steady stream of spiritual energy. Joy surged through Xiao Yun, and he quickly opened his spirit eye. His vision pierced through flesh and blood, clearly seeing the stream of spiritual energy flowing along the meridians in his palm, heading slowly toward his Dantian. The meridian nodes along the path were completely exposed under the spirit eye, allowing him to avoid even the faint obstructions that had previously existed. The spirit eye guides the meridians, the method draws the spiritual energy, and the mystic-grade spirit roots absorb them. This combination is incredibly smooth. Xiao Yun marveled inwardly. With the coordination of these three elements, the spiritual energy stream flowed like a familiar path, smoothly entering his Dantian. The spirit root within his Dantian trembled slightly, its surface glowing faintly as it rapidly converted and absorbed the incoming spiritual energy. Following the diagram in the basic qi condensation art, Xiao Yun guided the spiritual energy along the main meridians. Soon the qi within his body formed a complete small cycle. The spiritual energy spun faster and faster like a stream, merging into a river, and the spiritual power in his Dantian grew increasingly dense. After about an hour, the spiritual energy in Xiao Yun's Dantian suddenly began to compress. The previously scattered spiritual energy seemed to be gathered by an invisible force, gradually condensing into a mass of spiritual power that hovered steadily at the center of his Dantian. With a resonant hum, a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated from Xiao Yun's body, rustling the pages of the basic qi condensation art on the table. He snapped his eyes open, a sharp glint flashing within them. System notification detected stable condensation of host's spiritual energy. Successfully breakthrough to qi condensation first stage. Qi condensation first stage. Xiao Yun clenched his fist, clearly feeling the spiritual energy surging from his arm to his fingertips, several times stronger than the disordered energy before. He recalled the realm classification Lin Yu had mentioned earlier. Qi condensation consisted of 10 stages, each requiring continuous compression of Dantian spiritual energy. Only when one reached the 10th stage with sufficiently dense spiritual power could they attempt foundation establishment. Breaking through to qi condensation first stage in just an hour, that should be considered fast even among the outer sect, right? Xiao Yun rejoiced inwardly and ceased the spiritual energy attraction. Little did he know such speed was rare not only in the outer sect, but even within the entire Qingyan sect. Afterwards, Xiao Yun picked up the pale red fireball art jade slip from his storage pouch and began reading. A few minutes later, he withdrew his mind from the jade slip, turned his palm upward, and spiritual energy instantly converged, forming a pale red fireball in his hand. The fireball was about the size of a fist, its surface smooth with no trace of spiritual energy leakage. With a slight movement of his fingertip, the fireball nimbly spun in the air, then precisely shrank to the size of a thumb, its temperature undiminished. He casually flicked his hand, and the small fireball, as if endowed with sentience, flew according to his will toward an empty corner of the room. Upon landing, it landed with a soft puff, leaving only a faint reddish mark without causing any aftermath. Having mastered the fireball art, Xiao Yun wasted no time and sat cross-legged again to stabilize his qi condensation first stage cultivation. Outside the window, the sky had fully darkened. Xiao Yun exhaled a turbid breath and ceased his cultivation technique. He could clearly sense that the spiritual energy mass in his Dantian had become much more solid than an hour ago. Even if he stopped absorbing spiritual energy, now the power wouldn't dissipate. This meant his qi condensation first stage realm was thoroughly stabilized. Just then a harsh argument erupted from outside the door, accompanied by the clattering sound of objects colliding, shattering the night's tranquility. Xiao Yun pushed open the wooden door and saw a crowd gathered in front of a nearby wooden cabin. He stepped closer, his gaze quickly locking onto the center of the crowd. In the center stood a chubby young man with a simple, honest face flushed red. His hands clutched tightly at the gray storage bag at his waist. Xiao Yun had a vague memory of him. He had seen him before at the spirit testing stone. Xiao Yun vaguely recalled that his spiritual root aptitude was a mere 1%, barely scraping by from being assigned as a menial laborer. Now the chubby young man was craning his neck, arguing with a few people opposite him. "You're clearly extorting me. The outer sect rules say we get 10 low-grade spirit stones a month. Why should I hand over 7 to you?" Opposite the chubby young man stood 7 or 8 disciples, led by a tall, lanky youth with a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yun learned from the onlookers that this youth was called Wang Jing. With a sweep of his spiritual gaze, Xiao Yun instantly saw the flow of spiritual energy within Wang Jing's body. He was at the 5th level of qi condensation. Extortion. Wang Jing let out a scoff, reached out and patted the chubby young man's shoulder, but the force was so heavy it made him stumble half a step. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just kindly looking out for you. A new disciple like you who doesn't know the ropes and has poor aptitude will easily have your spirit stones stolen and your cultivation spots taken. Give me 7, and from now on no one on Blaze Peak will dare bully you. Isn't that a good deal?" 2 of his lackeys immediately chimed in, one shoving the chubby young man and snarling, "Exactly. Brother Wang is kindly protecting you. Don't be ungrateful. Do you know who Brother Wang's elder brother is? Inner disciple Wang Yiming. If you piss off Brother Wang, he'll make sure you can't even be a menial disciple." The chubby young man was shoved nearly off balance, but he still clutched his storage bag, his face red as he retorted, "I don't need your protection. You just want to steal my spirit stones." The outer sect steward said, "Bullying new disciples is forbidden. If you keep pushing me, you'll go tell the steward." "Tell the steward." Wang Jing's smile vanished instantly, his gaze turning cold. He reached out, grabbed the chubby young man by the collar, and lifted him half a foot off the ground. "Do you think the steward will help a waste with 1% aptitude like you? My brother is an inner disciple. Who do you think the steward will believe, you or me?" The chubby young man struggled to breathe, his face turning purple, but he still refused to yield. You're abusing your power. Sooner or later, someone will put you in your place." The surrounding disciples all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. With an inner disciple brother backing Wang Jing, even the steward turned a blind eye. Who would want to offend Wang Jing, a 5th-level qi condensation cultivator, for the sake of a newly joined chubby young man? Some disciples even quietly stepped back, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Xiao Yun had no desire to wade into this muddy water either. Having just joined the sect, he didn't want to stir up trouble. He had already turned around, ready to return to his room and continue consolidating his cultivation base. But before he could take a step, a familiar venomous voice rang out from behind him. "Brother Wang, it's him. This brat dared to kick me in public back in Qingyun City." Xiao Yun paused mid-motion and slowly turned around. Among Wang Jing's lackeys, a plain-looking youth stepped forward, his triangular eyes fixed on Xiao Yun. It was none other than Li Ku. Seeing Xiao Yun look his way, Li Ke's gaze grew even more venomous. He hurried over to Wang Jing's side, lowering his voice, but making sure everyone nearby could hear, "Brother Wang, this kid is Xiao Yun. Back at the Qingyun Inn, just because I said a few words to him, he kicked me and even flashed his ascension token to show off. Now that he's joined Blaze Peak, it's clear he's deliberately trying to oppose you." As he spoke, he subtly pointed to his lower abdomen. "Look, it still hurts here. This kid is ruthless. He clearly has no respect for us Blaze Peak disciples." Wang Jing had already released the chubby young man, but upon hearing Li Ke's words, he raised an eyebrow, and his gaze toward Xiao Yun instantly turned more hostile. As a veteran of the Blaze Peak outer sect, backed by his inner disciple brother, he always took it upon himself to protect his lackeys and maintain his authority. Now that his lackey had been bullied by a newcomer, if he didn't make a move, who would respect him in the future? "Oh, is that so?" Wang Jing stepped forward, looking down at Xiao Yun. A faint red spiritual energy pulsed in his palm, radiating the pressure of a 5th-level qi condensation cultivator. "You dare to touch one of my men? Don't you know the rules?" The surrounding disciples immediately buzzed with chatter. So they know each other. This Xiao Yun actually dared to hit one of Wang Jing's lackeys. Li Ku was kicked in Qingyun City. No wonder he hates him so much. He's come to settle the score with a patron. It's over, it's over. Xiao Yun just joined, and he's already crossed Wang Jing. He's in big trouble now. The chubby young man stood frozen, his round face filled with shock. He looked from Xiao Yun to the menacing Wang Jing, instinctively stepping back 2 paces, but then forcing himself to stop. He had already decided that if Xiao Yun dared to resist Wang Jing, he would fight alongside him, even if it meant being beaten black and blue today. Xiao Yun looked at the 2 of them, putting on their act, his gaze still calm. But inwardly, he let out a soft sigh. Here we go again. A beating will do. Detected a visualizable target. Required visualization time, 5 minutes. The system prompt sounded, but Xiao Yun felt the current atmosphere wouldn't allow him 5 minutes of safe visualization. He spoke slowly, his voice low, but clear. As for the matter between Li Ku and me, he was the one who provoked me first, and he struck first. As for rules, your extortion of the new disciple just now seems to show even less regard for them than I do. How dare you? Wang Jing's face darkened. The spiritual energy in his palm instantly coalesced into a fireball, its scorching heat radiating outward. Today I'll teach you that on Blaze Peak's outer sect my word is the law. Either kneel and apologize to Li Ku, hand over 10 low-grade spirit stones as compensation, or don't blame me for crippling your meridians. Li Ku fanned the flames from the side, his triangular eyes narrowing into slits. Brother Wang, don't waste words on him. This kid is a tough nut. If you don't teach him a lesson, he won't know your power. Everyone's gaze fell upon Xiao Yun, all curious about what choice he would make. A waste like you who only knows how to extort new disciples. If you want to fight, stop running your mouth, Xiao Yun said calmly. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding disciples fell silent. No one expected that this new disciple not only wasn't afraid of the 5th level chi condensation Wang Jing, but would openly provoke him. Even Li Ke's expression changed at this point. It wasn't because of Xiao Yun's words, but because he had a spiritual gaze and could see that Xiao Yun had already reached the 1st level of chi condensation. He remembered Xiao Yun hadn't even condensed chi back in Qingyan City. How had he broken through to the 1st level so quickly? Good. Very good. Wang Jing laughed in fury, his face twisted with malice, but a cruel smile crept onto his lips. Let's see what gives you, a mere 1st level chi condensation cultivator, such audacity. Before his words had even faded, he stomped his right foot and shot forward like an arrow from a bow. His right arm, wrapped in faint red spiritual energy, hurtled toward Xiao Yun's face with a whistling wind. The spiritual energy on his fist was so condensed it emitted a faint glow, and the scorching air rushed forward. It was clear he was genuinely enraged and intended to cripple Xiao Yun with a single blow. Watch out! The chubby young man shouted anxiously from the side, helplessly watching the fist close in on Xiao Yun as he had yet to condense his own chi. Wang Jing's fist hurtled toward him, carrying a scorching wind, its pale red spiritual energy glaringly conspicuous in the night, causing the surrounding disciples to hold their breath instinctively. A clash between the 5th level of chi condensation and the 1st level was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. No one believed Xiao Yun could withstand that punch. Yet Xiao Yun stood his ground, still neither dodging nor evading. He slowly clenched his right fist, and the dense spiritual energy within his dantian surged, instantly flowing through his meridians into his palm, coalescing into a pure white radiance. That white spiritual energy bore not a trace of impurity, pristine as freshly fallen snow, exuding a gentle yet majestic aura that stood in stark contrast to Wang Jing's pale red. What kind of spiritual energy is that? Why is it white? I've never seen such a color. Could it be a special spiritual root? Is he insane? Does he actually intend to clash Hedon with a 5th level chi condensation cultivator? Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Before anyone could make sense of it, Xiao Yun's fist had already met its target. Bang! The instant the two fists collided, an invisible shockwave exploded outward from the pair, billowing the robes of nearby disciples and forcing those closest to stagger back 2 steps. The pale red and pure white spiritual energies locked in a momentary stalemate at the point of impact. Then Wang Jing's smug grin abruptly froze, replaced by an expression of incredulous agony. He felt a colossal force far beyond his expectations surging through his fist. Puffed! Wang Jing spat out a mouthful of turbid chi, his feet stumbling backward uncontrollably. With each retreat, his steps left shallow marks on the bluestone ground, and he only managed to steady himself after 7 paces. His face instantly turned pallid, the right hand clenched into a fist, trembling, slightly, knuckles tinged with purple. From that single collision, his finger bones had nearly been shattered. As for Xiao Yun, he only retreated 5 steps before planting himself firmly. He gently flexed his right hand by his side, the white spiritual energy in his palm already dissipated, his face betraying no emotion, not even his breathing disturbed. How is this possible? Wang Jing clutched his chest, his voice quivering. He stared at Xiao Yun, eyes brimming with terror. You're clearly at the 1st level of chi condensation. How can you possess such power? And that white spiritual energy, what the hell is it? He couldn't comprehend it. Although Xiao Yun's spiritual energy was formidable, being only at the 1st level of chi condensation, it was like an egg against a stone when pitted against Wang Jing's 5th level energy, soon suppressed. The terrifying force Wang Jing felt came entirely from the physical body beneath Xiao Yun's spiritual energy. But while spiritual energy tempers a cultivator's physique, its effects are limited, especially for Xiao Yun, who had only just achieved qi condensation. What the hell is up with this kid? His mind churned like a storm. The surrounding disciples were already struck dumb, their gazes shifting from sympathy to awe as they looked at Xiao Yun. To withstand a 5th-level qi condensation cultivator's punch and gain the upper hand, this was no ordinary first-level cultivator. The chubby youth even leaped up in excitement, shouting, "Senior brother Xiao, well done. Hit him hard." Li Ke stood at the back, his triangular eyes filled with terror and envy. He never imagined that Xiao Yun had not only broken through to the first level of qi condensation in such a short time, but had also become this formidable. The humiliation had suffered in Qingyun City remained unavenged, and now it seemed he couldn't even match a single finger of Xiao Yun. I can't let him get close. Wang Jing's heart tightened, and he made an instant decision, retreating rapidly backward. Simultaneously, pale red spiritual energy frantically gathered in his palm. This time he mobilized nearly half the spiritual energy in his dantian, condensing a fireball as large as a man. The scorching waves radiating from the fireball raised the temperature around them. With a guttural roar, Wang Jing flicked his wrist, hurling the massive fireball toward Xiao Yun. This was the basic fireball technique of the outer disciples of the Blazing Peak, but he had pushed it to its limits with his 5th-level qi condensation spiritual energy, its power enough to gravely burn an ordinary 4th-level qi condensation disciple. The watching disciples gasped again, and the chubby youth shouted anxiously, "Senior brother Xiao, dodge." But Xiao Yun not only didn't evade, he instead pushed off the ground with explosive force. His figure streaked across the ground like an afterimage, instantly closing in on Wang Jing, moving so fast that Wang Jing had no time to adjust the fireball's trajectory. How can he be this fast? Wang Jing's pupils contracted, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Just as he tried to channel more spiritual energy to reinforce the fireball, he saw a faint blue glint flash in Xiao Yun's eyes. The spiritual eye had been activated, and the flow of spiritual energy within the fireball was laid bare before Xiao Yun. In particular, the weak point on the fireball's right side, formed due to hasty condensation, stood out as clearly as a beacon in the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yun clenched his right fist again, this time refraining from using any spiritual energy, relying purely on physical strength as he slammed it into the fireball's weak spot. Bang! The instant his fist struck the fireball, there was no anticipated explosion, only a faint crack, the sound of spiritual energy fracturing. The weak point on the fireball's right side was instantly breached, and the chaotic fire's spiritual energy within lost its balance, dispersing like air from a deflated balloon. The moment he shattered the fireball, Xiao Yun's momentum didn't falter. Riding the forward inertia, he instantly appeared before Wang Jing. Still reeling from the shock of his fireball being effortlessly crushed, Wang Jing couldn't react in time. He could only instinctively channel the remnants of his spiritual energy, forming a thin layer of pale red protective energy around his body. The moment Wang Jing's pale red protective energy solidified, Xiao Yun's hand had already clamped onto his left arm like an iron vice. The force was astonishing. Wang Jing felt as if his arm were locked in a steel band, his bones aching. He tried to channel spiritual energy to break free, but Xiao Yun suddenly exerted his strength. Then Wang Jing was hoisted off the ground by a single hand, his feet dangling, as Xiao Yun swung him in a glaring red arc through the night air. "Oh!" Wang Jing screamed in sheer terror, thrashing wildly. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted as Wang Jing's back slammed heavily into the bluestone ground, sending stone chips flying. Darkness swam before his eyes, and a coppery taste rose in his throat. Under that impact, a distinct crack split open his protective spiritual energy. Before he could recover, Xiao Yun had already seated himself on his waist, raising his fist high. "You dare!" Wang Jing started to roar, but Xiao Yun's fist came down with a whoosh, landing squarely on the protective energy over his chest. Bang! Another dull thud, and the crack in the protective energy widened instantly. Xiao Yun didn't let up. His fists fell like raindrops, each blow precisely striking the weakest points of the spiritual energy, the muffled impacts echoing harshly in the night. Crack! Finally, with a faint sound of spiritual energy shattering, the pale red protective energy around Wang Jing burst apart, completely dissolving into countless streams of spiritual energy that scattered into the air. The moment he lost his spiritual energy protection, Wang Jing felt excruciating pain all over. His dazed mind finally cleared, and fear flooded over him like a tidal wave. "Stop! My elder brother is inner disciple Wang Yiming." Wang Jing screamed in desperation, his voice laced with despair. "If you keep hitting me, he won't let you off. He's a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He can cripple you with ease." At the mention of Foundation Establishment cultivator, The surrounding disciples drew sharp breaths. Wang Yiming was a well-known figure in the inner sect of the Blazing Peak, and a foundation establishment cultivation level was an unattainable height in the eyes of outer disciples. After all, most outer disciples would never advance to foundation establishment in their lifetime. By invoking this backing, Wang Jing expected Xiao Yun to show restraint no matter how strong he was. But Xiao Yun acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, his fists still hammering down on Wang Jing. He knew well that a cultivator's body nourished by spiritual energy was far tougher than Immortals. These punches, though heavy, would only leave Wang Jing sore for a few days without causing real injury, just enough to teach him a proper lesson. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists striking flesh rang out in succession. Wang Jing's agonized screams grew fainter, his complexion shifting from purple to ashen white, with more traces of blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yet he dared not utter a single harsh word, only suppressed whimpers escaping him. Li Ku cowered behind the crowd, his triangular eyes filled with sheer terror, not even daring to entertain the thought of escape. He now felt only relief that Xiao Yun had not set his sights on him. The chubby youth stood nearby, watching Wang Jing's miserable state with a face full of vindicated glee. Only when he felt satisfied with the beating did Xiao Yun cease his fists. He looked down at the barely breathing Wang Jing, his gaze icy cold. "If you cause me trouble again, I won't hesitate to make you truly bedridden for half a month." Wang Jing lay on the ground, too pained to speak, staring at Xiao Yun with venomous eyes, yet no longer daring to harbor any thought of resistance. Xiao Yun rose to his feet, dusting off his clothes, but his gaze never left Wang Jing. The surrounding disciples all lowered their heads, none daring to utter a word. If even Wang Jing had been beaten to such a state, who would dare provoke Xiao Yun? Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Li Ku quietly turned to slip away amidst the chaos. Yet he suddenly noticed that after speaking his final words, Xiao Yun became utterly still, fixated on Wang Jing. Such a familiar feeling. Li Ku thought, his intense curiosity halting his steps. The other disciples soon noticed Xiao Yun's peculiar behavior, but none dared to break the silence. The fierce image of Xiao Yun riding atop Wang Jing and pummeling him was still fresh in their minds. Oh, what if Xiao Yun, displeased, decided to beat them as well? Time slipped away in an eerie silence. Visualization successful. Choose 1. 10 attribute points. 2. Cultivation experience for Qi condensation 5th layer. 3. Spirit-shattering collapse. Xiao Yun stared at the 3 options that materialized in his mind, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. Previously, his batch visualization of outer disciples had yielded mostly useless techniques and methods. This time, visualizing Wang Jing had directly granted him cultivation experience for the Qi condensation 5th layer and an exclusive technique. Indeed, visualizing higher realm cultivators resulted in a surge in reward quality. He pondered briefly, concluding that attribute points could be acquired anytime and cultivation experience was not particularly crucial for him at the moment. However, this spirit-shattering collapse sounded domineering even by name, perfectly filling the gap in his arsenal where powerful offensive techniques were lacking. Choose 3. Spirit-shattering collapse. The instant the thought settled, Xiao Yun's eyes snapped shut as a deluge of information flooded his mind. Every intricate detail of spirit-shattering collapse was etched deeply into his consciousness. The core of this technique involved compressing dispersed spiritual energy to a high degree, then unleashing its destructive force through the dual effects of vibration and explosion, concentrating the devastation into a single point and resulting in terrifying lethality. Moreover, the further one cultivated this technique, the more explosions a single attack could generate, exponentially increasing its power. No wonder it's called spirit-shattering collapse. Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. However, this technique demanded exceptional physical fortitude from its user, otherwise it risked inflicting 1,000 losses on the enemy while suffering 800 of one's own. This requirement perfectly matched Xiao Yun's current condition, as if the technique were tailor-made for him. This also explained why Wang Jing had previously hidden such a formidable technique away. Presumably, even if Wang Jing had learned to execute it, he dared not unleash it in combat. As for where Wang Jing had obtained this technique, Xiao Yun had no interest in probing. After all, it was now his possession, dwelling on its origin was pointless. The surrounding disciples continued to watch Xiao Yun, seeing him stand with closed eyes for a long while, his brow sometimes relaxing and sometimes furrowing, yet still none dared to disturb him. The ruthlessness with which Xiao Yun had beaten Wang Jing was still vivid before their eyes, and his current inscrutable demeanor only made him seem more mysterious and fearsome. Li Ku, hidden behind the crowd, felt a chill run down his spine as Xiao Yun seemed to come back to his senses. He stealthily retreated a few more steps, terrified that Xiao Yun might suddenly remember him and drag him out for another beating. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, a newfound certainty in his gaze. He glanced at the groaning Wang Jing on the ground, then swept his eyes over the silent, trembling disciples, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This time he had not only established his authority deterring ordinary troublemakers, but also unexpectedly acquired a powerful technique, a substantial gain. As for Wang Jing's brother rumored to be at the Foundation establishment realm, he felt no concern. He refused to believe that a Foundation establishment cultivator would brazenly bully a newly initiated Qi condensation disciple. That would be far too beneath his dignity. All of you disperse. Stop crowding around. Xiao Yun's voice was not loud, but it brought immense relief to the surrounding disciples who hurried away with heads bowed, not daring to cast another glance. Li Ke fled faster than a rabbit, vanishing from sight in an instant. Xiao Yun turned and headed toward his wooden hut. He had only taken 2 steps when he heard hurried footsteps behind him, accompanied by a slightly hesitant call, "Senior brother Xiao, wait." He turned to see the chubby youth clutching the gray storage pouch at his waist, rushing up to him. "Senior brother Xiao, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, not only would my spirit stones have been stolen, but I might have been beaten too." "You don't need to thank me. Wang Jing sought trouble with me on his own, or it had nothing to do with you, and I didn't act to save you." Xiao Yun's expression was indifferent. Indeed, he had never once considered helping this chubby youth. Detectable visualization target detected. Visualization time required 1 minute. "I still have to thank you. Without you, I would have been in deep trouble today." The chubby youth said with firm conviction, "My name is Liu Bei. If you ever need anything, senior brother, just call on me." "What did you say your name was?" Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. "Liu Bei. What's wrong, senior brother? Is my name that strange?" Liu Bei asked, somewhat puzzled. "Do you happen to have 2 sworn brothers named Guan Yu and Zhang Fei?" Xiao Yun, now intrigued and seeing an opportunity for visualization, asked jokingly. As far as I know. Probably not." Liu Bei found Xiao Yun rather odd. First he stared at Wang Jing for ages, and now he was saying such inexplicable things. Maybe geniuses were just like that. Never mind. Just pretend you didn't hear that. Xiao Yun waved his hand. Such a coincidence was impossible. They chatted for a while longer, and Xiao Yun learned that Liu Bei was a local of Qingyun City with parents running a small business there. Shortly after the notification of successful visualization chimed, Xiao Yun bid Liu Bei farewell. Before leaving, he promised Liu Bei that he could come to him if he ever encountered trouble. Xiao Yun considered Liu Bei a sincere person who had shown backbone when oppressed by Wang Jing, and had even seemed to want to step in and help during the fight. "He's a good man. If I can lend a hand in the future, it wouldn't hurt." Xiao Yun dismissed the thought, allocated his attribute points, and sat cross-legged to continue his cultivation. He had just heard from Liu Bei that an elder would be giving a collective lecture tomorrow. If he could secure a spot at the front, he might have the chance to visualize an outer sect elder. The sky above Blaze Peak had yet to fully brighten, the dark red spirit tiles on the rooftops glowing with only the faintest light. When Xiao Yun opened his eyes, the wooden hut was still so quiet that only the occasional low chirp of a spirit bird broke the silence. He had risen a full hour earlier than usual solely to secure a good spot for the sermon. Pushing open the wooden door, his footsteps fell upon the dew-kissed bluestone path, producing only the softest rustling sound. The sermon ground was situated halfway up Blaze Peak, an open expanse paved with smooth bluestone. Rows of gray-white meditation cushions were already arranged, and at the front stood a half-meter-high wooden platform with a table evidently prepared for the elder who would deliver the teachings. As Xiao Yun drew nearer, he noticed a handful of disciples had already arrived. 3 disciples were huddled on the cushions at the back, some still yawning, while others leafed through their technique manuals. Only one person sat in the front row on the left side, his back ramrod straight, clutching a copy of the basic Qi condensation art tightly to his chest. Who else could it be but Liu Bei? "Senior brother Xiao." Liu Bei spotted Xiao Yun first, his eyes instantly lighting up. He quickly rose from his cushion, his voice low but brimming with excitement. "You're here early too." Xiao Yun walked over, his gaze sweeping across the scene as understanding dawned. This kid had probably arrived before dawn had even broken. "When did you get here?" "I came in the dead of night." Liu Bei rubbed his hands together, a simple, honest smile on his face. "I was afraid if I came late there wouldn't be any good spots left. I heard from the menial disciples that you can hear the technique explanations more clearly from the front rows during the elder's sermon." Xiao Yun nodded inwardly. Although Liu Bai's aptitude for cultivation was poor, he was exceptionally diligent. However, Xiao Yun had heard that those with a yellow-grade spiritual root found it extremely difficult to reach Foundation establishment, with most people trapped in the Qi condensation realm for life. Let alone Liu Bei with his Onianatinthes and yellow-grade spiritual root. "Forget it, this isn't something I can interfere with," he sighed softly, withdrawing his focus. He looked at the 2 empty seats in the middle of the first row directly facing the wooden platform with an unobstructed view. "Perfect, let's sit here." Liu Bei nodded, eagerly following Xiao Yun to the center of the front row. He carefully placed the manual in his lap, as if afraid of damaging it. The three disciples at the back heard the commotion and looked up. Recognizing Xiao Yun as the ruthless one who had beaten Wang Jing the day before, their eyes held a touch more reverence. They quietly edged away, none daring to contend for the front row seats. After sitting down, Xiao Yun scanned the wooden platform. It was about 8 meters away. If the elder sat down to lecture, he would have ample opportunity to complete his visualization without being detected. The distance is just right, he thought with secret delight, already anticipating the elder's arrival. The morning mist gradually dissipated, and a faint fish-belly white appeared in the east. The spirit tiles on Blaze Peak were tinged with pale gold by the dawn light, and more disciples were gathering on the sermon ground. The sermon ground gradually grew lively, with disciples whispering to each other, barely containing their excitement. Suddenly, as if someone had noticed something, the murmuring crowd fell silent. Xiao Yun looked up and saw an old man in a dark brown elder's robe walking slowly towards them. The old man had a full head of white hair and a white beard, leaning on a staff. With each step he took, the surrounding fire-attributed spiritual energy rippled faintly, marking him as an outer sect elder of Blaze Peak. "The elder is here," someone shouted. All the disciples straightened their backs, their gazes fixed on the old man. Xiao Yun also sat up straight, his eyes settling on the elder. Detectable visualization target detected. Required visualization time 6 hours. The system prompt sounded. Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking outer sect elders are all at the foundation establishment stage. The gap in our strength is immense, but fortunately the visualization time isn't absurd. The sermon will definitely last longer than 3 hours, so completing the visualization shouldn't be a problem. At the same time, he recalled the middle-aged cultivator he had encountered earlier. That person's cultivation must have been far above the current outer sect elders, and combined with his own low strength at the time, it had resulted in that ridiculous 20-year condition. The outer sect elder slowly ascended the wooden platform and settled into the master's chair behind the table. His gaze swept over the disciples below as he began. Today's sermon will cover how chi condensation cultivators can stabilize their spiritual power and the basic application of fire-attributed spiritual energy. Most of you are newly initiated disciples. Do not dismiss the fundamentals as useless. A solid foundation is the key to traveling far in the future. As his words fell, the disciples below nodded in agreement. A few in the front rows even took out paper and brushes, preparing to take notes. Xiao Yun also sat up straighter. His gaze seemed fixed on the elder, but from the corner of his eye he was monitoring the slowly advancing visualization progress bar. In his mind, current visualization progress 1/6. He nodded to himself. As long as he kept the elder within his line of sight, the progress would increase steadily, without requiring intense concentration. The elder's lecture began with the circulation of spiritual energy in the basic chi condensation art, repeating the same points found in any manual guide: spiritual energy into the dantian slowly, and avoid impatience during the great cycle. For the first half hour, the disciples listened attentively, even those at the back who had been yawning, forcing themselves to stay alert. But after an hour, when the elder was still explaining that fire-attributed spiritual energy should not directly clash with water-attributed spiritual energy, the audience began to stir. A disciple in the back row, wearing a red outer sect robe, quietly pulled a fruit from his storage pouch and took small bites. 2 others beside him were writing short messages on their palms to communicate, their eyes glazed over, clearly having long stopped listening. One even secretly circulated his spiritual energy, attempting to form a small fireball, only to hurriedly stop when the elder pointed at him with his staff. Yet he still slumped his head, looking half asleep. "Sigh, if I'd known it would be this content, I might as well have stayed in my room to practice breathing and meditation," Liu Bei whispered softly beside Xiao Yun. His hand, however, kept writing down key points the elder mentioned. But his handwriting was growing increasingly sloppy, a clear sign he was also struggling to hold on. He stole a glance at Xiao Yun, who remained upright and focused, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Senior brother, Xiao, do you already understand everything the elder is saying? It feels like I've heard most of this before." Xiao Yun gave a slight nod, his eyes not leaving the elder. It wasn't to absorb the content, but to maintain the visualization progress. Inwardly he sighed. The path of immortal cultivation truly relied on one's own enlightenment and opportunities. The elders wrote teaching was no different from the basic chi condensation art manual issued by the sect, merely adding a bit of verbal explanation. For disciples truly seeking improvement, it was almost useless. If he hadn't been watching the progress bar inch up, he would have long since drifted off, contemplating other things like the rest. Another hour passed, and the sun climbed higher, raising the temperature on Blaze Peak. The disciples on the sermon ground grew even more lax. More than 70% were mentally absent. Some stared blankly at the spirit herbs beside the platform, others leaned against stone pillars dozing off, and a few had simply taken out their own technique manuals reading them while treating the elder's sermon as mere background noise. The elder coughed a few times trying to recapture their attention, but the only response was a few perfunctory yes sirs from the audience. Even the disciples who had been taking notes had stopped their fingers tapping absently on the pages. Xiao Yun scanned his surroundings and found that besides himself only Liu Bei and a few disciples in the front rows were still listening attentively. He checked the visualization progress bar in his mind and saw it had reached 72, a wave of relief washing over him. At this rate, the visualization would surely succeed by the time the sermon ended. As for the elder's lecture, it went in one ear and out the other, serving merely as a bit of entertainment. The sun shifted, and the cicadas on the sermon ground began to chirp. The disciples' lethargy deepened. Even the elder's own lecture slowed down, occasionally punctuated by a cough as he tried to recall his train of thought. Yet Xiao Yun remained steadfast and unmoving, his gaze fixed on the elder. At the same time, the elder also noticed Xiao Yun, who had been staring at him with unwavering concentration. As the elder lectured, his gaze swept across the hall and landed on Xiao Yun for the third time. Unlike the other disciples who were either daydreaming or dozing off, this youth remained upright with his back straight, his eyes fixed on the elder, without the slightest distraction, not even his fingers fidgeting unconsciously, as if he were truly absorbing the fundamental teachings into his heart. The elder felt a flicker of astonishment in his heart, which then gave way to a sense of delight. Although there were many outer disciples at the Blaze Peak, most were either of mediocre talent or restless temperament. It was rare to encounter one so focused. He decided to test whether this disciple truly understood or was merely putting on a show. The elder shifted his tone, abandoning his straightforward lecture. He looked at Xiao Yun and asked in a measured voice, "This disciple, I just spoke of stabilizing spiritual energy at the qi condensation stage by avoiding stagnation in the meridians. Tell me, if spiritual energy were to inadvertently stagnate in the wrist meridians, how would you guide it?" As these words were uttered, the transmission square fell into an instant hush. The disciples who had been distracted were jolted awake, turning their gazes toward Xiao Yun, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Liu Bei nervously tugged at Xiao Yun's sleeve and whispered a reminder, "Senior brother Xiao, the elder is asking you." Xiao Yun was taken aback, thinking to himself, this is bad. He had been so absorbed in watching the visualization progress bar that he hadn't paid close attention to the elder's subsequent teachings. The question struck him as somewhat unfamiliar at first. Yet he reacted swiftly, instantly recalling his own cultivation experiences and attempting to weave them into an impromptu understanding. Composing himself, he cupped his fists toward the wooden platform and said, "In reply, elder, this disciple believes that when spiritual energy becomes stagnant, one should not forcibly propel it through the meridians. Instead, slow the breath and use intent to guide a small amount of spiritual energy gently combing along the meridian pathways, where the stagnation lies, much like using a fine needle to untangle a knotted thread. If the stagnation is severe, one can also draw on external spiritual energy for assistance. For instance, guiding a wisp of medicinal spiritual energy into the meridians to stimulate the flow of the stagnant energy. This method both guides and spares the meridians from damage." This was no rote recitation, it was specific and practical. After hearing it, the elder's eyes lit up, and he tapped his walking stick lightly on the desk, his voice ringing out with greater vigor. "Well said. Well said indeed." He turned his gaze to the disciples below, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. "Listen to him. You all hear the same teachings, but some let it go in one ear and out the other, while others can integrate it with their own cultivation and articulate such insight. Stabilizing spiritual energy isn't just about memorizing, avoid stagnation. The key is knowing how to guide it. That's true understanding." The surrounding disciples sized up Xiao Yun with curiosity. They hadn't expected that this fierce one who had just thrashed Wang Jing possessed not only formidable strength, but also such remarkable comprehension. Liu Bei gazed at him with adoration and whispered, "Senior brother Xiao, you're incredible. I didn't even understand what the elder was asking." Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief, stealing a glance at the progress bar. Thankfully, his response hadn't interrupted it. The elder's attitude toward him grew noticeably warmer, and during subsequent lectures he would occasionally pose a question or two to Xiao Yun. This proved a trial for Xiao Yun. He had only needed to casually monitor the progress bar, but now he had to exert mental effort to address the elder's questions. At times the elder grew so animated that he would rise and pace a few steps. On several occasions he nearly strayed beyond 10 meters of Xiao Yun, causing the latter's heart to race with alarm. Fortunately, Xiao Yun's mind held ample knowledge, allowing him to barely field most of the elder's inquiries. Another hour passed, and the visualization progress bar finally jumped to 100. Visualization successful. Options 1. 100 attribute points. 2. Foundation establishment initial stage cultivation insights. 3. Profound grade spirit root. 4. Crimson blaze art. 5. Crimson dragon technique. The prompt sounded in his mind, and Xiao Yun's heart surged with elation. Truly a foundation establishment cultivator was different, not only offering more attribute points, but also a wider selection of rewards. Yet a trace of disappointment flickered across Xiao Yun's face. Being at the initial stage of foundation establishment at this age indicated that the elder possessed neither high cultivation talent nor significant fortune, so the rewards were hardly rare. Xiao Yun had no current need for cultivation insights. The elder's spirit root was likely among the poorer of the profound grade, offering limited enhancement to himself. Moreover, as his own strength grew, he would encounter more prodigies in the future, making it more efficient to upgrade his spirit root then. As for the two techniques, though powerful, they were publicly available for exchange among disciples of the Blaze Peak, and not uncommon. The system had indicated that the spiritual eyes attribute points could advance after reaching 1,000, so perhaps the four-dimensional attributes could as well. If he distributed these 100 attribute points evenly, it would be just enough to push each of his four-dimensional attributes past 100. Choose 1 attribute points. With a thought, Xiao Yun allocated the 100 points evenly across his 4 attributes. At that very moment, the system panel suddenly underwent a change. Detected host attribute breakthrough. 4-dimensional attribute transformation. Initial diamond body 13 requires 1-0 to advance initial avalanche force 16 requires 1-0 to advance initial wind shadow 14 requires 1-0 to advance initial divine sense 5 requires 1-0 to advance. He had guessed correctly. As the panel transformed, Xiao Yun showed no outward change, but internally a cataclysmic shift occurred. He felt a surge of violent power accumulate within his body, while simultaneously sensing an incredible lightness, as if a single push could launch him into the sky. What astonished Xiao Yun most was the mutation of his 5 senses. The boundaries of hearing, seeing, and touching dissolved. Every movement within a 50-meter radius directly imprinted itself as an image in his mind. He discreetly tried to expand his perception range, but beyond 50 meters the images grew blurry. Clearly the limit of the initial divine sense was 50 meters. Yet even so, this ability far exceeded his expectations. Henceforth, within 50 meters no movement could escape his perception. Xiao Yun rubbed his wrist, the thought of visualization stirring within him. Since the elder had finished his visualization, and with so many disciples around, it would be a waste not to observe them. But just as he was about to shift his gaze, the elder approached and began posing questions to Xiao Yun. He realized that his earlier brilliant performance had now become an obstacle to observing others. The elder's gaze remained locked on his face, noting even where his eyes strayed. The surrounding disciples also stared at him, and Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. At this moment, fixing his eyes on anyone would be conspicuous. Of visualization could not be concealed. He abandoned the thought, deciding to calmly endure until the lecture ended. There would be plenty of opportunities later. Now, with the elder watching him, it wasn't worth the risk. The elder, naturally unaware of Xiao Yun's thoughts, watched the sun gradually sink westward. His gaze toward Xiao Yun had shifted from initial appreciation to evident fondness. When the sun reached the mountainside, the elder finally announced the end of the lecture. After class, he specifically asked for Xiao Yun's name and hut number, telling him to feel free to visit the elder's residence if he encountered any problems in cultivation. He also revealed his own name, Chen Chuan. Xiao Yun could only nod in acknowledgement, though inwardly he resolved to keep his distance from Elder Chen in the future. In a secluded area of the blazing peak's rear mountain, a massive slab of azure rock stood silently amidst the woods. This stone was notoriously tough, and outer disciples often came here to practice, yet the most they could leave behind were shallow fist prints. But at this moment, just as Xiao Yun withdrew his right fist from the rock's surface, a dull rumble echoed. The center of the azure stone suddenly collapsed, sending fragments scattering like raindrops. As the dust settled, a gaping hole 1 zhang in diameter and 5 qi deep came into view, its walls still lined with cracks from the shockwave of the punch. Xiao Yun shook his right hand, his knuckles faintly glowing. When he threw that punch, he hadn't even channeled the spiritual energy compression of the soul-shaking collapse. It was pure physical strength alone that yielded such power. There was no pain in his palm. The resilience of his diamond body rendered him impervious to impacts of this magnitude, not even a scratch on his skin. The spiritual energy of the 3rd Qi condensation stage combined with my current physical strength truly makes a difference, he murmured to himself, gathering a wisp of pale, white spiritual energy at his fingertip. It had been exactly 1 month since he joined the Qingyun sect on the day of initiation. During this month, he had successfully broken through to the 3rd stage of Qi condensation and was not far from the 4th. Even his aptitude had improved to 50% through visualization. This speed was astonishing among the outer disciples. Ordinary new disciples who had been in the sect for a month were considered lucky if they could even touch the threshold of the first chi condensation stage. Even those with a profound grade spiritual root could at most reach the second stage. Yet Xiao Yun had quietly surged to the third stage. If he hadn't deliberately kept a low profile, only occasionally showing his skills when Liu Bei sought his advice, he would have long been noticed by the outer sect stewards or elders. Throughout this month, Xiao Yun had devoted almost all his time to cultivation and visualization. During the day, he hid in the rear mountain or beside the deserted spirit fields, familiarizing himself with the application of his four-dimensional attributes while honing the soul-shaking collapse. Now he could compress spiritual energy 3 times within a punch, achieving a triple burst. At night, while other disciples were meditating or resting, he would quietly engage in visualization. Outer disciples, servants, and even stewards all became his targets for observation. Fortunately, Xiao Yun possessed the divine sense, allowing him to probe his surroundings. Otherwise, with his method of visualization, he would eventually be discovered and branded a peeping Tom to be avoided by all. The gains from visualization were immense, his attributes skyrocketed like a rocket. However, unlike before, the boost from increasing attributes was no longer as significant and could even be considered negligible. What concerned Xiao Yun more was that all his attributes had stopped increasing after reaching 999. He opened the system panel. Current attributes: initial diamond body 999 requires 1000 to advance, initial mountain crushing force 999 requires 1000 to advance, initial wind shadow step 999 requires 1000 to advance, initial divine sense 999 requires 1000 to advance, initial spirit I 999 requires 1000 to advance, spiritual root 5. 0 profound grade 5 attributes. Detected that the host's four-dimensional attributes and spirit I have all reached the current realm's upper limit, 999,999. Further upgrades require breaking through to the 10th chi condensation stage. The 10th chi condensation stage. Xiao Yun mused as he read the prompt on the system panel. That makes sense. If I could infinitely increase my attribute points, it would indeed be too unfair. Bro Xiao, that punch of yours is absolutely terrifying. A familiar voice came from the woods. Liu Bei, carrying a cloth bag of spirit fruits, ran over. His eyes went wide when he saw the massive hole in the azure rock. I heard the noise all the way from the spirit fields. I thought someone was casting a spell. Xiao Yun withdrew his spiritual energy and looked at Liu Bei. During this month, with occasional guidance from Xiao Yun, Liu Bei had also broken through to the first chi condensation stage. For someone with such poor aptitude, this was already quite fast. The relationship between the two had also grown much closer. Just practicing. Be careful not to get hit by the flying debris. Liu Bei nodded repeatedly and handed over a bright red spirit fruit. I picked these for a few senior brothers in the spirit fields. They gave me 2. Try it, they say it can replenish some spiritual energy. Xiao Yun took the spirit fruit, feeling the gentle spiritual energy at his fingertips. With a sweep of his spirit eye, he confirmed it was just an ordinary red heart fruit and took a bite. The sweet juice flowed down his throat, and a trace of spiritual energy indeed dispersed into his dantian. The two chatted for a while, with Liu Bei mentioning the latest news among the outer disciples. After recovering from his injuries, Wang Jing had stopped causing trouble. It was said that his elder brother Wang Yiming had scolded him severely, making him much more subdued. Then Liu Bei scratched his head, leaned in closer, and lowered his voice, barely containing his excitement. Bro Xiao, I also heard that in half a year the sect is going to hold an outer sect grand competition. Not just our blazing peak, but outer disciples under 30 from all 5 main peaks, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, can participate. Xiao Yun was wiping stone dust off his knuckles and paused at the news. Outer sect, grand competition. Having been in the sect for a month, his mind had been entirely on cultivation and visualization, so he hadn't heard of this. Exactly. Liu Bei's eyes lit up. I heard the rewards are incredibly generous. Those who rank high can get medium-grade spirit stones, pick a profound-grade technique from the inner sect scripture pavilion, and there's even a marrow cleansing pill to improve one's spiritual root. Even if you don't get a rank, just participating gets you 5 low-grade spirit stones. His voice rose a little at the mention of 5 low-grade spirit stones. With his poor aptitude, most of the 10 low-grade spirit stones he received monthly went to buying basic pills. 5 spirit stones were no small matter to him. But then he scratched his cheek again, a bit embarrassed, and added, but that senior brother also said the grand competition is usually for disciples who have been in the sect for years and are above the 8th chi condensation stage. Newbies like us can at most go for the excitement and don't expect to get a rank. Xiao Yun twirled the remaining half of the red heart fruit between his fingers, his mind churning. Outer disciples from all 5 main peaks gathering meant he could come into contact with more high-level cultivators, those at the 6th, 7th, even 8th, or 9th chi condensation stage. If he could use the competition as an opportunity for visualization, he might gain unexpected rewards. Although he couldn't add attribute points now, he could store the points gained from visualization and apply them all at once after breaking through to the 10th chi condensation stage in the future. Moreover, the Spirit Stone rewards were a tangible boost for him now. Just going for the excitement is fine too. Seeing that Xiao Yun remained silent, Liu Bei grinned again. We'll go together then. After we get those 5 Spirit Stones, I'll treat you to some spirit rice cakes. By the way, bro Xiao, with your skills maybe you could even snatch a rank. He said this without much confidence. The higher the cultivation realm, the greater the gap between stages. It was common for a 2nd stage chi condensation cultivator to defeat a 3rd stage one, but it was very difficult for a 9th stage to defeat a 10th stage. Although Xiao Yun had previously defeated Wang Jing, who was at the 5th chi condensation stage, Wang Jing was just a good for-nothing who relied on his elder brother. His actual strength was far weaker than that of a typical cultivator at the same stage, only capable of bullying newly initiated disciples. But in his heart, Xiao Yun's true strength was very mysterious, almost bizarre, and he might just have a chance. Xiao Yun looked at Liu Bai's expectant eyes, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Oh, you think I can get a rank? Of course. Liu Bei nodded immediately, his tone resolute. Xiao Yun didn't respond, but he had already decided that the grand competition was indeed worth attending. We'll see when the time comes, Xiao Yun said, handing the remaining red heart fruit back to Liu Bei. First, solidify your foundation at the 1st chi condensation stage. Don't end up not even qualifying to participate. Although the outer sect grand competition had no threshold, it required disciples to at least be at the 1st chi condensation stage. Liu Bei had just broken through and indeed needed to stabilize his realm. Liu Bei took the spirit fruit and nodded firmly. Just as the two were about to head back, Xiao Yun spotted a vaguely familiar figure in the distance. Xiao Yun gazed ahead, relying on his extraordinary vision to soon make out the approaching figure. She wore the light blue outer robe of the water peak, the hem swaying gently with her steps, and a small water tribute spiritual ornament pinned in her hair. It was Lin Yue, whom he hadn't seen for a month. She walked briskly along the forest path, clearly having made a special trip. Brother Xiao, that senior sister is. She seems to be walking toward us. Liu Bei also noticed Lin Yue approaching the two of them, his eyes instantly fixed on her as he muttered under his breath, "She's really too beautiful." Having grown up in Qingyun City, he was accustomed to common townswomen and had never before seen a cultivator with such an ethereal temperament. For a moment, he forgot to move his feet. Xiao Yun didn't respond. His spiritual vision had already been quietly activated. Lin Yu was surrounded by faint water tribute spiritual energy. Her chi flows steady and condensed clearly already at the 3rd level of chi condensation. As expected of a spiritual root nearing Earth grade, Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. He had only reached the 3rd level through the enhancement of visualization, yet Lin Yue, relying solely on her talent, had caught up within a month. This aptitude was truly astonishing. Before they could step forward, Lin Yu also spotted Xiao Yun, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Her eyes lit up and her pace instantly quickened. The hem of her robe brushed past the spiritual herbs by the roadside as she rushed over. She stopped in front of Xiao Yun, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Her originally clear eyes were now filled with excitement, and her voice carried a tremor. "Senior brother Xiao, I finally found you. I was afraid I'd come to the wrong place." Xiao Yun looked at her flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, his own mood lightening. He nodded with a smile and asked, "Long time no see. How did you come to the Fire Peak? I've been looking for you for ages. I didn't expect you to be hiding out here in the back mountain." Lin Yu raised a hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her fingertips still carrying the light sweat from the journey. "I just wanted to see how you've been. It's been a month, and really you haven't sent any news at all." "You haven't sent any news either," Xiao Yun chuckled lightly. "I haven't sent any news." Lin Yu's lips parted slightly, looking incredulous. "I've been writing to you every few days, but you haven't replied to a single one." After a month at the sect, Lin Yu had clearly shed her ladylike style, and the lively side of a young girl had taken over. Writing letters. The sect has a mailbox." This time it was Xiao Yun's turn to be surprised. Liu Bei, listening dumbfounded on the side, couldn't help but interject, "Brother Xiao, is this your first day at the sect?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu shook her head helplessly, then turned to look at Liu Bei and said, "You must be Brother Xiao's friend. Nice to meet you. My name is Lin Yu. Just call me by my name." This was Liu Bai's first time talking to such a beautiful girl, and he found himself stuttering, "Nice to meet you. My name is Liu Bei and be Brother Xiao's follower." Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at this teasing Xiao Yun. "Senior brother Xiao, I didn't know you had followers." Xiao Yun said helplessly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, footsteps were heard again from the forest. The footsteps were slow and heavy, yet carried a deliberate composure. A young man in the light blue outer robe of the water peak walked slowly into view. He appeared to be about 20 years old with handsome features and slightly raised brows. At his waist hung a smooth pearl jade pendant. The youth's gaze first fell on Lin Yue, and a gentle smile instantly spread in his eyes. However, when his gaze swept over Xiao Yun, the smile abruptly faded, replaced by a trace of faint coldness. If Xiao Yun hadn't been sharp with his divine sense, he probably wouldn't have caught it. The youth walked over to Lin Yue, deliberately leaning close to her, almost brushing her sleeve, before asking, "Junior sister Lin, what are you doing here? I waited for you at the Water Peak's mountain gate for half an hour. I thought you had already returned." Lin Yu instinctively moved half a step closer to Xiao Yun, her robe lightly brushing against his clothes, her voice turning cooler. "Senior, Brother Qi Lei. I came to the Fire Peak to visit a friend. I don't see why I need to report to you." "A friend?" Qi Lei's gaze landed on Xiao Yun, sizing him up from head to toe. Xiao Yun was wearing the most ordinary outer robe of the Fire Peak, with a bit of gravel dust from the Qingxian rock on his cuffs, looking utterly unremarkable. His gaze paused on the spiritual energy fluctuations around Xiao Yun, his brows lifting slightly, and his tone carried a hint of scrutiny. "This junior brother looks unfamiliar. You must have joined the sect not long ago, right? Your cultivation? Third level of Qi condensation. His name is Xiao Yun, a friend I've known since Qingyun City." Lin Yu interjected, her tone carrying a hint of protectiveness. Before Lin Yu could finish, Qi Lei let out a light laugh, a note of dismissiveness in it. "Third level of Qi condensation, not bad talent, quite decent for the Fire Peak." Liu Bei caught the disdain in Qi Lei's words towards the Fire Peak and couldn't help but ask accusingly, "Senior brother, do you have some complaint about our Fire Peak?" Qi Lei glanced at Liu Bei, his disdain deepening. "Only the first level of Qi condensation. With the Fire Peak recruiting so many people every year, the quality is indeed a mixed bag. Besides, water overcomes fire, little fatty. I suggest you watch your tone when speaking to me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was taken aback. Is this guy brain damaged? Although the 5 elements mutually generate and overcome each other, there has never been a concept of superiority or inferiority. Can he really find a sense of superiority from this? However, he didn't get angry. Ignoring the successful visualization prompt from the system, he simply looked calmly at Qi Lei. His spiritual vision had already scanned the flow of his spiritual energy. 5th level of Qi condensation. The water attribute's spiritual energy in his meridians was very condensed, unlike Wang Jing's previous insubstantial state. It was clearly the result of solid training, not a hothouse flower propped up by resources. Qi Lei watched Lin Yu standing close to Xiao Yun, recalling her protectiveness of him, and then looked at the silent Xiao Yun. He couldn't help but sneer. "Junior brother Xiao, why so quiet? Are you just going to hide behind a woman?" Hearing Qi Lei's words, Liu Bai's face flushed red with anger. He clenched his fists and took a half step forward, his chubby body trembling slightly. "What nonsense are you talking? Brother Xiao isn't hiding behind anyone. You're the one talking in a sneering, sarcastic way, and you dare to insult Brother Xiao." He was usually honest and simple, but in his heart Xiao Yun was more reliable than his own brother. He couldn't stand anyone slandering him like this. Qi Lei glanced at Liu Bei, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "A useless piece of trash at the first level of Qi condensation dares to talk back to me. The people of the Fire Peak have poor cultivation, but plenty of nerve." Xiao Yun found it all rather amusing. He had long seen that this Qi Lei had feelings for Lin Yu, and was deliberately putting him down in front of her to gain a sense of superiority. With someone like this, reasoning was useless. With that thought, Xiao Yun spoke directly, his voice icy cold with an undisguised harshness. "You're a fucking moron. Were you born premature that your brain never developed properly?" The moment the words left his mouth, the forest fell into a silence so deep that the rustling of wind through the leaves was audible. Lin Yu's eyes widened in utter shock. The Xiao Yun she knew was either ruthlessly cold-blooded when facing bandits, calmly composed when resolving trouble in Qingyun City, or gently indifferent in casual conversation. She had never seen him use such foul language and was momentarily frozen, unable to react. Liu Bai's mouth hung open, taking a long time to close. Brother Xiao rarely even used harsh words. Why the sudden outburst of profanity? Qi Lei was the most stunned. He stood there dumbfounded, the contempt on his face frozen into shock, as if he hadn't heard what was just said. After a couple of seconds, he pointed at Xiao Yun, his voice changing pitch. You dare to curse me?" He was at the 5th level of Qi condensation, 2 minor realms above Xiao Yun. He was a disciple of the Water Peak, and according to the 5 elements, water overcomes fire. He was also a figure of some standing among the outer disciples of the Water Peak, usually treated with respect by junior brothers and sisters. And this mere 3rd level Qi condensation disciple from the Fire Peak dared to curse him and so crudely. Xiao Yun's face was full of contempt as he spoke again. "I'm cursing a brainless fool like you." Qi Lei was about to lose his temper, but seeing Lin Yu standing nearby, he suppressed his anger and gritted out through clenched teeth, "Brat for junior sister Lin Sake. If you apologize properly and stay away from her from now on, I'll let your reckless words slide." "Idiot." Xiao Yun let out a scornful laugh. Qi Lei's face twisted from shock to an ashen pallor, his fingers whitening as he clenched them tight. He had hoped to display a senior's magnanimity before Lin Yu, forcing Xiao Yun to apologize and show weakness, thereby highlighting his own generosity while exposing Xiao Yun's insignificance. But Xiao Yun's dismissive idiot struck like two slaps across his face, shredding the last remnants of his pretense. "Fine, fine, fine." Qi Lei spat out 3 consecutive fines, his voice seething with barely contained fury. "Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being ruthless." Before his words faded, a surge of blue light erupted from his hands, instantly condensing the moisture in the air into a translucent wall of water that trapped Xiao Yun within. The water wall stood about a zhang high, its surface shimmering with fine ripples of spiritual energy, a common trapping technique used by disciples of the water peak, known as the water prison art. "Xiao Yun!" Lin Yu cried out, rushing forward to intervene, but Qi Lei blocked her. "Junior sister Lin, stay out of this. This brat knows no respect. Today I must teach him a lesson and show him the might of Water Peak." Inside the water prison, icy currents instantly coiled around Xiao Yun's limbs, fine strands of water binding his torso like vines, making even breathing a struggle. The water prison not only trapped its victim, but also suppressed internal spiritual energy through the flow, cutting off outside air. An ordinary disciple trapped inside would soon find their energy stagnating and their body weakening. Prolonged exposure could lead to suffocation and unconsciousness. Qi Lei watched Xiao Yun within the prison, a cruel smirk curling his lips. "Scared now? Kneel and apologize. Swear to stay away from junior sister Lin, and I'll let you out. Otherwise you can suffocate in there." But as his words died away, Xiao Yun suddenly looked up from within the prison, his eyes devoid of any panic, instead gleaming with icy mockery. Before Qi Lei could react, Xiao Yun's right fist clenched tight, pale white spiritual energy compressing abruptly on his knuckles, a violent aura swirling in his palm. The compression technique of spirit-shattering collapse had long been honed to perfection in his hands, and now he wielded it with effortless mastery. A resounding boom echoed through the woods, shaking the spiritual herbs as Xiao Yun's fist smashed into the inner wall of the water prison. The compressed spiritual energy detonated instantly. The first burst alone shattered the entire water prison into fragments. Water splattered like a torrential rain, mingled with shards of spiritual energy scattered by the blast. Before the water droplets could even fall, Xiao Yun's figure flickered like a phantom, his physical speed pushed to its limit. As Qi Lei was still reeling from the shock of his water prison being broken, Xiao Yun had already closed the distance, his right foot slamming into Qi Lei's abdomen like a heavy hammer. A crisp crack of bone rang through the forest, more chilling than the earlier explosion. Qi Lei's body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing against the azure rock behind him with a dull thud. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the frothy spittle mixed with reddish fragments of internal organs. Curled on the ground, he couldn't even let out a scream, only clutching his abdomen in vain, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. How could he fathom that a mere third-level chi condensation disciple from Fire Peak could shatter his fifth-level water prison art? How could he possess such blinding speed? How could a single kick break his ribs and shatter his internal organs? You. Qi Lei coughed blood, his trembling finger pointing at Xiao Yun, unable to form a single coherent sentence. Lin Yu stood frozen, her face a mask of astonishment. She had known Xiao Yun was formidable, but never to this extent. A fifth-level chi condensation cultivator like Qi Lei didn't even stand a chance to fight back. At the same time, the memory of their encounter at Qingyuan flashed through her mind, and a strange thought crept in. Could Xiao Yun send anyone flying with a single kick? Liu Bei, aware of Xiao Yun's prowess, was startled, but far calmer than Lin Yu. He rushed to Xiao Yun's side, his face brimming with admiration. "Brother Xiao, that was insane. That kick was so satisfying." Xiao Yun was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected his blow to pack such power. Qi Lei curled on the ground, his fingers digging deep into the crevices of the bluestone. The searing pain in his abdomen darkened his vision, yet as he looked at Xiao Yun's composed demeanor, a surge of unwilling fury flared from the depths of his heart. He fumbled for his storage pouch, his trembling fingers pulling out a smooth green pill that glowed with a faint spiritual light. Even before it came close, a fresh herbal fragrance filled the air. "Green herb recovery pill." Lin Yu's pupils contracted as she blurted out, "Senior Brother Qi, this is a mid-grade pill that rapidly heals physical injuries. Why are you using it here?" The green herb recovery pill wasn't rare in the sect, but it wasn't something chi condensation disciples could squander freely. One pill cost at least 50 low-grade spirit stones, a sum that would take ordinary disciples half a year to save. Chi Lei had clearly gone all out. The pill dissolved on his tongue, and a warm wood-attributed spiritual energy instantly coursed through his limbs. The broken ribs tingled with a numbing itch, and the wound on his abdomen visibly stopped bleeding. Even his complexion regained some color. In just a few breaths, Chi Lei managed to stand leaning against the azure rock. Though his chest still heaved, he had shed his earlier dishevelment. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Yun, his eyes blazing with wild ferocity. Xiao Yun, you think this is over? If I don't cripple you today, my name isn't Chi Lei. Before his voice died, the water-attributed spiritual energy around him intensified several-fold, condensing into an arm-thick water spear in the air. The spear's tip was as sharp as a blade, its surface covered in fine ice crystals. Even before being thrown, it emitted a piercing whistle, clearly his ultimate technique. Brother Xiao, be careful. That's the frost water spear. It can freeze your meridians. Liu Bei shouted urgently, recalling what senior disciples had told him. The frost water spear was a technique only mastered by latest-stage chi condensation disciples of Water Peak, capable of piercing flesh and invading meridians with freezing cold, causing permanent damage. Lin Yu stamped her foot in desperation. Chi Lei, have you lost your mind? If you keep this up, there's no turning back. But Chi Lei paid no heed. He hurled the water spear at Xiao Yun, the projectile tracing a pale blue arc through the air, moving at twice the speed of the earlier water prison. It was about to strike Xiao Yun's chest. Xiao Yun, however, stood motionless until the spear was just a zhong away, then slowly raised his right fist. Pale white spiritual energy compressed rapidly on his knuckles, more concentrated than when he had shattered the water prison. The triple burst force of spirit-shattering collapse swirled in his palm, causing the very air to tremble. With a thunderous impact, his fist collided with the water spear, and the compressed spiritual energy exploded instantly. The first burst shattered the ice crystals on the spear's surface, the second tore apart the spear's core, and the third scattered the remaining water into a mist that hung in the air. Through the mist, Xiao Yun's figure flickered, appearing before Chi Lei in the blink of an eye. Before Chi Lei could muster his spiritual energy again, Xiao Yun's right foot slammed into his chest once more. This kick was heavier than the last, and a more rapid succession of bone cracks echoed. Chi Lei didn't even have time to scream. His body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the azure rock, bouncing off and rolling several zhong before lying still. Lin Yu and Liu Bei, already numbed by Xiao Yun's shock, rushed to Chi Lei's side. He lay, their eyes shut tight, his face ashen, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his breathing faint. Liu Bei checked his pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. He's still alive, just unconscious. Of course I held back, Xiao Yun said calmly. Xiao Yun flicked the residual ice shards from his fingertips. The tiny crystals fell onto the bluestone slab with a crisp ding-da, leaving a biting chill lingering on his skin. Although his physical body had withstood the cold, when he forcefully took the cold water spear, he could keenly feel the domineering nature of this technique. He mused to himself, this cold water spear is indeed extraordinary. Not only does it possess formidable penetrating power, but it can also attach cold energy to freeze meridians. If an ordinary chi condensation third-layer cultivator were to be grazed by this cold, their meridians would be crippled for half a month, even if they dodged the direct strike. With this thought, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes. Before dealing with Chi Lei, he had already completed his visualization, and the reward happened to include the cold water spear, so he decisively chose this overbearing technique. His current offensive techniques were mostly close combat-oriented. Soul-shattering palm required close contact to deliver its force, lacking any means of long-range harassment. However, the cold water spear could be thrown from a distance or used for close quarters, thrusting perfectly complementing soul-shattering palm. More importantly, he possessed a 5-element spiritual root. Although he was most proficient with fire attribute, his manipulation of water spiritual energy was not at all clumsy, allowing him to use the cold water spear with sufficient flexibility. The moment the thought settled, a torrent of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. From how to rapidly condense water spiritual energy into a spear form to adjusting the spear's density at different distances and the techniques for attaching cold energy. Every detail was as clear as instinct. As Xiao Yun's fingertips were still familiarizing themselves with the flow of water's spiritual energy, he suddenly sensed that Lin Weiner's aura beside him was off. She had been frowning at Chi Lei's miserable state just moments ago, but now she let out a soft ah, her brow furrowing even tighter, a clear trace of worry surfacing in her eyes, as if she was pondering a difficult problem. But before Xiao Yun could speak, Lin Weiner suddenly looked up at him. Her tightly knit brows instantly relaxed, the worry in her eyes vanished, replaced by a glimmer of anticipation. Even her tone became much lighter. Senior brother Xiao, I just thought of something. Xiao Yun stopped the circulation of his spiritual energy, a hint of confusion in his voice. What's wrong? Are you worried that what happened to Qi Lei will cause trouble? He thought Lin Weiner was afraid the water peak would investigate. After all, Qi Lei was severely injured and unconscious. It would inevitably cause gossip if word got out that a Fire Peak disciple had injured a Water Peak one. Trouble. Lin Weiner waved her hand dismissively. Qi Lei was the one who started the fight on Fire Peak. Even if the Water Peak asks about it, he's the one in the wrong. I can even testify for you. That's not what I was worried about just now. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice with a hint of urgency. I was supposed to go on an outer sect mission tomorrow with Qi Lei and 3 other senior brothers and sisters. Now that Qi Lei is like this, he definitely can't go. There's no time to find a replacement. If we delay the mission, the steward will deduct our contribution points. At the mention of contribution points, Lin Weiner's face fell. Outer sect disciples used contribution points to exchange for cultivation resources. She had saved up for a long time just to afford a basic water attribute technique and didn't want to lose points because of this mission. Xiao Yun understood now it was about the mission being short-handed. He raised an eyebrow. So I want you to join our team. Lin Weiner's eyes lit up, her tone growing more urgent. You're so strong. With you there, completing the mission will be a breeze. Besides, the mission reward is pretty good. You can get 20 low-grade spirit stones and share a Qi condensation pill. The Qi condensation pill helps solidify spiritual energy, which is great for your cultivation. Liu Bei, who was standing nearby, stared wide-eyed. Brother Xiao, this Qi condensation pill is a great treasure. It can boost your cultivation. This is a golden opportunity. Xiao Yun didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked, isn't this mission from your Water Peak? Can I, a Fire Peak disciple, participate? And what about your teammates? Won't they be unhappy swapping a Qi condensation 5th layer Qi Lei for a 3rd layer like me? Lin Weiner waved her hand dismissively, her tone confident. Outer sect missions are open to all outer disciples. There's no distinction between peaks. The other 3 in the team are a senior brother from the Gold Peak at the Qi condensation 8th layer, a senior brother from the Earth Peak at the 7th layer, and a senior sister from the Wood Peak also at the 7th layer. Then why would such high-level cultivators team up with someone as weak as us? Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask in confusion. Senior brother Xiao, you wouldn't know this, Lin Weiner replied. Occasionally the sect releases special missions that encourage high-level disciples to team up with lower-level ones. The rewards are better than regular missions, and the high-level disciples get some extra benefits too. As for replacing Qi Lei, there's no need to worry. He's not very popular anyway. So what do you say, senior brother Xiao? Xiao Yun lowered his eyes and thought, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. The Qi condensation pill could help solidify his spiritual energy, which would be very useful for his upcoming breakthrough. His physical body was already incredibly strong, but his cultivation realm had become a weakness that needed rapid improvement. 20 low-grade spirit stones wasn't a huge amount, but it would still support his cultivation consumption. These rewards indeed hit his needs. What excited him even more were the 3 high-level teammates. A Qi condensation 7th layer Earth Peak disciple, a Wood Peak disciple, and an 8th layer Gold Peak disciple. Visualizing cultivators at the 7th and 8th layers might yield even more advanced techniques and purer cultivation insights. Moreover, carrying out a mission together meant spending a long time in one place. With close proximity, the visualization would be almost undetectable. It was certainly better than being watched by the elders on the preaching platform, where he couldn't even visualize an ordinary disciple. The more Xiao Yun thought about it, the more he felt this mission was a great deal. He would gain resources and accumulate visualization insights. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All right, I agree. Xiao Yun looked up, his tone decisive. Lin Weiner breathed a sigh of relief, a smile blooming on her face. Great. Then let's go now. We'll first meet the 3 senior brothers and sisters so they can get to know you, and also send Qi Lei back to Water Peak to avoid any further trouble from him lying here too long. Xiao Yun nodded. All right, let's go. He glanced at the still unconscious Qi Lei on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. They couldn't drag him along forever, so he asked Lin Weiner, Qi Lei is unconscious. How do we carry him? I have a way. Lin Weiner pulled a faintly glowing blue rope from her storage pouch. This is a Water Peak spirit silk rope. It can bind someone without hurting them. They'll tie him up first, then we'll find 2 Water Peak handymen to carry him back. As she spoke, she deftly bound Qi Lei with the spirit silk rope, then took out a transmission talisman from her bosom, infused it with spiritual energy, and crushed it. The talisman transformed into a beam of blue light and vanished into the forest. I've notified the Water Peak handymen. They'll be waiting for us at the foot of the mountain, Lin Weiner said, dusting off her hands. All right, let's set off now. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. At the fork of the path at the foot of Water Peak, 2 servant disciples in gray robes were already waiting there. Seeing Lin Yu and Xiao Yun approach, they hurriedly stepped forward to take the spirit silk rope binding Qilei. Lin Yu instructed, send him back to the Water Peak Disciple Courtyard and find a physician to examine him. He injured himself due to a deviation in his practice of techniques. The servant disciples repeatedly acknowledged carried Qilei away swiftly and soon vanished at the end of the mountain path. Xiao Yun watched their retreating figures disappear before turning to Lin Yu and saying, let's go to the rendezvous point. Lin Yu nodded, and the two walked along the winding mountain path towards Gold Peak. The 5 peaks of Qingyun's sect were connected by paths paved with azure mystic stone, making the walk steady and comfortable. Xiao Yun casually asked, earlier you only mentioned that the mission had a reward, but you didn't elaborate on what the mission actually entails. Lin Yu paused in her step, a little embarrassed. I actually forgot about that. This mission concerns a heretic cultivator. Heretic cultivator? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, stopping to look at her. Lin Yu's tone grew heavier. To the west of Qingyun's sect, there's a village called Yinshui Village. 3 days ago, overnight, over 30 villagers all disappeared. The sect sent disciples to investigate. They found no bloodstains, no signs of struggle. Only beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance did they detect a trace of sinister, evil spiritual energy, concluding it was the work of a heretic cultivator. She gestured as she added, that sinister spiritual energy was very faint and hadn't dissipated. The sect elders said the heretic cultivator's cultivation shouldn't be high, at most the 8th level of qi condensation. If it were higher, the heretic would have left heavier spiritual energy traces when acting, possibly even destroying the entire village. So the sect released this as an outer sect mission for us to find the heretic cultivator and bring them back to the sect dead or alive. Xiao Yun understood in his heart. A heretic cultivator below the 8th level of qi condensation with a Gold Peak senior brother at the 8th level of qi condensation to hold the line, the risk was not great. More importantly, the sinister techniques of heretic cultivators might have some merit. If he could observe and contemplate them, he might obtain special techniques or cultivation insights. The closer they got to Gold Peak, the more distinct the air became. It was no longer the scorching spiritual resonance of Fire Peak, but a fierce, sharp aura mixed with a faint metallic scent. Occasionally, the sound of clanging, forging could be heard coming from the artifact refining rooms along the mountain path. Xiao Yun looked up and saw disciples practicing swordsmanship every few steps on either side of the Gold Peak path. Some carried great swords on their backs, others wore slender swords at their waists. Even the lowest-ranked outer sect disciples held iron swords shimmering with spiritual energy. Indeed, as the rumors said, every Gold Peak disciple possessed a personal life-bound weapon, their very aura carrying a sharp, aggressive edge. The rendezvous point is just ahead. Lin Yu pointed to a bluestone clearing not far ahead. On the clearing stood a simple wooden pavilion under which were a few stone tables and stools with 3 figures sitting there. Following her gaze, Xiao Yun first saw a burly man in a yellow outer sect uniform carrying a half-man-tall stone axe on his shoulder. The axe blade still had a bit of uncleaned rock debris on it. This was Zhang Lei of Earth Peak. Beside him sat a woman in a green outer sect uniform with delicate features. This was Lu Ruo of Wood Peak. The young man sitting in the main seat wore a Gold Peak outer sect uniform trimmed with gold. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and a slender green steel sword hung at his waist. The scabbard was engraved with fine cloud patterns, and his aura was as steady as a mountain. He was clearly Shun Xian at the 8th level of qi condensation. Junior Sister Lin. Finally here. Zhang Lei was the first to see them. He stood up abruptly, planting his stone axe on the ground with a thud that shook the surrounding pebbles. Lu Ruo also stood up with a smile and greeted them. Junior Sister is here. Her voice was gentle, but when her gaze swept over Xiao Yun, it paused slightly, a trace of doubt surfacing in her eyes. Shun Xian also slowly stood up, his gaze falling on Xiao Yun. He did not speak immediately. He could sense that the spiritual energy fluctuations around Xiao Yun were not strong, roughly at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Yet this youth stood there without a hint of timidity, instead returning his gaze with calm eyes, his aura not wavering in the slightest. He was indeed much more composed than an ordinary 3rd-level disciple. Junior Sister Lin, who is this? Zhang Lei scratched his head and asked bluntly, where's Qilei? Didn't he come with you? Lin Yu smiled and explained, this is senior brother Xiao Yun of Fire Peak at the 3rd level of qi condensation. He is a friend I entered the sect with. Qilei suffered a cultivation deviation while practicing techniques and injured himself, so he couldn't come for the mission. I invited senior brother Xiao to replace him. After hearing this, Zhang Lei first said, oh, then grinned and patted Xiao Yun on the shoulder. His hand was heavy, making Xiao Yun's shoulder tingle slightly, but there was no malice. That kid Qilei, I've been fed up with him for a long time. Last time I went to check spiritual herbs with him, he just hid under a tree and slacked off saying stuff like Water Peak disciples shouldn't do rough work, acting like he was some big shot. Him getting a cultivation deviation serves him right. He said, thumping his stone axe on the ground again, his tone full of disdain. This mission didn't rely on his help anyway. Mainly it's me, senior brother Shun, and junior sister Lu doing the work. Junior brother Xiao just come along, watch, and get some experience. If we really run into a heretic cultivator, we've got your back, you won't get hurt. Lu Ro also nodded in agreement, a bit more recognition in her gentle eyes. Senior brother Zhang is right. Qi Lei has indeed been a bit strange before. Shun Xine spoke slowly, his voice steady, but carrying an undeniable weight. We all know about Qi Lei's situation. It's good that junior brother Xiao is here. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yue, a deeper meaning in his eyes. Xiao Yun understood in his heart. Lin Yu's talent was right there, infinitely close to Earthgrade Spirit Root. Perhaps with a bit of luck she could break through to Earthgrade. Among the outer sect disciples, one with such talent would almost certainly enter the inner sect in the future and might even be taken as a personal disciple by an inner sect elder. Showing her some face now might yield returns later. Therefore the three not only disliked Qi Lei but also valued Lin Yu's future potential, which was why they agreed so readily. Xiao Yun promptly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your understanding, senior brother and sisters. Although my cultivation is not high, I won't hold you back. If there's anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask." Junior brother Xiao is too polite. Zhang Lei waved his hand, shouldered his stone axe, and started walking out of the mountain path. Let's not waste time. If we don't leave now, we won't reach Yinshui village before dark, and we'll have to spend the night in the wild. Shen Xine walked to the front, the green steel sword at his waist swaying slightly, emitting a faint, humming sound. Let's depart. The group descended the Gold Peak path for about the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Just as they rounded a bend, the view before them opened up. In the clearing at the exit of the mountain path was a wooden spirit boat shimmering with a faint cyan spiritual light. The spirit boat was about 2 zhang long and 8 chi wide. Its hull was made of tough green spirit wood, its surface etched with intricate spirit patterns. On both sides of the boat were light gray cabins, just enough to shelter from wind and rain. Inside the cabin were 5 meditation cushions, clearly prepared for the 5 of them. This is the spirit boat the sect has allocated for us. Lu Ro walked up quickly and explained with a smile. When outer sect disciples go on missions to distant places, the sect provides these low-grade spirit boats. It will get us to Yinshui village quickly, saving a lot of walking time and also avoiding harassment from demonic beasts on the road. As expected of a great sect, having a spirit boat is indeed convenient, Xiao Yun thought to himself. A journey that would normally take a long time on foot could be completed quickly by spirit boat, saving physical energy. The 5 boarded the boat one by one. Shin Xian formed a hand seal with one hand, and the spirit boat flew steadily at a low altitude heading westward. Junior brother Xiao, you've been staring at me since we set off. Would you mind telling me why? Shin Xian, seated at the prow of the spirit boat, keenly perceived Xiao Yun's gaze. The others on the spirit boat also looked at Xiao Yun with curiosity. Lin Yu couldn't help but think to herself, why does senior brother Xiao always stare at people he's just met? Xiao Yun was startled, never expecting Shinzin's perception to be so sharp. He let out a dry cough, letting his gaze drift to the green steel sword at Shunzin's waist, and improvised, "Please don't take offense, senior brother Shun. I was rude. It's just that this green steel sword is so striking. The cloud patterns on the scabbard are clearly no ordinary craftsmanship. Ever since I was a child, I've heard the village elders tell tales of white-robed swordsmen slaying demons, and I've always been itching to learn swordsmanship. But after joining the Fire Peak, the elders mostly taught fist techniques and fire tribute spells. I rarely even got to touch a sword. Seeing your blade today, I was utterly captivated." This explanation not only covered up his staring, but also fit the common curiosity of a new disciple towards a senior cultivator's weapon. No one who heard it would be suspicious. As expected, upon hearing the word swordsmanship, Shun Zin's usually steady eyes brightened. He raised his hand to grip the hilt and drew the green steel sword half an inch from its scabbard. The moment the blade left the scabbard, a piercing sharpness surged forth. The sword gleamed with a faint cold light, and under the sun the fine forging patterns on the blade were clearly visible. This sword is called Green Edge. I forged it myself last year in the Gold Peaks artifact refinery. It took 3 quenchings before it was barely suitable. He spoke much more when discussing the sword, his fingers tracing the edge with a hint of pride. Gold Peak disciples practice swordsmanship with the principle of unity of man and sword. This green edge has been with me for nearly a year, having cleaved beasts and vanquished evil spirits. It's developed a bit of spirituality. If you're interested in swordsmanship, I can teach you the basics. The key to entry lies in steadiness and precision. The principle is the same as the power you practice in fist techniques at Fire Peak. Zhonglei laughed heartily from the side, slapping his thigh. Junior brother Xiao, you've asked the right person. Senior brother Shun's swordsmanship ranks in the top 5 among the Gold Peak outer disciples. Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to herself. So senior brother Xiao just wanted to see the sword. I thought he was up to something strange again. Xiao Yun followed the conversation, feigning curiosity. Senior brother Shun, for beginners, do you have to practice the grip first? Your hand posture is completely different from the way I've been fumbling. Exactly. Shunzin's eyes grew even brighter. He stood up and walked to the open space in the middle of the spirit boat, holding the scabbard in his left hand and gripping the hilt with his right, striking a standard sword rising stance. Look like this. He gently twisted his wrist, and the green steel sword traced a pale blue arc in the air. The sword wind brushed against the boat's canopy with a soft shush, yet caused no disturbance. Xiao Yun watched intently, nodding while secretly eyeing the system's visualization progress bar. He casually asked a few more basic questions, which Shun Xian patiently answered. Shun Xian even took out a thin booklet titled Essentials of Basic Swordsmanship from his storage pouch and handed it to Xiao Yun. This was my manual when I first learned the sword. If you're interested, take a look. If you have questions, I'll explain them in detail after the mission. Visualization successful. Choose 1. 35 attribute points. 2. Qi condensation 8th layer cultivation insights 3. Qingyun artifact condensation technique 4. Mid-grade sword art 5. Steel flash / 6. Sword control art 7. Mystic grade spirit root. Thank you, senior brother Shun. Xiao Yun quickly took the booklet, breathing an inward sigh of relief. The lie had been perfectly covered. Not only had he avoided suspicion, but he had also gained a sword manual and even grown closer to Shun Xian. Xiao Yun pinched the essentials of basic swordsmanship between his fingers, but his gaze was fixed on the system panel flashing in his mind, quickly scanning the 7 options. He was somewhat surprised that Shunzin's aptitude was quite high, but his own spirit root was already 50% mystic grade. Choosing another mystic grade spirit root would bring negligible improvement, not even touching the threshold of earth grade. It would be a pure waste. Only the Qingyun artifact condensation technique caught his eye. The name alone suggested it was the core artifact refining method of the Qingyun sect. The cultivators he had visualized before were mostly spell practitioners, and he had never delved into the field of artifact refining. Now, lacking a suitable lifebound weapon, learning the artifact condensation technique would not only allow him to forge his own weapons, but also repair damaged artifacts. Moreover, he could trade refined artifacts for spirit stones and spirit herbs, a long-term foundation for self-reliance. Choose 3. A Qingyun artifact condensation technique. Xiao Yun made his decision with a single thought. The next second, a torrent of information flooded his mind. From basic identification of refining materials and control of furnace temperature to the techniques of inscribing spirit patterns, and even the details of infusing personal spiritual energy during forging to prevent material collapse. All of it was as clear as if etched into his instincts. And as Xiao Yun had anticipated, the Qingyun artifact condensation technique was no ordinary refining method. Many of the techniques it mentioned were completely unheard of to him. Presumably, Shun Xian had paid a great price to acquire this method. The atmosphere on the spirit boat grew lively, and Xiao Yun seized the chance to chat with Zhonglei and Lu Rou, initiating visualization on them. The visualization went smoothly, and soon he had selected the rewards. They were Earth Vein Armor and the Qingyun Pharmacopoeia. The Earth Vein Armor was a core defensive technique of the Earth Peak, allowing the cultivator to communicate with Earth attribute spiritual energy to form a close-fitting suit of armor, greatly enhancing defense. It complemented Xiao Yun's soul-shattering collapse perfectly. The Qingyun Pharmacopoeia was one of the Qingyun sect's core texts, recording the properties and uses of thousands of spirit herbs, the principles of common pill formulas, and even methods for identifying toxic plants used by heretical cultivators. With this pharmacopoeia, Xiao Yun could discern the quality of spirit herbs and know how to use them, whether for gathering cultivation resources or countering the insidious techniques of heretics. Feeling the vast knowledge surging in his mind, Xiao Yun thought excitedly, this mission isn't even at its destination yet, and I've already gained so much. Now, if I can just find the heretic cultivator and visualize his dark arts, this mission will be perfect. When I return to the sect, I'll have to try my hand at artifact refining and herbalism. Time flew by amidst the chatter of the group. Unbeknownst to them, dusk had fallen. The distant mountains were dyed a deep purple by the twilight, leaving only a faint bleak red glow on the horizon. Ahead is Cloudwater Village. Shunzin's voice suddenly grew heavier. He pressed his hand on the green edge, sword at his waist, his gaze sharp as he looked down. Xiao Yun followed his line of sight. Below the spirit boat, a scattered village came into view. The roofs of the mud brick houses were thatched with straw. An old locust tree at the village entrance stood crooked, its branches bare, without a single withered leaf. A stark contrast to the image of a village with smoke curling from chimneys and dogs barking in harmony. As the spirit boat descended slowly, an indescribable sense of deathly stillness washed over them. Though it was dusk, there was no smoke from cooking fires, no sounds of children playing. Even the wind whistling through the houses seemed eerily loud. The entire village seemed frozen in time, as if no bird would deign to linger here. Xiao raised his hand to form a hand seal, suspending the spirit boat on the open ground beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance. He drew his azure steel sword 3 inches from its sheath, letting a piercing sword aura sweep the surroundings. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he addressed the group. Zhang, you go down first to scout. Check the vines and soil beneath your feet. Zhang, shouldering his stone axe, landed with a heavy thud. He ground the yellow earth beneath his boots. At the same time, a stream of earthy brown spiritual energy seeped from his foot into the ground, spreading outward. The ground is normal, no traps. Everyone can disembark, he said slowly. Xiao Yun and the others leaped off the spirit boat upon hearing this. Zhang then walked to the old locust tree and patted its trunk. The bark was as rough as sandpaper. The moment his fingertips touched the wood, he yanked his hand back. Why is this tree so cold? Lu Ruo, hearing this, pulled a silver spirit-detecting needle from her storage pouch and gently inserted it into the trunk of the old locust tree. The needle had barely sunk half an inch into the wood when faint black patterns appeared on its tip. Before she could examine them closely, the patterns slithered up the needle like living things. Startled, she quickly withdrew the needle and used her wood-attributed spiritual energy to dispel the black patterns, its baleful chi, just as the sect described. But it seems this baleful chi wasn't left intentionally by someone. It was actively absorbed by the old locust tree and sealed within its heartwood. Xiao Yun stepped off the spirit boat, quietly activating his spiritual vision. In his eyes, a wisp of extremely faint black chi coiled within the trunk of the old locust tree. It flowed slowly along the tree's growth rings, but never seeped out of the trunk, as if trapped by an invisible barrier. He also extended his divine sense, and the scene within 50 meters materialized clearly. Yet aside from the village being utterly deserted, he found nothing else out of the ordinary. Xiao lowered his head in thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Search." Zhang searched the east side of the village. "He'll take the west." Junior sister Lu searched the north. Junior brother Xiao and junior sister Lin searched the south. Pay attention to details inside the houses, especially signs of struggle or dragging. Meet back here in half an hour. The group immediately dispersed. Xiao Yun and Lin Yu walked southward together, pushing open a half-closed wooden door. Inside, the earthen bed was covered with neatly folded coarse cloth bedding. On the low table beside the bed sat a bowl of unfinished millet porridge, a single grain of rice still clinging to its rim. Clearly someone had been eating at this table not long ago. Xiao Yun pushed open several more houses, and the scene was largely the same. In one house, half-eaten pickled vegetables and cornbread sat on a table, chopsticks still resting on the bowl. In another, half-woven coarse cloth lay beside a spinning wheel, the thread still wound around the spindle. Everything was frozen in a moment. If someone was just here, yet the people themselves were completely absent. Too eerie. Xiao Yun frowned, sweeping his spiritual vision over every corner of the room, even the cracks in the walls. He found no trace of Yin or evil spiritual energy, not even an anomaly in the dust. It was as if the evil cultivator had used some technique to make the villagers vanish in an instant without their knowledge, leaving behind not even a ripple of spiritual energy. Half an hour later, the group reconvened under the old locust tree, their faces grim. Zhang slammed his stone axe on the ground, frustrated. "I've searched everywhere. Not even a mouse hole was spared. Aside from that bit of baleful chi under the tree, there's not a damn clue. Is this evil cultivator a loach or something? Slippery as hell." Lu Ruo added, "The traces in all the houses, gardens, and workshops show the villagers vanished suddenly. No struggle, no cries for help. They didn't even have time to clear the table. The evil cultivator's technique was very clean. If not for the wisp of baleful chi left by the old locust tree, the sect might not have discovered this village's anomaly so quickly." Xiao Yun's brows were tightly knit as well. Although his divine sense was powerful, its range was too limited, only 50 meters, and it yielded no useful information. "We can't just stand here staring at a tree forever." Zhang slammed his stone axe on the ground again, sparks flying, his tone impatient. "Since only this tree has baleful chi, why not just split it open and take a look? Maybe there's something fishy inside that can give us a lead." Xiao pondered for a moment. With no other clues at hand, the old locust tree was their only breakthrough. He nodded. "Be careful. Watch your defenses when you split it. Don't let the baleful chi invade you." Zhang took a deep breath. Earthy yellow spiritual energy surged from his arm into the stone axe, and a faint spiritual light flickered on its blade. Gripping the axe with both hands, he swung it mightily, aiming at the middle of the old locust tree's trunk. A thunderous crack split the air. The moment the stone axe collided with the trunk, a crisp crack was heard. The old locust tree split down the middle. The cross-section was as smooth as if cut by a sharp blade, with hardly any wood chips flying. The instant the trunk split, the wisp of black chi coiled inside floated out like smoke scattered by the wind. It showed no sign of attacking anyone. Instead, upon contact with the air, it gradually faded and vanished, leaving not even a trace of icy chill. Where did the evil chi go? Zhang Lei was stunned, holding the axe aloft, utterly baffled. Did I swing so hard I scattered it? Xiao Yun, however, quickly walked to the split section of the tree and crouched down to examine it closely. The wood of the cross-section was not the grayish-brown of an ordinary locust tree. Instead, it shimmered with a faint silver-gray luster. Its grain was fine and orderly, as if meticulously polished. He could even see faint spiritual energy patterns flowing within the wood, though they were gradually dissipating now that the tree had been split. A passage from the Xiao Yun herbal canon flashed through his mind. Spirit-sealing locust resembles an old locust tree, but is a spirit wood. Grows near spirit veins. Can instinctively absorb ambient spiritual energy and baleful chi, sealing them in its core. Wood is silver-gray grain like woven fabric. This isn't an ordinary old locust tree. Xiao Yun reached out and touched the cross-section. He could feel the faint residual spiritual energy on his fingertips. It's a spirit-sealing locust, a rare spirit tree that specifically absorbs and seals surrounding spiritual energy or baleful chi. His words left everyone stunned. Lu Ruo hurried over, crouched down, and carefully examined the cross-section. Her fingertips gently brushed the silver-gray wood, her eyes full of surprise. It really is a spirit-sealing locust. I've seen illustrations in the classics, but never the real thing. But don't spirit-sealing locusts only grow near spirit veins? How does Cloudwater Village have one? And it can seal baleful chi, Xiao Yun added. When the evil cultivator acted here, a lot of baleful chi must have been released. This spirit-sealing locust instinctively absorbed and sealed it, which is how the sect detected the anomaly through that wisp of chi. The evil cultivator probably didn't recognize it as a spirit-sealing locust, mistaking it for an ordinary old tree. In their haste to leave, they ignored it, thus leaving this clue behind. Lu Ruo looked up at Xiao Yun, her eyes full of doubt. Junior brother Xiao, you're a disciple of the Fire Peak. How come you know so much about spirit wood? Even some veteran outer disciples of our wood peak might not be able to accurately identify a spirit-sealing locust. Linyu was also surprised. She knew Xiao Yun was capable, but she never expected him to be so knowledgeable about spirit wood. Zhang Lei and Shun Xian also looked at Xiao Yun, curiosity in their eyes. Xiao Yun was prepared for this. A sheepish smile appeared on his face. I happened to come across a torn page from the Xiao Yun herbal canon. It had a drawing of the spirit-sealing locust and described its characteristics. I thought it was interesting, so I took a closer look. I guess I was lucky to run into it today. The explanation was a bit flimsy, but no one pressed him further. Every cultivator has their own secrets, and prying too deeply is not a good habit. So why is this spirit-sealing locust growing here? Shun Xian spoke slowly, steering the conversation back on track. Xiao Yun stated his conclusion. There's only one possibility: Cloudwater Village has a spirit vein. This would also explain why the evil cultivator chose to act here. They were likely using the spirit vein and the lives of the villagers to cultivate evil arts. Therefore, the evil cultivator might be somewhere near Cloudwater Village. After listening to Xiao Yun's words, Shun Xian unconsciously rubbed the hilt of his sword, pondered for a moment, and then slowly nodded. You make a good point. The spiritual energy around the spirit vein is denser than elsewhere. If a heretic cultivator intends to use the vein and mortals to practice evil arts, he would never leave easily. Even a foundation establishment cultivator, if they wanted to move a village of mortals 100 li without a trace, would inevitably leave behind fluctuations of spiritual power or drag marks. But we've searched the entire village and found nothing, which means the heretic is likely still nearby, possibly hiding underground or in some concealed cave. Zhang Lei, carrying his stone axe, scratched his head. But the spirit vein is something you can't see or touch. We can't just dig up the entire village with a stone axe, can we? How do we find it? Lu Ruo frowned as well, adding, the spirit vein could be buried several zhang or even tens of zhang deep. Ordinary methods can't detect it. Although the sealing locust tree grows at the edge of the vein, its roots may not directly connect to the main vein. Even if we dig along the roots, we might go in the wrong direction. The group fell into silence as dusk deepened. The wind in the village grew colder, causing the broken branches of the old locust tree to sway gently with a creaking sound. There's a method we could try, but I'm not entirely certain it will work. Xiao Yun looked up at the others, his gaze settling on Zhang Lei. Senior brother Zhang, as a disciple of the Earth Peak, you're skilled in manipulating Earth-attributed spiritual power. Could you use a technique to dig a hole beneath the broken root of the ceiling locust tree? Let's try digging 10 meters deep first. Zhang Lei paused, glanced at the yellow earth beneath his feet, then back at Xiao Yun. Dig a hole. 10 meters deep. Will that work? Though doubtful, recalling how accurately Xiao Yun had identified the ceiling locust tree earlier, he felt a bit more trust. After all, Xiao Yun even understood rare spiritual woods of the Wood Peak, so perhaps he truly knew a way to find the spirit vein. Trying is better than wasting time here. Shen Xin voiced his support. Zhang Lei, be careful. Use Earth-attributed spiritual power to reinforce the walls as you dig to prevent a collapse. If you encounter anything unusual, stop immediately. All right. Zhang Lei didn't hesitate. He set down his stone axe, rapidly formed hand seals, and let out a low shout. At the same time, the yellow earth beneath his feet began to glow with a faint, earthy spiritual light. Centered on the broken root of the ceiling locust tree, the ground slowly sank inward. Zhang Lei spread his arms, palms facing downward, as Earth-attributed spiritual energy flowed like water into the ground. The once loose soil instantly compacted, and a cylindrical deep hole extended downward at a visible pace. The walls of the hole were reinforced by spiritual power as hard as rock, without a single grain of soil falling. The debris at the bottom was rolled up by the spiritual energy and gently deposited outside, forming a small pile. Zhang Lei withdrew his spiritual power and said to the others, "Done. Exactly 10 meters deep." The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Yun leaped into the hole. Amid the exclamations of the group, he landed steadily, barely raising any dust. The bottom of the hole was pitch black, but instead of lighting a lamp, Xiao Yun directly released his divine sense. Unlike its scattered effect above ground, the divine sense underground was like a spotlight spreading precisely in all directions. He furrowed his brows, his concentration razor sharp. His divine sense swept inch by inch through the surrounding soil. Suddenly, as it probed diagonally downward about 40 meters, it detected a faint but continuous fluctuation of spiritual power. Found it! Xiao Yun's heart leaped with joy, and his voice traveled up through the hole. "Senior brother Zhang, don't dig straight down anymore. Dig 40 meters diagonally downward in my direction. There's a spiritual power fluctuation there. It might be the spirit vein or the heretic's hiding place." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction. A spiritual power fluctuation. Zhang Lei's eyes lit up instantly. Without pausing to rest, he formed hand seals again. "Got it. Junior brother Xiao, keep an eye on things down there. They'll change direction right away." With that, the earthy yellow spiritual light surged once more. The spiritual glow of the originally vertical walls suddenly shifted diagonally downward. Zhang Lei manipulated the spiritual energy like an invisible shovel, digging through the diagonal soil layer by layer. The dirt was rolled into fine particles by the energy and flowed out slowly through grooves on the outer side of the hole, never blocking the passage. Before long, he had dug to the designated spot, as Xiao Yun instructed. Xiao Yun immediately stepped forward and released his divine sense like a tide. This time, he finally discovered a spacious natural cavern located 40 meters below his current position. The spiritual energy inside the cavern was extremely dense, suggesting the spirit vein might be within. A hint of joy appeared on his face. He quickly returned to his original spot and called up to the others, "There's a cavern down here. The spiritual energy inside is very strong. The spirit vein might be in there." Hearing this, the others' faces lit up with surprise. Without stopping to wonder how Xiao Yun had discovered it, they all jumped into the hole. The last to descend was Zhang Lei, who grinned. "Junior brother Xiao, just point the way, and he'll dig wherever you say." Xiao Yun pointed downward through the passage. "The cavern is right below us, about 40 meters from our current position. He'll need to trouble senior brother Zhang to continue clearing the way." "No problem." Zhang Lei rolled up his sleeves, and the earthy yellow spiritual energy surged again. Thus Zhang Lei led the way while Shen Xin and the others followed closely behind, ready to prevent any accidents. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Before long, the small tunnel they were in fully connected with the cavern. An intensely rich wave of spiritual energy rushed in, carrying a refreshing moisture filling everyone's lungs. "We've broken through." Zhang Lei withdrew his spiritual power and was the first to peer into the cavern. The interior was surprisingly spacious, with stalactites of varying lengths hanging from the ceiling. Water droplets dripped from their tips, striking the ground with a soft ding-dong sound. Such dense spiritual energy. Lin Yu couldn't help exclaiming, "This must be the aura of a spirit vein. It's even denser than the spiritual energy in the outer sect of our sect." Shun Xian was the first to step into the cavern, his green steel sword slowly rotating in his hand as he scanned the surroundings warily. Though the spiritual energy is dense, there's a faint trace of evil in aura mixed in. The heretic must be nearby. The others followed Shun Xian into the cavern. As soon as Xiao Yun steadied himself, he instinctively released his divine sense. But the sense that usually obeyed his will like an arm was inexplicably suppressed as soon as it spread, barely covering a 5-meter radius around him, unable to even make out the outlines of stalactites 10 meters away. What's going on? Xiao Yun's expression shifted slightly. Before he could ponder further, Lu Ruo pointed deeper into the cavern and suddenly spoke. The evil in aura is coming from that direction. Shin Xian also closed his eyes to sense for a few breaths, then slowly nodded. I can feel it too. There's no time to lose. Let's set out. All right. The group responded in unison, adjusted their formation, and began advancing deeper into the cavern. Shin Xian took a talisman from his storage pouch, formed a hand seal, and the talisman emitted a soft white light, illuminating the entire cave. Xiao Yun walked at the rear, his eyes fixed ahead. As they rounded a cluster of thick stalactites, Shin Xian suddenly halted. Stop! He let out a low, solemn exclamation. There's something in the right corner. Everyone followed his gaze. In the shadow of the right corner, there was a curled-up figure pressed tightly against the cave wall, barely noticeable. Then, holding the talisman, Shin Xian slowly approached the corner. As the talisman's light illuminated the area, everyone's pupils contracted. The curled figure gradually became clear in the white glow. It turned out to be a withered corpse. Shin Xian gripped the azure steel sword, holding the glowing talisman before him as he tread with extreme caution. With each step, he gently tapped the ground with the sword's tip to confirm the absence of hidden traps before slowly approaching the curled corpse. He dared not draw too near. First, he illuminated the corpse thoroughly with the talisman's white light, carefully scrutinizing its attire and posture. The body was clad in a coarse, short garment washed pale with traces of yellow earth and grass clippings on the trouser cuffs, precisely the style worn by the villagers of Yinshui village. This fabric was rough, yet durable, suited for fieldwork. Examining the hands, the palms were thick with calluses and traces of unwashed soil remained in the fingernail crevices, clear signs of a mortal who had long toiled in agriculture. Should be a villager from Yinshui village, Shin Xian said, his voice low and laced with a chill. He slowly crouched, using the sword's tip to gently lift the corpse's sleeve. The arm beneath the sleeve was withered like dead, with the skin clinging tightly to the bone, without a trace of flesh, presenting a lifeless dark brown hue, as if all moisture and nourishment had been drained. He then used the sword's tip to part the collar, revealing 2 thin black lines on the neck. These lines spread along the veins. Though faded, they still bore the marks of human interference. All life has utterly departed, Shin Xian murmured, extending a fingertip to gently touch the corpse's skin. The touch was cold and rigid, devoid of any elasticity. Flesh and blood essence have been completely drained, leaving only skin wrapped around bone. Zhang Lei stepped closer, his brow furrowing deeply at the withered state of the corpse. The veins on his hand gripping the stone axe bulged. This heretic cultivator is utterly deranged. He doesn't even spare mortals and uses such cruel methods. If I catch him, I'll cleave him in 2 with my axe. His voice, filled with fury, echoed through the empty mine shaft, causing the stalactites above to tremble slightly and release a few drops of water. Shun Xian slowly rose, his eyes sharper than before. The heretic cultivator has already begun his work. We must hasten out. Every moment delayed could cost another villager their life. His voice, though not loud, carried a suppressed rage that reverberated through the cavern. Zhang Lei nodded emphatically, stepping forward with the stone axe on his shoulder, his earthy yellow spiritual energy swirling more densely around him. Senior brother Shan is right. Let's not waste time here. Let's find that heretic quickly so I can avenge this villager with my axe. With that, he took the lead, striding deeper into the mine, the stone axe swaying gently before him. Lu Ruo and Lin Yu quickly composed themselves, staying close behind Zhang Lei and Shin Xian. Xiao Yun walked at the rear, his mystic eye fixed intently on the darkness ahead. His divine sense was still suppressed to a range of 5 meters, but the mystic eye could capture more details. There are drag marks on the ground ahead. The villagers were likely taken in that direction. Xiao Yun hurried to catch up, lowering his voice to warn. And I sense the mine is widening. The space ahead should be much larger than this. Shun Xian paused at this, turning to the group. A wider space might mean an open area. The heretic likely has the villagers gathered there. Be cautious. Understood. The group replied in unison, quickening their pace. As they delved deeper, the mine indeed grew more spacious, just as Xiao Yun had predicted. The passage, initially wide enough for only 2 abreast, gradually expanded to accommodate 4 or 5. The stalactites on the ceiling grew thicker, some requiring 2 people to encircle. The in and malevolent energy was so thick, it was almost palpable, carrying a faint cloying sweetness that made one involuntarily frown. The spiritual energy in the air had become utterly turbid. The once gentle spiritual mist had turned a pale gray, and when it touched the skin it carried a bone-piercing chill, like countless tiny ice needles pricking the flesh. Xiao Yun's mystic eye suddenly brightened. He stepped forward, quickly pointing into the darkness ahead. "Senior brother Shun, there's light up ahead." And the space has opened up significantly like a natural platform. Following his direction, the others could indeed see a faint dark red light flickering in the darkness. This light was entirely different from the talisman's white glow, exuding a dense, malevolent aura, clearly the product of a heretic's art. Shun Xian immediately raised his hand to signal a halt, concealing the talisman behind him, and lowered his voice. "That should be the heretic's lair ahead. Tread softly, I'll well approach quietly and not alert him." The group nodded gently. Xiao Yun focused his mystic eye on the dark red light, trying to discern the scene on the platform. He could vaguely make out many curled-up silhouettes in the center of the platform, the imprisoned villagers. Just then, "Watch out!" No sooner had Xiao Yun's shout faded than a streak of blood light shot out from the shadows in the corner. It moved with ghostly speed, carrying a thick, cloying scent, and lunged straight at Lin Yue, who was in the middle of the group. Before Lin Yue could react, a flash of red light and a bone-chilling coldness were already upon her face. She instinctively shut her eyes, forgetting even to activate her water-attributed arts. Shen Xian, Zhang Lei, and Lu Ruo only caught a blur of red light, unable to identify the target in time. Without Xiao Yun's mystic eye, they only sensed the malevolent energy stir when the blood light was already less than 3 feet from Lin Yue. The gleam of the azure steel sword and the spiritual energy of the stone axe were a half-step too slow, unable to reach her in time. In that critical moment, Xiao Yun's form flickered. He unleashed his physical strength without reserve. The spiritual energy within his dantian surged into his arms in an instant, his blood and chi roiling like boiling water, causing his robes to billow and crackle in the airflow. Triple-layered collapse fist. He let out a low shout, his right fist coalescing triple-layered spiritual energy and physical power smashed into the blood light with a dull, air-splitting roar. Boom! The moment fist met blood light, a shockwave exploded like thunder within the mine. Dust was thrown 3 feet high, and fine gravel scattered like hidden projectiles. The stalactites above shook violently, sending down a cascade of water droplets that splashed onto the ground. The figure within the bloodlight clearly hadn't anticipated a sudden interception, much less that a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi condensation could block his attack. At the moment of impact, he felt a fierce, unmatched force travel up his arm. This force even exploded thrice in succession, numbing his tiger's mouth and disrupting his attack aimed at Lin Yue. Etch. A hoarse, surprised sound emerged from the bloodlight. The blood shadow drifted backward like a falling leaf, landing lightly 10 paces away. The red light gradually dissipated, revealing a gaunt figure. The man, clad in a gray robe with an ordinary face, exuded the spiritual energy fluctuation of the 9th level of chi condensation. His eyes, gleaming with bloodlight, were fixed on Xiao Yun, while his hand subtly shook, clearly suppressing the numbness in his arm. 3rd level of chi condensation. The gray-robed man rasped, a hint of surprise in his voice. Where did this freak come from? Xiao Yun, meanwhile, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staggering back 5 steps before barely steadying himself. He felt as if his right fist had struck a red-hot branding iron. A malevolent spiritual energy drilled into his body through his knuckles, rampaging through his meridians, churning his blood and chi. His arm was both numb and painful, making even clenching his fist an effort. The gap in cultivation was too vast. This was Xiao Yun's first time being utterly outmatched in a direct confrontation. The demonic cultivator was stunned, yet Shen Xian and the others were even more astonished. A mere Foundation Establishment 3rd-rank cultivator had not only sensed the stealthy assault from a 9th-rank peer, but had also blocked it outright, and suffered only minor injuries. Yet with danger looming, there was no time for deliberation. Seeing Lin Yue nearly ambushed, Lu Ru's heart clenched at her fingertips, swiftly wove intricate seals. In the next instant, emerald-tinged vines erupted from the earth, swift as living serpents. Some coiled instantly into a shield half a person's height, its surface etched with dense spirit runes firmly shielding Lin Yue behind it. Others lashed forth like venomous snakes, bristling with sharp wooden thorns, aiming to entangle the demonic cultivator's limbs and restrict his movement. Zhang Lei roared in fury and charged forward, hefting his stone axe. He channeled his earth affinity spiritual energy to its peak, the axe blade blazing with a heavy amber radiance, as a cleaving gust half a zhang wide slashed straight toward the demonic cultivator's shoulder. That blow bore the full force of his body, a desperate attempt to drive the foe back with a single stroke. Xiao Yun wasted no time. His blue steel sword spun once in his grip, gleaming with piercing cold light, its tip aimed unerringly at the demonic cultivator's chest. His swordsmanship was precise, steady, and ruthless, the cutting wind so sharp it sliced through the turbid spiritual energy around him. In perfect synergy with Zhang Lei's brute strength, their attacks converged, one high, one low, one left, one right, sealing every possible avenue of evasion. No sooner had the three formed their encirclement than the demonic cultivator showed no trace of panic. Instead, he grinned, a yellow, jagged smile, and the bloodlight in his eyes flared brighter still. In an instant, his hands vanished beneath thick, pulsing bloodlight as though clad in two heavy crimson gauntlets, blood mist seeping even from between his fingers. Facing the onrushing axe and sword, he did not dodge, not even a fraction. He simply raised his hands to meet them, heated. Clang! At the moment stone met bloodlight, sparks exploded within the cavern, and a grating metallic shriek pierced eardrums. Zhang Lei felt a colossal force surge up the axe haft, more ferocious than his own earth affinity energy, numbing his arms, making his hands tremble violently upon the grip. The stone axe froze mid-ascent, held fast, immovable in the demonic cultivator's grasp. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun's blue steel sword pierced the air until it halted, just 1 CUN short of the demonic cultivator's chest. The moment its tip brushed the bloodlight, it sank, as though into viscous mud, instantly ensnared. The sword's glacial radiance dimmed, visibly fading like dying embers. No matter how fiercely Xiao Yun drew upon the metal affinity, spiritual energy coiled within his dantian, the blade could not advance another inch, and was instead slowly, inexorably pushed backward by the bloodlight. This cannot be. Xiao Yun's pupils contracted. His blue steel sword was a refined artifact tempered thrice in sacred flame. Yet this demonic cultivator with bloodlight alone had withstood a weapon forged for the Golden Core Peak. At that moment, Lururu's vines reached the demonic cultivator, but with a casual flick of his wrist, 2 blades of bloodlight shot forth like razors. Shwa shwa. Both vines severed cleanly. Thin black smoke curled from the severed ends. The vine's verdant glow vanished instantly, corroded, lifeless, devoured by vile incultivation energy. Is this all you've got? The demonic cultivator shook his blood-gauntleted hands, voice dripping with contempt. Fall back. Xiao Yun barked, seeing their assault fail. Zhang Lei withdrew his great axe without hesitation and leapt backward. The demonic cultivator made no move to stop them. Though he appeared effortlessly dominant, his composure was far less serene than it seemed. Silence descended upon the mine shaft, broken only by the soft, rhythmic drip, drip of stalactite water and the low, sizzling pulse of bloodlight clinging to the demonic cultivator's form. Oppressive, suffocating, echoing endlessly in the hollow vastness. Xiao Yun and Zhang Lei stood shoulder to shoulder, their blue steel sword and stone axe shimmering faintly with residual spiritual light. Lururu stood guard before Lin Yu, and Xiao Yun, vines coiling vigilantly around her, ready to unleash another technique at a thought. Xiao Yun cradled his numb right arm, his spirit eyes locked onto the demonic cultivator, his gaze lingering on the faint, involuntary tremor in the man's fingertips. This foe was far from unscathed. All eyes drifted almost involuntarily toward the natural stone platform behind the demonic cultivator. At its center, over 30 villagers huddled on the ground, eyes shut tight, breath shallow, clearly enthralled by dark arts. Along the platform's edge lay 8 desiccated corpses clad in the same garments as the villagers. Their skin was dark brown and leathery, eye sockets sunken, identical to the mummified bodies found earlier in the mine tunnels. Clearly, the demonic cultivator had slain 8 more before their arrival. Cease this at once. Xiao Yun broke the silence first, his voice calm, unwavering as a mountain. His blue steel sword pointed squarely at the demonic cultivator. You have murdered numerous villagers and cultivated forbidden arts. Surrender now, return with us to the Qingyun sect for judgment, and leniency may yet be granted. Leniency. The demonic cultivator threw back his head and laughed, a harsh, ragged sound edged with madness. Ha ha ha. Leniency. Since when has the Qingyun sect shown mercy to demonic cultivators? Once I enter your sect, I'll either have my cultivation base shattered and rot in a dungeon, or be executed on the spot. Where, pray tell, is my path to survival? His laughter died abruptly, the bloodlight in his eyes deepened to crimson, and the oppressive aura of incultivation energy sharpened like a blade drawn across bone. Boy, don't waste your breath on such platitudes. I admit, you outnumber me. If forced to fight to the end, I may not escape unscathed. But remember this, I am at Qi Condensation 9th rank, and I hold dozens of living resources in my grasp. He gestured sharply toward the villagers on the platform, voice laced with cruel resolve. A single squeeze of Immortal's life force will instantly replenish my spiritual energy. Even if I cannot slay you all, dragging 2 or 3 of you into death with me would be child's play. Zhang Lei's eyes blazed with fury. Veins bulged along his forearm as he gripped the stone axe. Only Shun Xian's firm hand on his shoulder held him back. You beast! What do you think human life is worth? Worth? The demonic cultivator scoffed, his gaze sweeping dismissively over the huddled villagers. These mortals are born as insects. No spirit roots, no cultivation. Their lives are dust compared to ours. To trade their life force for my foundation establishment, or for the privilege of taking several of your immortal lives with me, that is not sacrifice. That is profit. He took a deliberate step forward. Bloodlight coalesced in his palm into a slender, needle-thin blood spike aimed at the nearest villager. Boy, I don't know how you found me. Call it a luck. I'll grant you one final chance. Turn now, leave Cloudwater Village, return to your Qinyan sect, and pretend none of this ever happened. These mortals' lives, I'll use them slowly. Refuse, and I'll kill a few now. Let you witness firsthand just how worthless an insect's life truly is. Shun Xian's expression hardened into granite. The cold light of his blue steel sword intensified. Without a word, he exchanged a subtle glance with Zhang Lei and Lu Ruru. Zhang Lei understood, quietly channeling Earth Affinity spiritual energy into the ground, preparing a subterranean strike. Lu Ru gathered denser Wood Affinity energy at her fingertips. Her vine's thorn tips glowed viridian, locking onto the demonic cultivator's slightest opening. Xiao Yun steadied his breath while standing guard beside Lin Yu, ensuring no further ambushes. The sect's intelligence had been gravely mistaken. This demonic cultivator was far more dangerous than reported. Now, the moment Shinzin's low shout fell, the azure steel sword was drawn like a flash of cold light, carrying a biting metallic spiritual energy as it thrust straight for the evil cultivator's heart. This time he held nothing back. His swordsmanship was swifter and more ruthless than before. The sword wind cleaved the air, even splitting a rift through the murky spiritual energy around them. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Lei stomped heavily, and 3 half-hang-tall earth spikes erupted from the ground, glowing with thick earthen yellow spiritual light. They struck from beneath the evil cultivator's feet, from his left, and from behind, all at once. This was the earth spike art from his earth Pika technique, specifically targeting an opponent's lower body. The spiritual energy he had stealthily seeped into the ground earlier had now come into play. Lu Ruo followed closely, her spiritual energy surging at her fingertips. Dozens of green glowing thin vines shot out like a rain of arrows, no longer aiming to bind limbs, but targeting the evil cultivator's eyes, throat, and other vital points. Knowing ordinary vines couldn't stop the evil cultivator, she condensed her wood attribute spiritual energy onto the vine tips, making them sharp as blades. Even if they failed to wound him, they could at least obstruct his vision. The evil cultivator's pupils contracted slightly. Though he intended to use the villagers as hostages, he absolutely refused to harm them at this moment. These mortals were the key resources for his foundation establishment breakthrough. If too many died, his cultivation plan would be utterly ruined. Thus, facing a 3-pronged assault, he did not retreat toward the platform, but forcibly sidestepped to the left to evade the earth spikes. At the same time, a burst of blood light erupted from his body. Shriek! The blood light transformed into a blurry afterimage, barely dodging Shun Zin's sword tip. The azure steel sword grazed the edge of his gray robe, slicing a gash in the fabric, and the biting spiritual energy on the blade even made his skin sting. Immediately after, he flicked his wrist, sending 2 bloodlight blades flying. With a double swoosh, the thin vines shooting toward his face were all severed. The severed vines fell to the ground, still emitting black smoke, but they could no longer pose a threat. Yet no sooner had he evaded the vine rain than Zhang Lei's stone axe came crashing down. Watch the axe! Zhang Lei roared, the stone axe carrying the force of 1,000 Jun, cleaving straight for the evil cultivator's shoulder. This strike concentrated all his earth attribute spiritual energy. The yellow light on the axe blade nearly solidified. With no room to dodge, the evil cultivator had no choice but to once again shroud his arms in bloodlight, raising them to block the blow. Bang! The moment the stone axe collided with the blood-wreathed hands, a shockwave exploded once more. Zhang Lei felt a recoil force even fiercer than before, splitting the web of his thumb. Blood trickled down the axe handle, but he gritted his teeth and gripped the handle tightly, refusing to let the stone axe be deflected. He knew that if he let go, the evil cultivator would have a chance to counterattack. Seeing this, Shun Xian immediately changed his thrust into a slash, the azure steel sword carrying a cold gleam as it aimed for the evil cultivator's right arm, wielding the blood hand. You're asking for death. The evil cultivator roared, his left arm's blood light surging violently. He forcefully pushed the stone axe aside by half an inch, while retreating rapidly, barely dodging Shunzin's blade. But in his hasty retreat, he failed to notice his footing. Lu Ruo had long since woven an invisible vine net on his retreat path. The moment he stepped onto it, the net instantly tightened, entangling his ankles. Perfect chance. A sharp glint flashed in Shunzin's eyes as he thrust the azure steel sword once more. Zhang Lei also seized the moment, the stone axe glowing with yellow light as it cleaved toward the evil cultivator's chest. The evil cultivator's expression shifted as he fiercely channeled his blood light. For a time, the clang of metal echoed throughout the cave. As the battle grew increasingly intense, both sides began to suffer injuries. Cough, cough. The evil cultivator clutched his left leg, coughing violently, with a trace of black blood at the corner of his mouth. Having continuously withstood the attacks of the three, his spiritual energy was severely depleted. His chest heaved violently, and the internal injuries from his earlier clash with the stone axe were now taking their toll. Shun Xian and his companions were no better off. The evil cultivator's spiritual energy was insidiously toxic, causing abnormal fluctuations in their blood energy. Thus, they had to divert a portion of their focus to suppress the surging blood energy during the fight. Shunzin's hand gripping the azure steel sword trembled slightly. A 3-inch-long burn on his left arm was dark red and festering. It was a wound left by the evil cultivator's bloodlight blade grazing past. The sinister spiritual energy was burrowing into his meridians through the wound, forcing him to use 30% of his spiritual energy to suppress it. Though his sword techniques remained fierce, they were a half-beat slower than before. Lu Ruo's face was as pale as paper. Her spiritual energy was inherently more supportive, and the continuous use of techniques had drained her greatly. She could barely stand steady. Zhang Lei was in the worst state. A deep, bone-deep gash on his right shoulder inflicted by the evil cultivator's blood thorn bled profusely. Blood streamed down the stone axe's handle, pooling into a small puddle of dark red on the ground. His face was equally pale, clearly also suffering from massive spiritual energy depletion. Overall, however, the evil cultivator was at a disadvantage. He was alone while Shunzin's side had 3 fighters engaging him directly, and Xiao Yun, whom he had been wary of, had yet to make a move. The evil cultivator looked at Shun Xian and the others who were wounded but still tense and gritted his teeth. If we keep fighting, it will be a fight to the death. He took a step forward, bloodlight gathering again in his palm. Leave now, and I'll pretend I never saw you. This is your last chance. Otherwise, I swear at least one of you will die here. Shun Xian, Zhang Lei, and Lu Ruo exchanged glances. Without a word, their actions gave the most resolute answer. Shun Xian pulled a small jade bottle from his storage pouch, bit open the stopper, and tipped out a single emerald green pill. As soon as the pill was taken out, it exuded a faint fragrance that even diluted the sinister aura in the mine. He frowned slightly at the pill, clearly aware it was not cheap, but he swallowed it without hesitation. Zhang Lei and Lu Ruo followed suit, each taking out an identical Qinghe recovery pill and putting it into their mouths. Seeing the 3 rapidly recover, the evil cultivator's pupils suddenly constricted. A flicker of barely noticeable envy flashed deep in his eyes. You? Force my hand. The evil cultivator's roar exploded within the mine shaft, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes consumed by madness. He raised his hand abruptly, and the blood light in his palm surged violently, transforming into dozens of fine blood-red threads that shot toward the platform like venomous snakes. Those threads precisely wrapped around the surviving villagers, both the elderly and children. The moment they touched their necks, they instantly seeped into their skin. Damn it! Shunzin's pupils shrank. The azure steel sword, carrying a cold gleam, thrust straight for the evil cultivator's back. But the distance was too far. The sword wind was blocked halfway by the blood light erupting from the evil cultivator's body. In merely 3 breaths, the villagers on the platform suddenly began convulsing in unison. Their tightly shut eyes snapped open, revealing only hollow black sockets. Their skin withered at a visible rate, and their chests, which had shown faint movement, instantly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, over 30 living souls were reduced to a field of dried corpses identical to those before. Meanwhile, a terrifying transformation was taking place within the evil cultivator. The villager's life force surged into his body through the blood-red threads. His bleeding wounds healed at a visible rate, and the blood light around him was no longer the faint red of before, but had condensed into a thick ink-like crimson. His spiritual energy fluctuation surged like a tsunami, breaking through the shackles from the 9th level of chi condensation to forcibly enter the 10th level. Yet despite the breakthrough in cultivation, the evil cultivator felt no joy, only intense hatred and unwillingness. He turned abruptly to glare at Shun Xian and the others, murderous intent almost spilling from his eyes. You've destroyed everything. I searched for the spirit vein of Cloudwater Village for 3 years before finding it. I was one step away from breaking through to Foundation establishment. It was you. You ruined my opportunity." He took a step forward, and the dark red bloodlight formed a solid shield around him. With each step, the entire mine shaft trembled slightly. The oppressive pressure of the 10th level of Qi condensation weighed down on Xiao Yun and the others like Mount Tai, making even breathing difficult. The veins on Sun Zin's hand gripping the azure steel sword bulged, and the cold gleam on the blade dimmed slightly under the pressure. He could clearly sense that the evil cultivator's spiritual energy was now several times stronger than before. "It's over." A thought uncontrollably flashed through his mind. They could contend with a 9th level Qi condensation evil cultivator, but against the 10th level, they didn't even have the right to fight back. Despair began to shroud their hearts. It was at this moment that Xiao Yun, who had been hiding behind, suddenly changed expression. Visualization successful. Choose 1. 50 attribute points. 2. 10th level Qi condensation cultivation insights. 3. The life-devouring blood scripture. 4. Choose 3. The life-devouring blood scripture. A torrent of countless cultivation techniques flooded Xiao Yun's mind like a tidal wave. Every single character of the blood-devouring life scripture and each pathway for spiritual energy circulation were etched into his very instincts with crystal clarity. This technique, centered on blood devouring, could not only actively absorb the lifeblood of living beings to convert into one's own spiritual energy, but also during battle use one's own blood energy as a catalyst to disrupt an opponent's internal blood energy, causing their spiritual power to stagnate and their combat prowess to plummet. The most critical point, however, was explicitly recorded in the scripture: if one forcibly devours a massive amount of life essence, in a short time the blood energy will inevitably become hollow and rootless. While one's cultivation might seem to skyrocket, the foundation would be unstable. At the slightest external disturbance, the blood energy would turn back and devour the cultivator themselves. So that's it. Xiao Yun's spiritual eyes locked onto the demonic cultivator. Though the dark red blood light surrounding the demonic cultivator was intense, it trembled slightly, flickering like a candle in the wind, a clear sign of hollow blood energy. He had only forcibly built up his cultivation by sacrificing the villagers. His true combat strength was likely no match for an ordinary Qi condensation 10th level cultivator. Moreover, if one could just disrupt his blood energy, he would reap the consequences of his own actions. Senior Brother Shun, Senior Brother Zhang, Senior Sister Lu. Xiao Yun suddenly spoke, his voice reaching the 3 of them clearly. This demonic cultivator is a fake. He forcibly devoured too much of the villagers' blood energy. His cultivation isn't stable at all. If you can just hold him off, I have a way to deal with him. Shun Xian and the others were stunned, the despair in their eyes instantly replaced by doubt. Xiao Yun was merely at the 3rd level of Qi condensation. How could he possibly deal with a demonic cultivator at the 10th level? Yet looking at Xiao Yun's confident gaze and recalling his previous unexpected tricks, Shen Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. We trust you. Zhang Lei Jr. Sister Lu will hold him off from the front and create an opportunity for Junior Brother Xiao." "No problem." Zhang Lei roared, ignoring the pain from his shoulder wound as he channeled his spiritual energy. Dense earth spikes shot up from the ground like a forest of sharp thorns growing wildly from beneath the demonic cultivator's feet, forcing him to retreat continuously. Lu Ruo's fingertips blazed with green light. Dozens of thick vines shot out, like chains tightly binding the demonic cultivator's arms. Even as the vines corroded under the bloodlight, she gritted her teeth and maintained the technique. Shun Xian, gripping his cyan steel sword, thrust his blade at the demonic cultivator's heart like a fierce storm, forcing him to rely solely on his bloodlight to withstand the assault, leaving him no time for other distractions. "A little brat at the 3rd level of Qi condensation dares to act recklessly before me." The demonic cultivator sneered disdainfully as he saw Xiao Yun charging at him. Bloodlight coalesced in his palm into a blood-red spear which he prepared to hurl at Xiao Yun. But at that moment, Shenzhen's cyan steel sword suddenly thrust toward his wrist, and Zhang Lei's stone axe cleaved toward his side. Forced to hastily withdraw his spiritual energy to block the blood-red spear, scattered into a mist of blood just as it was half-formed. Now, Xiao Yun's figure suddenly accelerated. The spiritual energy within his dantian circulated wildly along the pathways of the blood-devouring life scripture, and a faint red blood energy began to glow in the palm of his right hand. This was not the sinister dark red of the demonic cultivator, but a light red tinged with vitality, a fusion of his own blood energy and the technique. Instead of dodging the demonic cultivator's bloodlight, he lunged straight at him, pressing his right hand firmly against the demonic cultivator's chest. "You're asking for death." The demonic cultivator snarled, the bloodlight on his chest surging as he prepared to corrode Xiao Yun on the spot. But the next second his smile suddenly froze and his face turned deathly pale. A suction force emanated from Xiao Yun's palm. The demonic cultivator's hollow blood energy, as if finding an exit crazily, surged from his chest toward Xiao Yun. How? How is this possible? The demonic cultivator howled in terror. He could clearly feel the villager's blood energy he had painstakingly absorbed draining away at a visible rate. The dark red blood light around him grew increasingly faint, and the oppressive pressure of the 10th level of qi condensation began to dissipate. At the same time, Xiao Yun's aura was rapidly ascending. His cultivation, already on the verge of a breakthrough, surged forward irresistibly, directly breaking through to the 4th level of qi condensation. The demonic cultivator tried to push Xiao Yun away, but his arms were entangled by vines, his feet trapped by earth spikes, and Shunzin's cyan steel sword kept thrusting at his weaknesses. He was utterly immobile. Xiao Yun, with his eyes tightly shut, focused entirely on circulating the blood-devouring life scripture. He did not greedily take too much. He merely drew in the most hollow part of the demonic cultivator's blood energy into his palm, then followed the technique's pathways to convert it into his own spiritual energy, while deliberately guiding a strand of blood energy back into the demonic cultivator's body. Even a small portion of a 10th level qi condensation cultivator's spiritual energy was immense for Xiao Yun. Simultaneously, the guided strand of blood energy acted like a fuse, instantly detonating the already unstable blood energy within the demonic cultivator's body, causing it to run rampant and chaotic through his meridians. Oh! The demonic cultivator let out a miserable shriek as the backlash of his blood energy caused excruciating pain in his meridians. The condensed blood light exploded instantly, and even the blood-colored protective shield around him dissipated completely. He staggered backward, forcibly snapping the vines with his arms, but due to the chaotic blood energy, his spiritual power stagnated, and he could barely stand. Now, Shunzin's low shout and Zhang Lei's roar sounded almost simultaneously. A chilling light blazed from Shunzin's cyan steel sword, while Zhang Lei, hefting his stone axe, cleaved diagonally at the demonic cultivator's neck, aiming to behead him on the spot. A flicker of despair flashed in the demonic cultivator's eyes, quickly replaced by madness. Watching the approaching sword and axe, feeling the rampaging blood energy within him, he knew he was beyond saving, yet he was determined to take someone down with him. His gaze locked onto Xiao Yun before him. His roar was like that of a cornered beast. It's all you. You've ruined everything. Even in death, I'll drag you down with me. Before his words faded, the demonic cultivator violently detonated all the remaining blood energy within his body. Boom! A dark red blood light exploded around him like a bomb. The shockwave, carrying a pungent coppery stench, instantly blasted Shun Xian and Zhang Lei backward. Seizing this opening, ignoring the agonizing backlash of his blood energy, the demonic cultivator lunged at Xiao Yun like an arrow shot from a bowstring. Though no complete blood light enveloped him, fine beads of blood oozed from his skin, making him look as if he had been pulled from a pool of gore. His hands formed claws filled with the ferocity of a dying man, aiming to snap Xiao Yun's neck. Junior brother Xiao, be careful. Shun Xian struggled to his feet, trying to swing his sword to help, but was hindered by the residual force of the shockwave, his movements a beat too slow. In that hair's breadth of a moment, a sharp light flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes. The pure white spiritual energy in his dantian surged to its peak. Earth vein armor. He let out a low shout, and a layer of earth and yellow armor materialized around him. The surface of the armor was covered in spiritual patterns resembling earth veins. As soon as it formed, it radiated a heavy defensive aura, as if Xiao Yun had been encased in a form-fitting suit of rocky armor. Clang! The demonic cultivator's blood claws struck the earth vein armor, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. However, due to the vast gap in their cultivation levels, the armor only held for less than a breath before shattering and exploding. But that brief moment was enough for Xiao Yun to fully merge his blood energy with his physical strength. Triple soul-shaking collapse. A dull booming sound cut through the air as Xiao Yun's right fist, wreathed in intertwined light red and earth and yellow spiritual light, smashed heavily into the demonic cultivator's chest. The instant fist met flesh, the power of threefold spiritual energy layers erupted like a thunderclap. The first layer shattered the blood beads on the demonic cultivator's surface, the second pierced through his skin and muscle, and the third struck directly at the chaotic core of his blood energy. 2. The demonic cultivator spat out a mouthful of black blood. The madness in his eyes instantly faded, replaced by an incredulous shock. He could clearly feel that the immense force from his chest had not only shattered his meridians, but had thoroughly disrupted the remaining blood energy within him, extinguishing even his last shred of resistance. Xiao Yun was not unscathed either. This punch had left his right arm numb and immobile, his fingers unable to bend. His blood and chi churned like boiling water, and a coppery taste rose in his throat. Senior Brother Shun. Senior Brother Zhang. Xiao Yun shouted through the pain in his arm. He's out of strength. Hurry. Shun, Xian, and Zhang Lei finally broke free from the residual shockwave and rushed forward. Seeing that he was about to meet his end here, a deeper madness took hold in the demonic cultivator's eyes. He burned the very last drop of his vital essence, using it to stabilize his form, and once again appeared before Xiao Yun. He rapidly formed hand seals, and a flash of red light enveloped both him and Xiao Yun. It all happened too fast for Shun, Xian, and Zhang Lei to intervene. When the red light faded, both Xiao Yun and the demonic cultivator had vanished without a trace. Xiao Yun's eyes snapped open. He found himself lying on a cold stone floor, no longer in the damp gloom of a mine, but within a grand yet eerie hall. The hall was constructed entirely of jet black stone, its walls densely carved with intricate patterns through which a faint spiritual light flowed. There was no light source in the ceiling, yet a pale white radiance enveloped the center of the hall, illuminating it as bright as day. And at the heart of that radiance stood a transparent crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was made of materials so pure, devoid of any impurity, that the scene within was clearly visible. A woman dressed in a simple white dress stood silently inside, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, the tips shimmering with tiny crystalline lights. Her features were exquisitely crafted, as if by heaven's most perfect hand. Her brows were like distant mountains touched with mist, her lips like cinnabar lightly applied. Even with her eyes closed, she radiated a breathtaking beauty. Strangely, her complexion was as rosy as the living, her skin glowing faintly. There was no sign of a corpse's stiffness or coldness. She seemed merely to be in a deep slumber. Xiao Yun was momentarily stunned. Lin Yu was a rare beauty, but compared to the woman in the coffin, she was like a firefly beside the bright moon, not even a fraction of her radiance. This woman's beauty was too unreal, carrying a sense of detachment that did not belong to the mortal world. It inspired awe, yet an irresistible urge to uncover her origins. Cough. Cough. A weak coughing sound from beside him snapped Xiao Yun out of his thoughts. He whirled around. The heretic cultivator was lying collapsed on the ground not far away, drenched in blood, his breath as faint as a candle in the wind. The spiritual energy of his 10th layer of chi condensation was nearly spent, leaving only a wisp of blood energy to cling to life within his body. Clearly the crimson light just now had consumed his last drop of essence blood. Now he lacked even the strength to lift a hand. Xiao Yun's nerves instantly tensed. Though his right arm was still numb, he subconsciously began to gather his spiritual energy. He hadn't forgotten that this heretic cultivator had just tried to drag him down as well. Though he was now at death's door, there was no guarantee he wouldn't make one last desperate move. Xiao Yun slowly rose to his feet and walked step by step toward the heretic. His gaze swept the hall vigilantly. After confirming there were no other dangers, he said in a deep voice, "Where is this place? What did you bring me here for?" Hearing Xiao Yun's voice, the heretic laboriously lifted his head. A flicker of reluctance and madness shone in his murky eyes as a trickle of black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "Tell me first, how do you also know the devouring lifeblood scripture?" "To be honest with you," Xiao Yun said flatly, "I am a genius 1 in 10,000. I can learn any technique others possess just by seeing it once." You. Listening to Xiao Yun's outlandish words, the heretic was so enraged that a surge of blood attacked his heart, and he vomited a large mouthful of black blood, his face turning as pale as paper. Then he let out a soft, eerily hoarse laugh. Heh, fine. To have a genius like you as my burial companion, it's not a loss. I, Fong Ming, with my spiritual root aptitude of less than half, have still managed to cultivate to the 10th layer of chi condensation. I have no regrets in this life." After saying this, he closed his eyes tightly and refused to answer any of Xiao Yun's questions, clearly awaiting death. Seeing Fong Ming with his eyes shut and refusing to be moved, Xiao Yun knew further questioning was futile. His gaze fell upon the dusty storage pouch at Fong Ming's waist. A cultivator's storage pouch held many secrets. Perhaps there was a clue to escaping this place. He stepped forward slowly, gathering a wisp of spiritual energy at his fingertip, and gently probed the pouch's seal. The pouch's restrictions had long since failed. Xiao Yun opened it with a touch. He reached inside and first felt a pile of cold hard objects. Dumping them out, he found about 100 round low-grade spirit stones. They emitted a faint white light, standing out prominently in the hall's glow. Next, he pulled out a jumble of miscellaneous items, mostly useless scraps. Nothing valuable as expected, Xiao Yun muttered, frowning as he tossed them aside. Finally, from the bottom of the pouch, he retrieved a yellowed, thread-bound book. On the cover, in dark red characters, was written "Devouring Life Blood Scripture." the very evil art Fong Ming cultivated. He opened the book hoping to find something useful. The handwriting was scribbled detailing methods for devouring blood essence largely similar to what had flooded his mind earlier. But when he reached the last page, Xiao Yun's fingers suddenly froze. The paper of the final page was noticeably newer than the rest. The notes were written in ink with a delicate, elegant hand, clearly not by the same author. The notes recorded a special technique, a one-way teleportation spell requiring a cultivation base of at least foundation establishment to activate, otherwise death was certain. One-way teleportation, foundation establishment, or above, or else certain death. Xiao Yun read the notes word by word, his expression darkening. He finally understood why Fong Ming had said drag you down as my burial companion. This teleportation spell had no return path. He had been forcibly dragged in, and now he was trapped in this unknown hall with no way out. Unwilling to believe he would be trapped here to die, Xiao Yun's gaze swept the hall. Clinging to a final shred of hope, he began to meticulously search every corner. But the effort was ultimately futile. This hall was like an airtight iron box. No doors, no windows, not even a crack for ventilation. It seemed as if it had never been built for entering or exiting in the first place. Furthermore, the material used for the interior was incredibly hard. When Xiao Yun struck the wall with all his might, not only did the wall remain unscathed, but the recoil numbed his arm. How can this be? Xiao Yun stopped looking at the empty hall as a wave of helplessness washed over him. His right arm was still numb, and his spiritual energy had been depleted by his earlier probing. In the hall besides himself, there was only the sleeping woman and the dying Fong Ming. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anxiety, and turned to walk back toward Fong Ming. Even if Fong Ming refused to speak, perhaps he could find other clues on his person. But after only 2 steps he halted. Fong Ming was still lying there, but his posture hadn't changed at all. The faint rise and fall of his chest had now completely flattened. He was dead. Xiao Yun looked at Fong Ming's cold corpse and sighed softly. Then he raised his hand and flicked a small fireball of condensed spiritual energy, which drifted lazily toward Fong Ming's body. Within half a stick of incense, the body had turned into a pile of gray-white ashes. Xiao Yun averted his gaze and stopped dwelling on it. The most important thing now was to find a way out. He turned his gaze once again, falling upon the crystal coffin at the center of the hall, the most anomalous feature in this airtight space. He began to walk slowly toward the crystal coffin, each step as light as possible. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Detected a target suitable for visualization. Required visualization time: 95 days. It is indeed alive. Xiao Yun's heart jolted. The woman's complexion was ruddy, her lips tinged with blood, and she looked nothing like a corpse. Yet staring at the 95 days, prompt in his mind, his brows knitted into a knot. Such an extended period of visualization must yield an exceedingly remarkable harvest. But a little over 3 months, neither long nor short, especially within this airtight hall where even day and night were indistinguishable. He instinctively touched the storage pouch at his waist. Inside, besides the 100 low-grade spirit stones left by Fong Ming, there were several bags of compressed wheat cakes and multiple water flasks likely prepared by Fong Ming for a prolonged stay in the mine. His own storage pouch contained some fasting pills, each capable of sustaining physiological needs for 3 days. For a cultivator, suppressing hunger and thirst was no difficult feat as long as spiritual energy remained. Surviving 3 months is achievable. Xiao Yun murmured to himself, though his heart was laden with worry. But what if after the visualization I still find no way out? By then, with the spirit stones depleted and the fasting pills exhausted, even a cultivator wouldn't last long. He looked up at the woman in the crystal coffin. Her eyes remained shut, the blood-red patterns on her pristine white dress flickering faintly in the halo of light, while the faint glow at the tips of her hair shimmered like starlight. Beyond visualization, he had no other choice. The hall's walls were as hard as iron with no entrance or exit. Fong Ming was dead, the clues severed. This slumbering woman was the sole hope for breaking the deadlock. Enough, he'll take the gamble. Xiao Yun took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety, and walked to a corner of the hall. He neatly arranged all supplies on the ink-black floor. This way, he could keep clear track of resource consumption and quickly replenish spiritual energy during visualization. Then Xiao Yun slowly approached the crystal coffin, stopping 3 steps away, and sat cross-legged. The spiritual energy within the hall was exceedingly dense, surpassing even the spirit vein mine. The pale white radiance fell upon him, carrying a gentle warmth. Meanwhile, inside the spirit vein mine, the traces of the earlier battle had yet to fully dissipate. Dark bloodstains still clung to the ground, broken vines lay curled and blackened. In a corner, the dried corpses of villagers had been hastily covered with coarse cloth, lending the empty mine an oppressive sense of deathly stillness. Shen Exine Zhonglei and Lu Ruo stood beside the platform where the evil cultivator had once sacrificed villagers accompanied by an old man in a gray robe. Li Xian, an outer sect elder of the Qingyun sect. Li Xian, with his white hair and beard, had sleeves embroidered with the Qingyun pattern signifying his rank as an outer sect elder. His eyes were half closed as he formed hand seals, and a pale blue spiritual energy spread from him like ripples covering the entire mind, and even sensing the spiritual fluctuations deep within the earth veins. This was already Li Xian's third time casting the detection technique. After half an incense stick's time, Li Xian slowly withdrew his seals and opened his eyes, a look of helplessness in them. No use, I still can't find him. My spirit detection art has scoured even the vein tributaries 300 zhang beyond the mine, but there's no spatial fluctuation or trace of that child's spiritual energy. It's as if he and that evil cultivator vanished from this world without a trace. Impossible. Lin Yu lifted her head sharply, her face still streaked with fresh tears. Her eyes were redrimmed, her voice choked with sobs, as she stepped forward clutching Li Xian's sleeve. Elder, please try once more. Perhaps the evil cultivator's teleportation technique has some effect that conceals his aura. Just try one more time, one more time. Li Xian looked at Lin Yu's reddened eyes, sighed softly, and patted her hand gently. His tone was kind, but carried an undeniable finality. Child, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I've already probed many times. Probing further will yield no new results. That evil cultivator's teleportation art was imbued with dense yin and foul blood energy, yet it left no spatial rift. Either the teleportation distance far exceeds my detection range, or he trailed off, but everyone present understood his unspoken implication. Either Xiao Yun had been transported to a place beyond detection, or he had perished along with the evil cultivator, his aura completely dissipated. Shen Exine tightened his grip on his green steel sword, its cold gleam now seeming unusually dim. Elder, is there truly no other way? His voice was low, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Zhonglei stood nearby, his hands clenched tightly around his stone axe, his knuckles white, his brows knitted into a tight knot. Usually boisterous, he now found himself utterly speechless. Had it not been for Xiao Yun, he Shen Exine and Lu Ruo would have perished at the evil cultivator's hands. Yet now they couldn't even find a trace of Xiao Yun. Lu Ruo silently walked to a corner, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Li Xian, looking at the grief-stricken young people before him, felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment's deliberation, he said slowly, Xiao Yun is merely a new outer sect disciple. According to sect rules, deploying an outer sect elder for a missing outer disciple is already an exception. The inner sect elders possess more powerful techniques, but they oversee crucial sect affairs. Unless a core disciple goes missing, they won't be easily mobilized. His words extinguished the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. Lin Yu released Li Xian's sleeve, staggered back a step, and leaned against a cold stalactite, tears streaming down her face once more. Shen Exine closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, the grief in his gaze was replaced by resolve. Regardless, when we return to the sect, we'll keep searching. We must find him, alive or dead. Zhonglei nodded emphatically. Yes, we must find him. Li Xian nodded slightly, offering no further discouragement. He turned and said, you all return to the sect first. The mind's spirit vein has been contaminated by the evil cultivator. I'll have someone seal this place. As for Xiao Yun, if any news arises, the sect will inform you immediately. Subsequently, the group left the spirit vein mine in silence, its entrance temporarily sealed by earth element techniques. On the journey back, no one spoke. Only the sound of footsteps echoed along the forest path, occasionally punctuated by Lin Yu's stifled sobs, which were carried away by the wind and scattered among the leaves. Back at the sect, days passed one after another, yet Shen Exine and the others' search yielded no progress. Upon hearing of Xiao Yun's disappearance, Liu Bei became utterly despondent, then threw himself into a frenzy of cultivation. He wanted to raise his cultivation level so he could personally search for Xiao Yun. However, his exceedingly poor aptitude dealt him blow after crushing blow. What no one expected was that at this very moment, in a grand hall 1,000 li away, Xiao Yun's face was brimming with joy. The spiritual energy in this hall is so dense. A little over a month has passed, and I've already broken through to the 5th level of qi condensation. With a vast wealth of cultivation insights, a 5th-grade mystic spirit root, and the techniques of the spirit eye and qi guidance, Xiao Yun's cultivation soared like a rocket fueled by the hall's abundant spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the progress bar for the visualization displayed by the system steadily advanced. In the great hall, time had no measure of day or night. Xiao Yun could only calculate its passage by his progress in visualization. He had already used 76 of the low-grade spirit stones left by Feng Ming. Each time his spiritual energy ran dry, he would take one, hold it in his palm, and let its pure qi seep through his fingertips into his dantian. He had only 2 fasting pills left. The wheat cakes had long turned hard and difficult to chew, and only one water skin remained still half filled with clear water. Yet these external deprivations were overshadowed by the joy of his cultivation and visualization progress. During these 3 months, Xiao Yun had not simply sat motionless. In the second month, aided by the hall's dense spiritual energy, his cultivation surged from the early stage of qi condensation, level 5 straight, to the bottleneck between level 5 and level 6. The spiritual energy vortex in his dantian grew denser, and his meridians, nourished by pure qi, became more resilient. In the third month, his visualization entered a deep state. Xiao Yun was no longer satisfied with merely seeing. He merged his spiritual eye with his consciousness, attempting to sense the flow of blood energy within the woman's body. He discovered that the pale white halo around the woman was not externally bestowed, but emanated from the blood-colored mark on her brow. The blood energy flowing within that mark was pure, without a single impurity, perfectly matching the primal blood energy recorded in the devouring blood scripture. As his perception deepened, the spiritual energy in his dantian began to resonate faintly with the woman's blood energy. The lingering yin and evil blood energy from absorbing Feng Ming was gradually purified in this resonance. Even the circulation path of the devouring blood scripture became smoother. He finally understood that this art was not inherently evil. It had simply been twisted by people like Feng Ming who used it through plunder. The true method of cultivation was to refine and transform one's own blood energy, then attach it to spiritual energy for use. This also meant that the art could only achieve its best effect on those with a powerful physical body. And Xiao Yun perfectly met this condition. By the middle of the third month, the visualization progress had reached 90, and his cultivation was stuck at the bottleneck from the peak of qi condensation, level 5 to level 6. The spiritual energy in his dantian was restless, as if awaiting a breakthrough opportunity. He no longer deliberately suppressed it. Each day, he would take out 2 spirit stones, letting the spiritual energy fill his dantian to the extreme, while simultaneously circulating the devouring blood scripture to refine his own blood energy and attach it to his pure white spiritual energy. Through Xiao Yun's efforts, the spiritual energy within him was successfully enveloped in a faint red glow, becoming more condensed, and the power of the techniques he released surged dramatically. Time arrived at the 93rd day. The spiritual energy in Xiao Yun's dantian reached a peak, and then suddenly erupted like a flood bursting through a dam, crashing against the barrier of qi condensation level 6. The pale white halo in the hall also swelled, illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight. An hour of spiritual energy impact was like a raging tide within his meridians. Fine beads of sweat seeped from Xiao Yun's brow, and he clenched his teeth. The spiritual energy vortex in his dantian had expanded to its limit. The pale red blood energy and the pure white spiritual energy intertwined like 2 rushing streams, repeatedly crashing against the invisible barrier of qi condensation level 6. Each collision brought a stabbing, distending pain to his meridians. Bang! Finally, after another fierce surge, the barrier that had troubled him for over half a month shattered into pieces. The vortex in his dantian instantly swelled. The pale red blood energy fully merged with the spiritual energy, giving the vortex a warm pinkish-white halo that pulsed with an unyielding vitality. His meridians were stretched slightly by the surging spiritual energy, but quickly became more resilient under the nourishment of the blood energy. Xiao Yun slowly raised his hand and made a fist. A faint pinkish-white spiritual light shimmered around his fist. With a light swing, it stirred a sharp current of air. Finally done, he murmured to himself, his voice filled with elation. Over the next 2 days, Xiao Yun focused on solidifying his cultivation. He had 24 low-grade spirit stones left from Feng Ming. Each day, he would take 2, hold them in his palm, and let the pure qi seep into his dantian, merging with his own pinkish-white spiritual energy. After 3 months of arduous training, his soul-shattering collapse could now unleash 5-fold bursts, its power reaching a new level. Just as his cultivation was fully consolidated, a familiar system notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Visualization successful. Choice available, heavenly derivation art. Xiao Yun was stunned. This was the first time since obtaining the system that he had encountered only one reward option. Why only the heavenly derivation art? What about attribute points? Cultivation insights. Xiao Yun instinctively questioned the system in his mind, but it gave no response. Could it be because the visualization target is too special? He speculated. This heavenly derivation art is no ordinary technique. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yun silently declared in his mind, I choose the heavenly derivation art. No sooner had he made his choice than a vast torrent of information flooded his mind. It affects the spiritual root and can modify its attributes. Xiao Yun's eyes flew wide open and his breath quickened instantly. He was fully aware of what the spiritual root meant for a cultivator. Unlike talent, the attributes of a spiritual root were essentially fixed from birth, and postnatal modification was nearly impossible. The heavenly derivation art could actually change this. The heavenly derivation art is no ordinary cultivation method. It is a technique to defy fate and reshape destiny. Based on blood energy enveloping spirit, it draws celestial spiritual energy into the spiritual root, reshaping its meridians, transforming a mixed root into a heavenly derivation one and birthing heavenly derivation spiritual energy. The prerequisite for blood energy enveloping spirit was that the cultivator must practice the devouring blood scripture, fusing their own blood energy with spiritual energy to achieve a blood-spirit symbiosis state. This was exactly Xiao Yun's current state. The devouring blood scripture was actually a prerequisite technique. His blood boiled with excitement. He also understood why for those below the foundation establishment stage, entering this place meant certain death. Ordinary cultivators lacking Xiao Yun's powerful physique would inevitably follow a path similar to Feng Ming's when practicing the blood scripture. And someone like Feng Ming who had cultivated the blood scripture was far from achieving the blood-spirit symbiosis state. He likely would only barely meet the requirements after breaking through to foundation establishment. The description of heavenly derivation spiritual energy then set his heart racing. Heavenly derivation spiritual energy is not of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. It is a fusion of the 5 element spirits. Its strength far exceeds ordinary spiritual energy of the same level. It can suppress common spiritual energy. Whenever it encounters ordinary attributes, it can use its heavenly derivation power to diminish their potency. Furthermore, it can devour ordinary spiritual energy, converting it into its own heavenly derivation energy, endlessly self-sustaining. What brought him the greatest joy was the art's record on cultivation difficulty. The difficulty of reshaping the spiritual root is tied to the cultivator's initial attributes. For those with a single attribute root, the meridian path is simple and prone to snapping during transformation. The difficulty is 99%. For those with dual or triple attribute roots, the difficulty is 80%. For those with 4 attribute roots, the difficulty is 60%. Only for those with 5 attribute roots, where the meridian paths are complex yet orderly like a celestial crucible, can they accommodate the reshaping power of heavenly derivation. The difficulty is the lowest at merely 30%. A light never seen before blazed in Xiao Yun's eyes. This technique was practically tailor-made for him. He took a deep breath, suppressing his surging emotions, and sat back down cross-legged. He began the first step of the heavenly derivation art, guiding the heavenly derivation power into his spiritual root. A thin strand of pinkish-white light slowly separated from his dantian and flowed along his meridians toward the location of his spiritual root. The moment it touched his spiritual root, Xiao Yun felt a tingling numbness spread through his body, as if warm water were flowing through the root's meridians. His originally chaotic 5-attribute spiritual root began to tremble slightly under the power of heavenly derivation, as if welcoming a rebirth. This is the true opportunity. A smile couldn't help but curl at the corners of Xiao Yun's mouth. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged, his body enveloped by a gentle stream of pinkish-white spiritual energy that cycled ceaselessly along the meridian pathways prescribed by the celestial evolution art. With each full circulation, a subtle tingling sensation shimmered across his brow, a sign that the celestial evolution force was meticulously cleansing his spirit roots, gradually separating and refining the chaotic 5-element chi that once cluttered his meridians. In the first few days, the expulsion of impurities had brought faint stinging pain, yet as the cycles multiplied, the sting softened into a warm, soothing itch. Within his dantian, the pinkish-white spiritual energy grew increasingly refined. The palered vital energy and white chi fused ever more seamlessly, leaving no trace of disjunction. 81 full cycles, 9 times 9 in perfect celestial alignment. As the final thread of celestial evolution force surged into his spirit roots, Xiao Yun suddenly felt a searing heat bloom at his brow, as though something had detonated deep within his core. The next instant, blinding white light erupted violently from his brow, pure, untainted, radiant, beyond measure, tenfold brighter than the soft luminescence at the hall's center, flooding the obsidian-black chamber with daylight brilliance. Even the crystal sarcophagus was bathed in that light, its translucent surface shimmered with delicate star-like ripples, as if ignited by celestial fire. Xiao Yun felt weightless, as though gravity itself were releasing its hold, lifting him upward. Within his dantian, the spiraling spiritual energy contracted sharply, then exploded outward with thunderous force. The once pink-tinged spiritual energy now gleamed pure white, denser, more potent, radiating an ineffable sovereign majesty as it flowed. More wondrous still, a delicate thread of crimson vital energy coiled deep within that white radiance, like the final stroke of a master painter, imbuing the chi with resilience and vibrant pulsing life. It is done. Xiao Yun opened his eyes, raised his hand, and clenched his fist. A luminous sphere coalesced in his palm, its surface etched with faint crimson traceries. With the slightest movement, it stirred a palpable oppressive current in the air. He sensed clearly his spiritual energy had not only multiplied in strength several-fold, it now obeyed his will completely, its vital essence fully integrated. The blood-devouring vital scripture and the celestial evolution art had merged flawlessly, inseparable as yin and yang. At that very moment, the crystal sarcophagus at the hall's center began to tremble violently. Though the woman within remained motionless, her eyes closed, the blood-red mark upon her brow flared with unprecedented brilliance, and a slender beam of crimson light shot forth, tracing a perfect arc through the air before striking Xiao Yun's brow with unerring precision. The moment the light touched his skin, it dissolved into a gentle, warming current flowing inward through his brow and merging seamlessly with his newly refined spirit roots, causing no discomfort, only a resonant harmony, as if their vital energies shared a single ancestral source. Blood spirit mark detected within host. Effects unknown. The system's chime faded before Xiao Yun could ponder the mark's significance. Suddenly, a fierce, irresistible pull surged upward from beneath his feet, as though an invisible hand had seized his ankles and dragged him downward into the earth. Instinctively, he tried to channel spiritual energy to resist, yet found his chi utterly unresponsive. His vision warped and blurred. This is teleportation. A jolt of shock pierced his mind, followed swiftly by elation. At last, he would escape this place. Before he could gather his thoughts, the pull intensified, accompanied by a crushing sense of weightlessness. Darkness swallowed his sight, and then oblivion. Within the hall, as Xiao Yun's form vanished, the blinding white light receded like a tide. The crystal sarcophagus stilled. The woman's crimson brow mark dimmed once more, silent, dormant, as if nothing had ever occurred. Thud! Xiao Yun felt his back slam hard against something unyielding. Then vertigo spun his world. When he finally braced himself upright on trembling arms, the coarse grit beneath his palms startled him. Not the polished black stone of the hall, but rough-hewn blue bricks strewn with gravel, their cracks sprouting sparse foxtail grasses. Who dares cause trouble within the Meng family courtyard? A gruff shout cracked the air. Xiao Yun jerked his head up to find 7 or 8 guards in coarse gray tunics, closing in hands gripping long sabers whose blades gleamed coldly in the afternoon sun, eyes sharp and wary fixed upon him like a dangerous intruder. Nearby, a maid tending laundry dropped her water bucket in fright, the splash spreading across the bricks in a wide glistening stain. Chickens in the corner coop squawked in panic, wings flapping wildly as they scrambled to flee, the entire courtyard erupting into chaos. Where'd this kid come from? I was watching the gate the whole time. No one entered. A lanky guard scratched his head, baffled. Did he scale the wall? But the broken glass on the parapet hasn't shifted. No matter how he got in. Seize him now. The middle-aged man leading them stepped forward, broad-shouldered, thick-bearded, a jagged scar cutting across his forehead, a copper token engraved with the character Meng hanging at his waist. Clearly the head of the guard corps. His hands rested firmly on his sword hilts, his eyes round and fierce as bronze bells locked onto Xiao Yun with unassailable authority. Boy, state your name. Who are you, and why do you stand within the Meng family courtyard? Only then did Xiao Yun fully regain his bearings. Where the hell am I, eh? He had indeed been teleported beyond the hall, but where exactly remained a complete mystery. Seeing Xiao Yun remain silent, merely scanning the surroundings with furrowed brows, the captain's impatience eclipsed his caution. His gaze flicked over Xiao Yun's tattered outer disciple robe, immediately branding him a petty thief who'd sneaked in to steal. He bellowed, "Seize him." "Yes, sir." The guards roared in unison and lunged forward, sabers drawn. Seasoned in guarding the Meng estate, they moved with practiced efficiency, blades whistling through the air toward Xiao Yun's arms, intent solely on subduing him first. Xiao Yun's brow furrowed. He saw no need for explanation. With a mere thought, the celestial evolution chi surged forth like a torrential flood, pale white energy threaded with faint crimson expanding outward as an invisible, overwhelming aura. It bore no malice, only raw sovereign pressure. Thud! The lanky guard who reached Xiao Yun first raised his blade, then collapsed as if struck by an invisible boulder, knees buckling, saber clattering onto the bricks. He braced himself on trembling palms, sweat bursting across his brow, unable even to lift his head. Then thud, thud, came the successive thuds of kneeling bodies. Every remaining guard, including the scarred captain, was forced down, knees grinding into the stone under the sheer suffocating weight of that presence. It felt as though a mountain pressed upon their spines, crushing their chests, shaking their very bones. Two younger guards turned ashen teeth, chattering limbs, trembling uncontrollably. Silence descended upon the courtyard, absolute, profound. The chickens froze mid-flap. The maid at the side door clapped a hand over her mouth, breath held tight. Even the spilled water dripped slowly, plink, plink, audible in the hushed stillness. Sweat traced a glistening path down the captain's scar, pooling on the brick beneath him. He dared not raise his eyes. His heart already knew he had provoked a catastrophe. We're doomed. He's an immortal. What's going on? Such a racket. From the inner chamber came the sound of hurried footsteps accompanied by a gentle, yet anxious male voice. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a sapphire-blue brocade robe strode out quickly. His complexion was ruddy, his figure slightly plump, and a warm jade pendant hung at his waist, a clear sign of a wealthy, pampered household. Beside him walked a middle-aged woman in a pink ruchuan, a pearl hairpin in her bun, her brows tinged with concern. Last to emerge was a 15 or 16-year-old girl in a goose-yellow dress, a light green ribbon tied at the end of her hair. Her almond-shaped eyes curiously surveyed the courtyard, but upon seeing the kneeling guards, she instantly covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. These were the master of the Meng family, Meng Sanfu, his wife Lady Wang, and their daughter Meng Yao. Meng Sanfu had been checking accounts in the inner chamber when the noise outside grew louder, mingled with the guards' shouts and the clatter of objects falling. Fearing trouble, he hastily came out with his wife and daughter to investigate. But the moment he reached the courtyard gate, he witnessed an unforgettable sight. All 8 of his guards were kneeling, even the usually fierce Captain Xiao Chong, who bowed his head, forehead drenched in cold sweat. In the center of the courtyard stood a youth in tattered clothes. Though his attire was worn, his posture was straight, and an indescribable aura seemed to surround him instinctively, making Meng Sanfu hold his breath. Thighs. What happened? Meng Sanfu was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward without daring to get too close, asking the guard captain in a low voice, "Why are you all kneeling? And this young friend is?" Xiao Yun saw the 3 people emerging from the inner chamber, dressed in luxurious clothes. The warm jade at the middle-aged man's waist and the pearl hairpin in the woman's bun clearly marked them as the owners of the courtyard, so he ceased his standoff. Having no intention to trouble them, and now that the person in charge had arrived, he focused his mind and withdrew all the Tianyin spiritual energy flowing through his body back into his dantian. The suffocating pressure that had weighed on the guards receded like a tidal wave. The kneeling guards felt the great mountain. On their backs vanished the tightness in their chests, dissipating, allowing them to breathe freely again. Xiao Chong reacted the fastest. He staggered to his feet, supporting himself on the ground, instinctively touched the long saber at his waist to ensure he hadn't lost face, then bowed deeply to Xiao Yun, bending almost parallel to the ground, his voice trembling with the relief of survival. "Thank you. Thank you, immortal master, for sparing my life." It was this lowly one's blindness that caused a misunderstanding of the immortal master. "Please forgive my offense." His reaction was not exaggerated. In his youth, Xiao Chong had once been in close proximity to a wandering old cultivator at the 3rd level of qi condensation. That cultivator's mere presence had made his heart tremble with fear, yet the pressure Xiao Yun had just released was more than 10 times stronger. It was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. He instantly realized that the youth before him had shown immense mercy by not crushing them, these ants, on the spot. Meng Sanfu was startled by Xiao Chong's reaction, and Lady Wang instinctively pulled Meng Yao back half a step. Only Meng Yao, clutching the hem of her mother's ruchuan, stared at Xiao Yun with curious almond-shaped eyes, wondering why the usually fierce Captain Xiao was so respectful to this ragged youth. Xiao Chong straightened up, turned to Meng Sanfu, and spoke rapidly, but clearly, "Just now, this immortal master suddenly appeared in the courtyard. We didn't see him enter through the gate, and with his worn clothes we mistakenly thought he was a petty thief. In a moment of folly, I ordered his capture." When he said the words, "immortal master," he deliberately emphasized them, subtly winking at Meng Sanfu. Meng Sanfu was shrewd. Seeing Xiao Chong's expression and recalling the faint aura around Xiao Yun, he immediately understood. "Ah." Meng Sanfu slapped his thigh, strode quickly to Xiao Yun, and bowed even more respectfully than Xiao Chong, a apologetic smile plastered on his face. "Young friend, no, I should call you immortal master. It's all my fault for being lax in discipline, allowing my men to offend the immortal master. Please don't hold it against us. Rest assured I will teach them a proper lesson and make amends." Lady Wang also hurriedly pulled Meng Yao forward and curtsied slightly to Xiao Yun. "Your humble servant Lady Wang greets the immortal master. Please forgive our earlier offense. Yaoer, quickly pay your respects." Though Meng Yao didn't understand what immortal master meant, she obediently murmured, "Greetings, immortal master." though her eyes still curiously examined Xiao Yun as if looking at some novel creature. Xiao Yun waved his hand at the family's reaction, his tone calm. Master Meng, there's no need for such formality. The earlier incident was just a misunderstanding. I hold no grudge. My name is Xiao Yun, not Immortal Master. I simply encountered an accident while passing through and ended up in your courtyard by chance. You are too modest, Immortal Master Xiao. Meng Sanfu refused to believe him, taking Xiao Yun's words as modesty. He quickly stepped aside, gesturing with an inviting hand. The Immortal Master has had a long journey. Please come inside to rest. There's hot tea and clean clothes. They'll have them prepared immediately. Let's talk inside, don't catch a chill out here. Chao Chong quickly chimed in. Yes, Immortal Master, please go inside. Well, guard the courtyard, no one will disturb you. Xiao Yun looked at his own dust-covered, torn outer disciple robe. He was indeed in a sorry state. Moreover, he needed to learn about this place from Meng Sanfu. He had to figure out where he was and see if there was a teleportation array to the Qingyun sect territory. Then I'll accept your kindness, Master Meng. Xiao Yun declined no further and walked toward the inner chamber. Seeing this, Meng Sanfu's smile broadened. He quickly followed, chattering as he arranged things. Yaoer, go tell the kitchen to heat some water and prepare some snacks. Madam, find my new brocade robe for Immortal Master Xiao. Chao Chong, guard the courtyard with your men. No one is to approach. The group bustled around Xiao Yun as they headed inside. The once chaotic courtyard instantly became orderly. The southwestern border of the Qingxian continent. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Through conversation, he learned that the town he was in was called Luyin Town, located in the southwestern part of the Qingxian continent. Meng Sanfu was the wealthiest merchant in Luyin Town. As for the Qingyun sect, it was situated in the southeastern part of the Qingxian continent, a vast distance of thousands of miles from Luyin Town. Meng Sanfu hadn't expected Xiao Yun to react so strongly. He asked cautiously, Yes, may I ask, Immortal Master Xiao, is there something wrong? Xiao Yun suppressed his emotions, his expression returning to normal. Do you know if there are any long-distance teleportation arrays nearby that could take me east? Meng Sanfu pondered for a moment before speaking this. I'm not sure. Why don't you stay here first? They'll prepare a room for you and make inquiries in the coming days. Xiao Yun lowered his head in thought for a moment, then nodded. Very well, I'll trouble you, then, Master Meng. Not at all. Not at all. It's an honor for my family. Meng Sanfu said repeatedly, starting to rise to bow, but Xiao Yun gently pressed him back into his seat with his spiritual energy. There's no need for such ceremony. Then, as if suddenly reminded of something, Xiao Yun asked, Master Meng, do you know that your daughter Meng Yao possesses a spiritual root? Meng Sanfu trembled at the words, his face showing not joy but panic. This reaction was entirely contrary to what Xiao Yun had anticipated. An ordinary mortal, upon learning their child possessed the aptitude for cultivation, would typically be overjoyed, for cultivation promised immortality and liberation from mundane constraints. Yet Meng Sanfu's eyes held only terror, as if he had heard some dreadful news. Head of the Meng family. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, his tone laced with evident confusion. Your daughter has a spiritual root. Why do you? Before he could finish, the wooden door of the main hall burst open with a bang. Meng Yao rushed in, gasping for breath, her goose-yellow dress dusted with dirt. She had evidently been eavesdropping outside for some time before she could no longer contain herself and barged in. The moment she entered, she dashed before Xiao Yun. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like stars, and her voice brimmed with irrepressible excitement and longing. Immortal. Immortal. Did you truly say I have a spiritual root? Is it real? Can I also possess formidable abilities like you? She had long been crouching outside, catching the gist of the conversation between Xiao Yun and her father. Terms like spiritual root and cultivation were things she had only encountered in storybooks. Now, upon hearing she too had such a fortune, she cast all decorum aside, her mind consumed with the thought of becoming a legendary immortal, just like Xiao Yun. Yaoer, what nonsense are you about? Meng Sanfu abruptly rose and barked harshly, his voice filled with urgency and panic. Who told you to eavesdrop? Get out this instant. To be so disrespectful before an immortal. What kind of behavior is that? His sharp and thunderous reprimand made Meng Yao flinch. The light in her eyes instantly dimmed. She bit her lip in grievance, her eyes reddening, yet she stubbornly gazed at Xiao Yun and whispered, Father, what the immortal said is true, isn't it? I really can cultivate, can I? You? Meng Sanfu was left speechless by his daughter's question. His face darkened further as he turned to Madame Wang, his tone hurried. Wife. Take Yaoer back this instant. Discipline her properly, and don't let her make a spectacle of herself before the immortal. Madame Wang had already followed her daughter inside. Seeing this, she quickly stepped forward, took Meng Yao's arm, and coaxed softly, Be good, Yao. Come with mother to your room first. We can talk about everything later. Don't disturb the immortal and your father. Meng Yao wanted to resist, but seeing her father's stern gaze and her mother's helpless expression, she ultimately drooped her head and was half-dragged, half-persuaded out by Madame Wang. At the doorway, she turned back to glance at Xiao Yun, her eyes filled with reluctance and anticipation. The main hall fell silent once more. Meng Sanfu took a deep breath before cupping his hands in apology to Xiao Yun. "Please forgive me, Immortal. My daughter has been spoiled by us and knows no manners. I hope you won't take it to heart." Xiao Yun waved his hand, indicating that he did not mind. He then picked up the teacup from the table, took a gentle sip, and said in a calm tone, "Head of the Ming family, there's no need for such formality. Your daughter is simply innocent and curious." However, he shifted the topic, his gaze settling on Meng Sanfu. "I am still somewhat curious. Why does a chance at cultivation which most would covet fill you with such dread?" Upon hearing Xiao Yun's persistent inquiry, Meng Sanfu first rose and walked to the main hall's entrance. He peered outside to ensure the guards and maids were far away, then gently closed the door. He even adjusted the window lattice to confirm no outsider could eavesdrop. Only after doing all this did he return to his seat. He leaned forward, slightly lowering his voice to a near whisper, as if revealing a monumental secret. "Immortal Xiao, you are unaware. In all of Luin Town aside from myself, only the town chief knows of this. We dare not speak of it for fear of causing panic." He took a sip of hot water from his cup, barely suppressing the tremor in his voice. About half a year ago in Zhang family village west of Luin Town, a 15-year-old girl went missing. At first, everyone thought she had been taken by traffickers. But not long after, another girl vanished from Li village to the south. Later, the town chief sent someone to investigate, and they discovered both girls possessed spiritual roots. They had been captured by a rogue cultivator for dual cultivation plunder. Dual cultivation plunder. Xiao Yun's brow furrowed even tighter. He had encountered this term in the texts of Qingyun sect. It referred to a sinister method where rogue cultivators pillaged the vitality and spiritual energy of those with spiritual roots to enhance their own cultivation. The technique was vicious, and its victims rarely survived 3 days, dying in excruciating agony. "And a rogue cultivator again," he muttered inwardly. "Yeist." Meng Sanfu's face paled further, his hands clenching unconsciously. That rogue cultivator specifically targets 15 or 16-year-old girls with spiritual roots because the spiritual energy of maidens that age is purest, yielding the best results for plunder. And he is exceptionally cunning. He commits his crimes 3 or 4 months apart, taking only one victim each time. Afterward, he vanishes without a trace. Xiao Yun's heart stirred. He pressed further, "Since you know of a rogue cultivator, why hasn't anyone sought help from sect cultivators? There must be cultivation sects around Luin Town, aren't there?" At the mention of sects, Meng Sanfu's tone grew helpless, even tinged with bitterness. "We did. Last winter, the town chief pulled together 50 low-grade spirit stones and commissioned someone to invite an immortal from the Xiao sect in Xinglan Prefecture. The Xiao sect did send 2 immortals. They investigated around Luin Town for half a month, but the rogue cultivator was too well hidden. They couldn't detect even a wisp of sinister energy. The immortals said that since the rogue cultivator's crimes were too infrequent, it wasn't worth their time to continue searching. So they left." He sighed, his gaze falling on the doorway through which Madame Wang had led Meng Yao away. "I thought something as rare as a spiritual root would never fall upon our family. But now that I know Meng Yao has one, that rogue cultivator will eventually come calling. How can I not be terrified?" By the end, Meng Sanfu's voice was thick with paternal love and helplessness. He was a wealthy merchant of Luin Town, capable of providing his daughter with a life of comfort, yet before a rogue cultivator and the cultivation sects, he lacked even the qualification to protect her. Should the rogue cultivator come knocking, his mortal strength would not be enough to withstand even a flick of the villain's finger. Xiao Yun, observing the bloodshot eyes of Meng Sanfu, finally understood the reason behind his earlier panic. This Luin Town on the surface, so tranquil, concealed a flesh-devouring rogue cultivator beneath. He was silent for a moment, then tapped the table lightly with his fingers. His tone was calm, but carried a note of certainty. "Head of the Ming family, there's no need to worry too much. Based on my experience, that rogue cultivator may not be all that formidable. I will stay at your residence for the time being. Firstly, to await news about the teleportation array you are investigating. Secondly, I can also help you keep an eye out for traces of that rogue cultivator." Meng Sanfu had snapped up, his eyes wide with surprise and disbelief. "Immortal Xiao, you are willing to help us?" "It's a simple favor," Xiao Yun replied indifferently. He understood the operational mechanisms of sects. The one sent would surely be qi condensation disciples, and the rogue cultivator's cautious methods suggested his cultivation level could not be very high. Had he been a foundation establishment rogue cultivator, why would he fear those 2 mere qi condensation disciples? Moreover, Meng Sanfu had treated him with courtesy. Lending a hand was a way to build a positive connection. Furthermore, if the rogue cultivator was indeed active near Luyin Town, he might carry clues that could expedite Xiao Yun's return to Qingyun sect, a twofold benefit. Meng Sanfu rose excitedly and bowed deeply to Xiao Yun. This time Xiao Yun did not stop him. This bow was both an expression of gratitude and an entrustment of his daughter's fate. As the night deepened, most of the lights in Luyin Town were extinguished save for a faint glow emanating from a few rooms within the Meng residence. In the side chamber where Xiao Yun lodged, the candlelight flickered, casting a warm, elegant light upon the simply adorned room. A wooden bed, a desk, and a meditation cushion lay within. He sat cross-legged on the cushion, eyes half-closed, hands forming a seal. The Tianyin spiritual energy like a gentle stream flowed slowly through his body with each breath. A pale white spiritual energy tinged with a faint, elusive blush formed a thin halo around him, softening even the shadows cast by the candlelight. Through the day's conversations, he had roughly grasped the situation in Luyin Town. His current cultivation served two purposes: to consolidate his strength at the 6th level of qi condensation, and to use the perception of Tianyin spiritual energy to monitor the town's movements. He felt that the rogue cultivator would not remain idle for long and might appear at any moment. Moi. Xiao Yun's spiritual sense stirred faintly, detecting an extremely light footstep from beyond the courtyard wall. The footsteps were hesitant and fragmented, moving slowly from the direction of the west wing to his door before stopping. He understood without needing to use his divine sense. The weight and rhythm of the steps unmistakably belonged to Meng Yao. Sure enough, after a moment, a soft knock sounded, cautious and timid, as if afraid to disturb anything. "Come in, the door is unlocked." Xiao Yun withdrew the spiritual energy around him, opened his eyes, and spoke in a calm tone. The door creaked open and Meng Yao entered carrying a small sheephorn lantern. She still wore the goose-yellow dress from earlier, but her hair was slightly looser and the green ribbon at the ends of her braid draped over her shoulder. She placed the lantern on the desk, its light illuminating her face. Her cheeks were flushed and her gaze darted away, yet she couldn't help stealing glances at Xiao Yun. During the day, Xiao Yun had worn a tattered outer disciple's robe stained with blood and dust. Though it revealed a straight posture, the grime was hard to ignore. But now, having cleaned himself, he wore a moon-white brocade robe. The robe fit perfectly, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, revealing a handsome countenance previously hidden by dust. His brow lines were clear, his eyes bright, his nose straight, and his lips, though pale, were distinctly shaped. The gentle aura of spiritual energy lingering after his cultivation made him seem a different person from the daytime. As Meng Yao watched, her heart began to race, her cheeks growing even redder. She quickly lowered her head, clutching the hem of her dress, and whispered, "Immortal Master. I'm sorry, am I disturbing your cultivation?" I just have a few questions to ask you, and then I'll leave." In all her life, she had never seen such a handsome man. The youths of Luyin Town were either sons of farmers with sun-darkened skin or merchant children with a touch of worldliness. None possessed Xiao Yun's ethereal immortal elegance combined with youthful handsomeness, especially those eyes which seemed to see through one's very thoughts. Seeing her flustered state, Xiao Yun found it somewhat amusing. He stood up, walked to the desk, picked up a teacup, and poured her some warm water. "It's fine, I just finished cultivating. Sit down and tell me what's on your mind. And you don't need to call me Immortal Master. I'm not that much older than you. You're not much older than me." Meng Yao's mouth formed a perfect O as her eyes widened in shock. She instinctively stepped back, looking him up and down as if seeing him for the first time. He looked like a mere youth, yet Uncle Chao Chong said his pressure was dozens of times stronger than an old cultivator at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Didn't the storybooks say cultivators could preserve their youth? But Uncle Chao Chong said your aura is far more formidable than any immortal master he's met. She scratched her head, her voice filled with confusion and rising in pitch. "I thought you were pretending to be young, but actually decades old. Just like in the storybooks, those powerful immortals who look 20 but could be grandfathers." Xiao Yun rubbed his forehead in exasperation, pulled a wooden stool over, and gestured for her to sit. "I'm only 16, about your age. I just cultivate a bit faster." 16. Meng Yao sat down, still stunned. "Then you're only a year older than me." Not wanting to dwell on the topic of age, Xiao Yun shifted the conversation. "All right, let's not think about that. It's almost midnight. A young lady like you coming to find me at this hour surely isn't just to ask about my age. What is it truly?" Meng Yao was taken aback by his question. She took a deep breath as if steeling herself and clutched her skirt tightly. When she looked up, her eyes were filled with earnest hope. I want to learn cultivation from you." Her voice was soft but stubborn. "I want to fly through the sky and traverse the earth like the immortals in the storybooks. I don't want to live an ordinary life. I want to see the wider world." Seeing the hope in her eyes, Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. He knew she had oversimplified the path of cultivation. The flying and freedom in the storybooks were but beautiful fantasies of mortals. The true path of cultivation was far more brutal than she imagined. He walked to the window, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, his voice lowering. Miss Ming, let me be honest. You do have a spiritual root, but its quality is very poor. With such aptitude, even if you manage to draw and chi, your cultivation speed will be 10, even dozens of times slower than others. In this life, you will likely only reach the second or third level of chi condensation. Flying and traversing the earth, as you said, is unrealistic. Xiao Yun's proficiency with his spiritual sense had grown, allowing him to roughly gauge her spiritual root quality from the amount and density of free-floating chi within her body. It was probably less than 10%. Huh. Meng Yao's expectant expression froze as if doused with cold water. She shook her head instinctively. That can't be right. The storybooks say that anyone with a spiritual root can become a powerful immortal. The storybooks lied to you. Xiao Yun interrupted, his tone carrying a barely perceptible weight. The world of cultivation is far more brutal than you imagine. To advance, cultivators need resources, and to obtain resources they must compete with others and contend with heaven. In this process, most cultivators end up as a handful of dust. Just 3 months ago, I nearly died in an underground mine. He thought of Fong Ming and how he shunned Xian and Lin Yu had nearly perished at his hands. And that was just an outer sect mission. The dangers ahead would be no less. Meng Yao felt a chill run down her spine. Her face paled and her lips trembled. Then, is the cultivation world so terrifying? Aren't there immortals who protect mortals like in the storybooks? There are, but very few, Xiao Yun said, turning to face her. His tone softened as he looked at her pale face. Sect cultivators are either busy improving their own cultivation or only deal with major incidents. Minor matters the sect won't care about. Even if you cultivate, you might not gain the sect's protection. Instead, as a low-level cultivator, you could become an easier target. He walked up to Meng Yao and gently patted her shoulder. You are the daughter of the Meng family. You have parents who love you, fine clothes and food, and the chance to live a stable life. That is far better than struggling to survive in the cultivation world, always on the brink of death. Think it over carefully. Meng Yao lowered her head, fingers twisting the hem of her dress, lost in silence. After a long while, she let out a soft After that night's conversation, Meng Yao had not actively sought out Xiao Yun. Occasionally, when they met in the Meng residence's courtyard, she would only blush and murmur a soft greeting, "Brother Xiao Yun," before hurriedly lowering her head and walking away. The former admiration in her eyes had faded considerably. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yun did not press further, assuming it was merely a fleeting youthful fancy. Xiao Yun settled steadily into the Meng residence. Each day, posing as an ordinary distant relative, he would wander into Luin Town. His purpose was twofold: to investigate the traces of the evil cultivator and to observe the common folk to accumulate attribute points. After over 10 days, he had completed his observation of most townsfolk. Subsequently, he visited Zhang family village and Li village. Both settlements were on the outskirts of Luin Town, 3 to 4 li away. In Zhang family village, the gate of the Zhang household, whose daughter had gone missing, was tightly shut. Vines crawled over the courtyard walls, and through the cracks in the door, weeds could be seen growing knee-high inside. The family in Li village had long since moved away, leaving behind only an empty adobe house. A half-cured piece of bacon still hung from a beam, forgotten in their haste. Xiao Yun carefully probed with his spiritual sense, but only detected a faint trace of baleful Yin aura in a corner of the Zhang family courtyard. It was so faint it almost merged with the scent of the earth. Had it not been for his Tianyin spiritual powers' acute sensitivity to such aura, he would never have found it. Clean work. Xiao Yun crouched down, touched the soil from the corner with his fingertip, and channeled a sliver of spiritual power. The baleful aura within the soil instantly dissipated. It seems this evil cultivator is not only cunning, but also skilled at concealing his tracks. No wonder the Zixia sect couldn't find him. In the following days, he traversed every mountain path surrounding Luin Town, visited abandoned earth god temples, and even the burial mounds outside the town. He swept these potential hiding spots with his spiritual sense and penetrating gaze, yet he still could not locate the evil cultivator's lair. After more than 10 days, he had completed observing all the commoners in Luin Town and its neighboring villages. Regarding the evil cultivator, he only had that faint, elusive trace of baleful aura with no other leads. That evening, as Xiao Yun returned from outside the town and entered the Meng residence, he saw Meng Sanfu pacing anxiously in the courtyard. Seeing him, Meng Sanfu hurried over. "Immortal Master, you've returned. The town head just sent word, saying that a 16-year-old girl went missing yesterday in Zhao family village west of the town." Xiao Yun paused mid-step, his expression darkening. "Zhao family village. How far is it from here?" "Not far, only 2 li." Meng Sanfu's voice trembled. According to the pattern, the evil cultivator strikes every 3 to 4 months. It's been exactly 3 months this time. He's made his move again. Xiao Yun nodded. From Zhang family village to Li village, and now to Zhao family village, the evil cultivator always chose settlements on the town's edge with a fixed interval, clearly afraid of attracting attention. At this rate, the next target could very well be within Luyin town itself, or even Meng Yao. Understood. Xiao Yun's tone was calm, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Don't panic, Patriarch Meng. I've already mapped out the terrain around the town. Given his habits, he will likely strike again within the next half-month. During this time, I will remain near the Meng residence. If he dares to come, I won't let him escape. Hearing this, Meng Sanfus' anxious heart eased slightly, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. With the immortal master here, I can rest easy. He'll have Chao Chong reinforce the mansion's security immediately. No outsider will get near Yao's courtyard. Xiao Yun said no more and returned to his guest room. He sat down on a meditation cushion, a faint white spiritual light flickering at his fingertips. Although his 10 days of investigation hadn't found the evil cultivator, he had made thorough preparations. Now he only needed to wait patiently for the prey to reveal itself. Nightfall once again enveloped Luyin town. Deep in the mountains outside the town, a shadowy figure silently flitted across the treetops, casting a greedy gaze towards the Meng residence. 7 days later, the sound of the third watch had just faded and Luyin town had sunk into utter silence. Even the chirping of insects had diminished. Xiao Yun sat on the meditation cushion in his room, seemingly resting with closed eyes. However, his penetrating spiritual sense had already spread out like an invisible net, tightly enshrouding the Meng residence and the surrounding half a li of land. Suddenly, his spiritual sense detected a cold, sinister fluctuation of spiritual power drifting from the direction of the deep mountains outside the town. It moved slowly, hugging the wall of the Meng residence. Xiao Yun's eyelashes lifted slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Here he comes. Through his spiritual sense, he saw. Huddled in the shadow of the courtyard wall was a small, thin figure barely 5 feet tall, clad in a dusty gray cloak. The hood was pulled extremely low, obscuring most of their face. But the baleful spiritual energy of the 8th level of Qi condensation was unmistakable. It clung to him like rotting mud, carrying a faint foul odor that lingered around his body, a clear sign of long years spent cultivating evil arts. Xiao Yun suppressed his impulse to strike. The evil cultivator was still outside the wall, not yet within the Meng residence. A rash attack might allow him to flee. This cultivator had hidden for so long, he was surely skilled in escape techniques. He had to wait until he entered the courtyard, cutting off his retreat before launching a fatal strike. But before the evil cultivator could make a move, a loud shout erupted from the courtyard wall. Who goes there? It was Chao Chong. Following Xiao Yun's instructions, he was patrolling the night with 2 guards. As they passed under the western wall, he spotted a dark shape writhing in the shadows. Chao Chong had encountered cultivators before. Though he couldn't discern their cultivation level, he knew anyone lurking by the wall at night was no good. He immediately drew his blade and shouted while yelling towards the inner courtyard, "Intruder! Quickly, men!" The evil cultivator was clearly startled for a moment. Then, discarding all pretense, he flung back his hood, revealing an exceptionally hideous face. His skin was wrinkled like old tree bark, his small beady eyes glowed green, his nose was almost completely flat, and his lips curled outwards, revealing 2 yellow-black fangs. With a blur of motion, he leaped over the wall, his gray-black spiritual power instantly surging. The courtyard erupted into chaos. Guards drew their blades and charged, maidservants shrieked and fled indoors, and Meng Sanfu and his wife, Wang, hearing the commotion, rushed out in their robes. Wang clutched Meng Yao's hand tightly, her face pale as death. "Yao, get behind me." Meng Sanfu shielded his wife and daughter, his voice trembling as he feigned bravery. But he was a mere mortal. Before an 8th level Qi condensation evil cultivator, he was less than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The evil cultivator's beady eyes scanned the courtyard before locking onto Meng Yao. A sinister grin curled his lips. "Ha! You mortals think you can stop me?" He paid no heed to the surrounding guards. Gray-black spiritual power coalesced in his right hand, instantly forming a giant claw, half a zhang in size. Its talons gleamed coldly, reeking of a pungent stench as it shot straight towards Meng Yao. The speed was terrifying. Chao Chong had just swung his blade when the airflow from the giant claw sent him flying, crashing heavily into the courtyard wall. He spat blood and lost consciousness. "Yaoer!" Wang shrieked, pushing Meng Yao behind her, but her own legs gave way in terror, and she nearly fell. Meng Yao stood frozen, her face ashen, watching the approaching claw. She trembled uncontrollably, but couldn't move a muscle. She had never witnessed such horror. The demons in storybooks were nothing compared to the evil cultivator before her. Just as the giant claw was about to touch Meng Yao, a beam of pale white spiritual light shot out from the direction of the guest room, striking the claw like a sword. Boom! A loud crash echoed. The gray-black giant claw was instantly shattered, its foul odor forcing those nearby to cover their noses. The evil cultivator was knocked back 2 steps. His beady eyes snapped towards the guest room door, and he snarled, "Which blind fool dares to ruin my business?" Xiao Yun walked slowly out from the side chamber door, pale, white spiritual energy swirling around him like a delicate veil of faint light perfectly shielding Meng Yao behind him. As soon as he stopped, he gently pushed Meng Yao back and said in a deep voice to Meng Sanfu and his wife, "Watch over her. Don't come near." The evil cultivator's beady eyes fixed on Xiao Yun, sweeping his spiritual energy out to probe. Then he burst into shrill laughter. "Ha ha. I thought it was someone important, just a brat at the 6th level of chi condensation. Did you hire a child as a guard?" He shook his scrawny frame, gray-black spiritual energy surging again. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, scram. I only want this girl today. I don't want to kill more people. But if you insist on standing in my way, don't blame me for refining you too." In his eyes, the 6th and 8th levels of chi condensation were 2 whole realms apart. Even if Xiao Yun's spiritual energy seemed unusual, he was no match for him. Earlier, 2 cultivators at the 7th level of chi condensation from the Zixia sect couldn't even find him. This youth before him was beneath his notice. Meng Sanfu and his wife turned even paler with fear. Meng Yao hid behind Xiao Yun, staring at the evil cultivator's hideous face. Her fingers gripped Xiao Yun's robe tightly, her body still trembling, but she no longer felt as paralyzed as before. Xiao Yun's back wasn't particularly broad, yet it gave her an inexplicable sense of safety. Xiao Yun didn't waste words with the evil cultivator, nor did he make any unnecessary moves. The next moment, the evil cultivator only saw a flash of white light before his eyes. Before he could even register Xiao Yun's movement, a numbing sensation spread through his limbs. The gray-black spiritual energy instantly dissipated. He looked down to see that his limb joints had been pierced clean through by pale white spiritual energy. The wounds didn't bleed, but bore faint scorch marks. The heavenly derivation spiritual energy not only broke through his spiritual defense, but also seared his meridians, rendering him unable to move even a finger. Thud! The evil cultivator crashed heavily to the ground, his scrawny body curling into a ball. His beady eyes widened in shock, staring fixedly ahead. Xiao Yun had somehow already stood before him, looking down from above. Pale white spiritual energy still swirled at his fingertips, his breathing utterly undisturbed. Wah! What happened? The evil cultivator couldn't process it at first. Then Xiao Yun suddenly stomped hard on his abdomen. Arg! Excruciating pain shot through his abdomen. The evil cultivator's body convulsed as if branded by a red-hot iron, spewing black blood from his mouth. The arrogance in his beady eyes was instantly replaced by terror. Only then did he fully come to his senses. He wasn't hallucinating. Xiao Yun had crippled the meridians in his limbs before he could even see his movements. Spare me, senior." The evil cultivator struggled to lift his head, all previous arrogance gone, replaced by fawning pleas. His voice trembled. This lowly one failed to recognize a true master. "I didn't know you were a hidden expert. Please, senior, be magnanimous and spare my worthless life." In his view, someone who appeared to be at the 6th level of chi condensation, yet could cripple his 8th level cultivation in one move, could not truly be at the 6th level. Either he was using a secret technique to conceal his cultivation, or he was a Foundation establishment cultivator deliberately pretending to be low level. This youth was clearly someone not to be trifled with. Xiao Yun looked down at the evil cultivator groveling at his feet, feeling a hint of surprise himself. He had known the heavenly derivation spiritual energy was more domineering than ordinary spiritual energy, but he hadn't expected its suppression to be this powerful. The evil cultivator's gray-black spiritual energy melted like snow before flames in the face of the heavenly derivation spiritual energy, unable to offer even the slightest resistance. He had thought he would need to exert some effort, even preparing to use soul-shaking collapse, but it turned out this easy. The evil cultivator's 8th level of chi condensation was truly as fragile as paper. "Senior." Seeing Xiao Yun silent, the evil cultivator grew even more terrified. This lowly one will never again capture girls with spiritual roots, nor cause trouble in Luin Town. "Please spare my life, senior. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." Meng Sanfu and his wife stood nearby, watching the evil cultivator's pathetic display, then looked at Xiao Yun's impassive face, their eyes filled with shock. Though they didn't understand cultivation realms, they could see how arrogant the evil cultivator had been and how utterly defeated he was now. Xiao Yun's power far exceeded their imagination. Meng Yao, still hidden behind Xiao Yun, loosened her grip on his robe. The fear in her eyes gradually faded, leaving only awe for Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun withdrew his foot, but didn't let the evil cultivator rise. The pale white spiritual energy still locked onto him, preventing any tricks. His voice was icy, devoid of any extra emotion. Now I ask and you answer. If a single word is false, you know the consequences. The evil cultivator nodded frantically, his beady eyes filled with sycophancy. Ask away, senior. This lowly one will tell everything, holding nothing back. I wouldn't dare speak a single falsehood. All he wanted now was to save his life. In his eyes, since Xiao Yun could cripple him, so easily killing him would be as simple as raising a hand. There was no need for lies. Xiao Yun crouched down, his gaze falling on the evil cultivator's gray-black wrist, where the sinister aura of refined spiritual roots still lingered. First question, what is the name of the evil art you cultivate? Were the spiritual roots of the girls from Zhang family village, Li village, and Zhao family village all refined by Yue? The evil cultivator stiffened, daring not to hide the truth, and quickly replied, yes. It's the soul-devouring art. This lowly one practices the soul-devouring art. The spiritual roots of those three girls were all refined by me to break through to the 8th level of qi condensation. His voice grew quieter toward the end, unable to meet Xiao Yun's eyes. He knew how despicable such acts were in the eyes of cultivators, but survival came first now. Dignity could wait. Xiao Yun had already completed his visualization, seeing the soul-devouring art mentioned by the evil cultivator among the rewards, and had made his choice. Thus he knew the evil cultivator wasn't lying. The soul-devouring art, as its name implied, was an utterly sinister technique. It grew one's cultivation by devouring the spiritual roots of others, and the victims had to be mortals who had never cultivated. This was an unequivocal evil art. The coldness in Xiao Yun's eyes deepened. His fingers twitched slightly as the heavenly derivation spiritual energy condensed into a point of white light at his fingertip, ready to strike at any moment. Second question, did the refined spiritual roots leave any traces? And do you have any accomplices? The evil cultivator shuddered in terror, waving his hands frantically. No accomplices. I've always worked alone. As for traces, I always use a secret method from the soul-devouring art to erase them, and I bury the bodies in the mass grave outside town. Please believe me, senior. He feared Xiao Yun wouldn't believe him, so he even revealed the exact burial location, hoping only to appease Xiao Yun and save his own life. Xiao Yun looked at his cowardly, desperate demeanor, feeling no sympathy whatsoever. Those girls he had refined should have had peaceful lives, but they lost their lives to his selfish desires. This sin could never be erased by a mere plea for mercy. The white light on Xiao Yun's fingertips still glowed, his tone unyielding, but his gaze had turned several degrees colder. The preceding questions were merely a prelude. Now came what he truly cared about. He fixed his eyes on the evil cultivator's beady, fear-filled eyes and asked word by word, third question, is there a long-distance teleportation array nearby that can lead to the southeastern direction of the Qingxian continent? The southeast of the Qingxian continent was precisely where the Qingyun sect lay. This was the core purpose of his stay in Luyin Town. Dealing with the evil cultivator was merely incidental. Finding the teleportation array to return to the sect was the paramount priority. Upon hearing the word teleportation array, the evil cultivator's eyes lit up abruptly, as if a drowning man had seized a final lifeline. His voice even rose a few pitches as he eagerly replied, yes. Senior, this lowly one knows. This lowly one knows. Fearing that a slow response would displease Xiao Yun, he hurriedly added in rapid succession, 300 li from here at the Zixiao sect, there is a long-distance teleportation array within the sect. It can reach several directions on the Qingxian continent. The southeast is definitely accessible. Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, slightly calculating inwardly. 300 li was not far. At his current speed, traveling at full force would not take long. He pressed on, what are the conditions for using the array? How many spirit stones are needed, and how often is it activated? The conditions are simple. The evil cultivator quickly interjected, afraid of missing a single word. This lowly one once heard from an outer disciple of the Zixiao sect that a single teleportation to the southeast costs 100 low-grade spirit stones. The array opens once a month on the first day for only 1 hour. Miss that, and you have to wait until next month. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun had a clear picture in his mind. He still had some low-grade spirit stones left by Fong Ming. By also extorting some from this evil cultivator, or if necessary handing him over to the Zixiao sect in exchange for spirit stones, gathering 100 should not be difficult. There were still 7 days until the next first day of the month, so time was sufficient. Seeing that Xiao Yun hadn't immediately acted but was listening intently, the evil cultivator seized the opportunity, as if grasping his last chance for survival, his voice tinged with tears. Senior, this lowly one is useful. This lowly one is useful to you, senior. He struggled to inch forward, but was suppressed by the Tianyin's spiritual energy, unable to move, his forehead beating with sweat and desperation. This lowly one's storage pouch still has over 120 low-grade spirit stones. All for you, senior. Not a single one left. This lowly one also knows a shortcut to the Xiao sect through the Heifeng Ridge outside town, which can save a whole day's journey compared to the official road. As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes toward the gray cloth storage pouch hanging at his waist, his tone utterly fawning. This lowly one only begs that senior spare this wretched life. Once senior arrives at the Xiao sect and confirms the array works, then you can kill me. This lowly one wouldn't dare play any tricks. In his mind, as long as he could temporarily preserve his life, there was still a glimmer of hope. Once near the Xiao sect, he might find a chance to escape. Even if he couldn't, living another day was better than dying now in the Meng residence. Xiao Yun's gaze fell on the evil cultivator's storage pouch. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he could vaguely see the piled-up spirit stones glowing within, the amount matching what the cultivator had said. He neither agreed nor refused immediately, his tone still icy. Hand over the storage pouch first. As for whether to spare you, will decide after confirming the matter of the teleportation array. Upon hearing this, the evil cultivator's face instantly showed ecstatic joy, as if granted a pardon. He nodded frantically. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. This lowly one will hand it over now. Right now. He strained with all his might to twist his body, trying to unbuckle the storage pouch at his waist, but his limbs' meridians were crippled, his fingers unable to move. Flushed with desperation, he stammered, Son. Senior, this lowly one can't move. Could you help untie it? Xiao Yun said nothing, merely reaching out. With a light sweep of Tianyin's spiritual energy from his fingertip, the evil cultivator's storage pouch fell to the ground with a soft thud. He casually picked up the pouch and probed it with his spiritual energy, confirming it contained 123 low-grade spirit stones along with some scattered pills and talismans. Nothing of particular note. Head of the Meng family, please tie him up and keep a close watch, Xiao Yun said, standing up and addressing the still-dazed Meng Sanfu, his tone regaining some calm. Don't let him die or escape. Meng Sanfu snapped back to reality and hurriedly nodded. Yes, of course. Rest assured, Immortal Master, I'll have the guards bind him tightly. He looked at the evil cultivator, who was still rejoicing on the ground, with disgust, but dared not be negligent. Since Xiao Yun had a use for the evil cultivator, he would comply. The evil cultivator lay on the ground, relieved inside, thinking he had temporarily saved his life, but he didn't see the glint of coldness that flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes as he turned away. Xiao Yun pocketed the storage pouch without sparing another glance at the evil cultivator. Turning to Meng Sanfu, he said, He'll go outside town to confirm the route. He'll be back soon. With that, his form flickered and vanished beyond the courtyard gate, leaving only a faint ripple of spiritual energy. The guards soon fetched coarse hemp ropes and bound the evil cultivator securely to the old locust tree in the courtyard. The ropes bit into his skin, but he could only twist his scrawny body, not daring to utter a sound. Fearing he might try something, Meng Sanfu had 2 guards stand watch beside him, while he himself returned to the house with his wife and daughter, leaving only Meng Yao occasionally peeking out through the window crack. She was still somewhat afraid, but also curious about how Xiao Yun would deal with the evil cultivator. At first, the evil cultivator lay still, his beady eyes occasionally darting toward the gate, hoping Xiao Yun would return late, so he could scheme more escape plans. But after waiting about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, seeing no sign of Xiao Yun, his courage gradually swelled. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the window of Meng Yao's room. The fear in his beady eyes slowly faded, replaced by a barely concealed greed. Meng Yao was of the right age and possessed a spiritual root. If he could capture her after escaping and properly refine her, he might directly break through to the 9th level of qi condensation. Once this thought surfaced, it grew like wild grass. The evil cultivator began plotting escape methods in his mind. Though his limbs' meridians were crippled, he could burn his vital essence to temporarily regain some strength. If he could snap the ropes, he could charge out of the Meng residence. Once he fled into the deep mountains and hid in a mortal village, he could heal while capturing girls with spiritual roots. When his cultivation recovered, he would return and take care of everyone in the Meng household. Meng Sanfu's wealth and Meng Yao's spiritual root would all be his. The more he thought, the more smug he became. His gaze toward Meng Yao's room shifted from greed to naked desire, and a sinister grin even curled at the corner of his mouth. If his mouth weren't gagged, he might have laughed out loud. But just as he was fantasizing about how he would take revenge on the Meng family and refine Meng Yao, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Xiao Yun had returned. The evil cultivator reacted swiftly, instantly reining in the desire in his eyes, replacing it with a fawning smile. He grunted through his gag, trying to bow and scrape at Xiao Yun, feigning obedience. Xiao Yun walked up to him, looking down with a tone so flat it held no ripple. I've confirmed the route to the Xixia sect. The shortcut through Heifeng Ridge does save considerable time. You didn't lie. A flash of ecstasy instantly crossed the evil cultivator's eyes. Forgetting the cloth in his mouth, he tried to continue his fawning pleas, hoping Xiao Yun would keep him alive a few more days so he could find a chance to escape. But before his smile could fully spread, he saw a blinding white light gather at Xiao Yun's fingertip. Thud! A tiny bloody hole suddenly appeared in the center of the evil cultivator's brow. Gray-black spiritual energy instantly dissipated from the wound, and with it his life force rapidly ebbed away. His beady eyes bulged wide, the sounds from his mouth abruptly ceasing, his gaze filled with incredulous shock. Xiao Yun gazed at the fallen dark cultivator, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. With a mere wave of his hand, pale white spiritual energy enveloped the corpse, instantly reducing it to a pile of ash. Not a single trace of sinister aura remained, lest it contaminate the Meng family courtyard. The guards standing by watched in stunned awe. Hearing the commotion, Meng Sanfu emerged from the house, halted at the sight of the ashes, and then cupped his hands toward Xiao Yun. Immortal Master, this. He harmed mortals, leaving him alive would only bring calamity. Xiao Yun's tone was calm, as if he had merely done something trivial. Patriarch Meng, I will depart for the Xixia sect shortly. I am grateful for the Meng family's hospitality during this time. I will remember this kindness. Meng Sanfu quickly waved his hands. Immortal Master, what are you saying? It is we who should be thanking you. If not for you, Yao would have. He could not finish, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Meng Yao also emerged from the house, bowed deeply to Xiao Yun, and whispered, Brother Xiao Yun, thank you. After bowing, Meng Yao stood still, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her goose-yellow skirt. Candlelight spilled from the side room window, illuminating her face. Her eyes were slightly reddened, and her usually clear apricot eyes were misted with tears. She had overheard the conversation between Xiao Yun and her father, knowing he was about to leave. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but the words died in her throat. She wanted to ask when he might return, yet feared the answer never. She wished to ask him to stay a few more days, but knew he needed to find a teleportation array at the Xixia sect to return to his own sect, and could not delay his affairs. She could only lower her head, staring at her shoes, her shoulders trembling slightly. Meng Sanfu and his wife watched, but said nothing. Wang Shi quietly tugged at Meng Sanfu's sleeve and sighed softly. Meng Sanfu frowned, but in the end merely shook his head. They both knew that Xiao Yun was a cultivator destined for the heavens, while Yao was but a mortal. Moreover, Xiao Yun had recently spoken of Meng Yao's poor spiritual root aptitude. This brief intersection in their lives was already fate. How could they ask for more? Seeing Meng Yao like this, Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. He could perceive her reluctance and understood the words she left unspoken. The divide between immortals and mortals was vast. A mortal's life spanned barely a century, while a cultivator could live for centuries or even millennia. Even if he were to return to Luing Town in the future, he might not find the same Meng Yao. Meng Yao, Xiao Yun spoke softly, his tone gentler than before. After I leave, live well with your parents. The dark cultivator in Luing Town has been dealt with, there will be no more danger. Hearing him call her name, Meng Yao slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were redder now, and her voice carried a barely perceptible sob. Brother Xiao Yun, will you ever come back to Luing Town? Even as she asked, she felt it was too much to hope for, and quickly added, I don't want to hold you back. I just want to know if I'll ever see you again. Xiao Yun was silent for a moment. He did not say yes or no. Instead, he retrieved a small jade pendant from his storage pouch, one that emitted a faint white spiritual light. It was a low-grade protective jade pendant he had found in Fong Ming's storage pouch. It could block one attack from a cultivator below the 5th level of qi condensation. Useless to him, but perfect for Meng Yao. He handed the pendant to Meng Yao. Take this jade pendant. Wear it, and it will shield you from one danger. Live well from now on. Meng Yao took the pendant. It was cool to the touch and shimmered with a faint spiritual light. She clutched it tightly, and finally her tears fell. But she nodded firmly. I understand, Brother Xiao Yun. Take care on your journey. Xiao Yun nodded and turned to walk toward the gate. His robe was just lifted by the night breeze when he abruptly stopped. He lowered his gaze, silent for a moment, as if recalling something. Finally, with a soft sigh, he reached into his storage pouch once more. He pulled out a small yellowed booklet. On the cover, written in vermilion ink, were the words Basic Qi Condensation Art. The edges of the pages were worn, yet it exuded a faint spiritual aura. He turned back and handed the booklet to Meng Yao. Take this too. Meng Yao's eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively pulled her hands back, her face full of disbelief. She distinctly remembered Xiao Yun telling her that her spiritual root aptitude was poor, that the path of cultivation was difficult, and advising her to live peacefully as a mortal. Why was he now giving her a cultivation manual? Staring at the spiritual energy-infused booklet, her voice trembled. Brother Xiao Yun. This is the basic qi condensation art, the most rudimentary technique for guiding qi. Xiao Yun's tone was flat but earnest. Your spiritual root aptitude is poor, but if you follow this method to guide qi into your body, you can still become a first-level qi condensation cultivator. You don't need to join a sect or compete for resources. Just think of it as strengthening your body. If you ever encounter bandits or ruffians, you will have the strength to defend yourself, far better than being a helpless mortal. He had considered this before. Though Meng Yao could never become a high-level cultivator, having a basic cultivation base would at least grant her an extra layer of security. He had not mentioned it earlier for fear of rekindling her obsession with the illusory path of cultivation. But now that he was leaving, he could not set his mind at ease. So he decided to leave her this and used basic technique as a token of their bond. He held a good impression of Meng Yao. Though she was the daughter of a wealthy family, she displayed not a hint of arrogance. Of course, this was also a testament to Meng Sanfu's excellent upbringing. Meng Sanfu, who had been listening, turned pale. He stepped forward, his voice full of worry. Immortal Master. This is an immortal cultivation technique. As far as I know, techniques within the sects are forbidden and cannot be passed on privately. Though he knew little of the cultivation world, he had heard from Chao Chong that a cultivator's techniques were more precious than life itself. Privately teaching them to a mortal could bring severe consequences from the sect. It's fine, Xiao Yun said, waving his hand dismissively, his tone resolute. This is merely the most basic guiding art, hardly a precious technique. Besides, my sect is far away in the southeast of the Qingxian continent, thousands of miles from here. No one will bother about me passing on such a crude technique to a mortal. He was not lying. The basic qi condensation art was a pamphlet that could be bought at the general store at the entrance of Qingyun sect, worth less than 2 low-grade spirit stones. No one would trouble him for passing it on. Meng Yao looked at the basic qi condensation art, then at Xiao Yun's calm gaze. Tears streamed down her face again, but this time not from reluctance, from gratitude. She clutched the booklet tightly and bowed deeply to Xiao Yun, her voice choked, but resolute. Brother Xiao Yun, thank you. I will practice diligently and not let you down. There's no need to live up to anyone. Just live for yourself, Xiao Yun said with a smile, patting her shoulder. It's late. I really must go. This time he did not linger. He turned and strode away, his figure soon swallowed by the night beyond the gate. Only a faint trail of spiritual energy remained, quickly dispersed by the wind. Meng Yao stood there, clutching the glowing protective jade pendant in one hand and the yellowed basic qi condensation art in the other. She stared in the direction Xiao Yun had vanished, tears silently falling, yet a faint smile tugged at her lips. She knew that with his departure she might never see him again. But the jade pendant and the technique he left behind gave her a courage that transcended the divide between mortal and immortal, and an unforgettable memory. When Xiao Yun left the Meng residence, the night was deep and the woods outside the courtyard were still bathed in moonlight. He did not take the gentle main road, but instead headed straight into the mountain forest beyond the town. According to the heretic cultivator, the shortcut through Black Wind Ridge could save a day's journey, so he naturally chose the fastest route. As soon as his foot stepped into the forest, the pale white heavenly derivative spiritual energy flowed through his meridians to his limbs. Xiao Yun's figure swayed slightly, then he moved like a swift wind sweeping through the woods. The fallen leaves underfoot didn't even have a chance to stir, leaving only a faint white afterimage that vanished into the depths of the trees. My speed is so much faster than before. Xiao Yun was slightly surprised. He recalled that when he had just broken through to the 6th stage of qi condensation, he had felt his spiritual energy was much denser, but he hadn't calculated the change in speed. Now as he ran, he realized that the heavenly derivative spiritual energy was not only domineering, but also remarkably enhanced his movement technique. In the past, he would have had to stop and meditate to recover after running 100 li. Now, while circulating the heavenly derivative art, the pale white spiritual energy around him automatically drew in the free-floating spiritual energy of the forest like a stream merging into his dantian. For every bit he consumed, he replenished it, and sometimes even had a surplus, eliminating the need for any deliberate pause. What relieved him even more was his physical strength. The enhancement from his attributes, coupled with the tempering of his body by heavenly derivative spiritual energy, meant that as he stepped over the rugged rocky paths in the forest, he felt no pain in the soles of his feet. When leaping over a 10-foot wide mountain stream, a slight push against the cliff with his arm was enough to propel him into the air, and he landed without even needing to bend his knees. With such a formidable physique, he was spared even the muscle soreness that comes from long-distance travel. Since leaving Luyin Town, he had not stopped once. As the night gradually faded and the east began to lighten, Xiao Yun had already passed through the dense forests of Black Wind Ridge. The path beneath his feet gradually changed from a muddy mountain trail to a stone-paved mountain road. He did not slow down. The pale white spiritual energy still swirled around him, drawing in the fresh morning chi. The spiritual energy vortex in his dantian was as steady as a rock, and his breathing remained in a calm rhythm without the haste of a long journey. At noon on the second day, when the sun was at its fiercest, he passed a mountain spring. He only bent down to scoop up some water to rinse his mouth before continuing on his way. An ordinary cultivator would have been exhausted by now, depleted of spiritual energy and physically fatigued. But he felt full of vitality. Even the sweat on his forehead was wiped away with a single flick, and as the heavenly derivative spiritual energy circulated, it dispelled most of the summer heat. Thus, just before dusk, Xiao Yun's steps finally came to a halt. He looked up. On the misty mountain peak ahead, the faint outline of a vermilion mountain gate was visible. On either side of the gate stood two enormous green stones inscribed with the golden seal script characters, Purple Cloud Sect. Even from several li away, he could feel the majestic aura of a cultivation sect. This was the domain of the Purple Cloud Sect. He landed and stood still, raised a hand to wipe the almost invisible sheen of sweat from his forehead, and circulated his spiritual energy to check his body. The pale white spiritual energy in his dantian was still abundant, even a trace more than when he had set out. There was not an iota of fatigue in his limbs. On the contrary, because of the continuous running, the heavenly derivative spiritual energy flowed even more smoothly through his meridians. His body felt no soreness at all, as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll. Even I didn't expect such progress, Xiao Yun said, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that a cultivator at the 6th stage of chi condensation, with the support of heavenly derivative spiritual energy and a tempered body, could have such terrifying endurance. He straightened his moon-white brocade robe and tightened his storage pouch. The spirit stones and the heretic cultivator's belongings inside were enough to cover the cost of the teleportation array. After adjusting his robe, Xiao Yun walked toward the mountain gate of the Purple Cloud Sect. When he was still a few dozen zhang away, he saw two outer sect disciples in purple uniforms standing guard on either side, long swords at their waist, their eyes sharp as they scanned the passers-by. These were the mountain gate guards of the Purple Cloud Sect, responsible for checking incoming cultivators. Seeing Xiao Yun approach, the guard on the left stepped forward, his tone carrying the arrogance of a sect disciple. "Who goes there? Why have you entered the territory of our Purple Cloud Sect?" "I am Xiao Yun, a rogue cultivator. I wish to borrow your sect's long-distance teleportation array to travel to the southeastern region of the Qingxian continent." Xiao Yun's tone was calm, showing no displeasure at the guard's arrogance. He was eager to return to the Azure Cloud Sect and did not want to cause any trouble. The guard looked him over. Seeing that although he wore ordinary brocade robes, his spiritual energy was condensed and his aura steady, not like that of a villain, he softened his tone. "The teleportation array opens on the first day of each month, only for an hour during the Qin period. To go to the southeast, you need to pay 100 low-grade spirit stones. If you wish to use the array, you must wait a few days and come back." "Thank you for the information," Xiao Yun said with a cupped fist salute, then confirmed, "Is the teleportation array located within the mountain gate? Can I go directly when the time comes?" The array is in the array hall at the back of the sect. Arrive before the Qin period on the first day, register, and pay the fee." The guard nodded, asking no further questions. Although the Purple Cloud Sect was not a top-tier sect, it often hosted rogue cultivators who came to borrow the array, and the procedure was well established. Having received the exact information, Xiao Yun turned and left the mountain gate, finding an inn at the foot of the mountain. The inn was small but clean and tidy, its guests mostly rogue cultivators waiting for the teleportation or mortal merchants on business at the Purple Cloud Sect. He rented a superior room. Aside from meditating daily to consolidate his cultivation, he would wander around the inn's vicinity, observing the passers-by. Among the passers-by were merchants carrying goods on poles, mortals bringing their children to test their spiritual roots at the Purple Cloud Sect, and low-level cultivators traveling in small groups. But as his cultivation improved, the rewards from observing these people were mostly useless to him. Xiao Yun simply converted these rewards into attribute points. Now on his attribute panel, the accumulated attribute points, though temporarily unused, could be allocated together once he broke through to the 10th stage of chi condensation. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was the first day of the month. Just before dawn, Xiao Yun set off for the array hall at the back of the Purple Cloud Sect. The array hall was built on an open platform with a circular teleportation array about 10 feet high standing in the center. Several cultivators, mostly rogue cultivators like Xiao Yun, were already waiting outside the hall. At the Chun period, a middle-aged cultivator in a purple Taoist robe emerged from the hall. He was the array master responsible for the teleportation array. Holding a register, he recorded everyone's destinations and collected the spirit stones in turn. Xiao Yun traveling to the southeast, 100 low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged array master verified the information, took the spirit stones Xiao Yun handed over, and pointed to the teleportation array. Go in. It will activate in a quarter of an hour. Xiao Yun entered the teleportation array and stood at the designated spot near the array center. As the other cultivators gradually entered, the middle-aged array master began to chant incantations and form hand seals. The runes on the array patterns began to glow, and a silvery white light spread from the center, enveloping the entire teleportation array. Hum. A low hum sounded as the teleportation array officially activated. Xiao Yun felt a strong pulling force from beneath his feet, as if countless invisible threads were wrapping around his body, dragging him into an unknown space. The scene before him began to distort. The silvery white light turned into flowing shadows. A howling wind sounded in his ears, and the heavenly derivative spiritual energy in his dantian trembled slightly due to the spatial fluctuations. He suppressed the dizziness and clenched his fists. The Azure Cloud sect. "I'm back," Xiao Yun murmured in his heart, allowing the pulling force to carry him into the depths of the light and shadow his figure, gradually swallowed by the radiance of the teleportation array. Southeast of the Qingxian continent, on the blazing peak of the Qingyun sect. The morning light filtered through the clouds, casting a glow upon the crimson rocks of the peak, making the entire mountain appear as if it were engulfed in a faint flame. Halfway up the mountain, dozens of alchemy furnaces emitted curling wisps of azure smoke. The mingled scents of medicinal herbs and burning flames drifted through the air with the wind. This was the most ordinary scene on Blazing Peak each morning, yet today, on the open ground before the alchemy hall, a circle of disciples in azure outer sect robes had gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Liu Bei, stop deluding yourself." Wang Jing crossed his arms, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his lips. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to those around him. "Xiao Yun has been missing for nearly 5 months now. The sect issued his death announcement 2 months ago, and you still go down the mountain every day to look for him. What's the point?" He deliberately glanced at Liu Bai's clenched fists, the knuckles white, and his tone grew more provocative. "Don't tell me you actually think he can come back alive. Stop dreaming. Only a fool like you would still treasure a dead man." At these words, the surrounding disciples lowered their heads, none daring to speak. 5 months ago, Xiao Yun, Lin Yue, and others had formed a team to carry out a mission in Yinshui village. In the end, only Xiao Yun's whereabouts became unknown. Initially, the sect sent people to search, but after a month with no trace, they declared Xiao Yun deceased. Liu Bei suddenly stepped forward, his chest heaving violently, his face flushed red. He pointed a finger at Wang Jing's nose and roared, "Shut up. Xiao Yun is not dead. He was so powerful, how could he have fallen in Yinshui village? He must have encountered something, been trapped somewhere else. They'll keep searching, and I will find him." There was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Over these 5 months, he, Lin Yue, Shun, Xian Zhonglei, and Lu Ruo had scoured nearly every mountain range around Yinshui village, turning over every possible cave, yet they had found not a single trace of Xiao Yun. Lin Yu had wept countless times, and even Shun, Xian Zhonglei, and Lu Ruo had almost given up. Only he still clung on, leaving before dawn each day and returning only after dark. He feared that if he stopped, he would never see Xiao Yun again. "You find him?" Wang Jing let out a scornful laugh, leaning in and lowering his voice. "A waste like you, still stuck at the 2nd level of qi condensation after half a year in the sect, and you want to find someone? Besides, he beat me up badly before. It's good that he's dead now. Go to hell." At these words, recalling Wang Jing's malice toward Xiao Yun, the anxiety and rage that had been building for 5 months erupted within Liu Bei. His eyes bloodshot, he let out a furious roar, clenched his fist, and swung it toward Wang Jing's face. The punch was thrown with all his strength, the wind carrying a desperate ferocity, but due to his low cultivation, it only bore a faint ripple of spiritual energy. A flicker of contempt passed through Wang Jing's eyes, and he couldn't even be bothered to dodge. Having just stepped into the 6th level of qi condensation, dealing with Liu Bei at the 2nd level was as easy as crushing an ant. Just as Liu Bai's fist was about to touch his cheek, Wang Jing raised his hand and caught it firmly, his fingers tightening slightly. A soft crack sounded, and a piercing pain shot through Liu Bai's wrist. "Ah!" Liu Bei groaned in pain, trying to pull his hand back, but found Wang Jing's grip like an iron vice, unmoving. "Waste is waste, you can't even throw a punch with any strength." A cruel smile curved at the corner of Wang Jing's mouth, contempt gleaming in his eyes. "With this pathetic display, you still want to stand up for Xiao Yun? If he were really alive and saw you like this, he'd be ashamed." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his leg and drove his knee hard into Liu Bai's abdomen. This strike was even heavier than before. Liu Bei felt as if a boulder had slammed into his stomach, his internal organs shifting out of place. His strength drained away in an instant, and his body uncontrollably flew backward. Thud! Liu Bei crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He curled up, clutching his abdomen tightly, his face turning ashen pale. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his cheeks, his lips trembling, unable to form a single coherent word. Only painful rasping gasps escaped his throat. The surrounding disciples gasped, yet none dared to intervene. Wang Jing was known for his tyranny among the outer sect of Blazing Peak, and with his cultivation at the 6th level of qi condensation, no one wanted to cross him for the sake of a waste. Some turned their faces away, others whispered among themselves, but no one took a step forward. Brother Wang is formidable. This waste had it coming. Li Ku rubbed his hands together as he approached, a fawning smile plastered on his face, his voice grating like metal scraping against metal. He's been asking for a lesson for a long time. Running around every day like a lost dog looking for that Xiao Yun, he actually thinks he's someone important. It's only because Brother Wang is kind-hearted that he hasn't been thrown off Blazing Peak by now. As he spoke, he deliberately kicked at the dust near Liu Bei, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Wang Jing's smile widened at Li Ke's flattery. He walked slowly and deliberately to stand before Liu Bei, looking down at him as he lay curled on the ground. What's the matter? Weren't you all tough just a moment ago? He lifted his right foot and ground the toe of his shoe against Liu Bai's cheek, his tone cruel. Go on, shout again. Shout for your precious Xiao Yun again. Why isn't your powerful Xiao Yun coming to save you now? Ugh. The rough texture of the sole pressed against his face, dirt and dust invading his mouth and nose. His cheek burned with pain, his dignity trampled underfoot. The blurriness in his vision, brought on by agony, cleared instantly. His eyes were so bloodshot they seemed about to bleed. Like a wounded beast, he let out a low, guttural growl. His hands clawed frantically at the ground, his nails digging deep into the dirt, blood seeping from between his fingers as he struggled with all his might to free his head from beneath Wang Jing's foot. He'll kill you. Wang Jing, he'll kill you. Liu Bai's voice was hoarse, every word drenched in blood and tears. He could endure pain, he could accept ridicule, but he could not bear Wang Jing stepping on his face and insulting Xiao Yun. Yet no matter how he struggled, Wang Jing's foot remained fixed on his face like it was welded there. The spiritual energy of the 6th level of qi condensation seeped out faintly through the soul, pressing down on him like a boulder, making it hard even to breathe, let alone rise and fight back. Li Ke watched from the side, laughing heartily. Brother Wang, look at him. He's like a rabid dog. He wants to kill you. He can't even lift his head. He was about to step forward and kick Liu Bei, but Wang Jing raised a hand to stop him. Hold on. Wang Jing narrowed his eyes, pressing down even harder with his foot. I want him to remember, while the cost of crossing me, Wang Jing, and of defending a dead man. Today he'll cripple his hand, and then we'll see if he can still go down the mountain to look for people. As he finished speaking, a faint red glow of spiritual energy enveloped his right hand as he reached for Liu Bai's wrist. This grab was made with full force, clearly intended to break Liu Bai's wrist. Just as Wang Jing's hand, shimmering with pale red spiritual energy, was about to touch Liu Bai's wrist, a violent surge of white spiritual energy, like a sudden hurricane, swept across the entire clearing. The spiritual energy carried an overwhelming pressure like the sun suppressing a firefly, causing the onlookers to feel their own spiritual energy instantly spiral out of control. The spiritual energy that had been flowing through their meridians as if encountering a natural predator frantically retreated into their dantian, sapping most of their strength to even lift a hand. Many low-level outer disciples even felt their legs go weak, nearly collapsing to their knees. What kind of spiritual energy is this, eh? Someone exclaimed in a low voice, their eyes filled with panic. They had never felt such domineering spiritual energy. It seemed that even the slightest resistance would cause their meridians to be torn apart by this force. Wang Jing's movements abruptly froze. The moment his faint red spiritual energy touched the pale white energy, it disintegrated like snow meeting boiling water, scattering into nothingness. A bone-chilling cold surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He jerked his head up, his heart pounding wildly. The master of this spiritual energy was someone he could never hope to contend with. In that instant of his stupor, a dazzling white light flashed before his eyes. It was so fast, so extreme that Wang Jing couldn't even make out the figure. He only felt a tightness around his neck as an irresistible, overwhelming force suddenly seized him. The spiritual energy within him was instantly locked down. The pale white energy, like an invisible iron clamp, tightly gripped his throat and hoisted him bodily off the ground. Ugh! Wang Jing's feet dangled in the air, his toes kicking futilely, a rasping heh escaping his throat. His eyes bulged, pupils constricting as he finally saw the person before him. Moon-white brocade robes, handsome features, and the pale white spiritual energy swirling around him, though somewhat restrained, still exuded a pressure that made his soul tremble. This was Xiao Yun. Wang Jing's eyes widened so much they seemed about to split, bloodshot, and bulging, the rasping in his throat twisting into a different tone. How is this possible? Wasn't Xiao Yun supposed to have died long ago in Yunshui village? The sect's announcement of his fall had been issued 2 months ago. Even his disciple token was taken back. How could he suddenly appear here? And this spiritual pressure? It's countless times stronger than 5 months ago. Back then, though he couldn't defeat Xiao Yun, he could at least last a few exchanges. But now he could clearly feel that killing him would be hardly more trouble for Xiao Yun than crushing an ant. He blinked frantically, trying to confirm if he was hallucinating, but the ever-tightening grip on his neck and the icy gaze of the youth before him told him otherwise. This was no dream. The Xiao Yun he had mocked, saying, "Good riddance," had truly returned. And upon his return he had seized him by the throat. And no. Impossible. You clearly. Wang Jing's voice was shattered, filled with utmost terror and disbelief. His hands clawed uselessly at Xiao Yun's wrist, unable to budge it even a fraction. On the other side, Li Ku, witnessing the scene, felt his legs give way. With a plop, he sat down heavily on the ground, not even feeling the pebbles digging into him. His eyes wide, he pointed at Xiao Yun, his lips trembling, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time, only muttering repeatedly. A ghost. A real ghost. Wasn't Xiao Yun dead? How? How is he back? He had joined Wang Jing in mocking Liu Bei and cursing Xiao Yun. Now seeing Xiao Yun's aura that could easily crush Wang Jing, he trembled all over, lacking even the strength to flee, and only felt a chill running down his leg. He had even begun to wonder if Xiao Yun would settle scores with him later. Li Ku instinctively used his spiritual eye to observe Xiao Yun, but the sight he saw made his heart race with fear. Normally with this spiritual eye he could always gauge an opponent's spiritual energy strength in advance. But now as his gaze fell on Xiao Yun, it felt as if his eyes were being stabbed by the noon sun, so painful he could barely keep them open. Enduring the burning pain in his eyes, Li Ku squinted. The spiritual energy within Xiao Yun was far from the pure hue of an ordinary qi condensation cultivator. Deep within his dantian, a pale white spiritual energy vortex spun rapidly, its core wrapped in a trace of pale red blood energy. Its luster was so sharp it seemed to pierce the gaze, each rotation accompanied by a low hum, as if it were not spiritual energy, but a blade hidden within flesh and blood. The outer disciples gathered around erupted into an uproar, exclamations and whispers mingling into chaos. Heavens! It really is Xiao Yun. Am I seeing things? Wasn't he dead? The sect announced it. Look at his spiritual energy. So strong. Wang Jing is like a chicken in his hands. That spiritual pressure earlier, I almost knelt. Has he broken through? Definitely. How did he become so powerful in just 5 months? Some rubbed their eyes, others tugged at people beside them to confirm, and a few quietly stepped back, afraid of being caught in the storm. No one had expected that someone deemed dead would return with such a dominant presence. And Liu Bei, curled up on the ground, looked at the familiar figure, his eyes instantly turning red as if they would bleed. His body, numbed by pain and humiliation, suddenly found strength. He pushed himself up from the ground slowly, sitting up, his voice trembling. Xiao Gu. I am not dreaming, am I? You're really back. Hearing Liu Bai's voice, Xiao Yun loosened his grip on Wang Jing's throat slightly, but did not let go completely. He turned his head to look at Liu Bei, the iciness in his eyes receding somewhat. His tone, though still calm, carried a hint of barely perceptible gentleness. It's not a dream. I'm back. Earlier, after taking the teleportation array of the Zixia sect, Xiao Yun had been transported to a large city called Xinlua City. Qingyun City was already large, but Xinlua City was twice its size. After arriving in Xinlua City, Xiao Yun learned through inquiries that it was still nearly 1,000 li away from the Qingyun sect. Despite traveling day and night, hardly resting at all, it still took him a long time to reach the Qingyun sect. These words, like a soothing balm, struck Liu Bai's heart. Liu Bei could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his face. He pushed himself up, trying to stand and rush over, but the sharp pain in his abdomen made him stumble as soon as he rose. Xiao Yun was quick to react. He freed one hand to support him, his voice growing heavier. Don't move. Heal first. Seizing the moment of Xiao Yun's distraction, Wang Jing attempted to mobilize his spiritual energy to resist. But the moment he tried, a sharp pain shot through his dantian. Xiao Yun's pale white spiritual energy had already quietly sealed his meridians. Resisting was out of the question. Even moving was a struggle. Seeing how Xiao Yun protected Liu Bei and recalling his own arrogance, a wave of despair washed over him. His face turned deathly pale. What made his heart pound even more was that Xiao Yun seemed to have sensed his attempt to resist. His icy gaze locked firmly onto him. Xiao Yun's icy gaze fell upon Wang Jing's face, his voice low, yet each word crystal clear. It seems I didn't hit you hard enough back then. No matter today, I'll make sure you remember this lesson. Wang Jing's entire body stiffened, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He desperately channeled his spiritual perception, finally catching the fluctuation of spiritual energy within Xiao Yun. Qi condensation 6th level. He was also at Qi condensation 6th level. This realization made his pupils contract sharply, a storm of shock surging within his heart. How could this be? His cultivation speed was this fast. And why at the same level did he not even have the strength to resist? What kind of monster was he? No. We're both at Qi condensation 6th level, how can you? Wang Jing's voice carried a frantic disbelief. He refused to accept it. Clearly at the same realm, yet he was like a lamb to the slaughter. This disparity nearly drove him to collapse. His survival instinct drove him to muster every ounce of his remaining pale red spiritual energy from his dantian, gathering it all in his abdomen. This was the strongest protective spiritual energy he could muster, though weakened by his sealed meridians. It was his final struggle. Think you can hurt me? Not so easy. Xiao Yun watched his futile resistance, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. He slowly withdrew the hand supporting Liu Bei as a pale white spiritual energy coalesced around his fist. The light was not blinding, yet it carried a pressure that made the very air tremble. With this, as the words fell, Xiao Yun's fist shot forth. It was so fast that Wang Jing didn't even have time to blink. He only saw a flash of white light before a gut-wrenching pain exploded in his abdomen. His vaunted protective spiritual energy under Xiao Yun's fist was like thin paper torn by a gale. It couldn't hold for even half a breath before shattering into fragments with a soft pop. The pale white fist force struck Wang Jing's abdomen without obstruction, the immense power, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. Wang Jing traced a pathetic arc through the air, crashing heavily into the stone wall of the alchemy chamber nearby, with a dull boom, shaking loose a few fragments of stone. Ugh! Wang Jing spat out a mouthful of black blood, sliding slowly down the stone wall to the ground. His abdomen was sunken, and his breathing became ragged and intermittent. He curled up on the ground, his spiritual energy completely dissipated, unable to move even a finger. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Xiao Yun held only bone-deep terror. There was no resentment, no anger, only pure fear. The surrounding outer disciples fell into absolute silence. The previously noisy clearing became so quiet that one could hear the wind whistling past the alchemy furnace. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the moon-white figure in the center, their faces etched with disbelief. Lika sat on the ground, watching Wang Jing being sent flying, trembling so violently that the chattering of his teeth was clearly audible. He had briefly entertained the hope that Xiao Yun might not pursue him, but now he lacked even the courage to look up at Xiao Yun. Even Wang Jing had been reduced to this. If he were targeted, his fate would be no better. Liu Bei instinctively clutched Xiao Yun's sleeve, his eyes a mixture of concern and vindication. He knew Xiao Yun had restraint, but he couldn't help whispering, "Brother Xiao, stop, or you'll kill him." Xiao Yun withdrew his gaze, patted Liu Bei on the shoulder, and his tone regained some calm. "Don't worry, he won't die. I'm just making sure he remembers this lesson well." Xiao Yun slowly walked toward Wang Jing, who was curled up on the ground. His footsteps on the gravel made a soft crunch, each step feeling like it landed on the hearts of everyone around. He stopped, looking down at Wang Jing from above, his shadow engulfing him entirely. His voice was as cold as ice. "Just now you wanted to cripple Liu Bei's wrist." Wang Jing's pupils dilated sharply, the last trace of color draining from his face. He watched Xiao Yun's outstretched hand, the same hand that had just sent him flying with a single punch, now slowly reaching for his own wrist. An extreme terror seized his heart. No, Xiao Yun, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me." He tried desperately to shrink back, but due to the searing pain in his abdomen and the collapse of his spiritual energy, he could only writhe helplessly on the ground. His voice was choked with sobs, all his previous arrogance gone. The onlookers held their breath, some instinctively covered their mouths. They had guessed Xiao Yun would retaliate, but they hadn't expected it to be so direct. Lika sat on the ground, trembling with fear, not daring to lift his head, only stealing glances from the corner of his eye. He saw Xiao Yun's fingers gently clasp Wang Jing's wrist, the movement seemingly slow, yet carrying an irresistible force. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bone was especially piercing in the silent clearing. "Oh!" Wang Jing let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing violently. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall, tears and snot mingled on his face, twisted beyond recognition. His right wrist bent at a grotesque angle, blood seeping through his fingers and staining the dirt beneath him. That's the first one. Xiao Yun's voice was utterly flat, as if he had merely snapped a twig. Before Wang Jing's screams had even subsided, Xiao Yun's hand had already seized his left wrist. No, please. I'm sorry. He'll apologize to Liu Bei. He'll kowtow to you. Wang Jing begged frantically, a desperate whimper escaping his throat. His body shook violently from fear and pain, yet he had no strength left to resist. Some of the outer disciples turned their heads away, others closed their eyes. No one dared to intervene. They knew that Wang Jing's fate today was of his own making. In the past, when he bullied the weak, he had often used the tactic of breaking limbs. Now it was merely an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Crack! Another sharp sound rang out. Wang Jing's scream suddenly peaked, then rapidly faded into a hoarse groan. His left wrist was also broken. Both arms hung limply at his sides, the twisted angles enough to make one's skin crawl. Xiao Yun still didn't stop. He bent down, his hands gripping Wang Jing's ankles respectively. A faint glimmer of pale white spiritual energy at his fingertips completely sealed the meridians in Wang Jing's legs, stripping him of even the strength to struggle. Crack! Crack! 2 consecutive sounds of breaking bones echoed. Wang Jing's legs bent at similarly grotesque angles. Agony surged through his body like a tidal wave. He couldn't even manage a final scream. He could only open his mouth, emitting a hoarse rattling sound from his throat. The scene before him began to blur, the sounds around him fading away. The excruciating pain caused his vision to go black, and he fell into complete unconsciousness. His body lay limp like a pile of mud, only his chest faintly rising and falling. Xiao Yun released his grip, stood up, and didn't even glance at the unconscious Wang Jing on the ground. He merely spoke calmly to 2 outer disciples nearby. Take him to the outer sect medical hall. Those 2 disciples quickly nodded, trembling as they rushed over to lift Wang Jing and hurriedly left the clearing, as if staying one more second would crush them under Xiao Yun's aura. Li Ku remained slumped on the ground, his trousers soaked with cold sweat, lacking even the strength to stand. The next second, Xiao Yun's gaze fell upon him. And you? When Li Ku heard the 3 words, and you, his blood froze instantly, and his scalp prickled as though swarmed by countless ants. His nerves, already stretched to their breaking point, shattered entirely. An involuntary wave of heat surged down his thighs, followed swiftly by a rancid stench that thickened the air. He had soiled himself in terror. The outer sect disciples around him instinctively held their breath. Some quietly stepped half a pace backward, eyes brimming with contempt. Yet no one dared utter a sound. Li Ku himself sensed the humiliation at once. His face flushed violet with shame, then drained to a deathly pallor. Terror and mortification coiled together, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Yet primal instinct for survival drove him to scramble upright onto his knees, fingers digging desperately into the earth, forehead striking the ground again and again with dull rhythmic thuds, blood already welling where skin met stone. Xiao Gu. I was wrong. I am no human. I should never have followed Wang Jing in bullying Liu Bei. I should never have mocked you. Please spare me. I will never dare again. He bowed frantically, tears and snot mingling with the blood streaming from his brow, smearing his face beyond recognition. Gone was every trace of his earlier sycophantic arrogance. He resembled nothing so much as a broken tail-wagging stray dog begging for mercy. Xiao Yun approached slowly, standing before him like a mountain overlooking a pebble, his gaze utterly still, devoid of judgment or emotion. To Xiao Yun, Li Ku, now merely at Qi condensation stage 3, was little more than an ant. Had Li Ku not joined Wang Jing in mocking Liu Bei and cursing Xiao Yun himself, he would not have warranted even a glance. Xiao Yun's voice was calm, yet carried an unassailable weight of authority. I have no interest in wasting time on someone like you. He raised his hand. Pale white spiritual energy gathered softly in his palm before flicking casually toward Li Ku's face. The strike required no great force, yet it bore the innate oppressive resonance of Tianyin's spiritual energy. Even before contact, Li Ku stiffened, utterly paralyzed, incapable even of forming the thought to evade. Halt! A sharp, urgent cry pierced the silence from beyond the crowd. All turned. A middle-aged man in light red outer sect steward robes strode forward briskly, the stewardly responsible for order on Hua Peak. Xiao Yun did not turn his head. His hand continued its arc downward. Slap! The crack rang across the open ground, sharper, more jarring than the earlier snap of bone. Li Ku felt a colossal force slam into his cheek. His body spun sideways as though struck by a gale, hurtling uncontrollably until he crashed hard against a nearby pill furnace with a deafening clang. He spat a torrent of bloody froth flecked with 2 or 3 shattered teeth. His cheeks swelled visibly before his eyes, numbness spreading across half his face. He lay crumpled on the ground, unable to move, only a faint ragged moan escaping his lips. Steward Li hurried up to Xiao Yun, brows knotted tightly, fingertips unconsciously tracing the black token at his waist, inscribed, with Peeping outer sect, his expression heavy with reluctant resignation. En route, outer sect disciples had already scrambled ahead to recount the full sequence. Wang Jing had initiated the assault on Liu Bei and openly mocked Xiao Yun. Li Ku had egged him on, and only then had Xiao Yun intervened, unleashing this chaos. What troubled Steward Li most was that Xiao Yun was emphatically not the one who deserved reprimand. 5 months prior, during the Yinshui village mission, Xiao Yun had earned extraordinary merit. The details had been meticulously reported to the sect by Shen Xian and others. The sect had even drafted an official commendation scroll. Whether or not Xiao Yun returned alive, the honor would be his, a rare distinction among outer sect disciples. Yet who could have foreseen that moments after his return he would ignite such pandemonium and shatter Wang Jing's 4 limbs? Xiao Yun, you. Steward Li sighed, his tone layered with complexity. Any sternness from his earlier command now dissolved into weary exasperation. Your commendation from Yinshui village hasn't even been formalized, and yet here you are, barely back on Peak, stirring up this storm. Even if Wang Jing aired, your response was excessively severe. Xiao Yun lifted his gaze to meet Steward Li's, calm, unwavering, utterly untroubled. As his cultivation deepened, his spiritual perception had long surpassed peers of the same stage. Now Tianyin's spiritual energy flowed subtly within him. Within a single heartbeat, he clearly discerned the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy inside Steward Li's body. It was not the gaseous spiritual energy of qi condensation cultivators. Instead, it coalesced into stable spiritual liquid within the dantian, flowing through meridians with a faint but unmistakable aura of authority, the hallmark of a foundation establishment cultivator at the initial stage. Though aware of the other's foundation establishment status, Xiao Yun felt no fear, only quiet certainty. As he replied, he sought to break Liu Bei's wrists. I severed his limbs. That was restraint. The words were neither submissive nor defiant, yet they left Steward Li speechless. He knew Wang Jing's conduct all too well, years of bullying the weak, emboldened solely by his elder brother Wang Yiming, a core intersect disciple. Steward Li himself had long looked the other way, bound by obligation and favor. But Xiao Yun was different. Not only had he earned true merit, he had returned from certain death. And most crucially, Steward Li had already sensed that Xiao Yun's actual combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable, far exceeding appearances. Even he struggled to gauge Xiao Yun's depth. Such a prodigy would inevitably draw the sect's highest attention, his future limitless. He was no pliant, easily crushed figment of authority. The outer sect disciples held their breath, watching silently. On one side, the foundation establishment steward, who governed their order. On the other, Xiao Yun, newly returned and radiating chilling power. No one dared predict what came next. After a pause, Steward Li waved his hand wearily enough. Let us set this aside for now. Come with me to the Peak Assembly Hall. Since your unexpected return, the sect will confer your due rewards, and you must formally report the incident. This is standard procedure, not an intrusion into your private affairs. We ask only for your understanding and cooperation. Xiao Yun nodded. Understood. Let us depart now. He had already prepared his account for the sect's inquiry during his journey back, his composure now effortless, unshaken. Then he turned to Liu Bei. Liu Bei, return and tend your wounds. I'll be back shortly, but please inform Lin Yu and the others of my return. Seeing no confrontation between Xiao Yun and the steward, Liu Bei exhaled in quiet relief and nodded firmly. Yes. Understood. Go without worry, Xiao Go. I'll contact senior sister Lin and the rest immediately. The Peak Assembly Hall stood mid-slope, a simple ancient wooden structure. Copper wind chimes hung beneath its eaves, ringing clear and delicate in the breeze, harmonizing with the gentle bubbling of distant pill furnaces, a quiet, quintessential serenity unique to the sect. Yet before Xiao Yun crossed the threshold, a familiar middle-aged male voice resonated behind him. Young one, you've certainly made quite the entrance. It seems this old cultivator misjudged you profoundly. Xiao Yun's footsteps abruptly halted, his entire body trembling, as if jolted by an electric current, his fingertips instinctively tightening. This voice was magnetic, carrying a subtle rhythm of spiritual energy. It was unmistakably the middle-aged cultivator who had given him the ascension token in Qingniu village half a year ago. At that time, he had just arrived in this world and was dealing with matters concerning Wang Zuihua and Zhang San. This cultivator suddenly appeared, casually handed him the ascension token engraved with the emblem of Qingyun's sect, and urged him, mortal grudges end here. The path ahead is yours to walk. He never expected to meet again so soon in the Flame Peak Council Hall. Xiao Yun. Stewardly seeing him stop abruptly called out in confusion. But as he spoke, he too recognized the owner of that voice, and astonishment instantly spread across his face. That voice. It was Elder Chun. Elder Chun was always traveling and rarely stayed in the sect. Why would he suddenly appear in the council hall? The next moment, Steward Li's astonishment turned into reverence. His back instinctively bent slightly, and even his breathing became softer. Elder Chun was one of the few core formation cultivators in Xiao Yun's sect, and also the junior brother of the current sect master. Even inner disciples rarely had the chance to see him. Could he be here waiting for Xiao Yun today? Xiao Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him. The spiritual energy at his fingertips quietly receded as he regained his former composure. He nodded slightly at Steward Li, indicating he was fine, then stepped forward and followed Steward Li into the council hall. As soon as he entered, his gaze fell upon the seat of honor in the hall. There sat a middle-aged cultivator in a navy brocade robe with handsome features and a calm demeanor that spoke of worldly wisdom. A jade pendant hung at his waist. It was the same cultivator he had met in Qingyo village. The man was toying with a pale cyan jade slip. Seeing Xiao Yun enter, he looked up, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Half a year ago, you were a mortal boy. Now you're a cultivator who has made a name in the outer sect and caused quite a stir. How interesting. Greetings, Elder Chun. Steward Li quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply, his tone filled with utmost respect. I was unaware of your arrival, Elder. Please forgive my lack of welcome. Elder Chun waved his hand dismissively, his gaze still fixed on Xiao Yun. No need for formalities. I just returned to the sect and heard that the hero who was presumed dead in the Yunshui village mission had come back, making quite a stir in the outer sect. So I came to see. He paused and gestured to a chair beside him. Sit. No need to be tense. Xiao Yun sat down as instructed, meeting Elder Chen's gaze calmly. Thank you for granting me the ascension token back then, Elder. Without you, I would never have had the chance to enter Qing Yun's sect. His tone was neither flattering nor servile, but carried a hint of sincerity. He always remembered that it was this elder who gave him the opportunity to step into the world of cultivation. A target for visualization detected. Required visualization time 1 year. A system prompt sounded, indicating how far Xiao Yun's strength had come. Elder Chen chuckled. I merely helped you along. Your achievements today are your own doing. His gaze was gentle, yet sharp, as if it could pierce through all of Xiao Yun's secrets. But after just a few breaths, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He found he could no longer see through Xiao Yun as he had before. When his perception tried to probe Xiao Yun's internal state, it first encountered immense resistance, then vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, swallowed up completely. This little fellow has quite a few opportunities. It was by chance that he had seen Xiao Yun's file and recalled that he was the youth to whom he had given the ascension token. At the same time, he had learned of Xiao Yun's astonishing combat prowess far beyond his peers. Curiosity had driven him to meet Xiao Yun in person. Otherwise, given his status, even ordinary inner disciples would not be worthy of an audience. Then, changing the subject, he picked up a document from the table. I've glanced through the mission report from Yunshui village. Your contributions have been noted by the sect. I called you here today for 2 reasons. First, to give you your reward. Second, to ask what exactly you experienced during these 5 months. Xiao Yun had prepared for this. Without any panic, he lowered his gaze and slowly recounted the story he had rehearsed. He omitted the secret of the visualization system, only mentioning that Feng Ming had forcibly teleported him to the ruins of an ancient cultivator. There he had fortuitously obtained a legacy, breaking through to the 6th level of qi condensation, and later used the teleportation array in the ruins to return to the sect. Elder Chen listened quietly, without pressing for details. He simply nodded. A legacy from ancient ruins is also your destiny. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers, the pale, cyan jade slip rotating slowly in his palm. There was no suspicion in his eyes, only a hint of understanding. Xiao Yun's explanation seemed smooth, but it skirted the most critical details, such as the specifics of the legacy and the source of his terrifying combat power that far exceeded his peers. He saw through these omissions at a glance, but he did not call them out. Instead, he nodded inwardly. This was as it should be. A cultivator's fortune was the foundation of their existence, a secret etched into their very bones. What cultivator would reveal their core opportunity entirely? If Qing Yun's sect lacked such tolerance, constantly prying into disciples' private fortunes and even attempting to claim them for the sect, it would only chill the hearts of cultivators across the land, and no one would ever willingly set foot in Qing Yun's sect again. Over time, the sect would wither from lack of talent, and its downfall would be imminent. Having lived for over 200 years, he had seen too many examples of sects declining due to forcibly seizing disciples' fortunes, so he would not make such a basic mistake. Moreover, the fact that Xiao Yun could keep his secrets showed that the boy had a steady temperament, knew how to weigh pros and cons, and was not the kind of reckless youth who would readily show his cards to others. If Xiao Yun had foolishly spilled every detail, what treasures were in the ruins, what was special about the legacy, he would have been worried. Such a disposition would not take him far in the treacherous world of cultivation and might even invite deadly trouble by flaunting his wealth. Elder Chen looked up, his tone as calm as if he were chatting with a junior. He placed the jade slip gently on the table. Don't worry. A cultivator's fortune is a gift from heaven and the very foundation of your existence. The sect wants disciples who can serve it, not to pry into and seize their fortunes. At these words, the weight lifted from Xiao Yun's heart. He had been worried that the sect would press him for details about the legacy. Hearing Elder Chen's words now, he truly felt the magnanimity of Qing Yun's sect as a major power. With more respect in his tone, he said, "Thank you for your understanding, Elder." Understanding is not the right word. It is simply the sect's rule to protect its disciples' fortunes. Elder Chen smiled and reached into his storage pouch, pulling out a dark red brocade box. He pushed it toward Xiao Yun. Your composure is stronger than that of many inner disciples. This is your well-earned reward. Open it and have a look. Xiao Yun took the box that felt slightly heavy. Opening it, he saw 40 low-grade spirit stones neatly arranged inside, along with 2 round glossy pills. These should be the spirit stones and qi condensation pills mentioned in the mission reward, but the quantity was doubled. Xiao Yun remembered that the basic reward for the Yunshui village mission was 20 low-grade spirit stones and a qi condensing pill. Just as he was about to ask, Elder Chen had already seen through his confusion, lightly tapping the brocade box with his finger, his tone carrying a hint of approval. There is no need to be surprised. This is a reward specially provided by the sect for you. In the Yunshui village mission, not only did you defeat the evil cultivator, preventing a greater disaster, but more importantly, without you, the lives of the other disciples would likely have been lost there. This merit far exceeds what the basic reward can measure. Elder Chen paused, picked up a qi condensing pill which shimmered with a faint glow at his fingertips. The sect is clear in its rewards and punishments. Those who have made contributions naturally deserve great rewards as a compensation for your near-death experiences over the past 5 months. What he did not say was that this reward was primarily due to the remarkable potential Xiao Yun had displayed. For such a promising talent, no amount of reward would be too much. Xiao Yun tightened his grip on the brocade box. Although he guessed the sect's main motive, a warmth still surged within him. He had thought it was already good to receive the basic reward, but he did not expect the sect to enhance the reward, and this attention to detail and fairness deepened his sense of belonging to the Qingyan sect. He stood up again, bowing sincerely. Disciple thanks the sect for the generous reward, and thanks Elder for your kindness. The stewardly beside him was left dumbfounded. Doubling the rewards for outer sect missions was an extremely rare occurrence. As he looked at Xiao Yun, there was a hint of envy in his eyes, and he became increasingly certain that Xiao Yun's future path in the sect would undoubtedly be much smoother than that of ordinary disciples. Elder Chen waved his hand, signaling him to sit down, his gaze settling on him with increased expectation. The reward is an acknowledgement of your past merits, but the road ahead still depends on your own efforts. He let a faint azure spiritual energy emanate from his fingertips, lightly tapping the air. In 1 month, there will be the Outer Sect Grand Competition of the Qingyun sect, where disciples from all peaks will participate. The top 10 not only can directly advance to the Inner Sect, but will also gain the opportunity to enter the Sword-Fallen Abyss. Hearing the words Sword-Fallen Abyss, a flicker of confusion crossed Xiao Yun's eyes. Seeming to see through Xiao Yun's doubts, Elder Chen slowly asked, "Do you know that the foundation establishment of qi-condensing cultivators can be divided into 4 grades?" Xiao Yun shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Elder Chen's faint azure spiritual energy gradually dissipated as his gaze swept over Xiao Yun and the attentive stewardly beside him, slowly speaking in a voice heavy with the weight of time. The foundation establishment of cultivators may seem like merely a breakthrough from qi condensing to foundation establishment, but it is actually divided into 4 grades. Common, human, earth, and heaven grades. This grading is not arbitrary. It directly relates to the foundation and combat strength after foundation establishment, and even whether one can break through to the golden core stage in the future. He paused, took a sip from the teacup on the table, and continued. The most basic is common grade foundation establishment. Most cultivators either break through the bottleneck through sheer force of their own spiritual energy or use ordinary foundation establishment pills to assist them. Although the spiritual energy liquid in the dantian is stable after the breakthrough, it lacks a certain spiritual quality, resulting in slow future cultivation speed, and their combat strength can only be considered average, with a less than 10% chance of breaking through to golden core. Among the disciples of Qingyun sect, 9 out of 10 who achieve foundation establishment are of common grade. Xiao Yun listened attentively, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the brocade box. He previously only knew that Foundation establishment was an important threshold, but he did not realize there were so many intricacies. No wonder Elder Chun specifically mentioned the sword-fallen abyss. The stewardly nodded repeatedly beside him, softly agreeing. What the elder says is true. I was also a common grade Foundation establishment back then, and now I have been stuck at the initial stage of Foundation establishment for 47 years, finding it as difficult as climbing to the sky to advance further. His tone was filled with helplessness, clearly limited by the common grade Foundation establishment. Elder Chen glanced at the stewardly, then turned to Xiao Yun with a more serious tone. As for human-grade Foundation establishment, it requires the use of innate spiritual qi. The spiritual energy found in the ordinary world is acquired spiritual qi, while innate spiritual qi is purer and can refine the dantian during the breakthrough, allowing the spiritual energy liquid to carry an innate rhythm. The combat strength after Foundation establishment is more than twice that of common grade, and the probability of breaking through to Golden Core can be greatly increased. However, innate spiritual qi is extremely rare and cannot be found in ordinary places. Xiao Yun could not help but ask, what about Earth-grade Foundation establishment? He felt that this grade of Foundation establishment must be related to the sword-fallen abyss. Earth-grade Foundation establishment requires breaking through in a place rich in innate spiritual qi, allowing the spiritual energy liquid in the dantian to be thoroughly infused with innate spiritual qi and even condensing innate spiritual patterns. Elder Chen's eyes flashed with admiration. With such Foundation establishment, the Foundation is solid enough to crush those of the same level. The cultivation speed is several times faster than that of common grade, and the probability of breaking through to Golden Core is greatly increased. And within 10,000 miles of our Qingyun sect, the only place with innate spiritual qi is the Sword-Fallen Abyss. The Sword-Fallen Abyss is an ancient battlefield relic buried beneath countless remnants of immortal swords, constantly emitting innate spiritual qi. However, that place is perilous. Low-level cultivators can easily be disturbed by the remnants and even lose their way. Moreover, there are other sects competing for spots, so the sect only gives opportunities to the top 10 disciples in the outer sect grand competition. This serves both to test their strength and to give promising disciples a chance to strive for human grade or even Earth grade Foundation establishment. Xiao Yun's heart suddenly opened up. It turned out that the rewards of the outer sect grand competition were not only martial arts, spirit stones, pills, and the qualification to advance to the inner sect, but more importantly, the innate spiritual qi of the sword-fallen abyss. For him, with the overwhelming Tianyan spiritual power, if he could use the innate spiritual qi to impact a higher grade of Foundation establishment, his future path would only be broader. He recalled the 4 grades mentioned by Elder Chun and could not help but raise his head to ask, Elder, what about the heaven grade Foundation establishment you just mentioned? Does it also require innate spiritual qi? Upon hearing the term heaven grade Foundation establishment, Elder Chun first froze for a moment, then slowly shook his head, a slight regretful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Heaven-grade Foundation establishment. That is but a legend in the cultivation world. Only sporadic records exist in ancient texts stating that those who achieve heaven-grade Foundation establishment will condense an innate spiritual core in their dantian, and just after breaking through, their spiritual power would match that of latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, with a chance to reach even higher realms in the future. However, since the establishment of the Qingyun sect 1,000 years ago, no one has ever seen a heaven-grade Foundation establishment, nor does anyone know how to break through. Perhaps it requires the legendary innate spiritual liquid, or perhaps it needs a more special opportunity. No one can say for certain. Xiao Yun's heart stirred. Though he felt a bit of regret, he did not dwell on it too much. For him, now securing an opportunity to enter the sword-fallen abyss and striving for Earth-grade Foundation establishment was the most practical goal. The outer sect grand competition. Advancing to the inner sect. Sword-fallen abyss. For him, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength and solidify his position within the sect. He nodded seriously. Disciple will not disappoint the elder's expectations and will prepare well for the competition. Seeing the light in his eyes without impatience, Elder Chen nodded in satisfaction and said no more. The next moment, a layer of faint azure spiritual light enveloped his body, and his figure slightly shimmered before disappearing from sight, leaving only a trace of lingering spiritual energy. I look forward to your performance. As soon as he stepped out of the wooden door of the council hall, the wind from the mountainside of Huofeng brought with it the fragrant scent of the alchemy furnace. The copper bell under the eaves chimed softly in the breeze. The faint sound of disciples sorting through herbs could be heard not far away, a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere of the council hall just moments before. Stewardly quickened his pace to walk alongside Xiao Yun. The subtle arrogance he had shown towards the outer disciples had long since faded, and even his tone had softened considerably, reflecting a certain regard for the promising younger generation. Xiao Yun, now that you have returned to the sect, I have already sent someone to the sect affairs office to reapply for the disciple plaque that was taken when the sect had deemed you fallen. Once it's processed, I will have it delivered directly to you to save you a trip to the sect affairs office. His words were particularly thoughtful, clearly remembering the details discussed in the council hall earlier. Elder Qin's expectations for Xiao Yun, the sect's doubled rewards, and Xiao Yun's formidable combat power displayed when he effortlessly defeated Wang Jing had already made Steward Li fully aware. Although this young man still held the status of an ordinary disciple, he was certainly not a character who could be treated as just an ordinary outer disciple. As long as there were no unforeseen circumstances, his future path within the Qingyun sect would surely be extensive. Taking the initiative to converse and offer assistance was undoubtedly a wise choice to build a good rapport early on. Xiao Yun turned his head to glance at Steward Li. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, he softened his expression as well and replied calmly, "Thank you, Steward Li, for your concern. It has indeed saved me a lot of trouble. I'm still worried about Liu Bei and want to check on his injuries before handling the return to the sect procedures." He was ruthless and decisive when dealing with enemies, but he was always transparent in daily interactions. Although Steward Li had previously offered some reluctant advice, he had never truly made things difficult for him. Now, with Li taking the initiative to befriend him, he naturally remembered this favor and would not act aloof. Steward Li nodded quickly, "Of course. That kid Liu Bei was kicked hard by Wang Jing. I've already spoken with physician Liu from the outer sect's medical hall to have him use some good medicine. If you go to the medical hall, you don't need to take a detour. Just walk through this small path. It's half a stick of incense closer than the main road." As he spoke, he raised his hand to point out a small path hidden among the bamboo groves, his demeanor exceptionally considerate. "Moreover, the disciple room you previously occupied has been empty for the past 5 months. I've already had it cleaned, and the bedding has been freshly aired. If you wish to stay there again, you can just return. If you want a quieter place, there's another room by the stream at the west end of the outer disciple courtyard. It's also available. Feel free to choose." Steward Li added, proactively offering all the conveniences he could think of. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun clasped his hands in gratitude, saying no need to change him used to the previous room. "Thank you for your trouble, Steward Li." Seeing him being sincere, Steward Li's smile became even more genuine. "No need to be polite with me. If you need any help in the future, such as if you lack herbs for cultivation or wish to borrow the alchemy furnace, just come find me. You don't need to stand on ceremony." The two walked side by side for a while, and as they neared the entrance to the medical hall's path, Steward Li finally stopped and smiled. "I won't delay you any longer. Once the plaque is ready, I will have a disciple deliver it to you at the medical hall." "All right, thank you, Steward Li." Xiao Yun nodded in thanks and turned onto the small path through the bamboo forest. Watching Xiao Yun's figure disappear deep into the bamboo grove, Steward Li let out a gentle sigh of relief. He knew that he had made the right move. Xiao Yun was steady in temperament, had remarkable combat strength, and had gained Elder Qin's favor. He would undoubtedly have a bright future ahead. The good rapport established today might just be a guarantee for his own future foothold in Huofeng. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yun walked along the bamboo path, listening to the rustling of the bamboo leaves, he quietly remembered the favor owed to Steward Li. At the same time, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Visualization successful. You can choose 100 attribute points. 2. Foundation establishment, early stage cultivation insights. 3. Qingyun alchemy technique. 4. Crimson flame technique." Xiao Yun silently nodded. His strength had received a tremendous boost, and visualizing the early stage cultivation of a foundation establishment cultivator was no longer something that took several hours like when he first entered the sect. His mind quickly weighed the 4 options. Among them, the Qingyun alchemy technique stirred his interest. Huofeng was the main peak for alchemy in the Qingyun sect, with alchemy rooms, herb gardens, and furnaces available from the mountainside to the summit. As a disciple of Huofeng, mastering alchemy would make it significantly easier for him to borrow resources and seek guidance from his elders in the future. This was the advantage of being close to the source, and missing it would be a pity. More importantly, he had realized early on the importance of elixirs. Whether for healing or breakthroughs, elixirs were indispensable. Back in Yinshui village, if it weren't for Shun, Xian, and others having the Qinghe recovery pill, they might not have made it to the later stages. However, the elixirs rewarded by the sect were limited, and purchasing them as a loose cultivator was prohibitively expensive. Additionally, the art of alchemy had always been 70 talent 30 effort. It required precise control of the fire and a thorough understanding of herb ratios. A slight mistake could ruin both the elixir and the herbs. Though he had considered it before, he was also worried about the time and effort spent with little return and had hesitated to try. But now it was different. The celestial spirit power within him was more domineering and pure than that of cultivators at the same level, even able to actively draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The most critical aspect of alchemy, the alchemical fire, was directly linked to the cultivator's own spiritual power. The purer the spiritual power, the more precise the control over the temperature of the alchemical fire and the greater the stability of the flame. Ordinary cultivators often experience fluctuations in their spiritual power, while refining causing the alchemical fire to become erratic and ultimately ruining the elixir. However, his celestial spirit power was inherently stable, which might perfectly resolve this issue and significantly increase the success rate of alchemy. Additionally, he had previously visualized the Xiao Yun herbal classic acquired from Lu Ro, which meant his understanding of herbs was not inferior to that of many senior disciples from the Wood Peak, further aiding his chances of success in alchemy. He'll choose 3, the Xiao Yun alchemy technique. Xiao Yun silently recited in his heart. The next moment, a stream of information surged into his mind. From the most basic herb identification to the techniques of fire control for the alchemy furnace, all the way to the unique 3-stage refinement method of the Xiao Yun alchemy technique. Refining impurities, condensing the core, and nurturing the spirit. Every detail was clear, as if he had studied alchemy for years rather than just having learned it. Xiao Yun closed his eyes, quietly digesting the knowledge in his mind, while the pale white spiritual power at his fingertips quietly circulated, attempting to simulate the operation of the alchemical fire. Indeed, with the celestial spirit power at his command, he could precisely adjust the temperature of the flame. Transitioning from a warm, gentle fire to a blazing, fiery flame was seamless, even smoother than he had anticipated. With the enhancement of celestial spirit power, alchemy might not be as difficult as I thought. Xiao Yun opened his eyes, a glimmer of anticipation flashing within them. Then he lifted his leg and walked toward the medical hall. The outer sex infirmary was modest in size, yet immaculately kept. The air hung thick with the faint, soothing aroma of medicinal herbs. Several wooden windows stood ajar, allowing golden sunlight to stream through their lattices and bathe the white-sheeted patient beds in a warm, comforting glow. Xiao Yun had barely stepped inside when he saw Liu Bei leaning against the headboard, his abdomen swathed in thick bandages. Though his complexion remained pallid, it was markedly improved from the one hue he'd worn that morning at the alchemy grounds. "Brother Xiao." Liu Bei's eyes lit up the moment he spotted him, eager to rise only to wince sharply as pain shot through his wounded abdomen, tightening his brows. "Don't move. Just lie still," Xiao Yun said, firmly striding forward and gently pressing a hand onto Liu Bei's shoulder. With practiced care, he lightly pressed along the edge of the bandage, his voice laced with quiet concern. "What did the physician say? Is the injury severe?" The physician said, "It's merely internal contusion and 2 fractured ribs. Half a month's rest will see me fully recovered," Liu Bei replied, with an easy wave of his hand, his tone deliberately light, unwilling to burden Xiao Yun with worry. Xiao Yun said nothing, but withdrew a luminous, pearly spirit-condensing pill from a brocaded box and held it out before Liu Bei. "Take this. It harmonizes the body, enhances spiritual energy, and benefits both recovery and cultivation." Liu Bei's expression shifted instantly. He hastily waved his hands, pushing Xiao Yun's back. "Brother Xiao, no. I can't accept this. Spirit-condensing pills are extraordinarily precious. You've just returned to the sect. You need every advantage to strengthen your foundation. My injury is trivial. Common healing remedies are more than enough." He knew full well their worth outer sect disciples could acquire one only by completing perilous tasks, or saving up spirit stones for months on end. Even if Xiao Yun had earned it as a reward, it belonged to him alone. "This pill serves you better than it does me, and I still have another." Xiao Yun grasped Liu Bei's hand and pressed the pill firmly into his palm, his voice calm, yet unyielding. "My spiritual energy is unique. The pill's potency offers me little benefit, but you're different. At spirit condensation stage 2, you need precisely this to stabilize your realm. Heal while cultivating. Waste no time." His words were truth. Tianyin's spiritual energy was fierce and unrivaled in its capacity to absorb ambient qi. Spirit-condensing pills simply held diminished value for him. "But," Liu Bei stammered, his palm cradling the pill, its gentle warmth pulsing with latent spiritual energy. His chest swelled with warmth and urgency alike. "There is no but," Xiao Yun cut in, his tone deepening. "If it's mine, then it's yours. What's wrong with that? Or do you truly consider yourself an outsider to me?" Liu Bei met his gaze, steady, sincere, and his throat tightened, words lodging helplessly behind his ribs. He knew without doubt that Xiao Yun's care was genuine, and that sincerity weighed far heavier than any pill. His eyes glistened. He nodded, hard fingers closing tightly around the pill, voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Brother Xiao. I won't let this gift be in vain. From now on, I'll cultivate diligently. Never again will I make you worry." "Now that's more like it," Xiao Yun murmured, a rare, faint smile softening the corners of his mouth. He offered a few final reminders. Take your medicine on schedule, avoid unnecessary movement, then rose to depart. Yes, go ahead, Brother Xiao, I'm fine. I've already notified Senior Sister Lin. She knows you've returned, Liu Bei affirmed with earnest nods, watching Xiao Yun's figure vanish beyond the doorway, only for his own smile to slowly fade. He lowered his gaze to the pill resting in his palm, fingertips trembling ever so slightly. Yet beneath that warmth bloomed a quiet, aching loneliness and a sharp pang of self-doubt. That morning Wang Jing had been utterly helpless before Xiao Yun, like a chick in the grip of a hawk. Yet Liu Bei himself couldn't even withstand a single blow from Wang Jing, forced only to endure the humiliation saved solely by Xiao Yun's timely intervention. Xiao Yun had already reached spirit condensation stage 6, capable of crippling a peer-ranked cultivator barehanded, while Liu Bei, likewise admitted half a year ago, remained stubbornly stalled at stage 2, his innate talent conspicuously wanting. What right did such a person have to stand beside Xiao Yun? He would only weigh him down, only ever be cause for concern. I can't rely on Brother Xiao forever. Liu Bei clenched the pill until his knuckles whitened, a flash of bitter resentment, and something darker, flickering in his eyes. Why? Why is my aptitude so wretched? Am I doomed then to live as a failure all my days? Unseen by him from a shadowed corner, a pair of eyes watched him in silent, calculating stillness. And as Liu Bei's despair rippled outward, those eyes, just for an instant, seemed to gleam with quiet satisfaction. When Xiao Yun returned to his former disciple chamber, it was indeed spotless, as head steward Li had promised. He had just settled into meditation to refine the day's accumulated spiritual energy when a soft knock sounded at the door. Senior Brother Xiao, came Lin Yu's voice, soft trembling. Xiao Yun rose and opened the door. Before the latch clicked fully, a slender figure in pale cyan robes rushed inward and collapsed against his chest. Her scent, fresh lotus blossoms drawn from the mist-laced peaks of Shui foam, immediately enveloped him. Lin Yu's shoulders shuddered, her fingers gripped his sleeves tightly, tears spilling freely, dampening the embroidered silk over his heart. You really came back. I knew it. I knew you were still alive. Her voice broke with sobs, halting and raw. We searched every inch around Yinshui village. I thought I'd never see you again. Xiao Yun stiffened, just for a breath, then slowly raised his hands, gently patting her back, his voice low and tender. I'm sorry I worried you. I was simply trapped somewhere, delayed, nothing more. And now I'm home safe and sound. He offered no further detail, only the safest, most surface-level truths. Gradually Lin Yu calmed, stepping back from his embrace and brushing away tears with trembling fingers. Her eyes remained redrimmed, yet she managed a fragile, radiant smile. Just being here is enough, enough. I heard you'd returned from Liu Bei, so I hurried down from Shui foam, afraid you might vanish again. She paused, then added, remembering, I've already told Senior Brother Shun and Zhang and Senior Sister Rora. Senior Brother Shen only said good that you're back, but his eyes lit up unmistakably. Senior Brother Zhang was training boxing at the martial arena. The moment he heard, he flung his gloves aside and declared, knew that kid had too much luck to die. Senior Sister Rua tends the medicinal herb gardens on Mu Foam. She asked me to tell you when you're free, go visit her. She'll bake you osmanthus cakes with her own hands. Listening to her animated recounting of friends' reactions, Xiao Yun smiled, deepened, warm and unhurried. He stepped aside to usher her and then poured her a cup of warm water. These past 5 months, you've all borne the weight. Don't speak so formally among us, Lin Yu replied, accepting the cup, its gentle warmth seeping into her fingertips, kindling a quiet, steady heat within her chest. Bathed in the amber light of the setting sun spilling through the window, they spoke softly, effortlessly for hours. Lin Yu marveled aloud at how swiftly Xiao Yun's cultivation had advanced, and shared that she herself had broken through to spirit condensation stage 5. While Shen Xian stood at stage 8's peak, and Zhang Lei and Lu Rou had also reached stage 8. Xiao Yun interjected occasionally, absorbing each update about his friends, until gradually a profound sense of peace settled over him. Unnoticed, the sky beyond the window darkened to twilight. Sensing the hour, Lin Yu rose reluctantly to bid him farewell. No sooner had Xiao Yun seen Lin Yu off and resumed cultivation than another knock interrupted his stillness. He rose, opened the door, and found a young man standing there, unfamiliar, yet hauntingly familiar. Xiao Yun gazed at the young man standing outside his door. His features were well-proportioned, and his eyes and brows bore a striking six-fold resemblance to Wang Jing's. Yet he had shed Wang Jing's arrogance and restlessness, replacing them with quiet composure. There was no need for speculation. This could only be Wang Jing's elder brother, Wang Yiming, a foundation establishment cultivator of the Fire Peak intersect. The young man wore a deep red intersect robe, and a jade pendant inscribed with the character Fire hung at his waist. Though he made no deliberate effort to project pressure, Xiao Yun distinctly sensed a spiritual energy fluctuation far surpassing that of any qi condensation cultivator. Like a submerged reef in the abyssal sea, calm on the surface yet concealing immense latent weight. He appeared to be 25 or 26 years old, his gaze profound and incisive as it swept over Xiao Yun, not with the fury Xiao Yun had anticipated, but with measured scrutiny. Xiao Yun's body tensed instantly. Pale white spiritual energy shimmered faintly at his fingertips, while the Tianyin spiritual energy vortex within his dantian spun rapidly, and qi surged through his meridians ready to respond to any sudden threat. He knew full well the fundamental chasm between foundation establishment and qi condensation cultivators. That Wang Yiming, Wang Jing's own elder brother, had come knocking at midnight meant this was no casual visit. It could only be about Wang Jing's maiming. To Xiao Yun's surprise, however, Wang Yiming did not strike. Not even a trace of oppressive aura emanated from him. Instead, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze steady upon Xiao Yun, his voice devoid of emotion. "You are Xiao Yun." Xiao Yun suppressed his wariness, neither feigning weakness nor issuing provocation. He gave a slight dignified nod and replied calmly, "I am." "Senior brother Wang Yiming, what brings you here so late?" He deliberately emphasized the title senior brother, both honoring the sect's hierarchy and subtly reminding his visitor that they stood within Qin Yun's sect's grounds where any violence would carry grave consequences under sect law. Wang Yiming did not answer immediately. Instead, he raised his eyes, glancing briefly around Xiao Yun's humble abode, his gaze pausing for an instant on the stone steps before the doorway, before returning it steadily to Xiao Yun. "Was it you who severed my younger brother Wang Jing's limbs?" The question was blunt, yet utterly devoid of anger, uttered as casually as one might ask, "How is the weather today?" And precisely because of that calmness, Xiao Yun dared not relax for a moment. True masters rarely betrayed their emotions openly. Wang Yiming's stillness might well prove more perilous than outright fury. Xiao Yun offered no denial. Calmly and forthrightly he affirmed yes. Wang Jing bullied fellow disciples, attempted to shatter Liu Bei's wrist, and mocked cultivators whom the sect itself had declared fallen. Per sect regulations, I merely administered appropriate discipline. He intentionally invoked sect regulations, not only to justify his actions, but also to probe Wang Yiming's boundaries. Would he truly defy sect law for Wang Jing's sake? At the words bullying fellow disciples and mocking fallen cultivators, a faint flicker of displeasure passed across Wang Yiming's eyes, not directed at Xiao Yun, but rather seeming like disappointment in Wang Jing's own unworthiness. After a brief silence, he spoke again, tone unchanged. "I have long known Wang Jing's conduct in the outer sect, reckless, arrogant, bound to bring disaster. I simply never imagined he would fall to a mere qi condensation 6th-rank disciple like yourself." His voice held a note of genuine surprise, yet more than anything it conveyed detached objectivity, deepening Xiao Yun's growing sense of dissonance. This Wang Yiming was unlike anything he had anticipated. The night wind grew colder, swaying the lantern by the courtyard gate. Its dim amber light cast fragmented shadows across Wang Yiming's deep red robe. Observing Wang Yiming's unbroken serenity, Xiao Yun's vigilance remained undiminished. Yet he saw no reason to prolong the dance. Straightening slightly, he asked directly, voice steady, "Senior brother Wang, your visit at this hour surely serves a purpose beyond merely confirming my identity as the one who maimed Wang Jing. Speak plainly then. What is it you truly intend?" He assumed no subservient posture, nor did he display hostility. Instead, he met Wang Yiming as an equal. Even facing a foundation establishment cultivator, he refused to yield ground easily, especially when righteousness rested with him and Elder Qin's expectations loomed large ahead. Wang Yiming lifted his eyes toward Xiao Yun, his expression still free of wrath. Scarcely a ripple disturbed its placid surface, as though discussing some trivial matter unrelated to himself. "He is my younger brother, willful and unruly. To be disciplined by another is his due. I have no defense to offer." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Yet as an elder brother I cannot stand idle, while he lies paralyzed in the infirmary, limbs severed, unable even to stir. There remains a duty I must fulfill." Those words stirred something within Xiao Yun. Wang Yiming's logic was razor-sharp. He sought no vengeance for Wang Jing, only the fulfillment of fraternal obligation, a cold, dispassionate stance, far more enigmatic than furious accusation. He neither denied Wang Jing's guilt nor blamed Xiao Yun, yet he clearly stated his intent to act, drawing a boundary with crystalline precision. Xiao Yun remained silent, watching intently, awaiting what came next. Wang Yiming did not keep him waiting long. Sect law dictates that private duels resulting in injury shall be adjudicated according to fault. By severing his limbs you too merit disciplinary action, but his gaze sharpened as it settled upon Xiao Yun. "I hear you performed great deeds in Yinshui village. So much so that the sect doubled your reward. You possess rare potential. I see no reason to drag this before the elders, jeopardizing your future or earning myself the ignominious label of bullying juniors. His words carried two subtle layers, first acknowledging Xiao Yun's institutional backing, and thus his reluctance to force confrontation, second signaling his preference for resolution in private away from official scrutiny. Xiao Yun understood instantly, yet maintained his calm, meeting Wang Yiming's gaze squarely as he pressed further. Then how, senior brother, Wang, do you propose to proceed? Shall I formally apologize to Wang Jing? Or must I too endure some form of discipline to satisfy your sense of duty? He placed quiet emphasis on the word discipline, a test of Wang Yiming's limits, and a reminder, though only a Qi Condensation 6th-rank disciple, he was no pliant, helpless novice. Wang Yiming watched the cool resolve in Xiao Yun's eyes, and the faintest trace of a smile curved his lips as if quietly approving of his response. His voice remained level. An apology is unnecessary. He has suffered sufficient retribution. As for discipline, that too is unnecessary. I will choose another path. You will withstand a single strike from me. He paused, his gaze lingering on Xiao Yun's taut shoulders. Just one strike, delivered at only 30% of my strength. Regardless of how you meet it, once it lands, Wang Jing's maiming shall be considered closed. I will trouble you no further. 30%. Xiao Yun's brow furrowed sharply. Instinctive wariness flared in his heart. He was no neophyte newly entered into the cultivation world. He knew all too well the yawning chasm between foundation establishment and Qi condensation cultivators. Even a Qi condensation 10th rank cultivator's full force strike would feel like a tickle before a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet Wang Yiming's 30% was deceptively lenient, masking lethal danger. Xiao Yun's fists clenched involuntarily. The Tianyin spiritual energy within his dantian surged violently, pale white, Qi shimmering faintly at his fingertips, causing the very air around him to tremble. Lifting his eyes to meet Wang Yiming's, his watchfulness gradually kindled into fierce, burning combat spirit. Since breaking through to Qi condensation 6th rank, he had yet to truly test the limits of his power. A wretch like Wang Jing was unworthy to serve as his benchmark, but this single strike at 30% strength from a foundation establishment cultivator, that was the perfect crucible to gauge his true strength. 30% from a foundation establishment cultivator is indeed no abuse of seniority. Xiao Yun straightened, fully pale white spiritual energy coalescing tightly around him. But senior brother Wang, consider carefully. Should I withstand this strike, you may never again intervene, whether Wang Jing provokes further trouble or whether he targets Liu Bei or myself. He sought not a temporary truce, but a binding permanent covenant. Only such assurance could safeguard Liu Bei and shield him from future entanglements with Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming observed the spiritual energy gathering around Xiao Yun, and a flicker of genuine astonishment crossed his eyes. The density and refinement of that Qi far exceeded what any ordinary Qi condensation 6th rank cultivator should command. He gave a slight solemn nod. If you withstand it, I swear it upon my Tao heart. As his words faded, Wang Yiming slowly raised his right hand. Paler spiritual energy gathered softly in his palm. No thunderous aura erupted, no violent fluctuation disturbed the air. Yet Xiao Yun felt unmistakably that this gentle crimson radiance concealed volcanic force poised to erupt. The night wind suddenly quickened, whipping the courtyard lantern into frantic oscillation, the amber light leaping erratically between the two figures. Xiao Yun drew a deep breath, channeling every iota of Tianyin's spiritual energy forward. A thick, luminous barrier of pale white Qi solidified before him, while concentrated power flooded his arms. He had no intention of evading. He would meet that strike heat-in, to discover once and for all whether his Tianyin spiritual energy could truly withstand the might of a foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Yiming watched as Xiao Yun did not flinch or evade. Instead, he condensed every thread of spiritual energy into his right fist, and the indifference in Wang Yiming's eyes at last gave way to a genuine spark of appreciation. Most condensation stage cultivators, when faced with an assault from a foundation establishment disciple, either panic or flee. It was the first time he had ever seen someone like Xiao Yun meet it heat-in without a single step aside. That nerve outstripped his incompetent younger brother by 100-fold. Bold courage, Wang Yiming murmured, and before his words had fully fallen, the faint crimson spiritual energy in his palm swelled violently. What had been a gentle current of power instantly congealed into a half-foot-long fist shadow. As it sliced through the air, the night wind itself seemed to grow scorching. The lantern at the gate leapt half an inch, and the light warped as if molten wax were twisting on the wall. This was clearly the foundation establishment disciple pressing his spiritual energy to the utmost. It appeared casual and effortless, yet concealed a terrifying might capable of crushing condensation stage Qi. Boom. Wang Yiming's fist carried no flourish, it simply drove straight toward Xiao Yun. At the instant the blow descended, Xiao Yun felt the very air compress and thicken. A scorching wave hit his face, and breathing became onerous. The pale crimson fist shadow grew in his sight, looming like a mountain about to collapse, its pressure nearly suffocating. Now, war surged into Xiao Yun's eyes. In his dantian, the Tianyin spiritual energy spun into a frenzied vortex. Pale white energy like a roaring river coursed through his meridians and poured into his right hand. It was the first time since breaking through to condensation that he had driven Hanliang Bong's spirit-shaking collapse to its extreme. The first layer of energy condensed at the center of his fist, a faint white glow rippling. The second layer stacked atop it, and the light brightened, the fist itself began to tremble. Third, fourth, until the seventh layer had overlapped and Xiao Yun's right fist was wreathed in a dazzling pale white membrane. Fine spirit patterns traced the membrane's surface, and as the wind howled, there was the faint sound of air being rent. This was the domineering nature of Tianyin spiritual energy. It could fuse multiple hard-to-control currents from the same rank into a purer, more violent force. Sevenfold Hanliang Bong. Xiao Yun let out a low cry as his right fist, sheathed in pale light, charged to meet Wang Yiming's faint crimson fist shadow with unflinching force. Bang! The collision of the two fists detonated a deafening thunder that rang across the disciples' quarters. Faint crimson and pale white energies slammed into one another, ripples spreading like waves. The bamboo at the courtyard corner rustled violently, a few dry leaves were swept up and flung into the night. The lantern at the gate shook so violently, its sickly light jittered across the wall, nearly tearing free from the eaves. A tremendous force rolled up Xiao Yun's arm, his limb went numb in an instant. The Tianyin energy in his meridians trembled, as if on the verge of dispersing. He stepped back 7 paces without thinking, each footfall leaving a shallow print on the stone, and only when the aftershock of the 7th Hanliang Bong finally faded did he manage to steady himself. Looking down, he saw a split in the flesh at the base of his right thumb, a trickle of blood, where the pale white energy still fluttered, not yet wholly dispelled. No sooner had the boom subsided than lamps in the neighboring disciples' rooms began lighting one after another. Doors creaked open and curious heads poked out to peer into Xiao Yun's courtyard. A few bolder disciples crowded at the gate. The moment they made out the figure in deep red brocade standing in the yard, they all inhaled sharply and dropped their voices. It's Senior Brother Wang Yiming of the inner gate. How could he be here in the outer disciples' quarters? The news took wing and spread instantly through the vicinity. More disciples pressed close, crammed outside the gate and along the wall, pointing and whispering. I heard Senior Brother Wang Jing's limbs were ruined by Xiao Yun. Senior Brother Wang Yiming must have come to avenge his brother. My heavens! Xiao Yun actually dared clash with a Foundation establishment disciple. That blast just now. Did they come to blows? Look at Xiao Yun's hand. His tiger's mouth is bleeding. It seems Senior Brother Wang Yiming even held back. No. If Wang Yiming had truly intended to strike, could Xiao Yun still be standing? Could Xiao Yun truly have taken a Foundation establishment strike? The murmurs grew louder, and some disciples furtively produced transmission talismans, eager to spread the news to their companions. Tension returned to the courtyard, every gaze fixed on Wang Yiming, and Xiao Yun waiting for what would happen next. Wang Yiming, however, paid no mind to the crowd. He shook his right hand. The faint crimson energy at his fingertips still fluttered, a lingering numbness pulsed through his palm, and even the liquid qi in his dantian rippled slightly. At the moment of impact, he had distinctly felt a filigree of pale white energy creep along his fist, and then erupt 7 times in succession. Each detonation was like a slender needle pricking at his meridians and causing dull aching. Have I really been left numb by a condensation stage 6th ranked disciple? Wang Yiming stared at his hand, shock replacing his earlier composure. He lifted his gaze to Xiao Yun, eyes sharp as though to pierce. The technique you just used. Hanliang Bong. That move. I obtained it in an ancient ruin. Only Wang Jing and I know it. Where did you learn it? It was clear now Wang Jing had once received Hanliang Bong from his elder brother Wang Yiming. A chill ran through Xiao Yun's heart. Wang Yiming studied him for a long beat. The tingling still lingered at his fingertips, but the hardness in his eyes gradually softened. He was silent for 2 seconds, then waved a hand. The accusing edge of his tone vanished and was replaced by a note of relief. Enough. Fate and opportunity are everywhere in the cultivation world. Techniques circulate by countless paths. It is pointless to pry too deeply. His voice shifted as he glanced at the blood seeping from Xiao Yun's tiger's mouth. For the first time since his arrival, a faint smile curved his lips, an unmistakable hint of genuine appreciation. You, a condensation stage 6th rank, taking 30% of a Foundation establishment's force, and stacking Hanliang Bong 7 times. Such comprehension and courage are indeed rare. Once he spoke, the crowd outside the gate erupted anew, their whispers changing tone rapidly. What? Wang Yiming not only didn't accuse him, but even praised Xiao Yun. A condensation 6th rank, taking 30% of a foundation establishment's force. That's unbelievable. No wonder Wang Jing fell to Xiao Yun. Those two aren't even in the same league. Wang Yiming paid no heed to the clamor. He looked steadily at Xiao Yun and his voice grew earnest. Hone your strength. I look forward to your performance at the Outer Sect tournament in a month. With that, he did not linger. Turning, he strode out of the disciples' quarters. The deep red brocade traced a clean arc in the night. His steps were measured and decisive, and soon he vanished down the bamboo-lined path. Xiao Yun watched his retreating figure until it disappeared. His taut muscles finally loosened, and he let out an involuntary breath. He had long assumed Wang Yiming and Wang Jing were cut from the same cloth, both arrogant cultivators who bullied the weak. He had not expected the brothers to be so different. Wang Jing was obdurate and domineering, seeing only strength to trample the weak. Wang Yiming, by contrast, understood measure and recognized talent. Even if his brother had been grievously harmed, he could set aside private grudge and acknowledge potential. The words, Outer Sect Tournament, slipped from Xiao Yun's lips in a low repetition, and a faint glimmer of anticipation stirred in his eyes. Outer Sect Tournament. He whispered, hope and expectation flickering just beneath the surface. A month later, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes. The Tianyin spiritual energy vortex in his dantian had stabilized, and a pale white spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, exuding a denser aura than a month before. Just 4 days ago, he had successfully broken through to the 7th level of qi condensation. Finishing his breathing exercises, Xiao Yun rose and flexed his wrists. The traces left from his earlier fistfight with Wang Yiming had long vanished. As he recalled the memories of the Qingyun alchemy, art in his mind, a flicker of regret passed through his heart. He had devoted the entire month to cultivation, breaking through from the 6th to the 7th level of qi condensation, leaving almost no time to delve into alchemy. He would have to wait until after the Outer Sect Grand Tournament to find an opportunity to try his hand at the Blaze Peak Alchemy Chamber. Brother Xiao, are you ready? It's time to head to the square, came Lu Bai's voice from outside the door, tinged with both excitement and nervousness. Xiao Yun opened the door to find Lu Bai standing there clad in a clean outer disciple robe, his complexion ruddy. The injuries to his ribs and internal organs had fully healed, and the fluctuation of his spiritual energy had stabilized at the 3rd level of qi condensation. It seemed he hadn't slacked off this month either. With the help of the qi condensation pill Xiao Yun had given him, he had finally broken through his bottleneck. Let's go. Xiao Yun nodded, and the two walked side by side toward the Blaze Peak Square. The closer they got to the square, the clearer the clamor became. Blaze Peak Square was the largest open-air venue on the peak, and it was now packed with hundreds of outer disciples. Disciples gathered in small groups, some warming up, others whispering among themselves, and still others probing the strength of their opponents. The air was thick with a tense and excited atmosphere. Look, it's Xiao Yun. Is that the Xiao Yun who crippled Wang Jing and even took a punch from senior brother Wang Yiming? I heard he was only at the 6th level of qi condensation a month ago, but now I feel his spiritual energy is even stronger than before. As the two approached, murmurs spread. Many disciples cast their gazes upon Xiao Yun, some curious, some reverent, and a few defiant. The Outer Sect Grand Tournament was about the quota for inner disciples and the opportunity to enter the fallen sword abyss. No one was willing to concede easily. Lu Bai instinctively moved closer to Xiao Yun and lowered his voice. Brother Xiao, they're all talking about you. Xiao Yun nodded calmly, his gaze sweeping across the center of the square. There stood a stone platform about a zhang high upon which several wooden tables were arranged. A few stewards in official robes were seated behind the tables, sorting through registers. Among them was Stewardly. The moment he noticed Xiao Yun, he set down the jade slip in his hand and gave a slight nod, his eyes carrying a hint of expectation. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the clamor in the square gradually subsided. The stewards paused their work with the registers, exchanging glances. Stewardly put down his jade slip and paced slowly to the edge of the stone platform. He cleared his throat, and the spiritual energy of his early foundation establishment realm silently circulated. His voice, brimming with immense power, echoed across the square like a great bell, reaching even the disciples at the farthest edge. Disciples' silence. The disciples who had been whispering fell silent instantly, and hundreds of gazes turned sharply towards Stewardly on the platform. Though the spiritual pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator was not deliberately released, it was enough to instill awe in the qi condensation disciples present, preventing any slackness. Stewardly swept his gaze across the audience, and seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he continued in a stern tone, Today's Outer Sect Grand Tournament concerns your future cultivation paths. The top 10 will not only be promoted directly to inner disciples, but will also gain the qualification to enter the Fallen Sword Abyss. This is the opportunity the sect offers you, and also a test of your strength. At the mention of the Fallen Sword Abyss, a fervent light flashed in the eyes of many disciples below. The primordial spiritual energy of the Fallen Sword Abyss was the key to breaking through to a mortal or Earth-grade foundation establishment. The tournament consists of 2 stages. Stewardly shifted the topic and began explaining the rules. The first stage is called Ascending the Steps. Shortly, stewards will lead you to the foot of the Elder Peak. There a bluestone staircase of 3,600 steps leads to the mountainside. The staircase is imbued with a spiritual pressure array set by the sect. The lower your cultivation, the stronger the pressure you will feel. He paused and emphasized, you must ascend from the foot to the finish line on the mountainside within 5 hours. Those who exceed the time limit, give up midway, or collapse from spiritual energy depletion on the stairs will be eliminated and lose the qualification to participate in the second stage. 3,600 steps. And spiritual pressure. A wave of low exclamations rippled through the crowd. Some disciples at the 3rd or 4th level of chi condensation changed expressions. They were already low in cultivation. With the added spiritual pressure, they feared they couldn't even cover half the distance in 5 hours. Liu Bei also furrowed his brow, glancing at Xiao Yun with a hint of concern. But Xiao Yun remained calm, the Tianyin spiritual energy faintly circulating at his fingertips. Now at the 7th level of chi condensation, his Tianyin spiritual energy possessed far greater resilience than ordinary spiritual energy. This pressure was nothing more than an extra expenditure of effort. He noticed Liu Bei's unease and gently patted his shoulder. Liu Bei looked at Xiao Yun and nodded firmly, the worry in his eyes dissipating somewhat. Once the commotion below had subsided slightly, Steward Li continued, the second stage is a drawing lots for duels. All disciples who pass the stair ascent will draw lots at the martial ground on the mountainside of Elder Peak. They will fight in pairs. The victor advances, the loser is eliminated until the final top 5 are determined. During the duels, the use of poison, sneak attacks, or other despicable means is forbidden. Causing fatal injury to an opponent is also prohibited. Violators will be disqualified and dealt with according to sect rules. His gaze swept across the crowd with solemn authority. The tournament judges by strength, but if you lose the moral integrity of a righteous cultivator, even if you win, you are unworthy of the sect's recognition. The disciples below nodded in agreement. Even those at the 8th level of chi condensation or above who had previously shown defiance toward Xiao Yun restrained the hostility in their eyes. Though they were eager to compete for rankings, they dared not violate the sect's rules. The rules are clear. Any questions? Steward Li surveyed the crowd. Seeing no raised hands, he glanced at the sky. Time is short. Now all participating disciples follow the stewards and proceed immediately to the foot of Elder Peak. The stair ascent stage will officially begin in 1 hour. Xiao Yun withdrew his gaze and looked toward the stewards who were organizing the teams in the distance. He wondered what Elder Peak looked like and whether it differed from the 5 elemental peaks. Ascending the steps. Given his current strength, he wondered how long it would take him to complete the climb. Led by the steward, hundreds of Fire Peak disciples advanced along the mountain path. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the terrain ahead suddenly grew towering and majestic. A mountain peak far more colossal than the 5 peaks, Fire Peak, Water Peak, and the others, came into view. Its summit was shrouded in mist piercing the heavens, while ancient rugged trees covered its slopes. Even the wind that blew carried spiritual energy denser than that of the 5 peaks. As soon as he neared the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yun felt a faint stir within his dantian. The Tianyin spiritual energy seemed to resonate with the surrounding qi. So this is the Elder Peak. It's magnificent. A Fire Peak disciple couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze sweeping over the endless green stone steps that wound from the base of the mountain upward, disappearing into the mist halfway up the slope. The spiritual energy at the base alone is denser than that at the waist of our Fire Peak. Xiao Yun nodded slightly. The Elder Peak, as the core peak of the Qingyun sect, truly lived up to its reputation. Even this natural concentration of spiritual energy could accelerate a low-level disciple's cultivation speed by 30%. His gaze quickly shifted past the steps to the open ground at the mountain's base. 2 groups of disciples had already gathered there, one clad in golden outer robes, the disciples of Gold Peak. The other group wore light blue outer robes, the disciples of Water Peak. Among the crowd, Xiao Yun immediately spotted Shen Xian and Lin Yu. Shen Xian stood in the front row of the Gold Peak disciples, dressed in the distinctive, form-fitting attire of his peak. His spiritual energy at the 8th level of chi condensation was restrained yet steady. Seeming to have sensed the arrival of the Fire Peak group, he turned his head and upon seeing Xiao Yun, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he gave a slow nod. Lin Yue among the Water Peak disciples stood out with her delicate features. The moment she saw Xiao Yun, her eyes lit up. Not wanting to disturb the other disciples, she didn't call out, but blinked vigorously at him, then mouthed 2 words silently, "Go for it." After that, she subtly made a fist-pumping gesture, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Xiao Yun responded with a gentle nod toward both of them. Before long, 2 more groups arrived in succession, the Wood Peak disciples in emerald green outer robes and the Earth Peak disciples in brownish ones. Among the Wood Peak disciples, Xiao Yun quickly found Lu Ruo. Dressed in the emerald green attire of her peak, she offered him a warm smile and a gentle wave when she saw him. In the Earth Peak group, a burly figure carrying a massive axe stood out conspicuously. It was Zhang Lei. He looked at Xiao Yun, grinned broadly, and let out a hearty chuckle. Once all 5 peaks had assembled, it wasn't long before a booming voice suddenly erupted at the foot of the Elder Peak. "Begin the ascent." The voice belonged to the gray-robed steward who had stood on the high platform earlier. As he circulated his spiritual energy, his voice carried an oppressive force that reached every corner. "Remember the rules. During the ascent, any form of fighting is prohibited. No flying artifacts, no pills, and no activating talismans. Anyone who violates these rules will be immediately disqualified and expelled from the Elder Peak." The final word had barely fallen when nearly 1,000 outer disciples surged into motion. The crowd flooded toward the 9 green stone stairways like a tide, yet there was no chaotic jostling. After all, each step on every stairway was a full zhang wide, easily accommodating 10 people walking side by side. The 9 stairways were only a few zhang apart, so standing on any one of them allowed a clear view of the disciples on the adjacent steps, subtly adding an element of competition. Xiao Yun followed the Fire Peak disciples onto the middle stairway. The moment his foot touched the green stone, he felt a gentle yet firm surge of spiritual energy rising from the step, spreading through his soul and permeating his entire body. This energy was not as aggressive as an attack, but it pressed down on his dantian like a heavy stone, attempting to suppress the circulation of his own spiritual power. "This suppression is more direct than I expected," Xiao Yun thought to himself, his gaze shifting to the adjacent Water Peak stairway. A moment ago, a Water Peak disciple at the 2nd level of Qi condensation had been the first to step onto the stairs. Now his face was pale, and he gripped the stone railings tightly just to steady himself. When he had first stepped on, his entire body had lurched forward half a step, his knees nearly buckling. His lips were pressed white, and fine beads of sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. "My spiritual energy. It won't circulate." The Water Peak disciple panted softly, his voice tinged with panic. He tried to mobilize his qi, only to find it as sluggish as sticky paste barely creeping through his meridians. Even maintaining a basic standing balance required tremendous effort. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples instinctively slowed their pace, a look of gravity settling in their eyes. If even the very first step was so taxing for low-level disciples, then the over 3,000 steps ahead would only intensify the suppression. On a nearby stairway, Shen Xian stood tall and composed. His spiritual energy at the peak of the 8th level of Qi condensation allowed him to easily resist the initial suppression, though a hint of seriousness crept into his expression. The suppression increases with each step. Conserving strength is paramount. Lin Yue, standing on the Water Peak stairway, had a faint blue glow of spiritual energy flowing around her. At the 5th level of Qi condensation, she was not as at ease as Shen Xian, but far better off than the 2nd level disciple from before. Moreover, her spiritual root was extraordinary, granting her a remarkably smooth communion with the world's Qi. Thus, though her pace was slower than usual, her eyes were fixed intently on the steps ahead. Zhang Lei on the Earth Peak stairway was naturally robust. Carrying his giant axe, his steps were steady, and he barely paused on the steps. He grinned and shouted toward Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yun, let's see who reaches the 500th step first." Lu Ruo on the Wood Peak stairway was also at the 8th level of Qi condensation. The current level of suppression felt no more than a gentle breeze to her, barely affecting her, and her movements remained graceful and light. Liu Bei followed not far behind Xiao Yun. Having just broken through to the 3rd level of Qi condensation, he wobbled slightly when stepping onto the stairs, his face turning a bit pale. But he quickly took a deep breath and, following the method Xiao Yun had taught him earlier, slowed his spiritual energy circulation and steadily climbed step by step, a look of stubborn determination in his eyes. Xiao Yun took in the scene around him, then withdrew his gaze. Applying a bit more force with his foot, he stepped onto the 2nd step. Just then a short, sharp gasp came from the adjacent stairway. Xiao Yun turned to look. A nimble figure was moving rapidly up the steps. It was an exceedingly handsome young man with jet black hair cascading like a waterfall down to his waist. The hem of his robe fluttered slightly with his running motion, not a single crease to be seen. What was most astonishing was his speed and posture. Each step he took seemed as effortless as walking on flat ground. His feet landed on the green stone steps, without a sound, his body as light as a swallow in the forest. The spiritual suppression on the steps seemed non-existent to him. In the span of just 10 breaths, he had surged from the bottom to the 200th step, leaving a vast gap between himself and the disciples behind him with no sign of slowing down. Xiao Yun swept his spiritual gaze over the youth. He saw that the young man's spiritual energy was far more condensed than that of an ordinary qi condensation cultivator. No hint of instability. The spiritual energy fluctuations at his dantian were steady and profound like an unfathomable deep pool. It was unmistakably the cultivation of the 10th level of qi condensation. At the same time, as if responding to the handsome youth's actions, exclamations of surprise arose from all 9 stairways. The top disciples from each peak's outer sect began to exert their full strength one after another. On the water peak's ascending staircase, a faint cerulean figure suddenly accelerated, drawing every gaze in an instant. She was a woman of delicate beauty clad in the water peak's signature pale blue gown, its hem embroidered with intricate rippling wave motifs. With each step upon the bluestone steps, faint cerulean ripples bloomed beneath her toes, as if she walked upon a still glassy lake. As those ripples spread, they artfully dissipated the staircase's spiritual energy suppression. Her form lifted lightly, leaping effortlessly over 2 steps, and landed without so much as a tremor in her gown's hem. Her foundation establishment 10th tier spiritual energy flowed like gentle temperate water around her, unconcealed yet unostentatious. It's Su Qingyao of the Water Peak. Someone familiar with the Water Peak disciples cried out in astonishment. Rumor has it she ranks first among the Water Peak's outer sect disciples, and excels at neutralizing force with hydroki. Truly her reputation precedes her. Su Qingyao paid no heed to the surrounding exclamations. Her gaze remained fixed upon the mountain's mid-slope, her pace unwavering, pale blue ripples trailing her like drifting duckweed. Each leap landed with flawless precision upon the steps. Her speed rivaled that of Qi Jinshin of the Gold Peak, and she swiftly closed in on the 200th step. Almost simultaneously, a murmur rose from another staircase. A woman of striking fiery allure. Clad in the Earth Peak's russet-brown martial tunic, her silhouette curved with elegant boldness. Her long legs drew particular attention. With every footfall, a soft amber halo shimmered faintly beneath her soles, as though merging seamlessly with the bluestone itself. The staircase's spiritual energy suppression struck her in vain, like pebbles vanishing into the deep sea. She neither leapt nor sprinted, instead she ascended with steady, unhurried strides. Yet each step spanned an extraordinary distance. Within mere heartbeats, she surged from the 100th to the 200th step, matching Su Qingyao stride for stride, her lips curling in a quiet, self-assured smile. It's senior sister Xiao, a disciple from the Earth Peak, shouted elated. They say she resonates with earthen qi through the ground itself. She'll surely claim first place in this ascent. On yet another staircase, a scholarly, refined young man, dressed as a Confucian literatus, finally shed his air of casual indifference. He wore a jade-green scholar's robe and idly fanned himself with a folding fan painted with slender green bamboo. From time to time, he tapped the air with its tip, releasing wisps of pale green spiritual energy that coiled gently about his person. His pace was neither hurried nor sluggish, yet with each step ambient spiritual energy converged toward him, as if paving his path. The staircase's suppression dissolved soundlessly the moment it brushed against his pale green aura. Though he appeared to move slowly, he kept pace steadily behind Su Qingyao and Xiao Yun, even occasionally surging forward a few steps aided by subtle currents of gathered qi. His foundation establishment 10th tier energy, though restrained, ran deep and profound, like the ancient, unshakable roots of an old tree. Wen Qingshu of the Wood Peak. They say he is the most adept at manipulating spiritual energy among the Wood Peak's outer sect disciples. Truly exceptional. Shortly thereafter, an unremarkable young man nearby finally unleashed his full momentum. Dressed in the Fire Peak's crimson outer sect uniform, he bore no distinguishing features. Yet each time his foot struck the staircase, a tiny crimson spark erupted beneath his soul. At the instant of ignition, the spark generated a sharp upward thrust, propelling his body forward half a zhang and vaulting him cleanly over 3 steps. Those crimson sparks carried searing, incandescent qi, briefly dispelling the staircase's suppression. His velocity mounted relentlessly, the sharp crack of successive ignitions stitched together into a rapid staccato, soon closing the gap to the leaders. His fire attribute foundation establishment 10th tier energy blazed with unrestrained dominance, its scorching heat palpable even from several zhang away. It's senior brother Zhou Lai. Fire Peak disciples shouted electrified. This man, Xiao Yun recalled, had been mentioned once by Liu Bei. They had crossed paths several times before. Across the 9 ascending staircases, excitement erupted. Qi Jinxin of the Gold Peak, Su Qingyao of the Water Peak, Xiao Yu of the Earth Peak, Wen Qingshu of the Wood Peak, and Zhou Lai of the Fire Peak. These 5 elite Foundation Establishment 10th-tier disciples blazed like radiant beacons, each leading their respective peak staircase, their speeds nearly identical, their spacing never exceeding a few steps. Every movement held the rapt attention of disciples below. Behind them, latest-stage Foundation Establishment disciples from every peak now unveiled their signature techniques. Golden Crimson, Cerulean Jade, and Russet Radiance flashing in rapid succession along the 9 staircases. Xiao Yun's chest surged with sudden molten fervor at the spectacle before him. To witness such a pinnacle contest firsthand ignited the fierce competitiveness and yearning for strength buried deep within his marrow, no longer containable. His heart hammered violently, drumming against his ribs, while the Tianyin spiritual energy within his dantian refused all restraint, surging wildly through his meridians as if straining to burst forth from his very skin. Xiao Yun drew a deep breath, clenched both fists tight, and willed his intent. Unleashed. Unreserved. With a low guttural cry, he drove his right foot hard onto the bluestone step. A muffled thump echoed, the step's surface rippling with a faint pearlescent wave, as Tianyin spiritual energy flooded from his soul into the stone, instantly shattering the surrounding suppression. His body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Pale white spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, enveloping him in a dazzling luminous membrane. Delicate spirit script patterns shimmered along its edges, vibrating subtly with his acceleration. His initial velocity matched that of Qi Jinxin and Su Qingyao, but in the next heartbeat it surged further still. The Tianyin spiritual energy functioned as the purest possible propellant. Each footfall colliding with the staircase generated explosive upward force. His form blurred faster still, the pale white membrane carving a brilliant, unmistakable trail through the air, coalescing into a true white arc, racing upward along the stairs like a living comet. That's Xiao Yun. By the heavens, how did he accelerate so suddenly? What in the realm is this man? Fire Peak disciples were the first to react. Watching Xiao Yun streak past like a white arc, they gasped aloud and instinctively halted, eyes wide with disbelief. Moments ago he had climbed steadily, now he moved with terrifying transformative speed, as if reborn entirely. Shin Xin paused mid-motion at the sight of that white arc, surprise flickering across his eyes. Then a faint knowing smile curled his lips. This young man truly is extraordinary. Lin Yu clapped a hand over her mouth, delight sparkling in her eyes, her cerulean spiritual energy nearly faltering from sheer astonishment. She knew Xiao Yun was strong, but never imagined such overwhelming power. Zhang Lei gaped, jaw slack. Mother of heaven, I just boasted I'd race him to the 500th step. Lu Ru also stopped walking, her gentle face alight with wonder. Jade Green's spiritual energy shimmered softly at her fingertips as she murmured, Junior brother Xiao, how precisely have you cultivated? Even Qi Jinxin at the vanguard sensed the commotion behind him, his peripheral vision catching the white arc hurtling ever closer, and his brows lifted slightly. He had assumed his speed was unmatched, only to discover a formidable rival hidden within the Fire Peak. Instinctively he quickened his pace, gold attribute spiritual energy thickening around him, seeking to widen the gap. Yet Xiao Yun's white arc clung like an inescapable shadow, the distance narrowing visibly relentlessly. Xiao Yun was completely immersed in the thrill of the sprint, the Tianyin spiritual energy flowing smoothly through his meridians. Each step he took was precise and flawless, and the spiritual pressure of the steps melted away like snow under a warm sun upon encountering the pale, white light membrane. His gaze was fixed on Qi Jiangxin's back ahead. He increased his speed once more, the trajectory of the white rainbow becoming increasingly distinct. In just 30 breaths he had surged from 200 steps to 400, leaving less than 10 steps between him and Qi Jinxin. So fast, Xiao Yun has actually caught up to Qi Jinxin. I heard he's only at the 7th level of condensed Qi. How is this possible? Just how does this guy cultivate? This is absurd. Exclamations rippled across the 9 stairways. All disciples' gazes were fixed on the figures of the white rainbow and Qi Jinxin. Even Su Qingyao, Zhao Ya, and the others who had been pushing hard earlier instinctively slowed down, turning to look in Xiao Yun's direction, their eyes filled with disbelief. For a cultivator at the 7th level of condensed Qi to unleash such speed shattered their understanding of cultivation realms. Xiao Yun paid no heed to the surrounding astonishment, nor did he notice the surprised look Qi Jinxin cast his way. He only felt the Tianyin spiritual energy within him growing more active, and with each sprint his control over this power deepened. His right leg stepped onto the stair once more, and the white rainbow suddenly accelerated. Finally, at the 450th step, he was level with Qi Jinshin. The pale white light membrane and the golden spiritual energy stood in opposition, creating a strange play of light and shadow. The two charged upward side by side. The sound of their feet hitting the steps almost synchronized, their speed evenly matched. Qi Jinshin turned his head to look at Xiao Yun, his eyes full of curiosity. "Are you really at the condensed?" The words 7th level of condensed Qi were still caught in his throat. Suddenly Xiao Yun stomped his foot. The Tianyin spiritual energy in his dantian blazed like a furnace fully ignited. The pale white light membrane instantly brightened several-fold, and the white rainbow stretched half a zhang in an instant, wrapping around him like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, surging past Qi Jinshin. In just a breath's time, Xiao Yun's back was already 5 steps ahead of Qi Jinshin. The pale white spiritual energy trail left a fleeting afterimage on the steps as he sped toward the mountainside. This, Qi Jiangxin's pupils contracted sharply as he watched Xiao Yun's receding pale white figure. The curiosity on his face was utterly replaced by shock, which was then swiftly drowned by a fierce competitive spirit and unwillingness. He had been recognized since childhood as a genius of the Gold Peak, and even the entire Qingyun sect's outer sect. At 20, he had reached the 10th level of condensed Qi with no rival among his peers. Even the sect elders praised him, saying he had great hope of breaking through to core formation in the future. Having grown up accustomed to being looked up to and chased, he had never experienced being left behind by someone of the same age, let alone by a youth who was only at the 7th level of condensed Qi and seemed several years younger than him. Qi Jinshin let out a low roar. The pride and unwillingness in his chest erupted completely, and the golden spiritual energy around him surged violently. It was no longer the restrained circulation of before, but expanded outward like boiling magma, even tinging the blue stone steps beneath his feet with a dazzling golden light. No longer concerned about spiritual energy consumption, he quickly formed hand seals before his chest. The golden spiritual energy crazily flowed through his meridians to his limbs. With each step, golden light exploded, and his speed increased by nearly 30%. He transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, fiercely chasing after Xiao Yun's back. Heavens! Senior Brother Qi is getting serious. The disciples on the Gold Peak stairway cried out in shock, staring at the exploding golden spiritual energy around Qi Jinshin, their faces full of disbelief. On the stairway, a white and a golden figure streaked like two beams of light, engaging in a breathtaking chase along the 3,600 bluestone steps. Xiao Yun's pale white light membrane remained stable. The efficient operation of the Tianyin spiritual energy meant he didn't need excessive consumption. His speed was fast yet steady. Meanwhile, Qi Jiangxin's golden lightning carried a desperate ferocity. Each explosion of golden spiritual energy was accompanied by a violent depletion of his reserves. However, his total spiritual energy at the 10th level of condensed Qi was considerable, and his spiritual root aptitude was excellent, allowing him to sustain such a level of consumption. The distance between them sometimes narrowed to 3 steps, then widened to 5 by Xiao Yun. The pale white and golden spiritual energies intertwined on the steps, and exclamations and praises rose and fell among the 9 stairways. The sight of Xiao Yun and Qi Jinshin, 2 streaks of white and golden light chasing each other on the steps, was like a spark thrown into hot oil, instantly igniting the competitive spirit of Su Qingyao, Zhao, Yuan Qingshu, and Zhou Lai. They were all the top talents of their respective peaks in the outer sect. How could they allow others to steal the spotlight? Su Qingjiao's steady pace suddenly quickened. Her light blue skirt fluttered, and 3 small water vortexes formed at her fingertips. As they touched the ground, they transformed into translucent water pads beneath her feet. With each step on the water pads, her body was propelled forward like a current, leaping across 4 steps at a time. Her speed instantly increased by 50% as she chased after the white and golden figures ahead. Senior Sister Su is also making her move. The Water Peak disciples cheered, watching the blue rainbow rapidly close the distance, their eyes full of pride. Xiao Yu refused to be outdone. She pursed her red lips, and the brownish earth element spiritual energy around her suddenly sank, achieving complete resonance with the blue stone steps. Fine earthy yellow patterns emerged on the step's surface, extending forward with her steps. Each step felt as if she were treading on flat ground with no resistance. Her speed, though not as graceful as Su Qingjiao's, was remarkably steady. The brownish light rainbow, like a giant tree rooted in the earth, surged upward with a calm, explosive power, soon catching up to the trail of the blue rainbow. The ever calm Wen Qingshu finally shed his nonchalant demeanor, his brows slightly furrowed. The pale green wood element's spiritual energy was no longer the gentle entanglement of before, but transformed into countless tiny phantom images of green bamboo. These phantoms emerged from the steps, gently supporting his feet, each lift propelling him several zhang upward. Senior brother Wen is actually serious. The Wood Peak disciples were astonished. They had never seen Wen Qingshu in such a hurry. Usually he was always slow, as if nothing in the world could hasten his pace. Zhou could no longer contain himself. His crimson fire element spiritual energy erupted violently, igniting half a foot of flames around him. The flames spread upward along the steps. With each step on the fire, a cluster of scarlet sparks exploded beneath his feet, their explosive force 3 times stronger than before. His figure was enveloped in a blazing red fire rainbow, its edges crackling as they scorched the air like a burning dragon charging fiercely toward the 5 rainbows ahead. Within just 10 breaths, 6 brilliant rainbows had risen on the 9 stairways. At the very front was Xiao Yun's pale white rainbow, closely followed by Qi Jiangxin's golden yellow rainbow. Behind them, Su Qinjiu's azure blue rainbow, Zhao Ya's brownish rainbow, Wen Qingshu's emerald green rainbow, and Zhou Lai's scarlet red rainbow followed tightly. The 6 rainbows were like 6 colorful ribbons spanning the heavens, rushing upward along the 3,600 blue stone steps, their speed so great that only afterimages remained. Oh my heavens! This isn't just climbing steps, it's a battle of the gods. It's over, it's over. We're not even on the same level as them. The other disciples were completely stunned. They stopped in their tracks, looking up at the 6 rainbows growing ever more distant, their eyes filled with shock and helplessness. The 6 rainbows left them far behind. Even Zhou Lai at the very back had already reached the 800th step, while most disciples were still lingering around 200. The gap was like a chasm. As the stairs ascended, the spiritual pressure had nearly doubled in intensity compared to the mountain's base. The 6 rainbow lights tore through the mist in the air, only for it to swiftly close again, pushing the stair-climbing competition into a white-hot phase. Xiao Yun's pale white rainbow light remained steadfastly at the forefront. His Tianyin spiritual energy circulated like living water, the spiritual patterns on his pale, white light membrane growing increasingly distinct. With each step, he precisely borrowed a trace of spiritual energy from deep within the stairs, both counteracting the pressure and conserving his own strength, maintaining his speed at its peak. Behind him, Qi Jiangxin's eyes were bloodshot. His golden spiritual energy swelled until it nearly solidified. His once restrained aura burst forth completely. With every step, a golden light exploded with a bang, leaving tiny indentations on the stone steps. His golden spiritual energy surged wildly through his meridians, and a thread of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet he still clung stubbornly to Xiao Yun's retreating figure. The distance between them hovered within just 2 steps, close enough to see the fluctuations on each other's spiritual light membranes, yet he could never truly catch up. Qi condensation 7th level. Impossible. Qi Jinxing growled. His hand seals formed faster, and his golden spiritual energy splashed onto the stairs like burning magma, using the recoil to accelerate once more. Further back, Su Qingyao, Zhao Yu, and Qingshu, and Zhou Lai had all become fiercely competitive, each unleashing their ultimate techniques. The gap in their cultivation levels was merely 1 tier, creating an intense second echelon of combat. Su Qinjiu's fingertips danced. Her light blue water spiritual energy was no longer a simple wave of water, but transformed into thousands of fine threads. One end of the threads wrapped around her ankle, while the other pierced into the crevices of the stone steps. With each pull, she could drag herself several zhang forward. Zhao Ya's surrounding brownish earth patterns suddenly thickened, forming palm-sized earth shields. These shields were not for defense, but were placed under her feet to shatter quickly, each fragmentation releasing a steady propulsive force. Countless green bamboo illusions around Wen Qingshu were no longer scattered supports, but formed a winding bamboo ladder. He tapped his toes on this ladder, his figure moving like a bamboo leaf riding the wind. His emerald rainbow light alternated between fast and slow, always keeping him at the front of the second echelon. The usually composed young man now had sharp eyes, clearly regarding this competition as a true contest. Zhou Lai's crimson rainbow light was the most violent. The flames around him even contained specks of golden sparks. He was like an out-of-control fire dragon charging recklessly through the stairs. Damn it! These lunatics! Zhou Lai panted heavily. The sweat on his forehead evaporated as soon as it formed, but his gaze was locked onto the pale white rainbow light at the very front. His primary cultivation of fire-based techniques excelled in explosive combat, but in this stair-climbing competition, it was actually a significant disadvantage. Consequently, among the 6 present, he was the most strained and expended the most energy. Originally, they had all planned not to go all out in this stair climb, intending to use only 50 to 60% of their strength to reach the top steadily. But unexpectedly, Xiao Yun had emerged, and Qi Jinxin was chasing him like a mad dog, completely indifferent to his spiritual energy consumption, forcing Zhou Lai and the others to push themselves to the limit just to keep up. After all, as the chief outer disciples of their respective peaks, falling too far behind the others would be unbecoming. Yet the more he chased, the stronger the shock in his heart grew. Being from the same Fire Peak's outer sect, he had long heard rumors about Xiao Yun, but he had always dismissed them with disdain. He was a top genius at the 10th level of Qi condensation, only a step away from foundation establishment. He assumed those rumors were exaggerated hype. However, witnessing it today, not only could Xiao Yun contend with Qi Jinxin, who was at the 10th level of Qi condensation, but he even managed to stay a step ahead. The efficiency of that pale white spiritual energy's circulation, its resistance to pressure. Even he, at 10th level Qi condensation cultivator, felt inferior. Watching Xiao Yun's back pull away from Qi Jinxin, once more Zhou Lai could no longer contain his shock and anger. He couldn't help but shout ahead, "How the hell is this Qi condensation 7th level?" His roar, infused with spiritual energy, exploded through the mist, causing even Su Qingyao and the others ahead to glance back involuntarily. Zhou Lai, however, was oblivious. He only felt a surge of shock and unwillingness churning in his chest. It turned out the rumors hadn't exaggerated. They had vastly underestimated Xiao Yun's true strength. This Fire Peak harbored such a monster. 6 rainbow lights streaked through the mist, pale white leading golden in hot pursuit, with blue, brown, green, and red following closely behind. The collisions of their spiritual energy produced faint crackles of thunder. At the summit of the Elder Peak, the mountain top was veiled in mist as delicate as silk, entwining an elegant pavilion built of green bamboo. On the stone table inside, a purple clay tea set glowed with a warm luster. As boiling water was poured into the teapot, curling white steam mingled with the mountain's spiritual energy, releasing a pure and mellow tea fragrance. At this moment, a man and a woman were seated facing each other. The man, though middle-aged, was handsome and possessed an immortal aura exuding considerable charm. He was Elder Chen, whom Xiao Yun had met before, his true name being Chen Xianqing. The woman appeared to be around 30, with a beautiful face and the gentle grace of a mature woman in every gesture. Her name was Shun Yue, also an elder of Qingyun's sect. She picked up the teapot to refill Chun Zhuangqing's cup, breaking the pavilion's tranquility with a smile. "Senior brother, in previous outer sect competitions, you've never come to the summit to watch the stair climb like this. Could it be that among this batch of outer disciples, there's someone who has caught your special attention?" Chun Xianqing responded with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. His gaze slowly lifted as if it could pierce through the layers of mist outside the pavilion and land precisely on the winding bluestone stairs below. His tone was calm, yet carried a barely perceptible hint of concern. "There is indeed a young one I've taken a bit more notice of." He didn't name names, but the direction of his gaze precisely matched the position where the pale white rainbow light was leading. It was exactly where Xiao Yun was. Shin Yue was keenly perceptive. She immediately followed his gaze, her sight piercing the hazy mist, quickly capturing the pale white light that was always at the forefront and the several rainbows hot on its heels. When she saw that the spiritual energy fluctuations around that white rainbow were merely at the 7th level of Qi condensation, yet it was steadily leaving behind Qi Jinxin and other disciples at the perfected 10th level, her delicate eyebrows raised slightly, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. "This young one is actually at the 7th level of Qi condensation." She leaned closer to the edge of the pavilion to see more clearly, her tone filled with incredulity. "He's suppressing those perfected 10th level Qi condensation disciples, not giving them even a chance to catch up. With talent and strength like this, senior brother, our Qingyun sect has struck gold this time. What an extraordinary seedling has appeared among this batch of outer disciples." Listening to her praise, Chen Xianqing merely nodded faintly, his gaze still fixed on Xiao Yun's figure, a hint of understanding hidden in his eyes. He had long known about the peculiarity of Xiao Yun's spiritual energy, but he hadn't expected Xiao Yun to leverage this advantage to such an extent. But just then Shin Yue suddenly let out a light exclamation of surprise. The admiration on her face faded, replaced by a hint of confusion. She raised her hand and pointed downward. "Senior brother, look quickly. Why has this young one stopped?" The mist thickened, and the spiritual energy suppression at the 3000th step was several times more potent than at the mountain's base. Even the air seemed congealed, each breath carrying a heavy, stifling sensation. Xiao Yun's pale white rainbow light abruptly halted at the edge of the 3000th step. He glanced down at the azure stone beneath his feet, which shimmered with a faint spiritual light. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around and sat cross-legged on the step, closing his eyes slowly. The pale white celestial derivation spiritual energy no longer radiated outward, but retracted within his body, forming a circulating stream of qi through his meridians. He had clearly entered a state of cultivation. What? What is he doing? Qi Jinshin, who had just reached the 2999th step, abruptly halted, his golden spiritual energy swiftly converging. He stared at Xiao Yun, who was meditating and breathing rhythmically, his eyes filled with suspicion and vigilance. He had thought Xiao Yun stopped to adjust his rhythm, but he never expected the man to simply sit down. This was a stair-climbing competition. Every second was a battle for time. Wasn't Xiao Yun afraid of being overtaken? Qi Jinshin clenched his fists. He didn't want to surpass Xiao Yun in this manner, so he could only pause temporarily, watching Xiao Yun's movements intently, his golden spiritual energy still taut. Zhou Lai, who was close behind, rushed to the 2998th step. His lifted foot abruptly stopped as he saw Xiao Yun sitting in stillness, and Qi Jinshin halted. After a moment of surprise, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief, and his crimson flames immediately diminished until they barely enveloped his palms. He leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks and splattered on the steps, leaving small patches of moisture. Damn! Finally a chance to rest. Zhou Lai muttered under his breath, his voice laced with evident fatigue. His fire-type cultivation art was inherently draining on spiritual energy, and he had pushed it nearly to its limit during the chase. The spiritual energy in his dantian was now only at 20%. If he forced himself to ascend another 100 steps, he would likely deplete it entirely. Xiao Yun's pause was a tremendous help to him. Wen Qingshu and Zhao Yu also arrived shortly after, their conditions no better than Zhou Lai's. Wen Qingshu had long put away his folding fan, and his emerald-green spiritual energy had dimmed. His face was slightly pale as he leaned against the stone railing at the edge of the steps, breathing gently. The bamboo ladder formed by the illusory green bamboo shadows had long dissipated, clearly indicating he had also reached his limit in spiritual energy expenditure. The brownish-yellow earth patterns around Zhao Yu had become sparse, and the earthen shield beneath her feet had shrunk from the size of a palm to that of a copper coin. She wiped the sweat from her brow and glanced at Xiao Yun, who sat in stillness, a flicker of relief in her eyes. If they continued, she wouldn't be able to hold out much longer either. The moment Xiao Yun closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, his inner vision of the dantian clearly detected that under the staircase's formidable suppression, the celestial derivation's spiritual energy was no longer flowing smoothly as before. Instead, it was like refined iron being crushed by a millstone. With each cycle, minute impurities were eliminated, making it increasingly dense and solid. Coupled with the fact that his spiritual energy had been in a highly active state during the full sprint, he now aided by the abundant spiritual energy of the Elder's Peak, which far surpassed that of the other 5 peaks, faintly sensed the potential for further refinement. Just the right opportunity to hone my spiritual energy, Xiao Yun thought to himself. He immediately adjusted his breathing rhythm, no longer deliberately resisting the suppression. Instead, he guided the celestial derivation's spiritual energy to sink slowly in the direction of the suppression. When it touched the spiritual energy deep within the steps, he took the opportunity to draw a trace of external spiritual energy into his body. In less than half an incense stick's time, a pale white vortex of spiritual energy about 10 feet in diameter formed around Xiao Yun. The density of spiritual energy at the vortex's center was so thick it was nearly tangible, even causing the air to ripple with fine spiritual patterns that trembled slightly with the vortex's rotation. I can't let him monopolize the spiritual energy. Qi Jinshin was the first to snap out of his shock. If Xiao Yun recovered, or even broke through, he himself would have no chance of overtaking him. He hesitated no longer. He abruptly sat cross-legged, his hands forming seals rapidly, and his metal-type spiritual energy suddenly radiated outward in an attempt to gather the surrounding spiritual energy. But the moment he activated his spiritual energy, he realized that most of the surrounding qi was being drawn by Xiao Yun's vortex. Even with his utmost effort, he could only barely absorb the spiritual energy within 3 feet into his body at a speed less than a third of Xiao Yun's. The operation of his metal-type spiritual energy was even subtly disrupted by the vortex's suction becoming sluggish. Zhou Lai, who had been rejoicing at the chance to rest, grew anxious when he saw Qi Jinshin scrambling for spiritual energy. With only 20% of his spiritual energy left in his dantian, if he didn't replenish it, he wouldn't be able to make it to the summit. Cursing under his breath, he sat down on the steps. His crimson flames reignited, but this time not for a sprint. Instead, they transformed into countless tiny fire threads attempting to connect with the surrounding spiritual energy. However, fire-type spiritual energy was inherently not adept at gathering qi, and with Xiao Yun's vortex suppressing it, the fire threads were dispersed the moment they touched the spiritual energy. His face flushed red with frustration as he could only absorb the sparse spiritual energy slowly. He angrily punched the step. Damn it. This monster's suction is just absurd. Wen Qingshu and Xiao Yun also dared not delay, sitting cross-legged almost simultaneously. Wen Qingshu condensed a small, illusory green bamboo shadow at his fingertip. The shadow extended outward, attempting to capture spiritual energy from the gaps in the vortex. But the moment the bamboo shadow began to extend, it was pulled slightly askew by the invisible suction, gathering a pitifully small amount of spiritual energy. Xiao Yun meanwhile activated her earth-type spiritual energy, letting the brownish-yellow earth pattern spread along the steps, but she could only slowly absorb the thin spiritual energy at the periphery. For a time, a peculiar scene unfolded at the 3000th step. Xiao Yun sat in stillness, his pale white spiritual energy vortex rotating slowly, like a black hole of qi, madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Qi Jinshin, Zhou Lai, and the others gathered on the surrounding steps, each activating their cultivation arts to compete for the remaining spiritual energy. Yet everyone's spiritual energy appeared pale and feeble, a stark contrast to Xiao Yun's domineering absorption efficiency. The pale white vortex of spiritual energy continued to rotate slowly, while the celestial derivation spiritual energy cyclone within Xiao Yun's dantian expanded at a visible rate. Originally only the size of a fist, the cyclone gradually swelled to the size of a bowl under the infusion of a sea of spiritual energy. The pale white spiritual energy, once translucent, became increasingly mellow, like steel tempered 100 times, carrying a heavy texture as it circulated. A faint hum emanated from within Xiao Yun's body. The spiritual energy vortex around him suddenly contracted, then transformed into a beam of white light that merged into his crown. The cyclone in his dantian condensed sharply. His cultivation base had taken a significant step forward towards the 8th level of qi condensation. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, a faint white spiritual light flickering in their depths. He raised a hand to feel the spiritual energy within his body, and a faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Not only had his cultivation base improved, but his celestial derivation spiritual energy, tempered by both the suppression and the abundant qi, was nearly 20% more condensed than before. Just as an incense stick's time elapsed, Xiao Yun stood up and flexed his wrists. He glanced down at the 3000 steps beneath him, then swept his gaze up the remaining 600 winding steps ahead, murmuring to himself, the suppression here is indeed useless now. With those words, he lingered no longer. His right foot lightly stepped onto the 301st step. There was no earth-shattering burst of power, but rather a serene ease, as if handling a weighty matter with lightness. His figure ascended as if on a leisurely stroll, his pace even faster than before. The pale white rainbow light traced a clearer path through the mist, surging towards the higher steps. He's already starting again. Qi Jinshin had just recovered his spiritual energy to 50% when he saw Xiao Yun's pale figure already surging past level 3050. Ignoring the dull pain in his meridians, he abruptly stood up, golden spiritual energy once again enveloping his body. But this time the golden glow was noticeably dimmer, and every step he took was accompanied by a faint stinging pain in his meridians. The forced sprint only worsened his already depleted condition, yet staring at Xiao Yun's retreating back, he gritted his teeth and refused to give up. Zhou Lai cursed, "Damn, is this madman never tired?" Then he could only push himself up from his knees, the crimson flame in his palm flickering unsteadily, as if it might go out at any moment. The spiritual energy in his dantian had only recovered to 30%, but seeing Wen Qingshu and Xiao Yun already moving, he had no choice but to steel himself and follow. Yet with every step he took, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Beads of sweat once again densely covered his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. Wen Qingshu slowly stood up, leaning on the stone railing. An emerald green spiritual energy barely formed a thin film over his body. His folding fan could no longer wield the ease it once had. He had to use the fan's handle to support himself on the steps, his steps as unsteady as if treading on cotton. He was never adept at high-intensity sprints, having already exhausted most of his spiritual energy in the earlier pursuit. Now every step upward required him to muster all his strength to resist the oppressive force. Xiao Ya's situation was slightly better. Earth-type spiritual energy excelled at steady, solid progress, but her dantian only held 40% of its capacity. Brownish earth patterns spread once again beneath her feet, yet they could only maintain a slow pace. Watching Xiao Yun's figure grow increasingly distant, she furrowed her delicate brows, but could only grit her teeth and follow. The pursuit of the four was notably ragged, a stark contrast to Xiao Yun's composure. After his cultivation level increased, his heaven evolution spiritual energy offered greater resistance to the oppressive force. Each step he took was as light as a leisurely stroll, his pale, white light membrane, tracing a smooth trajectory through the mist. Level 3100, Level 3200. In less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he was already standing at the edge of Level 3300. The moment he set foot on Level 3320, Xiao Yun's steps suddenly halted, and he raised an eyebrow. The oppressive force at this level was several times stronger than at Level 3000. The spiritual energy pressure that had been easy to resist now became palpable again. As the heaven evolution's spiritual energy circulated through his meridians, he once again felt the sensation of being ground by a millstone, a refining experience. The suppression here is effective again. Xiao Yun looked down at the blue stone beneath his feet, a faint white light flickering at his fingertips as he felt the subtle resistance from the pressure. A smile once again curled at the corner of his mouth. For him, the meaning of ascending the steps was never about competing for the first place, but about using every available condition to enhance his strength. Since the suppression at Level 3300 could continue to refine his spiritual energy, there was no reason to miss it. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around, sat cross-legged on Level 3300, and closed his eyes again. This time, he didn't immediately form the massive spiritual energy vortex as before. Instead, he let the heaven evolution's spiritual energy flow slowly along his meridians, actively colliding against the direction of the suppression. By leveraging the stronger suppression, he could remove the remaining impurities from his spiritual energy, making it more condensed. In just a few moments, a faint, lustrous white spiritual light began to emanate from Xiao Yun. Though the light was not as ostentatious as the previous vortex, it exuded a tougher quality. The surrounding spiritual energy was once again slowly drawn and entering his body through the acupuncture points around him. He's sitting down again. Qi Jianxin, who had chased to Level 3280, saw Xiao Yun's seated figure again. He abruptly stopped his golden spiritual energy, dissipating by half in an instant, and for the first time a look of near collapse surged in his eyes. He had pushed himself to the limit, even ignoring the damage to his meridians, yet Xiao Yun was strolling as if in his own backyard, walking when he pleased and stopping when he pleased, even using the competition to frantically improve his strength. This was a contest of an entirely different magnitude. Zhou Lai, panting heavily as he caught up, nearly stumbled and fell at the sight. Pointing at Xiao Yun, he couldn't form a complete sentence for a long time. He's still cultivating. Is this stairway his personal training ground? The crimson flame completely extinguished. He could no longer hold on and sat directly on Level 3270, gasping for air, too exhausted even to curse. When Qingshu stopped, looked at the lustrous white spiritual light around Xiao Yun, and let out a soft sigh. The emerald green spiritual energy completely retracted, and he leaned against the stone railing, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. Xiao Yu also stopped. Watching Xiao Yun's composed cultivation, the unwillingness in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of resignation. She withdrew her earth-type spiritual energy, sat down on the steps, and began to recover in silence. Rather than exhaust herself by forcing a pursuit, it was better to take the opportunity to recover her spiritual energy. If she were to fail the ascent due to depleted energy, that would be the greatest joke of all. Just then, Qi Jianxin stared at the lustrous white spiritual energy swirling around Xiao Yun, and a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Both times Xiao Yun stopped, he chose steps where the suppression suddenly increased. First at Level 300, then at Level 3300. If he were merely recovering his spiritual energy, why would he deliberately choose the most oppressive spots? Recalling the increasingly condensed quality of Xiao Yun's spiritual energy and the trajectory of the energy actively moving against the suppression, it suddenly dawned on him. He's not simply cultivating. He's using the stairway suppression to refine his spiritual energy. This thought struck Qi Jiangxin's mind like a thunderbolt. As the most talented outer disciple of the Gold Peak, his comprehension was naturally extremely high. He had been blinded by the obsession to overtake and had failed to see this truth. Now that he understood, he no longer cared about catching up. He immediately sat cross-legged on Level 3280 and, imitating Xiao Yun, adjusted the circulation path of his gold-type spiritual energy. Instead of forcefully resisting the suppression, he let the golden spiritual energy slowly sink along the direction of the pressure, allowing the powerful oppressive force to press his spiritual energy through his meridians, as if using a grindstone to polish fine iron, removing its superficial impurities. At first, the gold-type spiritual energy resisted somewhat, causing waves of stinging pain during circulation. But as Qi Jianxin gradually found the rhythm, he discovered that the once slightly impure spiritual energy in his dantian was becoming purer under the grinding of the suppression. Zhou Lai had just caught his breath when he saw Qi Jianxin also sit down and imitate Xiao Yun's method of circulating spiritual energy. He was stunned. At the same time, Xiao Yasu Qingyao and Wen Qingshu also noticed this. These individuals were all top-tier prodigies. After a moment's thought, they immediately understood, and following Xiao Yun's example, began to use the oppressive force to refine their spiritual energy. For a moment, the scene near level 3300 became extraordinarily peculiar. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, 6 figures sat cross-legged at different points with 6 streams of spiritual light: pale white, golden, crimson, emerald green, brown, and light blue, each swirling independently. Though different in color, they all followed the trajectory of refining through suppression. Gone was the earlier frantic competition, replaced only by the subtle hum of spiritual energy battling the oppressive force. Such a scene would have been unheard of in previous outer sect competitions. In previous ascent trials, disciples would race against time, gritting their teeth and sprinting even as their spiritual energy was depleted. But today, due to Xiao Yun's single action, 5 top-tier prodigies from various peaks had all stopped, turning the competition venue into a temporary cultivation ground. Watching the 5 figures on the other stairways, Xiao Yun sighed inwardly with regret. If the 9 stairways were closer to each other, he could have taken this opportunity to observe and learn from Qi Jianxin and the others. Huff, huff. It's only 3,200 steps. Why is the pressure so intense? A disheveled figure clutching the stone railing staggered onto the 3,250th step. It was Lin Hao, a Qi condensation 10th layer disciple of the Water Peak. His forehead was drenched with sweat, hair plastered to his cheeks. A pale blue spiritual energy flickered faintly on his skin, clearly having expended most of his strength. Even the simple act of raising a hand to wipe his brow seemed laborious. But as he lifted his head to continue climbing, his gaze suddenly froze, pupils dilating slightly, as if he had witnessed an unbelievable sight. Ahead, within the mist, 6 spiritual lights of different colors were scattered about. Beneath each light sat a figure showing no intention of continuing the climb. Instead, spiritual energy swirled around them as if they were cultivating. What's going on here? Lin Hao rubbed his eyes, suspecting his spiritual energy depletion was causing hallucinations. Senior Sister Su, why are you all sitting here? Not going for the finish? Struggling against the pressure, he trudged a bit further until he was only a few zhang away from Su Qingjiao's pale blue spiritual light before daring to speak again, his tone filled with disbelief. Isn't this the stairway competition? Why is everyone cultivating? Hearing his voice, Su Qingyao slowly opened her eyes. A gentle pale blue spiritual energy rippled softly around her. She looked at Lin Hao's disheveled state, her tone warm yet instructive. Junior brother Lin, don't just force your way through. Try using this pressure to slow down your spiritual energy flow. Let it circulate along the direction of the suppression. The pressure on these steps is a perfect opportunity to temper your spiritual energy. Temper spiritual energy. Lin Hao was taken aback. Hesitant yet curious, he stopped and tried to follow Su Qingjiao's advice. He slowed the flow of his spiritual energy, ceasing to resist the pressure forcibly. Instead, he allowed the overwhelming force to guide his pale blue spiritual energy through his meridians. At first, he felt a dull ache in his meridians. But moments later, he suddenly realized that the spiritual energy, which had become impure from his earlier desperate sprint, was now being polished by the pressure, gradually becoming clear and unobstructed. Even the stagnant feeling in his dantian had lessened. It really works. A flash of joy crossed Lin Hao's eyes. Forgetting all about advancing, he immediately sat cross-legged on the 3,270th step, forming hand seals as he earnestly guided his spiritual energy in its contest with the pressure. A pale blue spiritual light soon illuminated around him. Though not as condensed as Su Qingjiao's, it radiated a sense of focus. Before long, more disciples climbed the stairs, and upon seeing the sight before them, they were all as astonished as Lin Hao had been. Yet soon, prompted by Zhou Lai and others, the newcomers also began to sit cross-legged and temper their spiritual energy. Within an hour, the steps around the 3,300 mark were filled with disciples sitting in meditation. A multitude of spiritual lights varying in depth and hue intertwined, creating a resplendent ocean of colors that drifted slowly through the mist. The stairs, once filled with the sounds of panting and footsteps, now echoed only with the faint hum of circulating spiritual energy. Xiao Yun remained seated at the 3,300th step, his pure white spiritual light steady as ever. He could clearly sense the increasing waves of spiritual energy around him, from initial awkwardness to gradual proficiency from the top disciples to those in the middle and late stages of Qi condensation. Everyone was using the pressure of the steps to refine their own spiritual energy. This section of the Elder Peak at 3,300 steps had completely deviated from its original purpose as a climbing race, transforming into an unprecedented large-scale training ground. In the bamboo pavilion atop the elder peak, the mist still gently gathered. The tea in the purple clay pot had long grown tepid, but Xun Yue's gaze remained fixed on the sea of light below in the clouds. Watching the growing number of disciples sitting cross-legged to temper their spiritual energy, she couldn't help but smile softly and shake her head. Turning to Chun Xianqing beside her, she said, "Senior brother, look down there. Does this resemble a stairway competition in any way? It's more like an open-air training ground." She tapped lightly on the edge of the bamboo pavilion, her gaze settling on the pale white spiritual light that remained at the heart of the luminous sea. Her tone was filled with admiration. "This little one is truly interesting. While others fight tooth and nail for the first place on the stairs, he turns the arena into a training ground for everyone's benefit. Such a mindset and vision surpass many inner disciples." Chun Xianqing followed her gaze, looking at the orderly cultivation scene below. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips, and his voice carried a hint of amusement. "Indeed, it's beyond expectations." Xun Yue turned to look at him, a glint of mischief in her eyes, her tone playfully teasing. "Speaking of which, senior brother, how long has it been since you've formally taken on a disciple?" Before Chun Xianqing could answer, she continued, "You've seen this little one for yourself. His talent goes without saying. Not only is his spiritual energy rare, but his comprehension is top-notch and his temperament is steady. He's not greedy for fame, not arrogant or impatient, and can even unknowingly inspire others. A seedling this fine, are you truly not tempted?" She paused, her tone turning more serious. "If you don't act now, after the outer sect competition, some of those old fogies will be fighting to take him as their disciple." Chun Xianqing listened, his fingers tracing the rim of the now cool teacup. After a moment of silence, he gently shook his head. His tone remained calm, yet carried a profound insight. "I'm too used to idleness, following my own whims, even in cultivation. What do I know of the proper way to teach a disciple?" He looked at the pale white spiritual light below, a hint of appreciation in his eyes, but no trace of insistence. "This child has an unorthodox path and unique fortunes. If I forcibly take him as my disciple and confine him with my experience, it might hinder his growth. It's better to let him develop freely. Perhaps he will find a path more suited to himself." Xun Yue did not press further. She had known Chun Xianqing for many years and understood his character. He seemed indifferent on the surface, but was in fact more perceptive than most. He never forced himself to do anything that would hold others back. She picked up the cold tea on the table, took a sip, and her tone softened again. "Very well, I know you've always been this way." Chun Xianqing simply smiled, faintly, not responding, his gaze returning to the sea of light below. "Almost there." Xiao Yun slowly rose, stretching his limbs, and murmured to himself, "Now I'll just go straight to the top." His gaze passed over the interwoven, colorful sea of light below, fixing on the mountain summit finish line barely visible through the deep mist. Without any further pause, he stepped onto the 3,301st step, his stride still unhurried, as he walked calmly towards the higher reaches. The first to notice Xiao Yun's movement was Qi Jinxin. He had been meditating with his eyes closed, feeling his golden spiritual energy grow purer under the pressure when he sensed a shift in the spiritual light ahead. Instinctively opening his eyes, he caught sight of Xiao Yun's back as he ascended to a higher step. His golden spiritual energy instinctively tensed, muscles coiling as if to spring up and give chase. But the hand he had just raised slowly fell back down. "Forget it," Qi Jinxin muttered to himself, the urgency in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a serene calm. He closed his eyes again, adjusting the rhythm of his golden spiritual energy, allowing the pressure to continue refining it. The golden light steadied once more, as if Xiao Yun's departure had no effect on him at all. The reactions of Zhou Lai and the others were similar to Qi Jiangxin's. There was not a trace of haste in their eyes. Xiao Yun ascended the steps steadily, his pace unhurried, yet his mind was already immersed in the insights gained from his earlier contemplation. Previously, he regretted that the 9 steps were too far apart to observe elite disciples like Qi Jinxin. However, as more disciples from the same steps came to temper themselves, he was granted ample opportunities for observation. Now, with nothing to do during the ascent, he seized the chance to organize his thoughts. Observation successful. Choose 1. 45 attribute points. 2. Blazing Blade Art 3. Observation successful. Choose 1. 45 attribute points. 2. Earthen Shield I 3. Observation successful. Choose 1. 42 attribute points. 2. Silken Entanglement 3. Xiao Yun's mind flipped through the pages, quickly organizing the over 20 disciples he had observed. Most outer disciples were rewarded mainly with attribute points, mastering only basic and useless techniques. Occasionally, he encountered one with a special technique, which he would copy and store deep in his memory. These special techniques each had their own uses and might come in handy later. As he organized, a peculiar observation memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was a 9th-level Qi condensation disciple from the Wood Peak. When Xiao Yun observed him, he was astonished to find that the disciple's spiritual root aptitude was even higher than his own current half-grade mystic spiritual root. I plan to leave this for last. Now is the perfect time. Xiao Yun's heart stirred, and without hesitation, he directly selected that disciple's mystic spiritual root. As Xiao Yun made his choice, the heavenly evolution spiritual root in his dantian trembled slightly. The originally pale white spiritual root radiance gradually took on a glossy luster, and the root's veins became clearer. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed drawn by an invisible force slowly seeping into his body through his pores. In the moment of the spiritual root's advancement, Xiao Yun clearly felt that the circulation speed of the heavenly evolution spiritual power within him had increased by nearly a tenth. Even his affinity with the surrounding spiritual energy had improved significantly, and the previous suppression of 3,300 levels now felt even weaker. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth as he continued to organize the remaining observations, tallying the scattered attribute points one by one. Once finished, Xiao Yun's mind stirred, and a virtual attribute panel slowly unfurled in his thoughts, each piece of data clear and distinct. Current attributes: initial diamond body 999, 1000 required for advancement, stored 1260. Initial collapsing mountain force 999, 1000 required, stored 1210. Initial transient wind shadow 999, 1000 required, stored 1300. Initial divine sense 999, 1000 required, stored 1230. Spiritual root 5. For mystic grade, mastered skills: basic tracking, spirit eye, spiritual chi attraction, method soul shaking, collapse, cold water spear, azure cloud artifact, forging azure, cloud pharmacopoeia, earth vein armor azure, cloud alchemy, blood devouring scripture, heavenly evolution, art, chi devouring art. Xiao Yun gazed at the attribute panel in his mind, his fingertip lightly tracing the nearly maxed out four-dimensional attributes in the void, his eyes filled with undisguised satisfaction. Initial diamond body, collapsing mountain force, transient wind shadow, and divine sense. Each was stuck at the critical point of 999, with stored values far exceeding the requirements for advancement. His spiritual root was firmly at 5. For mystic grade, coupled with the densely packed skill list covering offense, defense, and crafting. How could this compare to the frail country boy he was when he first transmigrated? When I first arrived in this world, I didn't even have a spiritual root, and my attributes were a complete mess. A wave of emotion surged in Xiao Yun's heart. This transformative change filled him with an unshakable sense of security. His gaze fell on the annotation 999, 1000 required for advancement, and Xiao Yun nodded lightly. He had long known that the advancement of the four-dimensional attributes was bound by realm restrictions. He had to break through to the 10th level of Qi condensation to shatter the current limits. After the outer sect competition, I must find an opportunity to go into seclusion and strive to break through to the 10th level of Qi condensation as soon as possible. He calculated, silently thinking of how his physical strength and the perception of his divine sense would undergo a qualitative change once the four-dimensional attributes broke through, and a sense of anticipation grew within him. Putting away his scattered thoughts, Xiao Yun quietly dismissed the attribute panel. A faint white spiritual power swirled around him, and his pace quickened slightly. Now, with his spiritual root advanced and his spiritual energy condensed, the suppression on the ascending steps was no longer a significant obstacle. Along the way, he occasionally saw a few stewards maintaining order. When they saw Xiao Yun approaching alone with a calm stride, they couldn't help but stop and stare, their eyes filled with surprise. How was it that in this outer sect competition, the one leading on the steps was a 7th-level Qi condensation disciple? Moreover, he showed no signs of spiritual exhaustion. Xiao Yun paid no heed to the surrounding gazes, his mind focused solely on the goal of reaching the summit. The steps decreased one by one, and the outline of the halfway point became increasingly clear. It was a flat stone platform about several acres wide. A few stone tablets inscribed with end of the steps stood at the edge, and several gray-robed stewards recording rankings were gathered around the tablets, organizing jade slips. 50 more steps to go. Xiao Yun took a deep breath, and the heavenly evolution spiritual power within him gently vibrated, dispelling the last trace of fatigue. Without pausing, he steadily stepped onto the final stair. Fire Peak disciple Xiao Yun completed the steps in 3 hours, first to arrive at the finish. The recording gray-robed steward abruptly looked up. Upon recognizing the person, he quickly grabbed a jade slip, channeled spiritual power into his fingertip, and swiftly inscribed Xiao Yun's name and time onto it. When the steward carved Xiao Yun's name onto the jade slip, his finger unconsciously paused. The other stewards gathered around, gazing at Xiao Yun from a distance, their faces full of confusion as they murmured, "That's not right." In previous years, the fastest first-place finisher never took more than 2 hours. Why did this first place take 3 hours? And he's only a 7th level Qi condensation disciple. I heard from the stewards of the Gold Peak that this year has several top-tier 10th level Qi condensation seedlings like Qi Jinxin and Su Qingyao. Why haven't we seen them? Could there have been an accident? The stewards exchanged words, their confusion deepening. Xiao Yun offered no explanation. He couldn't very well say he had stopped mid-journey to cultivate and even led a group in refining their spiritual energy, could he? He nodded slightly to the stewards, then walked to the edge of the stone platform, found a secluded corner to sit down, closed his eyes to regulate his breath, and quietly waited for others to summit. Seeing that Xiao Yun was unwilling to speak, the stewards could only exchange bewildered glances, their curiosity growing. They kept looking down the steps, hoping other disciples would soon appear to dispel their confusion. Half an hour later, a golden spiritual light finally appeared at the end of the steps. Qi Jiangxin's figure leisurely stepped onto the stone platform, looking less like he was competing and more like he was taking a stroll. Gold Peak Qi Jinxin completed in 3.5 hours. After another incense stick's worth of time, Zhou Lai, Su Qingyao, and Qingshu and Zhao Yu arrived one after another. When the four saw Xiao Yun, they unconsciously nodded, their eyes showing a hint of recognition. Thighs. Why did these four take so long too? The recording steward stared at the names of the four on the jade slip, utterly baffled. They're at the 10th level of Qi condensation. In previous years, they would have arrived long ago. After the 4 more disciples began to appear at the bottom of the steps. By dusk, 5 hours after the start of the ascent, statistics showed that a total of 124 disciples had successfully summited, including Shun Xian and the others. To Xiao Yun's surprise, Lin Yu had also managed to reach the top with her 5th level Qi condensation cultivation. Senior brother Xiao, you're incredible. You really were the first to reach this summit. Lin Yu's voice rang with elation as she dashed toward Xiao Yun the moment she stepped onto the stone platform. Her pale blue skirt swayed gently with each stride, and her cheeks flushed a faint crimson from excitement. It was no small feat for her, a mere Qi condensation 5th level cultivator, to have made it to the top. Yet seeing Xiao Yun, the dark horse of the 7th level, claim the crown brought her even more joy than her own success. Xiao Yun opened his eyes and watched Lin Yu approach. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You did well too. Among those who reached the summit, I believe you're the only one at the 5th level. Inwardly, he was somewhat curious. Lin Yu's displayed strength far surpassed that of an ordinary 5th level cultivator. Even with a 59% profound grade spirit root, achieving what she had seemed unlikely. It appeared Lin Yu harbored secrets unknown even to Xiao Yun. I just got lucky, she said, a little embarrassed. No sooner had she spoken than Shun Xian and Zhang Lei walked over side by side. Zhang Lei clapped Xiao Yun on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. I always knew you were something special, but I never imagined you'd become this powerful in such a short time. And here I was thinking I'd race you to level 500. Shin Xian nodded gently. Junior brother Xiao's talent is extraordinary. Even I am in awe. Lu Ruo also approached slowly, her emerald green dress shimmering softly in the sunset. She gazed at Xiao Yun, her eyes filled with praise. Junior brother Xiao Yun's talent and temperament are truly admirable. Xiao Yun nodded warmly to the group and was about to respond when a cool yet gentle voice came from beside them. Junior sister Lin, it seems you know this junior brother Xiao Yun. They turned to see Su Qingyao walking over slowly. A faint halo of pale blue spiritual energy swirled around her, lending her an air of cool elegance tempered with warmth. Her gaze fell on Lin Yu, carrying a hint of surprise. She had only known Lin Yu as a highly talented new outer disciple, never expecting she would be acquainted with Xiao Yun, the first-place finisher of this stair-climbing trial. Senior sister Su. Lin Yu greeted Su Qingyao cheerfully, clearly indicating a close friendship. Senior brother Xiao and I knew each other before we even joined the sect. Without him, I might never have had the chance to enter. Hearing this, Su Qingyao turned her gaze to Xiao Yun, curiosity deepening in her eyes. Junior brother Xiao Yun's spiritual energy is truly rare, pure white. The way you tempered your qi on the steps was quite different from ordinary cultivators. Just as Xiao Yun was about to reply, a clear system notification rang in his mind. Observable target detected. Required observation time 2 minutes. A perfect opportunity. Yet his expression remained calm and composed. With a faint smile, he said, perhaps it's because my spirit root is different from most. I possess a 5-element spirit root, so my spiritual energy manifests as white. A 5-element spirit root. Su Qingyao raised an eyebrow, her curiosity instantly transforming into evident astonishment. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her tone laced with surprise. I recall reading in the sect's ancient texts that the 5-element spirit root, also known as the all-spirit root, is notoriously difficult because it requires harmonizing 5 types of qi simultaneously. One misstep leads to chaotic energy and few throughout history have managed to refine it to purity. Yet you junior brother Xiao have condensed such translucent white spiritual energy. This is something I've never seen before. Lin Yu immediately nodded in agreement, her voice brimming with admiration. Exactly. Senior brother Xiao joined the sect at the same time as me, and now he's already at the 7th level. Shun Xian and Zhang Lei exchanged a glance, inwardly astonished. They were well aware of the characteristics of the all-spirit root. While it posed no obstacles to learning techniques of any element, mastery was elusive. This also meant that cultivators with the all-spirit root often lagged behind ordinary ones in combat. Yet Xiao Yun showed none of these traits. On the contrary, his performance defied the norm for all-spirit root cultivators. His combat prowess was terrifying. Xiao Yun smiled and explained softly, "The key to cultivating the 5-element spirit root lies in the method of harmonization. I happen to possess a technique that allows the 5 types of qi to circulate in tandem, avoiding chaos, while leveraging their complementary properties. This makes cultivation more flexible than with a single-element root, so my progress keeps pace." He did not elaborate on the mysteries of the heavenly derivation spiritual energy, only mentioning the harmonization method in general terms. This satisfied Su Qingjiu's curiosity without exposing his core secret. Then, shifting the topic, his gaze fell upon Su Qingjiu's fingertips, and his tone carried genuine admiration. "Speaking of which, I noticed on the steps earlier the water element spiritual energy threads you used. They were both resilient and agile, capable of anchoring onto the stone steps for leverage, guiding qi during tempering and serving both offensive and defensive purposes. It must be no ordinary technique." He deliberately brought up the technique partly because he truly found it exquisite and partly to buy time. The system's 2-minute observation countdown had already begun silently in his mind. As long as he kept the conversation flowing, he could easily complete the observation without anyone noticing. Upon hearing this, the astonishment in Su Qingjiu's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of warm amusement. With a slight motion of her fingertip, an extremely fine pale blue thread silently condensed, shimmering with a lustrous glow in the sunset, like flowing stream water. Junior brother Xiao has a keen eye? This technique is called the Azure Water Entangling Silk Art, an advanced form of the Water Peak's basic fine stream entangling silk technique, and one of its secret arts. Its core lies in using the supple force of water element spiritual energy to form threads. Though the threads appear delicate, they can bear forces far beyond their own strength. During the stair climb, they can anchor into crevices for leverage. In combat, they can entangle an opponent's spiritual energy, and during tempering, they can guide surrounding qi. It's quite a versatile technique. As she spoke, she flicked her fingertip lightly, and the thread came to life, looping gracefully through the air before settling on a nearby stone railing. Then the thread gently swept away a thin layer of dust from the railing without picking up a single speck of dirt. Amazing! Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with awe, and she silently resolved to find an opportunity to learn this technique herself. Su Qingyao withdrew the thread and turned to Xiao Yun, her tone now carrying a note of appreciation. Junior brother Xiao's ability to perceive the subtlety of this technique shows your profound control over spiritual energy. Given that you possess the all-spirit root, if you ever develop an interest in water element techniques, you may visit the Water Peak. I can lend you some basic techniques to peruse. After Xiao Yun expressed his thanks, Su Qingyao shifted the conversation again. However, junior brother Xiao, should we meet in the elimination rounds, I won't go easy on you. Xiao Yun nodded. Naturally. If I encounter you, senior sister, I will give my all as well. In the eyes of Su Qingyao, Qi Jinxin, and others, although Xiao Yun's speed in the stair climb was unmatched, it did not fully represent his overall strength as the foremost among the outer disciples. After all, there were many ways to withstand the pressure of the climb, most of which were unrelated to combat prowess. As prodigies themselves, they were not quick to admit inferiority to Xiao Yun. It was at that moment that the system notification for a successful observation echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. Visualization successful. Choose 1. 50 attribute points. 2. Azure Water Silk Entanglement Art. 3. Water Element Spiritual Affinity. 04. Xian Grade Spirit Root. 5. Azure Cloud Talisman Crafting Art. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, Xiao Yun maintained a composed demeanor in response to Su Qingjiu's words, yet his fingertips curled slightly. Each of the 5 rewards before him struck a chord with his needs, leaving him momentarily torn in his decision. He stealthily glanced at Su Qingyao beside him, who was laughing with Lin Yue, and used this brief pause to rapidly weigh the pros and cons of each reward in his mind. Attribute points were the most straightforward and practical, useful for accumulating advancement values for the 4 primary attributes or temporarily boosting a specific ability. However, he had already saved up quite a few attribute points from previous visualizations. His 4 attributes' stored values far exceeded the requirements for advancement. He only lacked the bottleneck of the 10th stage of chi condensation, so they were not an immediate necessity. The Azure Water Silk Entanglement art was Su Kinjio's core secret technique, whose subtlety he had witnessed on the steps, capable of offense defense and aiding cultivation. Yet Xiao Yun was well aware of the principle that biting off more than one can chew leads to indigestion. He had already mastered a considerable number of techniques. Rashly learning a new secret art would only scatter his focus. Moreover, Su Qingyao had promised to lend him basic techniques later, so there was no need to rush for this secret art. As for water element spiritual affinity, this was his first time seeing such an elemental affinity reward. Just from the name, he knew it would enhance his perception and control over water element spiritual energy. He possessed an alliement spirit root, and although the heavenly derivation spiritual energy harmonized at his control over a single element was ultimately inferior to that of cultivators with a single element spirit root. Acquiring water element affinity would bring immense long-term benefits. He currently had a 54% Xian grade spirit root. Choosing the reward for a Xian grade spirit root might not significantly improve his talent. As for the final reward, the Azure Cloud Talisman crafting art, he had already dabbled in alchemy, artifact forging, and pharmacopoeia. Adding talisman crafting would truly make him versatile. However, talisman crafting required a great deal of time. His current focus was on preparing for the Outer Sect Grand Competition and breaking through to the 10th stage of chi condensation, leaving him no energy to delve deeply into talisman crafting. If he truly wanted to learn it, he would have to wait until after the grand competition. Choosing it now would only mean setting it aside. Choose 3. Water element spiritual affinity. The moment Xiao Yun made his choice in his mind, his perception of water element spiritual energy underwent a qualitative leap almost instantaneously. Now he could even detect the faint lingering traces of light blue spiritual energy around Su Qingyao. Even more delightfully, the heavenly derivation spiritual energy within him subtly transformed as well. The originally pure white spiritual energy as it flowed now carried a gentle and agile quality unique to the water element, no longer as rigid and straightforward as before. So this is the effect of water element affinity. Xiao Yun mused inwardly, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy and trying to recall the technique of the cold water spear. As he recalled it, new insights into the cold water spear's method spontaneously surfaced in his mind. He was certain that if he used the cold water spear now, its power would be significantly greater than before. Just as Xiao Yun was silently comprehending his new state, a resonant voice suddenly rang out above the stone platform, overpowering the surrounding murmurs. All disciples silence. Everyone followed the sound and saw the gray-robed senior steward who had previously recorded the rankings on the steps, standing on the high platform at the center of the stone platform. He held a bright yellow scroll with faint spiritual energy swirling around him to ensure every disciple could hear him clearly. He swept his gaze over the 124 disciples who had reached the summit, his voice steady and forceful. The first trial, the step ascension, has now officially concluded. Per the sect's deliberation, the elimination rounds will commence tomorrow at the Chun hour at the Elder Peaks trial grounds. There will be 2 rounds daily, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. The victor advances, the vanquished is eliminated until the top 10 of the outer sect are decided. A slight stir arose from the crowd below as disciples exchanged words, some excited, others nervous. The elimination rounds were the highlight of the outer sect grand competition, directly determining entry into the inner sect and access to sect resources. No one dared to take it lightly. Once the commotion subsided, the gray-robed steward continued. Now everyone will step forward in order and draw a bamboo slip from the spirit-patterned lock container. The number on the slip corresponds to your opponent for tomorrow morning's round. Those with the same number will face each other. After drawing, you may proceed to the Western Rest area to collect your identity token and a map of the trial grounds. Rest well today and report on time tomorrow. As he finished speaking, 2 young stewards carried forward a dark wooden lock container carved with spirit patterns filled with bamboo slips, each engraved with a different number. The disciples immediately formed an orderly queue, stepping forward one by one to draw. Xiao Yun exchanged glances with Lin Yuexin, Xian, and the others before joining the line. Soon it was Xiao Yun's turn. He stepped forward, made no deliberate choice, and casually drew a bamboo slip. Engraved on the slip were the characters 17 with the opponent's information below: Earth Peak, Zhao Kuan, Chi Condensation, 8th stage. It seemed that before him this Zhao Kuan had already drawn the 17th slip. At the same time, Xiao Yun noticed an average-looking, medium-built young man not far away looking at him. Presumably after Xiao Yun drew the slip, the one in Zhao Kun's possession had also changed, displaying Xiao Yun's basic information. The two exchanged a glance, but said nothing. Chi Condensation, 8th stage, Earth Element. Xiao Yun understood, put the slip away, and stepped aside to wait for the others. Lin Yu drew 4-6 with her opponent being a 6th stage Qi condensation disciple from Wood Peak. She visibly relaxed upon seeing the opponent's cultivation level, a relieved expression spreading across her face. She had the lowest cultivation among those who successfully ascended the steps. Facing an opponent above the 6th stage would give her minimal chances of victory. Shun Xian drew 9 with an opponent from Fire Peak at the 7th stage of Qi condensation. Zhang Lei drew 25 with an opponent from Wood Peak at the 8th stage. A Luo drew 40 with an opponent from Water Peak at the 7th stage. After everyone had drawn, the steward distributed a beast-hide map detailing the trial grounds layout along with jade identity tokens engraved with each disciple's name and number. Xiao Yun received the token. It was cool to the touch, inscribed with Xiao Yun number 17 and bearing faint anti-counterfeiting spirit patterns. Be sure to enter with your token before the Qin hour tomorrow. Latecomers will be disqualified, the gray-robed steward reminded finally, then dismissed the disciples. The disciples dispersed, each returning to their respective peak residences. Xiao Yun bid a brief farewell to Lin Yu and the others, then returned to Fire Peak. He closed his eyes to adjust his state to its peak, and the night passed without incident. At the Qin hour the next day, Xiao Yun arrived at the trial grounds at the foot of Elder Peak with his identity token. By then, the 124 disciples had gradually assembled, each standing by their designated battle platform according to their drawn number. Xiao Yun walked to his designated platform and soon saw his opponent Zhao Kun. That Earth Peak disciple at the 8th stage of Qi condensation stood opposite him across the platform, surrounded by a dense, earthy yellow spiritual energy. As the gray-robed steward announced on the high platform, the elimination rounds begin. The spirit-gathering arrays on all platforms lit up simultaneously. Xiao Yun stepped onto the black stone surface, and his first duel officially commenced. As Zhao Kun saw Xiao Yun step onto the battle platform, he felt a slight sinking beneath his feet, and the earthy yellow spiritual energy surrounding him instantly thickened. The spiritual light that had originally lingered around his body solidified like armor, causing the black stone platform to tremble faintly. As a cultivator at the 8th stage of Qi condensation, he was among the front ranks of the ascending team, thus he had noticed Xiao Yun long before his ascent. The pale white rainbow light that had been leading the way along with Xiao Yun's 2 meditative refining actions during the ascent made him feel that this 7th stage opponent was somewhat mysterious. However, standing on the battle platform at this moment, there was not a trace of fear in Zhao Kun's eyes. Instead, he exhibited a degree of confidence. The disciples of the Qingyun sect were well aware that as a cultivator's level advanced, the disparity between realms became increasingly pronounced. The difference between the 7th and 8th stages of Qi condensation might seem minor, but the reserves of spiritual energy in the Dantian were drastically different, and the density of spiritual energy would also exhibit a qualitative difference. This was particularly true for Earth-type cultivators. Once they reached the 8th stage, the increases in defense and power were even more pronounced. Zhao Kun's position near the front of the ascending queue was attributed to his solid 8th stage cultivation. Faced with Xiao Yun, though he dared not underestimate him, he did not believe he would lose. With pale white spiritual energy flowing steadily around him, Xiao Yun gestured for Zhao Kun to proceed. Seeing Xiao Yun's calm demeanor only intensified Zhao Kun's fighting spirit. With a sudden shout, he quickly formed hand seals, and the earthy yellow spiritual energy surged in his palms before he struck the ground fiercely. Boom! The black stone surface of the battle platform shook violently as 3 thick earthen shields, half a person high, rose simultaneously from either side, and in front of Xiao Yun their surfaces etched with intricate rock patterns exuding an indestructible quality, effectively blocking off most of Xiao Yun's retreat. Then with a flick of his fingers, Zhao Kun summoned several sharp earth spikes from the top of the shields, launching them towards Xiao Yun, the attack swift and fierce, aiming to force Xiao Yun into revealing a flaw. Onlookers in the stands couldn't help but gasp. Zhao Kun's technique of shield and spike combined earth-type defense and offense with remarkable finesse, clearly a well-honed skill he had practiced for a long time. The next moment, Xiao Yun moved. Without any unnecessary build-up, the pale white spiritual energy exploded beneath his feet, and his figure instantaneously transformed into a streak of white light. The swift shadow was pushed to its limit, tearing through the air with a faint sound of rending, leaving Zhao Kun with almost no time to react as Xiao Yun's figure darted through the gaps between the spikes, appearing in front of the left shield. Bang! Xiao Yun's right fist, enveloped in pale white spiritual light and imbued with a fierce gust, struck directly at the rock-patterned seam in the center of the shield. The refinement of the Tianyin spiritual energy and the formidable strength of his physical body intertwined, directly shattering the spiritual energy veins within the shield. The heavy earthen shield cracked like shattered porcelain, instantly fracturing with countless lines, and in the next moment, it collapsed thunderously, turning into a shower of dust. Xiao Kun's pupils constricted sharply. Just as he attempted to command the other two shields to close in, he saw a flash of white light before him. Xiao Yun had broken through the shield's blockade, closing in on him, and his second punch followed, closely landing precisely on the brown protective spiritual light in front of his chest. Crack! The Earth-type protective spiritual light at the 8th stage of Qi condensation, known for its toughness, shattered under Xiao Yun's punch, as if it were thin ice. Pale white spiritual energy seeped into the cracks of the spiritual light, instantly disrupting Xiao Kun's external spiritual defense, causing the protective light to dissipate like a receding tide, revealing his chest. Impossible. Just as those 3 words flashed through Xiao Kun's mind, he felt an immense force surging from his chest. Xiao Yun's third punch had struck solidly against his torso. There was no flashy technique, only pure power and spiritual energy impact. Xiao Kun felt as if all his organs were shaking, and the Earth-type spiritual energy within him instantly fell into chaos. His entire body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crossing the spiritual pattern boundary of the battle platform and crashing heavily onto the bluestone ground below. Thud! A dull sound of landing echoed, and the entire trial arena fell into dead silence. The battles on other platforms were still in a deadlock. Some disciples had just begun to gather their techniques, while others were still testing their defenses. Only on the platform where Xiao Yun stood had the battle ended in just 3 punches. All eyes in the stands were focused on this scene. The attendants and disciples alike stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Is it over? 3 punches. A Qi condensation 7th stage defeated an 8th stage in 3 punches. What is happening? On the ground, Xiao Kun struggled to sit up, feeling a dull pain in his chest, as the Earth-type spiritual energy within him continued to swirl chaotically. He looked up at the pale figure on the battle platform, his expression bewildered, muttering, "I lost. How could this be? I'm at the 8th stage of Qi condensation, and he's only at the 7th stage." Even now, he couldn't clearly see Xiao Yun's movement trajectory. He only remembered 3 shadows of fists followed by intense pain and weightlessness. The battle had been so swift it felt like an illusion, leaving him an 8th stage cultivator with no opportunity to retaliate. Battle Platform 17, Xiao Yun wins. Only when the supervising attendant finally reacted and announced the result loudly did the trial arena explode in a cacophony. The discussions surged like a tide, with disciples either excited or shocked discussing the brief battle that had just transpired. Xiao Yun walked down from the battle platform, giving a slight nod to the still bewildered Xiao Kun. "You?" Xiao Kun opened his mouth, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Anyone could see that Xiao Yun had not exerted himself to the fullest. Xiao Kun's feelings were even more direct. The punch that had landed on him from Xiao Yun was evidently restrained, or else he wouldn't have the strength to sit up and speak now. As Xiao Yun descended from the battle platform, his steps remained calm, though his fingers hanging by his sides slightly curled. His gaze quietly swept over the stands, which were filled with disciples waiting for their matches, or those who had already completed the first round alongside many others who had merely come to spectate. The crowd numbered over 100, with various spiritual lights subtly flowing among them. The ease with which he had defeated Xiao Kun in 3 punches had not distracted him. His mind was now filled with the hundreds of potential targets in the stands waiting to be developed. The surrounding disciples instinctively made way for him, their gazes filled with reverence and curiosity as they focused on him. Some whispered, "Is this Xiao Yun? Defeating an 8th stage with 3 punches at the 7th stage. That's too easy, isn't it? Look at him now. He doesn't seem like someone who just finished a fight. He looks more like someone strolling through a garden, far too calm. I heard he was first in the ascension. Could he be aiming for the top spot in this outer sect competition?" The murmurs drifted into Xiao Yun's ears, but he had no mind to pay attention, instead following the flow of people towards the stands. His steps appeared steady, yet inside, he could hardly contain his eagerness. The densely packed disciples in the stands were like a repository of visualization presented to him, and he feared that even a second's delay might cost him a few valuable insights. As Xiao Yun settled into his seat in the middle of the spectator stands, he used the motion of adjusting his robe to swiftly cast his gaze over the surrounding disciples. System notification chimes began to sound one after another. A target suitable for visualization detected. Required visualization time 1 minute. Another target detected. Required visualization time 30 seconds. His gaze continuously shifted among the disciples around him, while his divine sense spread outward, keeping watch on the situation at the combat platforms. as he had anticipated due to the vast disparity in strength among the disciples in the first elimination round. Most battles concluded with remarkable speed. Only a few platforms remained locked in stalemate. Among them was platform 46 where Lin Yu stood. When Xiao Yun's gaze fell upon her, his heart stirred slightly. Lin Yu stood at the center of the platform. Pale blue spiritual energy swirled around her, several times more condensed than that of her peers at the same cultivation level. It even faintly exuded a trace of chilling frost, distinctly different from the typical spiritual energy of Water Peak disciples. Her opponent, a Wood Peak disciple at the 6th level of Qi condensation, manipulated green vines in an attempt to entangle her ankles. Yet as soon as the vines approached within 3 feet of Lin Yu, a layer of pale blue frost stiffened them, drastically slowing their advance. That frost. It doesn't seem like ordinary water-attributed spiritual energy, a disciple in the stands murmured. Isn't she only at the 5th level of Qi condensation? How is her spiritual energy more solid than that of a 6th level cultivator? The words had barely faded when Lin Yu suddenly moved. With a flick of her fingertips, several slender threads of icy blue spiritual energy shot toward her opponent. Carrying a bone-piercing chill, the threads not only ensnared the vines, but also crept along them to coil around the opponent's wrist. The Wood Peak disciple felt a sudden coldness at his wrist. His spiritual energy circulation instantly stagnated. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu stepped forward, condensing a pale blue eye spike in her palm. Instead of attacking, she held it before her opponent and said softly, "You lose." The Wood Peak disciple's face paled as he looked at the frost on his wrist. Clenching his teeth, he finally conceded with reluctance, "I give up." Platform 46, Lin Yu wins. As the steward announced the result, a ripple of low exclamations passed through the stands. Lin Yu retracted her spiritual energy, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She looked up toward the stands, her gaze meeting Xiao Yun's. She waved vigorously, her eyes brimming with elation. Xiao Yun nodded back with a faint smile, but his suspicion deepened. Lin Yu's water-attributed spiritual energy was not only dense, but also carried a peculiar chill. This was by no means something an ordinary disciple at the 5th level of Qi condensation could possess. It seemed the secrets she harbored were far greater than he had imagined. The morning's first elimination round soon concluded, leaving only 62 disciples to advance. The steward announced a 2-hour rest with the second round to begin at the Chun hour's third quarter around 8:45 a.m., and everyone dispersed to recuperate. Xiao Yun exchanged a few words with Lin Yu, merely praising her rapid progress without inquiring about the source of her frost. Lin Yu simply smiled and attributed it to a little trick she had stumbled upon. They tacitly dropped the subject. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the spiritual mist, casting a glow over the training grounds as the second round commenced on schedule. Holding token number 17, Xiao Yun stepped onto the combat platform, once more facing an Earth Peak female disciple. She appeared to be around 20 years old, clad in the Earth Yellow sect uniform with a faint aura of Earth-attributed spiritual energy exuding from her, revealing her cultivation at the 7th level of Qi condensation. Yet before the steward could announce the start of the match, the female disciple looked at Xiao Yun, bit her lip, and suddenly spoke, "I concede." These words not only startled Xiao Yun, but also drew a wave of gasps from the stands. The female disciple explained, "I saw your performance this morning. I'm only at the 7th level of Qi condensation, I'm no match for you. There's no point wasting time." Her confession was candid, and though her eyes held reluctance, they also reflected a clear awareness of the disparity in strength. The supervising steward paused for a moment before announcing loudly, "Platform 17, Xiao Yun wins." As Xiao Yun walked off the platform, he felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. He hadn't expected his morning's feats to make an opponent surrender without a fight. Still, it was for the best. Advancing without expending any effort left him with more time to observe the disciples in the stands. Xiao Yun left the combat platform without lingering, heading straight for the most crowded mid-tier rows of the stands. Their many disciples who had just finished their matches or were awaiting their turn sat there, various spiritual energies intertwining, an ideal zone for visualization. He found a stone bench at the edge and sat down. 2 Fire Peak disciples beside him instinctively shuffled away, still recalling his morning feat of defeating an 8th level Qi condensation disciple in 3 punches, their gazes tinged with awe. Feigning obliviousness, Xiao Yun rested his fingertips lightly on his knees, his gaze appearing to sweep casually over the surroundings. In truth, he had already activated his visualization ability. The system's chimes soon sounded, their rhythm unchanged from the morning. With practiced ease, he selected attribute points or practical techniques, occasionally making a slight movement with his fingers as if adjusting his posture, but in reality, he was swiftly processing the system's prompts. Just as Xiao Yun's gaze swept past a disciple sitting diagonally ahead of him, the system's chimes suddenly changed. It was no longer the familiar span of seconds or minutes, but a duration that made his heart leap. A target suitable for visualization detected. Required visualization time 4 months. Xiao Yun's gaze instantly locked onto that disciple, yet he maintained an outward calm while a storm raged within him. He understood clearly that the visualization time was directly linked to the target's cultivation and hidden strength. A duration of 4 months from the system indicated that the person's true cultivation was far from what it appeared, likely surpassing his own by more than a major realm. He studied the individual inconspicuously. He appeared to be a young man around 20 clad in the most ordinary earth-yellow sect uniform of average build and plain features, the sort who would go unnoticed in a crowd. What was even more surprising was that the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him were clearly only at the 5th level of chi condensation, and the flow of his energy seemed somewhat sluggish, making him appear to be nothing more than an unremarkable ordinary disciple. 5th level of chi condensation. Impossible. Xiao Yun quietly activated his divine sense and spiritual eye, attempting to probe the young man's true cultivation. Yet as soon as his probing touched the other's spiritual energy, it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, yielding no anomalous feedback. The young man's spiritual energy fluctuations remained purely at the 5th level of chi condensation, without even a trace of concealment. Just then, as if sensing Xiao Yun's gaze, the young man slowly turned his head. His eyes were utterly placid, devoid of any sharpness or scrutiny. Like any ordinary disciple, he gave Xiao Yun a slight nod as a greeting. Then he redirected his attention to the combat platforms below, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the stone bench in rhythm with the matches, displaying nothing out of the ordinary. Xiao Yun's unease grew. To conceal one's cultivation to the point where even divine sense and the spiritual eye could not detect it meant either mastering an extremely advanced concealing technique or possessing a cultivation far beyond the early foundation establishment stage, possibly even a core formation cultivator. But why would such a person be watching the outer sect tournament while appearing as a 5th level chi condensation disciple? Was he a sect elder concealing his cultivation, or someone with ulterior motives? He suppressed his doubts, refraining from staring too intently. Since the other party was deliberately hiding, they surely wished to remain unnoticed. Staring too hard would only arouse suspicion. He discreetly averted his gaze and resumed visualizing the ordinary disciples around him. Yet even as the system's chimes sounded in his ears, his thoughts kept drifting back to that 5th level chi condensation youth. Should he inform Elder Chun? Xiao Yun unconsciously rubbed the identity token at his waist. The cold touch of the jade allowed his chaotic thoughts to settle slightly. Should I inform Elder Chun? As soon as this thought emerged, he suppressed it, quickly calculating the pros and cons in his heart. He was merely an outer sect disciple. Although Elder Chun held a degree of appreciation for him, that appreciation was ultimately based on the foundation of acceptable talent. If I rashly seek out Elder Chun to say there's an outer disciple at the viewing platform who seems off, I think he possesses high cultivation, would Elder Chun believe me? Most likely he would first send someone to investigate, but that mysterious young man could deceive even divine senses and spiritual eyes, making it doubtful that the sect's steward's investigation would succeed. If no abnormalities are found, my words would become baseless speculation, at best being regarded as paranoia, and at worst possibly arousing Elder Chen's suspicion. What right does a 7th-tier chi condensation disciple have to determine that another 5th-tier chi condensation disciple has high cultivation? This question Xiao Yun simply could not answer. I can't possibly say I have a system that can detect visualization time, can I? His visualization ability was his greatest secret, crucial to his standing after crossing over, and must not be exposed to anyone, not even to the seemingly gentle Elder Chun. Moreover, Elder Chun had mentioned that the sect accommodates the secrets of its disciples, but this was limited to the ordinary secrets of outer sect disciples. If my exposed ability exceeds the scope of a chi condensation practitioner, and even allows me to glimpse the hidden cultivation of others, it would not simply be a matter of accommodation. Would other elders covet this ability? Would they see me as an outlier? Xiao Yun didn't dare to gamble, nor could he afford to. He recalled the reaction of the mysterious young man. Upon noticing his gaze, the other merely nodded in greeting, without any sign of tension or vigilance, as if he were just an ordinary disciple here to watch the competition. Since the other made no moves that could harm the sect or its disciples, why should I rush? Reporting hastily might provoke unnecessary alarm, even placing myself in a dangerous position. Let's observe first. Xiao Yun decided in his heart, quietly relaxing his grip on the token, his gaze returning to the surrounding disciples, albeit with a bit more vigilance this time. Xiao Yun withdrew his peripheral vision from the mysterious young man, his brows slightly moving as he quietly directed his divine sense toward the combat platform where Lin Yu was located. The second round of competition had already passed the halfway mark, and Lin Yu's match should be starting soon. His divine sense, like a fine spider's web, penetrated the gaps in the crowd at the viewing platform, landing precisely on the combat platform, where the scene instantly became vivid in his perception. When he clearly saw the appearance of the disciple facing Lin Yu, Xiao Yun's fingertips paused almost imperceptibly. It was a young man dressed in a light blue Shui peak outer sect robe, approximately 20 years old, tall and handsome, though his slightly raised brows bore a hint of barely noticeable arrogance, with a smooth pearl jade pendant hanging at his waist. Qi Lei, Xiao Yun understood in his heart. It was indeed the Shui peak disciple who had previously entangled Lin Yu, mocking the Huafeng disciples, only to be knocked unconscious by her. Unexpectedly, after a few months of not seeing him, he had made it into the elimination round and coincidentally faced off against Lin Yu. What surprised Xiao Yun even more was that the spiritual energy fluctuations radiating from Qi Lei had actually reached the 7th tier of Qi condensation. From the previous 5th tier Qi condensation to now the 7th tier, in just a few short months, this rate of advancement, aside from special cases like Xiao Yun, would definitely be considered top tier among outer sect disciples. Evidently, he had encountered significant opportunities during these past months. Xiao Yun's divine sense slightly solidified as he carefully observed Qi Lei's state. The light blue spiritual energy circulating around him was exceptionally smooth, appearing more refined than that of an ordinary 7th tier Qi condensation disciple, indicating not only a breakthrough in realm, but also a solid foundation. However, when Qi Lei's gaze fell upon Lin Yu, that stability of spiritual energy was instantly disrupted, his eyes flashing with an unmistakable hint of viciousness and unwillingness, so different from the previous flattery and longing he had shown toward Lin Yu. Xiao Yun immediately felt a surge of vigilance. That look in Qi Lei's eyes clearly harbored resentment, and he likely held a grudge over being knocked out earlier, and was also mindful of Lin Yu's indifference toward him. In this battle, he likely would not show any mercy. As expected, just as the steward responsible for overseeing the event was about to announce the start of the match, Qi Lei spoke, first his voice laced with a deliberately exaggerated mockery. "Lin Shimi, I didn't expect to encounter you here. It's been a few months since we last met, and it seems you've made quite a bit of progress to reach the second round. I just wonder if your 5th tier Qi condensation can withstand my 7th tier techniques." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu frowned slightly, the light blue spiritual energy flowing gently around her, yet she did not respond. She clearly recognized Qi Lei, but was unwilling to argue with him, focusing her attention on the match. However, Qi Lei had no intention of stopping, his fingertips stirring with spiritual energy, as a thin thread of light blue spiritual energy coiled in his palm, his tone growing increasingly sinister. "Before, someone was protecting you, so I didn't have a chance to properly practice with you. Today on this combat platform, no one can help you now." The someone mentioned in his words was clearly referring to Xiao Yun. Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing her discomfort, raised her hand to condense a strand of ice blue spiritual energy, and said clearly enough with the nonsense, "Let's begin." The chilling aura surrounding her was even stronger than in the morning, clearly aware of Qi Lei's hostility, having already prepared to respond with all her strength. "The match begins." As the steward's voice fell, Qi Lei suddenly shouted, his light blue spiritual energy surging dramatically. With a grip of his fingers, 5 water spears, each as thick as a forearm, instantly formed. "Go." With a flick of his arm, the 5 water spears shot toward Lin Yu like arrows released from a bow, accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound, sealing off all her escape routes with a viciousness that showed no intention of holding back. A gasp swept through the viewing platform. Yet Lin Yu remained calm, and as the water spears approached, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, causing her ice blue spiritual energy to erupt. Buzz. A 0.5% high transparent ice shield instantly formed before her, its surface shimmering with a pale blue glow, the edges gleaming with sharp ice spikes. Almost as soon as the ice shield took shape, bang, bang, bang. 5 muffled sounds echoed as the water spears collided with the ice shield, and the splintering water droplets had yet to splash before they were instantly frozen into tiny ice shards by the cold emanating from the shield, falling to the ground. A flicker of surprise flashed in Qi Lei's eyes, clearly not expecting Lin Yu's ice shield to be so sturdy. However, this surprise was quickly replaced by a sinister expression, or just as he was about to channel more spiritual energy, he suddenly saw Lin Yu move. Lin Yu flicked her fingertips, launching 2 blue threads that quickly entwined around the stone pillars at the edge of the combat platform. She exerted her strength to pull on the threads, propelling herself into the air. Her figure traced a graceful light blue arc in the air, darting toward Qi Lei like a swift swallow. This speed was nearly double that of her earlier match against the Mu Peak disciple. So fast. A disciple in the audience couldn't help but exclaim, and Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Yu's technique of utilizing the thread for leverage bore a slight resemblance to the bisui twining technique, yet it was enhanced with the hardness of ice, clearly an ingenious technique she had developed herself. Before Qi Lei could react, Lin Yu had closed in within a meter of him, condensing a 3-inch-long ice spear, its tip gleaming with a cold light that could almost cut through the air, directly aiming for Qi Lei's heart. This thrust was swift and accurate, with an angle so tricky that there was no way to evade it. Surprisingly, Qi Lei stood still, neither dodging nor activating his spiritual defense, not even blinking an eye. As the ice spear was about to pierce the fabric of his chest, he showed no sign of panic. Instead, a strange smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and a glimmer of triumph flashed in his eyes. Qi. The ice spike pierced Qi Lei's chest without resistance, but the anticipated collision of spiritual energy did not occur. Instead, only a faint sound of water vapor evaporating was heard. The next moment, the pierced Qi Lei's form suddenly blurred, dispersing like mist blown away by the wind, transforming into a pale blue vapor that scattered, causing even Lin Yu's ice spike to strike nothing. "It's a clone," someone on the spectator stand exclaimed, and Xiao Yun's nerves instantly tensed. Lin Yu was also stunned, her pupils slightly contracting, the ice spike in her hand suspended in midair, her face full of astonishment. Due to the inertia of her full force thrust, her body was still charging forward. Now, having suddenly lost her target, her center of gravity instantly shifted, and she stumbled forward 2 steps. The ice spike in her hand struck the black stone platform, chipping a fine crack into it. At this critical moment, a pale blue figure suddenly materialized from the water vapor behind Lin Yu. It was the real Qi Lei. A triumphant sneer curled at the corners of his mouth, and his right hand had already gathered a dense water-attributed spiritual energy, aiming to strike fiercely at Lin Yu's back. Bang! A dull impact resounded across the dueling platform. Lin Yu was completely defenseless and took the punch squarely. Her body stumbled forward 3 steps like a kite, with a broken string, and a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, dripping onto the black stone platform, spreading a small patch of glaring crimson. When the punch landed, a faint crack was also heard. It was the sound of bone fracturing. Junior sister Lin. Lu Ruo, who had already advanced on the spectator stand, also stood up, her delicate brows tightly knitted, her eyes full of concern. Qi Lei withdrew his fist, looking at Lin Yu's trembling back, licked his lips, and his smile grew even more sinister. "I told you no one can help you. Now do you see the gap between the 5th and 7th levels of Qi condensation?" He walked slowly towards Lin Yu, the water-attributed spiritual energy around him surging again, clearly intending to press the attack and completely defeat Lin Yu. Lin Yu slowly raised her hand, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. With her left hand supporting the edge of the dueling platform and her right leg trembling slightly, she stood up from the ground bit by bit. Her face was as pale as paper, and fine beads of cold sweat oozed from her forehead. Yet her gaze remained resolute, without a trace of retreat. Pale blue spiritual energy began to circulate around her again. Though not as condensed as before, it carried a stubborn tenacity, and the chill surrounding her seemed even colder than before. She raised her head, her gaze fixed directly on Qi Lei, and once again condensed a small ice spike in her palm. The ice spike, though not as sharp as before, radiated an even denser cold. Lin Yu naturally noticed the change in her own spiritual energy and techniques, and though somewhat surprised, she did not show it. Seeing this, Qi Lei was not angered, but instead grinned, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "Oh, still standing. Interesting, very interesting. Let's see how long you can hold on." What he enjoyed most was this kind of cat-and-mouse drama. Watching an opponent struggle before him was more satisfying than a direct victory. The subsequent battle turned into a complete one-sided massacre. Lin Yu was already 2 minor realms below Qi Lei, and the excruciating pain from her fractured back made every movement of her arm aggravate the wound. The pale blue spiritual energy around her flickered unsteadily, and even condensing ice spikes became intermittent. Yet despite this, the ice spikes she did manage to form grew ever tougher and sharper. Qi Lei, like a predator toying with its prey, always kept a distance of about a zhang from her. Sometimes he would whip out several water ropes to entangle her ankles, causing her to stumble and fall. At other times, he would condense fine ice shards to cut shallow, bloody marks on her arms and calves. Each attack was not fatal, but enough to let the pain accumulate continuously. Qi Lei stepped on the fragments of the ice shield that Lin Yu had just formed and shattered, his tone full of mockery. "Weren't you quite capable earlier? Try stabbing me with your ice spike again." He raised his hand and sent another water whip lashing across Lin Yu's body, making her shudder violently. Cold sweat trickled down her cheeks and splashed onto the black stone platform. The murmurs from the spectator stand had long since changed tone from earlier astonishment to suppressed anger. "This Qi Lei is going too far. He could win directly, but he insists on tormenting her like this." Junior sister Lin still won't admit defeat, even now. She's too stubborn. At this rate she'll be crippled. How did the Water Peak produce such a disciple? He wins the match, but loses his integrity. Lu Ruo clinched the hem of her skirt several times wanting to call for a stop, but was held back by Shun Xine beside her. According to sect rules, unless the competitor voluntarily concedes or an overseer intervenes, no one else may interfere in the match. Shun Xin's own expression was grim, and he turned his gaze to Xiao Yun, who was in the corner. The pale white spiritual energy around Xiao Yun trembled slightly due to his suppressed anger. The powerful pressure made it difficult for several nearby disciples to breathe. The killing intent in his eyes was almost overflowing, yet he forcibly restrained himself and did not rush onto the stage. However, as the battle progressed, he gradually noticed changes in Linyu. Though she seemed on the verge of collapse, the spiritual energy she emitted was becoming purer and purer, and the power of the techniques she condensed was also increasing. A thought then appeared in Xiao Yun's mind. Could it be that she deliberately refused to admit defeat for her own reasons, wanting to use this pressure to refine her spiritual energy and seek a breakthrough? Thinking further of Lin Yu's 59% aptitude spiritual root and the faint chill within her water-attributed spiritual energy, Xiao Yun gradually calmed down. Enough. When Qi Lei once again condensed an ice spike and was about to stab it towards Lin Yu's shoulder, the gray-robed overseer in charge could no longer tolerate it. His figure flickered, appearing in the center of the dueling platform as if by teleportation. His spiritual energy burst forth, instantly shattering Qi Lei's ice spike and simultaneously blocked Qi Lei's wrist, scolding sternly, "Qi Lei, the match aims to determine victory or defeat. You deliberately torment your opponent. Do you hold the sect's rules in any regard?" Pressed back half a step by the overseer's aura, the mockery on Qi Lei's face instantly froze. Then he argued defiantly, "Overseer, she didn't admit defeat herself. Ooh, I was just attacking normally." Normal attack. The overseer's gaze turned cold, sweeping over the wounds on Lin Yu's body and the blood on the ground. If you really wanted to end the match, you could have incapacitated her within 3 moves. Why drag it out until now? Not waiting for Qi Lei to argue further, he turned to Lin Yue, his tone softening slightly. "Lin Yue, you are no longer able to fight. Do you concede?" Leaning against the ice spike, Lin Yu's body swayed unsteadily, barely able to stand, yet her eyes were still fixed on Qi Lei. However, deep within her gaze there was a faint, barely perceptible hint of regret. At the same time, a faint, almost imperceptible chill seemed about to surge from her body. "Overseer, Lin Yu began to speak, but was interrupted by the overseer. The overseer sighed and announced loudly, "Qi Lei wins. Lin Yue, your injuries are too severe. You need immediate medical attention. Do not be stubborn any longer." As his words fell, a smug smile immediately appeared on Qi Lei's face. He was about to taunt her, but met the overseer's icy glare and could only shut his mouth resentfully. Upon hearing the result, Lin Yu's tense body could no longer hold on, and that faint, bone-piercing chill instantly dissipated. Her vision went dark and she collapsed towards the ground. Fortunately, Xiao Yun was already prepared offstage. Almost the moment she fell, he rushed over and steadily caught her. The pale white spiritual energy around Xiao Yun suddenly condensed, as if the very air had chilled. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze falling on Qi Lei on the dueling platform. There was no roar, no accusation. Only pupils as cold as iron, the previously suppressed killing intent now leaking out without restraint. It was a crushing pressure laced with a sense of annihilation, making Qi Lei instantly feel as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart. Cold sweat trickled down his collar, and even his breathing became labored. "You? What do you want?" Qi Lei subconsciously shrank back, his voice trembling, yet trying to maintain a brave front. "Competitions have winners and losers. I was just sparring normally. The sect rules don't say I can't." Before he could finish, he met Xiao Yun's increasingly icy gaze, and the rest of his words were forcibly swallowed. Xiao Yun didn't step forward. He just stared at Qi Lei and said word by word, "I know. You are good." There was no excess emotion, yet it struck Qi Lei's heart like a heavy stone. Qi Lei inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, as if this simple sentence harbored countless unspoken consequences, stripping him of even the courage to retort. Xiao Yun didn't look at him again. He turned and strode quickly toward the sect physician, rushing over from below the platform. Qi Lei stood on the dueling platform, watching Xiao Yun's retreating back, his heart a mix of panic and resentment. It wasn't until the steward cast him a cold glance and said, "What are you standing there for? Get down," that he snapped back to reality and jumped off the platform in disgrace. The moment he landed, he felt countless eyes upon him. The disgust of the Blaze Peak disciples, the evasive glances of his own Water Peak peers, and even the friends he had once been close to who now turned their faces away, their contempt undisguised. "What are you looking at?" Qi Lei forced a shout, but his voice lacked any conviction. He hurried toward the disciple quarters, growing more flustered with each step, muttering under his breath, "It was just a normal match. Lin Yu refused to surrender, so I didn't stop. The sect rules don't forbid it." He clenched his fists, trying to brainwash himself, but the image of Xiao Yun's eyes and Lin Yu collapsing on the ground haunted him. He dared not look back, quickening his pace to leave all the contemptuous stares behind, but he couldn't deceive himself. Facing Xiao Yun's killing intent earlier, he had truly been terrified. Forget it. What can he do? This is the sect, and the matches from now on are drawn by lot. I probably won't even face him. Qi Lei continued to console himself. The second elimination round soon ended. The 31 disciples advancing to the third round were summoned by the steward to the center of the training ground. The dark wooden lot-drawing urn was brought up once more. Qi Lei mingled in the crowd, his panic yet to subside. Xiao Yun's eyes kept flashing in his mind. He just wanted to draw his lot quickly and find a place to hide, hoping to avoid any further encounters with Xiao Yun in the upcoming matches. But as soon as he stepped into the drawing, Qi Lei's back stiffened. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the person standing right behind him was none other than Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun stood half a step behind him, his pale, white spiritual energy flowing steadily. He didn't speak, only fixed his gaze on the urn ahead, his expression as calm as a frozen lake. Yet this silence to Qi Lei was more suffocating than any roar. He could clearly feel the faint pressure emanating from behind. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his palms, and the fingers gripping his clothes trembled slightly. "It's fine. He's just behind me in line. The draw is random, it can't be that coincidental." Qi Lei chanted in his mind, not daring to turn around or speak to Xiao Yun, only hoping the people ahead would finish quickly. Finally, it was Qi Lei's turn. He took a deep breath, and when he reached into the urn, his fingertips trembled. He fumbled for a bamboo slip and hastily pulled it out. The bamboo slip was engraved with the number 13. The opponent information field below was still blank, indicating that the other person who drew the same number had not yet come forward. Qi Lei's heart skipped a beat. He gripped the bamboo slip tighter, staring at the blank information field, praying frantically, "Please, don't let it be Xiao Yun, please, don't let it be Xiao Yun." As long as it wasn't Xiao Yun, he would accept even an opponent at the 9th level of Qi condensation. He quickly retreated to the side, his eyes glued to the urn as he watched Xiao Yun step forward to draw. Xiao Yun stood before the urn. Before his hand even entered, his divine sense had already quietly spread out. His powerful and meticulous perception enveloped the entire urn. The number on each bamboo slip inside and the faint spiritual energy fluctuations on their surfaces were all clearly reflected in his perception. Even the number 13 slip clenched in Qi Lei's hand not far away was not hidden. This was the slip he wanted. His fingertips gently pinched inside the urn, precisely avoiding any other slips, directly hooking the one engraved with 13 and pulling it out smoothly. The movement was crisp and decisive, without a moment's hesitation. Even the steward in charge of the urn noticed nothing unusual, assuming he had just drawn at random. Xiao Yun glanced down at the number on the slip, his eyes showing no ripple of emotion. He simply clutched the slip and turned to leave the field. On the other side, Qi Lei's gaze had been fixed on Xiao Yun's hand the entire time. When the two dark characters, 13, came into view, his entire body stiffened, and the bamboo slip in his hand fell to the bluestone ground with a clatter. "No. Impossible," he murmured hastily, bending down to pick it up. The moment his fingertips touched the cold bamboo slip, the previously blank opponent information field on its surface suddenly lit up with a faint blue spiritual light. The words Xiao Yun Blaze Peak Qi Condensation 7th Layer seared into his eyes like a red-hot branding iron. A feeling of utter terror instantly seized him. His hands and feet turned cold, and his breath caught in his throat. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his sect uniform. The hand clutching the bamboo slip trembled uncontrollably. His mind went blank, leaving only one thought. His worst fear had come true. Run. He instinctively wanted to turn and flee, but as soon as he moved, he remembered the sect's rules. After the second elimination round, to prevent disciples from deliberately avoiding battles, the sect had explicitly forbidden forfeiting. "It's okay. It's okay." Qi Lei gritted his teeth, which chattered audibly, trying to suppress his fear with self-reassurance. "As soon as the match starts, I'll immediately surrender. He can't possibly attack after I've surrendered, right? The sect steward is right there watching." This thought was like a lifeline, helping him steady his nerves slightly. The next day at the Chun hour, the spiritual mist over the Elder Peak training ground had not yet fully dissipated. Pale golden sunlight filtered through the mist, weaving fine patterns of light on the blackstone surface of the 13th dueling platform. Qi Lei's back was drenched in cold sweat. His gaze was nailed to his own shoes, not daring to glance even once at the opposite side. Only one thought cycled in his mind: say it fast. As soon as it starts, say it, don't be slow. Xiao Yun was already standing at the other end of the platform. His pale white spiritual energy was as stable as still water with not a trace of killing intent leaking out. He simply lowered his eyes, his expression as calm as if he were waiting for an ordinary practice match. Take your positions. The gray-robed steward walked to the center of the platform, scanning the two of them, his voice still steady. Rules as usual, understood. Chi Lei nodded frantically, mumbling a vague response. Yais understood. Xiao Yun only gave a slight nod, said nothing more, and finally lifted his gaze to rest on Chi Lei, his expression devoid of emotion. Seeing no objections from either party, the steward took 3 steps back, raised his hand, and pressed it down into the air. 13th dueling platform match begin. The final syllable of begin had barely faded into the air when Chi Lei practically shouted. He jerked his head up, his mouth wide open, straining with all his might to force out the 3 words, I. The moment Chi Lei uttered the word, I, a flash of earthy yellow caught the corner of his eye, hurtling toward his face. The speed was so blinding that before he could react, a slimy, sticky clump of clay shot into his mouth with a dull thud, firmly gluing his tongue and teeth together. This clay was bizarre, utterly harmless, yet it clung to his oral cavity like roots, refusing to be spat out no matter how he opened his mouth or stretched his tongue. Even the word surrender was trapped in his throat, unable to escape. Chi Lei's eyes bulged as he clawed frantically at his mouth, his face flushed crimson, his gaze filled with terror and panic. Never had he imagined that Xiao Yun would use such a method to prevent him from conceding. In the midst of his frantic struggle to dig out the clay, the pale white figure before him suddenly vanished. Chi Lei's pupils contracted to pinpricks, every hair on his body standing on end. Instinctively, he channeled the spiritual energy in his dantian, his hands forming seals wildly in front of him. A pale blue spiritual energy hastily coalesced, and an ice shield materialized, instantly blocking his chest. But no sooner had the shield steadied than Chi Lei felt a tremendous force hurtling toward him. Xiao Yun had appeared before him, his right hand landing lightly on the ice shield. No flashy techniques, only pure spiritual energy overwhelming it. Crack! A sharp piercing sound rang out. The ice shield, like shattered thin ice, was instantly covered in fissures, then burst apart with a bang, showering Chi Lei's face with icy shards. Before he could recover from the shock of the shattered shield, he saw Xiao Yun's 5 fingers curl into a claw, faint white light swirling around his fingertips, reaching straight for his shoulder. The claw wind was upon him, the white light at his fingertips making Chi Lei's pupils tremble. In that critical moment, a primal survival instinct surged within him. He threw all his strength into a technique, swinging his arms desperately to the side. A misty vapor instantly condensed on the spot, forming a duplicate identical to him. Even the terrified expression on its face was replicated without a flaw. His true body, shielded by the vapor, stumbled aside and held his breath. This water vapor doppelganger was a secret art he had stumbled upon in an ancient ruin during a sect mission. Not only was it lifelike, but it could also mimic spiritual energy fluctuations by 7 or 8 parts. It had once fooled a senior brother at the 10th level of chi condensation during a sect spar, and just yesterday, it had deceived Lin Yue, securing his victory. He had always treasured it as his trump card, and now he used it without hesitation. If I can just endure this moment, the steward will surely see that he's deliberately being merciless. Maybe I can even find a chance to counterattack. Chi Lei hid aside, his heart pounding wildly. Watching Xiao Yun's claw about to land on the doppelganger, a flicker of hope arose within him. He refused to believe Xiao Yun could see through an illusion that had even fooled a 10th level cultivator. But the next second, that hope was utterly crushed. Xiao Yun's claw about to touch the doppelganger suddenly veered ever so slightly. He didn't even glance at the doppelganger, as if the mass of vapor didn't exist. His fingertips remained unwavering, reaching straight for Chi Lei's true body. The claw wind was fierce, stirring even the hem of Chi Lei's robe with an oppressive chill. How is this possible? Chi Lei's mind buzzed, his body turning ice cold, forgetting even the clay in his mouth. He had trained this water vapor doppelganger for 3 full months, and even an outer sect elder of the Water Peak had praised it as indistinguishable from reality, unbreakable in the chi condensation realm. Just last time, it had truly deceived a 10th level senior brother. Yet Xiao Yun hadn't hesitated for a moment, hadn't even looked at the doppelganger, and had precisely locked onto his true body. Little did he know that Xiao Yun's transcendent divine sense had already enveloped the entire arena. Not only was the doppelganger's spiritual energy fluctuation slightly weaker than his true body, but even the subtle air currents stirred by Chi Lei's movements couldn't escape his perception. In Xiao Yun's eyes, the so-called illusion was nothing more than a mass of vapor riddled with flaws. Xiao Yun's claw drew nearer, and Chi Lei stood frozen, forgetting even to dodge. Crack! Xiao Yun's hand precisely clamped onto Qi Lei's shoulder, his knuckles exerting a slight pressure, instantly producing a dull sound of bones being compressed. Qi Lei felt as if his shoulder had been locked by a red-hot iron clamp. Agonizing pain shot through his spine, spreading to every limb, leaving him powerless, his struggling movements frozen midair. The force seemed light, yet it carried an inescapable suppression, making even moving a finger a struggle. The spiritual energy in his dantian felt frozen, its circulation sluggish. MMPH. A desperate muffled sound escaped Qi Lei's throat, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Refusing to accept his fate, he raised his remaining right hand, pale blue spiritual energy, surging wildly. A water spear twice as thick as a few months ago condensed instantly. The spear glowed with a deep blue aura, its tip covered in fine ice crystals, its chill several times more intense than before. It was clearly his last-ditch full-powered strike, thrusting straight at Xiao Yun's heart. This is an advanced version of the cold water spear. Qi Lei has been hiding this. A disciple in the stands exclaimed. Even the gray-robed steward frowned, stepping half a pace forward, clearly concerned Xiao Yun might be injured. But Xiao Yun didn't even lift an eyelid. His free left hand casually reached out, 5 fingers spread, precisely grasping the tip of the water spear. There was no loud clash of spiritual energy, only a faint hiss, as his fingertips met the ice crystals. The water spear, capable of easily piercing a 7th-level Qi condensation defense, was frozen motionless in his palm. Qi Lei's pupils contracted, and cold sweat burst out all over his body again. He strained every ounce of spiritual energy in his dantian, trying to drive the spear forward even an inch, but no matter how hard he pushed, it felt as if it had struck solid rock. Instead, a chilling counterforce traveled back through the spear, numbing his arm and disrupting his spiritual energy. How can this be? Qi Lei's mind went blank. This was the strongest attack he could muster, one that would make even an 8th-level Qi condensation cultivator step aside, yet before Xiao Yun it didn't even qualify as a threat. Xiao Yun looked at his twisted expression, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His fingers gripping the water spear tightened slightly. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed. The water spear began to fracture from its tip, deep blue spiritual energy splattering like broken glass, scattering onto the black stone of the arena and instantly turning into fine ice shards. In an instant, the spear that had carried all of Qi Lei's hope dissipated completely into the air, leaving not even a trace of spiritual residue. Qi Lei's body swayed, utterly drained of strength. He gazed into Xiao Yun's calm eyes and finally understood. The gap between him and Xiao Yun was one that no realm or secret art could bridge. From the moment he had deliberately tormented Lin Yu yesterday, his fate had been sealed. Any other tricks? Bring them all out. Holding Qi Lei with one hand, Xiao Yun did not immediately attack, but spoke calmly. Qi Lei's face was ashen. He couldn't even shout surrender now. He could only hope the steward would stop the match. But he never imagined that the steward, displeased by his deliberate torment of Lin Yu the day before, would not intervene as long as no one was killed. Before Qi Lei could react to Xiao Yun's words, his hand gripping the shoulder suddenly pressed down, and the other fist slammed into Qi Lei's face like a heavy hammer. A dull thud exploded on the battle stage. Qi Lei's vision went dark, blood gushed from his nose, streamed down his chin into his collar, and a piercing pain shot through his mouth. 2 bloody teeth mixed with saliva dropped onto the black stone platform with a patter. His cheeks swelled visibly, his eye socket instantly turned black and blue. The punch left him dazed, yet under Xiao Yun's deliberately controlled force, he couldn't faint, feeling only the searing pain on his face and the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. "Aye, sir." Qi Lei panicked, his remaining sanity driving him to scream, "Surrender." But the moment he opened his mouth, Xiao Yun turned his fist into a palm wrapped in faint white spiritual energy and pressed it precisely against his throat. A crisp crackle of joints sounded. Qi Lei felt as if an iron hoop had tightened around his throat. Pain spread through his windpipe. He couldn't utter a sound, even breathing became difficult. Only a hoarse wheeze escaped, tears and mucus streaming uncontrollably down his face, drenched in utter disgrace. A crisp crackle of joints sounded. Qi Lei felt as if an iron hoop had tightened around his throat. Pain spread through his windpipe. He couldn't utter a sound, even breathing became difficult. Only a hoarse wheeze escaped, tears and mucus streaming uncontrollably down his face, drenched in utter disgrace. Xiao Yun's gaze remained calm, without a ripple, as if he were not beating a person but handling some insignificant object. He released his hand from the throat, then gripped Qi Lei's arm and exerted force suddenly. Another crisp snap echoed. Another crisp snap echoed. A bone-splitting pain shot through Qi Lei's forearm. His body convulsed violently, but Xiao Yun held him firmly, denying him even the chance to curl up. Then Xiao Yun's fists rained down on his torso and limbs. Each blow avoided vital points like the heart and dantian, but struck precisely at the thickest muscles, maximizing the agony. His ribs ached, his arms went numb, his legs grew weak. Yet no matter how intense the pain, Xiao Yun's force was perfectly controlled, keeping him conscious, denying him even the escape of fainting. The cheers from the stands gradually faded. Everyone held their breath, watching the scene on the battle stage. No one sympathized with Qi Lei. The cruelty he had inflicted on Lin Yu the previous day was still fresh in memory. His current misery was merely the result of his own actions. Some disciples turned away, but no one spoke to stop it. Some disciples clenched their fists, their eyes filled with vindication. Even those who had been worried only watched in silence, thinking nothing but, serves him right. The steward stood by, brows furrowed, but never stepped forward. He could see that Xiao Yun was deliberately controlling his force, not delivering a fatal blow, and he understood that Qi Lei's actions the day before had already lost him any support. Though the sect forbade malicious injury, it also tolerated no one who bullied the weak with deliberate cruelty. Today's punishment by Xiao Yun seemed to have vented the sect's own frustration. Qi Lei lay limp in Xiao Yun's grip like a rag doll covered in blood, his clothes torn to shreds. Every breath racked his entire body with pain. His eyes, once filled with terror and unwillingness, gradually grew vacant and despairing. Bloody saliva kept spilling from his mouth, but he couldn't utter a single plea for mercy. He finally understood that Xiao Yun's goal was not a quick victory, but to make him personally experience the same suffering Lin Yu had endured the day before, to endure the ultimate torment in full consciousness. Xiao Yun glanced at Qi Lei, who had completely lost his will to resist, and finally stopped his fists. He released his grip and threw Qi Lei to the ground like trash. Qi Lei crashed onto the edge of the battle stage, too weak to move. He could only lie there, gasping bloody breaths, his eyes numb. "From now on, don't let me see you again," Xiao Yun said, looking down at him. His voice remained calm, but carried an unyielding finality. Only then did the steward step forward, glanced at the incapacitated Qi Lei on the ground, and announced loudly, "Platform 13, Xiao Yun wins. Qi Lei, go to the medical hall immediately." Xiao Yun didn't spare Qi Lei another glance. He turned and walked down the battle stage. Sunlight fell upon him, his pale white spiritual energy still steady, as if the punishment he had just delivered was merely a trivial matter. Only he knew that seeing Qi Lei in this state had finally relieved the pent-up anger in his heart. As Xiao Yun stepped down the stone stairs of the battle stage, the surrounding disciples instinctively recoiled, as if pushed by an invisible force clearing a path for him. The surrounding disciples fixed their eyes on Xiao Yun, their gazes filled with awe. The brutal flesh-to-flesh punishment on the stage had been satisfying, but it also made them truly feel Xiao Yun's ruthlessness, and they dared not even breathe too close. Xiao Yun glanced at the empty space around his feet, and helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't care about the awe-filled looks, but with this vacuum zone appearing, it would be difficult to secretly observe the surrounding disciples as he had before. After all, no one dared to approach him, and he couldn't just go and stick to others. That would be too deliberate. He didn't linger and headed straight for the rest area at the edge of the training ground. The disciples' eyes followed him like spotlights, but no one dared to speak. Half an hour later, the third round of elimination matches gradually concluded. Unexpectedly, Xin Xian, Zhang Lei, and Lu Ruo all failed to survive this third round. Their luck was extremely poor, each facing opponents at the 9th or 10th level of Qi condensation, and all three were defeated. Xiao Yun had just comforted them when a burst of exclamation erupted from the center of the training ground. Even the steward in charge raised his voice. "Platform 5, Qin Mo wins. Zhou Lai defeated." "What a—" Xin Xian jerked his head up. "Zhou Lai lost. He's the chief of the fire peak at the 10th level of Qi condensation." Zhang Lei also cried out in surprise. "And that Qin Mo, he's only at the 9th level of Qi condensation." Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He knew Zhou Lai's strength. Among the outer disciples of the fire peak, he was one of the best at the 10th level of Qi condensation. How could he lose to a disciple at the 9th level? Following the crowd's gaze toward Platform 5, he saw a tall, thin disciple in a yellow sect uniform walking down the stage. He looked ordinary and unremarkable. This was Qin Mo, who had defeated Zhou Lai. Meanwhile, Zhou Lai stood on the stage, his face ashen, fire attribute spiritual energy still trembling faintly in his hand, clearly unable to accept the outcome. Who was that Qin Mo? From the Earth Peak. Never heard of him. A 9th level Qi condensation defeating a 10th level chief. What an upset. That Earth element technique was incredible. Even senior brother Zhou Lai's fire spiritual energy couldn't burn through it. Murmurs rose and fell. Xiao Yun's gaze fell on Qin Mo, and he secretly swept him with his divine sense. The other's Earth attribute spiritual energy, though only at the 9th level of Qi condensation, was exceptionally condensed, especially the rhythm of its circulation, steady unlike an ordinary outer disciple, as if he had received guidance from a higher-level cultivator. It seems this outer sect competition is more interesting than I thought, Xiao Yun mused inwardly. The ripples of the third elimination round had yet to settle when the steward posted the list of disciples advancing to the fourth round on the Spirit Stone tablet in the training ground. With the inclusion of the Earth Peak disciple at the 9th level of Qi condensation, who had received a bye in the third round, the final 16 were decided. Among them, Xiao Yun was the only one at the 7th level, making him the most unique dark horse in everyone's eyes. Of course, there was also Chen Mo, who had previously caused an upset by defeating Zhou Lai. When the draw began again, more disciples crowded around the lot drawing urn than before, and many gazes lingered on Xiao Yun. After Zhou Lai's shocking defeat, Xiao Yun became one of the few remaining contenders from the Fire Peak's outer sect, having already defeated an 8th-level Qi condensation disciple in 3 punches and disciplined Qi Lei. Everyone wanted to know if this 7th-level Qi condensation prodigy could cross the threshold of the 10th level. When Xiao Yun stepped forward, only a few bamboo slips remained in the urn. He casually drew one and unrolled it. Engraved on the slip was number 5, and the opponent's information soon lit up Ma Kuan Earth Peak 10th level of Qi condensation. It's senior brother Ma Kuan from Earth Peak. A nearby disciple whispered. He's a veteran powerhouse of the Earth Peak's outer sect, solidly at the 10th level and excels in defensive techniques. Even a clash with a 10th level senior brother from Gold Peak didn't put him at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun understood in his heart. Earth cultivators were known for their defense and resilience, and Ma Kuan at the 10th level was clearly a far tougher opponent than Zhao Kuan or Qi Lei. The afternoon sun blazed hotter than the morning, and the area around Battle Platform 5 was already packed with spectators. When Xiao Yun stepped onto the black stone platform, a young man already stood opposite him. The young man, around 23 or 24, had a stocky build like a boulder. He wore a faded yellow sect robe with frayed cuffs, and his face bore a simple, honest smile. He looked less like a cultivator and more like a farmer working in the mountains. This was Ma Kuan. Seeing Xiao Yun approach, he was the first to cup his hands and salute, his voice loud but warm. Junior brother Xiao, I've long heard of your fame, defeating Zhao Kuan in 3 punches and disciplining Qi Lei. You're a true man. I know you're at the 7th level, but I won't go easy because of the realm gap. They'll give it my all, and I hope you won't hold it against me. These words were candid to the point of bluntness, devoid of any condescending arrogance, and instead showed respect for his opponent. Xiao Yun paused briefly, then returned the salute with a calm tone. Senior brother Ma is too kind. It's my honor to spar with you. I ask for your guidance. His divine sense quietly swept over Ma Kuan's body. The opponent's earth attribute spiritual energy was as steady as thick earth, flowing without any stagnation. The spiritual energy reserves in his dantian far exceeded those of an ordinary 10th level cultivator, marking him as a veteran with a solid foundation, utterly unlike Qi Lei, who had broken through mere luck. Seeing the two so amicable, the surrounding disciples found it even more intriguing than the fierce clashes before. I didn't expect senior brother Ma Kuan to be so straightforward. Any other 10th level cultivator would probably have put on airs. Xiao Yun is impressively steady too, facing a 10th level without panic. No wonder he's made it this far. Who do you think will win? Senior brother Ma's defense is rock solid, but Xiao Yun is fast. This will be a tough fight. A gray-robed steward walked to the center of the battle platform, scanned both of them, and seeing they were ready, raised his hand and declared in a deep voice, battle platform 5, Ma Kuan versus Xiao Yun. Begin. The moment the word begin fell, the honest smile on Ma Kuan's face vanished instantly. He stomped his feet heavily on the ground. Boom. The black stone floor of the platform sank half an inch. Pale brown spiritual energy spread from under his feet, weaving a dense web of spirit patterns across the ground. His spiritual energy surged abruptly, cloaking him like a thick earth yellow armor, and even his skin took on an earthy hue. Junior brother, Xiao, be careful. This armor of mine can't be broken by ordinary attacks. Xiao Yun's pale white spiritual energy burst forth like a tide, enveloping his limbs. He stomped his right foot on the black stone platform. A dull thud echoed, and a shallow crack appeared on the platform. His figure transformed into a streak of pale white light, using the extreme speed of wind shadow step to charge at Ma Kuan, closing the distance in an instant. A minute later, when Xiao Yun's right fist slammed into Ma Kuan's chest again, the earth yellow armor shattered with a crack, and the pale white fist stopped 3 inches before Ma Kuan's eyes. The fist wind stirred the strands of hair on his forehead. Ma Kuan's earth attribute spiritual energy was in complete chaos, and his dantian felt sluggish. He looked at the white-wreathed fist before him, then at the fragments of armor scattered on the ground. A wry smile crossed his face as he slowly unclenched his fists. I concede. The 3 words fell, plunging the area around the battle platform into dead silence, so quiet that the sound of wind was audible. Moments later, the training ground erupted. My God! A 7th level chi condensation defeating a 10th level. And by smashing through his armor punch by punch. Senior Brother Ma's defense couldn't even last a minute. Xiao Yun's strength is terrifying. I thought Shinmo's upset was big, but now it seems Xiao Yun is the real dark horse. The gray-robed steward snapped out of his shock, quickly walked onto the platform, glanced at Xiao Yun, then at the resigned Ma Kuan, and announced loudly, "Battle Platform 5, Xiao Yun wins." His voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, his usual composure gone, replaced by utter astonishment. He had previously thought that Xiao Yun, being at the 7th level, might at best match Ma Kuan at the 10th, or even be outmatched by Ma Kun's realm advantage. But recalling the scene just now, the battle was entirely one-sided. Ma Kun's earth spikes and armor were either shattered by Xiao Yun's punches or couldn't even touch his clothes, leaving no chance for a counterattack. Xiao Yun withdrew his fist, letting the pale white spiritual energy slowly recede, and cupped his hands to Ma Kuan's senior brother Ma. "You yield." Ma Kuan waved his hand and said with a wry smile, "Junior brother Xiao is too modest. With your strength, I have no regrets in losing." With that, he picked up the torn pieces of his sect robe from the ground, turned, and walked off the battle platform. There was no resentment in his eyes, only recognition of a stronger opponent. As Xiao Yun stepped down, the exclamations of awe continued to rise and fall. Even the disciples who had previously regarded him with reverence now had a new fervor in their eyes. To crush a 10th level cultivator while at the 7th level, such strength had already made him a legend in the eyes of the outer sect disciples. Shun Xian and the others were also dumbfounded, their expressions practically screaming, "Too fierce." An hour later, the final match of the 4th elimination round came to an end. On the Spirit Stone tablet in the training ground, the list of the top 8 slowly appeared. What set the disciples abuzz, aside from Xiao Yun's crushing victory over Ma Kuan, was the result of another dark horse duel. Chun Mo of Earth Peak had defeated Su Qingyao, the chief disciple of Water Peak, in a 10th level chi condensation cultivator. Amidst the chatter, Chun Mo still wore his faded yellow sect robe, his figure tall and lean, his face expressionless, showing neither joy at victory nor any hint of arrogance. When the corner of his eye caught sight of Xiao Yun, his steps paused slightly. Chun Mo raised his head, his gaze fixed directly on Xiao Yun. His eyes were very calm, but the moment they met Xiao Yun, they blazed with intense fighting spirit. On the morning after the 4th elimination round concluded, the Spirit Stone tablet at the training ground was thronged with disciples. The list of the top 8 matchups had been posted, and the pairing of Xiao Yun versus Qi Jinxin was prominently marked at the most visible second arena, becoming the focal point of discussion among all. Qi Jinxin, an outer disciple of the Gold Peak, was at the peak of the 10th level of Qi condensation. His mastery of gold-type spiritual energy was extraordinary, and his sword techniques were exceptionally sharp and unmatched. He had once cleaved through the thick earth defense of a 10th level Qi condensation earth-type cultivator with a single sword strike. Before Xiao Yun and Chun Mo appeared, he was universally acknowledged as the strongest among the outer disciples, and even now he remained a top contender for the Outer Sect Championship. No one expected him to encounter Xiao Yun, the biggest dark horse, in the 5th round. By the time of the Qin hour and 3/4, the area around the second arena was packed to capacity, with even the elevated stands overflowing with spectators. As Xiao Yun stepped onto the black stone platform, his opponent Qi Jinxin was already standing in quiet anticipation. He stood tall and straight with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his brow carrying the distinct sharpness of a sword cultivator. At his waist hung an ancient short sword, and a faint golden spiritual energy swirled around him, unassuming yet radiating an undeniable sharpness. "I didn't expect to run into you this round." Qi Jinxin spoke first, his tone calm yet distinct. His gaze fell upon Xiao Yun, the fighting spirit in his eyes unconcealed. "I've been looking forward to crossing swords with you ever since the stair-climbing trial. I will give it my all." Xiao Yun stood at the other end of the platform and nodded. The faint white spiritual energy around him surged, slowly flowing around his body like a tangible force. He responded to Qi Jiangxin's battle intent in the most straightforward manner, giving his all, seeing it through to the end. The surrounding disciples erupted into a frenzy, voices overlapping in heated debate. "My God. These two actually met early. One is the top sword cultivator of Gold Peak, the other is a dark horse who crushes those above his level. This is going to be a fight to watch. Senior brother Qi will definitely win." Last time he split a 10th level Qi condensation earth shield clean in half with one sword strike. No matter how fast Xiao Yun is, he can't dodge those sword techniques, right? Not necessarily. Xiao Yun shattered Ma Kun's heavy earth armor with brute force. Maybe he can withstand Senior brother Qi's sword. And he's faster than Senior brother Qi, so he might gain the upper hand. "Quiet down." The steward is about to announce the start. The gray-robed steward overseeing the match was more cautious than ever before. He meticulously inspected the boundaries of the arena and instructed the two, stop at the point of touch, do not take lives. Only then did he retreat to the edge of the platform, raised his hand, and declared in a deep voice, "Second arena, Xiao Yun versus Qi Jinshin. The match begins." The moment the word begins left his lips, the two figures on the arena vanished almost simultaneously. With a sharp clang, Qi Jiangxin's short sword was drawn from its sheath. Golden spiritual energy surged along the blade, expanding into a massive golden sword shadow over 10 feet long. He shot forward like an arrow from a bow, the shadow aimed straight at Xiao Yun's heart. His speed was so great that it left a fleeting afterimage in the air. The sword wind carried a bone-piercing sharpness, sending chills through the surrounding disciples. Xiao Yun, however, utilized the extreme speed of the wind shadow step to shift his body 3 feet to the left, narrowly avoiding the sword shadow. The golden sword shadow grazed past his robes and struck the edge of the arena with a thunderous boom, creating a golden ripple and carving a half-inch deep gash into the black stone surface. So fast, the disciples in the stands exclaimed in unison. Many hadn't even seen their movements clearly, only catching glimpses of sword shadows and pale white afterimages crisscrossing the arena, holding their breath in awe. After evading the sword strike, Xiao Yun did not pause for a moment. He stomped his right foot firmly, reversed his momentum, and drove his right fist wrapped in pale white spiritual energy toward Qi Jiangxin's flank. Qi Jinshin reacted with lightning speed. Sensing the fist wind behind him, he twisted his wrist, sweeping the golden sword shadow horizontally, the blade aimed directly at Xiao Yun's fist, intending to break the fist with his sword. Clang! A deafening sound, like metal striking metal, exploded at the center of the arena. The moment the pale white spiritual energy collided with the golden sword shadow, a shockwave radiated outward, scattering debris from the stone platform in all directions. The surrounding disciples were stunned into silence, their earlier debates over who would win ceasing abruptly. The exchange between the two had already escalated to such a ferocious level, and it was only the beginning. The golden sword shadow and the pale white fist shadow clashed wildly across the arena, like two bolts of thunder colliding repeatedly, each impact unleashing a thunderous roar. Qi Jiangxin's short sword danced with impenetrable speed, golden spiritual energy extending along the blade, sometimes manifesting as a rain of swords enveloping Xiao Yun, other times coalescing into sharp spikes that erupted from the ground. His techniques were fierce and varied, each aimed at Xiao Yun's weaknesses, showcasing the killing nature of a gold-peak sword cultivator. Xiao Yun in turn used his fists as blades. His pale white spiritual energy combined with his physical strength carved a path through the sword rain. When he stood his ground and met the sword rain, heating the spiritual energy around his fists was able to blunt the edge of the blades, producing a continuous clatter of clinks and clangs. Faced with the spikes erupting from the ground, he stomped heavily, channeling his fist force into the earth to shatter the spikes' foundations. He even used the recoil from the exploding spikes to launch himself into the air, delivering a descending fist strike aimed at Qi Jiangxin's crown. The fist wind, laden with spiritual energy, made the surrounding air feel stagnant, forming a visible white shockwave. Boom! Fist and sword clashed once more. This time Qi Jinshin could no longer maintain his stance. He was forced back 5 steps in succession, leaving 5 shallow craters in the black stone floor. He looked down at his right hand. The tiger's mouth was reddened and numb from the impact, and even his grip on the sword had weakened. How is this possible? Waves of shock surged through Qi Jiangxin's mind. The spiritual energy reinforced by his sword blade was enough to sever the defenses of a 10th-level Qi condensation cultivator, yet Xiao Yun's fists not only withstood it, but also unleashed such terrifying counterforce. This level of physical strength was simply not something a Qi condensation cultivator should possess. Moreover, Xiao Yun's spiritual energy was extremely peculiar. It could disrupt the flow of his own spiritual energy and even absorb a portion of the gold-type spiritual energy during combat to replenish itself. Earlier, he had heard that Xiao Yun defeated Zhao Kun with 3 punches and shattered Ma Kun's heavy earth armor. He had assumed it was due to his opponent's lack of skill, but now experiencing it firsthand, he realized that Xiao Yun's strength far exceeded the rumors. The power within those fists seemed capable of shattering mountains and rocks. Every exchange felt like colliding with a moving boulder. Xiao Yun also landed a short distance away, flexing his wrist slightly, a look of surprise in his eyes. He had initially thought Qi Jinshin and Ma Kun were of a similar level, not much stronger. But after engaging in combat, he realized the two were not even in the same league. If Ma Kun were to face Qi Jinshin, he probably wouldn't last 5 rounds, let alone be able to hold his ground as Xiao Yun had. At the center of the arena, the spiritual energy generated by their collisions continued to spread, gradually forming a small spiritual energy storm. Pale white and golden spiritual energy intertwined, clashed, and dissipated within the storm, whipping up debris and dust from the arena floor, forcing the disciples in the front rows of the stands to step back for fear of being caught in the storm. My God, this is too intense. Senior Brother Chi's sword can't even touch Xiao Yun. Are Xiao Yun's fists made of iron? He's taking sword strikes heated without a scratch. Everyone was saying Senior Brother Chi would win for sure, but now it's anyone's game. The chatter in the stands erupted once more. Even the gray-robed steward took 2 steps forward, his eyes locked on the 2 figures on the arena, one hand resting on the enforcement token at his waist, ready to intervene at any moment. The intensity of their battle had already surpassed the standard of outer disciples. If it continued, someone might get hurt. Qi Jiangxin's right hand gripping the short sword grew numb again as he watched Xiao Yun's figure approaching once more, a sudden determination rising in his heart. Close combat was utterly hopeless. Xiao Yun's physical strength was monstrous. Continuing to clash would leave him unable to defend before he broke through Qi Jiangxin's guard, and his sword hand would be rendered useless. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he suddenly conjured a half-foot-long golden spiritual energy sword in his left hand, and before Xiao Yun's fist could reach him, he fiercely hurled the sword toward Xiao Yun's heart. Boom! The golden sword detonated with a loud bang as it touched Xiao Yun's fist, wrapped in pale white spiritual energy. The violent golden spiritual energy instantly created a push, causing Xiao Yun's fist to retract slightly, while Qi Jinshin took advantage of the recoil, his figure shooting back like an arrow, swiftly creating a distance of 5 zhang, landing steadily at the opposite end of the arena. Good opportunity. Qi Jinshin felt a surge of joy in his heart, his Danshan's spiritual energy wildly circulating. He sheathed his short sword and quickly formed seals with both hands, 5 solid golden swords that seemed to reflect light, suddenly coalescing behind him. These swords were denser than the previous spiritual sword shadows, with clear golden patterns on the blade, as if forged from real gold, causing even the surrounding air to tremble slightly from the sharpness of the sword. Go! Qi Jinshin shouted softly, and the 5 golden swords behind him simultaneously hummed. Each long sword split into 10 3-inch-long small swords, instantly transforming into 50 golden small swords that surged towards Xiao Yun like a swarm of bees. The trajectories of the small swords were extremely cunning, as some were aimed directly at the heart, others circled behind for a sneak attack, and some skimmed along the ground, forming an impenetrable net of swords that sealed off all angles for Xiao Yun to evade. Senior Brother Chi is going for a ranged attack, someone exclaimed from the stands. He can't win in close combat against Xiao Yun. Yet the next scene left everyone in stunned silence. Xiao Yun should have used his speed to close in on Qi Jinshin, interrupting his sword technique, as sword cultivators are most vulnerable when casting spells at a distance. But Xiao Yun stood still, his pale white spiritual energy surging violently, and with rapid strikes of his right fist, the muffled sounds of bang 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 echoed, as each punch accurately shattered 2 or 3 small swords. At the same time, his left hand formed a thin yet resilient spiritual energy shield, blocking the small swords that came from the side, genuinely engaging in a standoff with the 50 small swords without any intention of pursuing. Something's not right. Why isn't Xiao Yun pursuing? His close combat is so fierce, if he just charges in, Qi Jinshin wouldn't have time to control the small swords. Could it be that he was injured by the sword explosion earlier? But judging by the force with which he's shattering the small swords, that doesn't seem to be the case. The murmurs resumed. Even the gray-robed steward furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Yun's tactics completely defied logic, neglecting his advantages to engage in a defensive standoff with a sword cultivator skilled in ranged combat. Qi Jinshin also sensed that something was amiss. His control over the small swords paused slightly, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. He had expected Xiao Yun to immediately pursue and had even prepared a contingency, but Xiao Yun stubbornly remained to defend, causing an inexplicable panic to rise in Qi Jiangxin's heart, yet he could only grit his teeth and continue to command the small swords. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun had his own considerations. After entangling for a moment, the cold metallic voice of the system exploded in his mind. Visualization successful. Choices 1. 60 attribute points. 2. Mystical spiritual root. 3. De Gung sword formation. 4. Golden armor technique. Select 3 De Gung sword formation. Done. As the system prompt finished, Xiao Yun felt a sudden warmth at his brow, a vast amount of information flooding into his mind. So that's how it is. Xiao Yun understood, and his pale white spiritual energy abruptly shifted from a defensive posture, surging upward to coalesce into 5 jade white, flying swords in front of him. These swords mirrored the shape and size of Qi Jiangxin's golden longsword, but radiated a soft white light lacking the sharpness of the golden sword while possessing a more subdued heft. What is that? A disciple in the stands voiced his confusion only to be met with collective disbelief the next moment, followed by an uproar. How is this possible? How can Xiao Yun also use this move? How could a disciple from Huofeng master the sword techniques of Jinfeng? And the sword forms are identical. How did he manage to do this? The gray-robed steward's body shook violently, his hand pressing down on the law enforcement token, pausing, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had seen the Daigong sword formation during a demonstration by the elder of Jinfeng. The flying sword Xiao Yun was currently conjuring were so similar in the frequency of their spiritual energy fluctuations to the authentic Daigong sword formation that it was not merely a simple imitation. The most stunned of all was Qi Jinshin. His hand controlling the small swords trembled violently, his Danshan's spiritual energy suddenly becoming chaotic. Several golden small swords that were about to stab Xiao Yun lost control with a buzzing sound and crashed directly onto the black stone platform, scattering fine golden sparks. Impossible! Qi Jinshin exclaimed in shock, his face turning pale in an instant. The Daigong sword formation is my family's secret technique from Jinfeng. How could a Huofeng disciple like you possibly master this technique? My father is an inner door elder of Jinfeng, and this Daigong sword formation was taught to me in private, and the only one among the outer disciples who can use it. Xiao Yun hasn't even seen it, let alone learned it. How could he possibly conjure identical flying swords in such a short time? Xiao Yun did not respond, merely moving his fingertips slightly, causing the 5 white flying swords in front of him to hum simultaneously. Mirroring Qi Jiangxin's sword technique, each white sword split into 10 3-inch small swords, instantly transforming into 50 jade white small swords hovering around him, facing off against Qi Jiangxin's golden small swords. Go! Xiao Yun shouted softly. The 50 white small swords shot out like arrows, colliding with Qi Jiangxin's golden small swords in the center of the arena. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously as the golden and white small swords collided and shattered, scattering pale gold and milky white fragments of spiritual energy, like starry dust lightly landing on the black stone surface with a sizzling sound, even leaving behind numerous shallow marks. Qi Jinshin regained his senses, gritting his teeth to urge his Danshan's spiritual energy, attempting to suppress the white swords with his 10th-stage golden sword, only to find that Xiao Yun's control over the small swords was even more skillful than his. How could this happen? Cold sweat beaded on Qi Jiangxin's forehead, and the shock he felt far surpassed his earlier defeat in close combat. He had practiced the Daigong sword formation for 3 full years, barely mastering the method of splitting swords, yet Xiao Yun had only been in the sect for a short time and could control them so exquisitely, even finding flaws in his sword formation. This defied all logic. On the arena, the clash of golden and white small swords grew more intense, the spiritual energy storm more vigorous than before, even stirring the surrounding air into a loud rustling. The discussions in the stands had long ceased, as everyone fixated on the center of the arena, their eyes filled with fervor and shock. This confrontation had surpassed the realm of mere outer disciple sparring. Xiao Yun stood at the center of the arena, his fingertips lightly twirling, skillfully controlling the white small swords to continuously suppress the golden swords, his heart remaining extraordinarily calm. It's almost time. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened slightly, and his fingertips suddenly pressed downward. In an instant, the 50 jade white small swords above the arena, as if drawn by an invisible force, abandoned their entanglement, with the golden small swords converging into radiant streams toward the center. The white light bursting forth from the collision of blades grew ever more intense, and in the blink of an eye it coalesced into a giant jade white sword over 3 zhang long. Qi Jiangxin's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. This move even he could not execute to such a degree. I don't believe it. He roared, his Danshan's spiritual energy burning furiously, the golden light around him swelling. The golden light and white light shone brilliantly together as a more than 2 zhang long golden giant sword struggled to take shape, the golden patterns on the blade flickering slightly due to unstable spiritual energy, clearly formed with great difficulty. The next second, the 2 giant swords collided violently. Boom! A blinding confluence of golden and white light erupted instantly, like a sun ascending into the heavens, forcing disciples nearby to squint against its searing brilliance. An ear-splitting detonation reverberated across the entire trial arena. The air above the combat platform shuddered, visibly rippling outward in concentric waves as a violent shockwave surged in all directions, sending shards of stone scattering skyward. Even disciples seated in the front row of the spectator stands were driven backward by the concussive force, many stumbling and collapsing onto the ground. The gray-robed supervisor's face paled sharply. He instantly channeled spiritual energy to erect a protective barrier before the stands. But even then, dense ripples trembled across its surface, betraying immense pressure bearing down upon it. At the center of the combat platform, two colossal swords hung, suspended in midair, locked in fierce opposition. The luminous white blade remained immovable, as steadfast as a mountain, its spiritual energy flowing with perfect serenity. The golden sword, however, vibrated violently from the impact. Fine fissures began creeping along its edge, while its radiant golden light dimmed rapidly, fading before the naked eye. Against ordinary spiritual energy, Tianyan energy was a natural sovereign, its supremacy absolute. Qi Jinxin's complexion grew increasingly ashen. A thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Forcing a formation beyond his cultivation limit had triggered violent backlash within his dantian. The surging spiritual energy now recoiling inward, lancing through his meridians with sharp stabbing pain. Yet he clenched his teeth and held on, hands rigidly guiding the golden sword, refusing to yield. Still unwilling to concede, Xiao Yun spoke calmly, his voice amplified by spiritual energy to carry across the platform. Your formation has already reached its breaking point. As his words settled, a subtle increase of pressure emanated from his fingertip. The luminous white sword flared, its spiritual energy surging anew. A sharp, brittle crack pierced the air. The golden sword's blade splintered wide open, its golden radiance dissipating like floodwaters breaching a dam. Qi Jinxin could no longer endure. A gout of crimson blood burst from his lips as his body collapsed backward. The golden sword shattered entirely, exploding into a shower of golden motes that scattered like dying stars. He struggled feebly to rise, only to realize his dantian's spiritual energy had spiraled into utter chaos. Even lifting his hand felt impossible. Helpless, he watched the luminous white sword hover motionlessly above him, its icy blade edge reflecting despair across his face. I concede. His voice trembled faintly, but rang clear and unmistakable across the arena. Xiao Yun withdrew his finger. The luminous white sword dissolved instantly, its pale spiritual energy receding like mist at dawn. He gazed down at Qi Jinxin sprawled upon the ground, stepped forward, and extended his right hand. Qi Jinxin stared momentarily, stunned at the hand offered before him. In his memory, Xiao Yun had always been unyielding, cold, precise, unforgiving. 3 punches had ended Zhao Kuan's challenge. Oh, no mercy had been shown in disciplining Qi Lei. Even moments ago, during their fierce clash, his eyes held only pure, unadulterated battle intent. No trace of emotion beyond it. He had assumed Xiao Yun was difficult to approach, had even braced himself for cold indifference after defeat, never imagining that at this very moment the other would reach out to help him rise. A dull throb still pulsed through his dantian. Hesitating for but an instant, Qi Jinxin lifted his trembling right hand and gently placed it atop Xiao Yun's. Xiao Yun's grip was steady, the strength conveyed through his fingertips was perfectly calibrated, neither overwhelming nor insufficient, just enough to lift him upright without strain. With that support, Qi Jinxin rose, staggering once before regaining his balance. He glanced downward at his own hand still clasped in Xiao Yun's, then lifted his gaze to meet those calm, deep eyes, his own filled with layered emotion, astonishment, gratitude, and a quiet, ineffable respect. Thank you. His voice was hoarse, but sincere. He had expected humiliation and defeat, yet this single simple gesture had dissolved every trace of embarrassment. Xiao Yun released his hand and gave a slight quiet shake of his head. You are formidable. It was no calculated courtesy, merely genuine acknowledgement born from the depths of his heart. Though Qi Jinxin stood as chief disciple of the Golden Peak's outer sect, far surpassing peers in cultivation, he bore not a shred of arrogance. From declaring openly at the outset, I shall give my utmost, to fighting with unwavering integrity, never resorting to underhanded tactics. Even as spiritual backlash tore through his meridians and defeat loomed ever closer, he never retreated an inch. Such an opponent deserved reverence. Compared to someone like Qi Lei, who took perverse pleasure in tormenting others, Qi Jinxin, this worthy adversary, commanded true recognition. Spectators in the stands erupted once more, but this time their voices carried less frenzied fervor and more reflective awe. The gray-robed supervisor stood quietly to the side, watching the scene unfold. The tension in his expression softened, and a flicker of quiet approval glimmered in his eyes. The outer sect grand competition tested not only strength, but character. That Xiao Yun, having triumphed, extended kindness to his vanquished rival. This magnanimity was rarer and more precious than any cultivation level. Qi Jinxin looked at Xiao Yun, opened his mouth as if to speak, then paused, and simply said, "Should opportunity arise again, I would welcome another sparring match with you." Xiao Yun gave a faint respectful nod. Agreed. No sooner had he descended from the combat platform than the supervisor's voice rang out clearly across the arena. Combat Platform 1. Chun Mo is victorious. Instinctively the crowd turned their heads. There atop Combat Platform 1 lay a disciple of the Wooden Peak. Slumped, unconscious face drained of color, spiritual energy wildly disordered. Evidence of a grueling contest just concluded. Chun Mo meanwhile stood unmoved at the opposite end, wearing his faded earth-toned sect robe, posture upright and serene, breathing as evenly as if he'd merely taken a leisurely stroll. Not a bead of sweat graced his brow, and idly he twirled a fallen leaf plucked from his opponent's sleeve between his fingers. This was far too effortless, someone murmured in disbelief. That Wooden Peak disciple was at condensed Chi realm 10th tier, yet he didn't even resist. Chun Mo is utterly monstrous. First Zhou Lai, then Su Qingyao, and now a Wooden Peak 10th tier cultivator. Like Xiao Yun, he's in a league of his own. Xiao Yun followed the crowd's gaze toward Platform 1, and instinctively swept his divine sense over Chun Mo. The latter's dantian pulsed with dense, stable earth element spiritual energy, proof that the battle had barely taxed him. Xiao Yun withdrew his perception. His usual composure deepened into solemn gravity. Chun Mo's true strength ran far deeper, far more inscrutable than he had anticipated. Half an hour later, the final quarterfinal concluded. The Spirit Stone tablet at the arena's center illuminated the 4 finalists. Fire Peak, Xiao Yun. Earth Peak, Chun Mo. Earth Peak, Zhao Ya. Wooden Peak, Wenqing Shu. No sooner had the names appeared than murmurs swelled. Everyone knew the true climax had finally arrived. Xiao Yun and Chun Mo, the 2 dark horses, were almost certain to meet in the finals. Their semi-final opponents were little more than stepping stones on the path to that inevitable confrontation. That afternoon, the semi-finals commenced. Xiao Yun's opponent was Wenqing Shu of the Wooden Peak, a scholar in appearance clad in a jade-green robe and lightly fanning himself with a folding fan painted with slender bamboo stalks. As the 2 ascended Combat Platform 5, spectators held their breath in hushed anticipation. Yet none foresaw what happened next. The moment the supervisor raised his hand and called out, "Commence." Wenqing Shu immediately stepped half a pace backward, bowed deeply with both hands, and declared clear and decisive, "I concede." A stunned silence fell, so abrupt even the gray-robed supervisor blinked, uncertain he'd heard correctly. Wenqing Shu remained unruffled, meeting Xiao Yun's gaze directly. "Senior brother Xiao, I know my strength falls short of Qi Jinshin's. If even he fell to you, engaging you would be futile effort." He paused, then added bluntly, "Moreover, the top 10 in the outer sect grand competition gained entry to the Shattered Sword Abyss. I've already secured qualification. There's no need to exhaust myself against you. Better to conserve spiritual energy for the 3rd-place match." His candor was disarming, impossible to refute. Spectators, first astonished, soon nodded in quiet agreement. Indeed, Xiao Yun had effortlessly overwhelmed Qi Jinshin, a peak-level condensed Qi 10th tier cultivator. Wenqing Shu pressing the fight would only result in unnecessary punishment. Conceding outright preserved his strength for the bronze match, a far wiser course. Xiao Yun regarded Wenqing Shu, his expression unchanged, neither surprised nor judgmental. With no resistance offered, there was nothing left to say, only a slight courteous nod in acknowledgement. The gray-robed supervisor quickly recovered, confirmed Wenqing Shu's voluntary concession, and announced loudly, "Combat Platform 1. Xiao Yun is victorious." Advancing to the finals. Wenqing Shu bowed once more to Xiao Yun, then strolled off the platform with serene nonchalance, showing not a trace of disappointment. For him, securing entry to the Shattered Sword Abyss was enough. To pit himself against a monster like Xiao Yun would be sheer folly. As Xiao Yun descended the platform, he encountered Chun Mo approaching from another arena. Chun Mo had just defeated Zhao Ya, still composed, still effortless. Their eyes met briefly in midair. Chun Mo's gaze burned with intensified battle lust, while Xiao Yun returned a quiet acknowledging nod, the prelude to their destined clash. His final opponent, inevitably, would be him. The next morning before dawn, the trial arena beneath Elder Peak was already bustling with voices more lively than any previous competition. Not only were the outer disciples packed tightly, but many inner disciples had also rushed over, and even some servant disciples were secretly peeking from the edges of the viewing platform, all eager to witness this unconventional final. In past outer sect competitions, finals had always been showdowns between peak 10th layer practitioners, but this combination of 7th layer against 9th layer was a first in a century for the sect. With Xiao Yun's victory over the 10th layer opponent, and Chun Mo's shocking eliminations of Zhou Lai and Su Qingyao, the 2 had become the focal point of discussion within the sect, and everyone wanted to know which of these dark horses would ultimately triumph. Above the trial arena at the summit of Elder Peak shrouded in mist, and atop the 5 elemental peaks of gold would water, fire, and earth, countless intangible gazes pierced through the clouds, landing on the final battle stage below. These gazes were all different. Some were sharp as swords, seemingly able to penetrate the human heart. Some were peaceful as streams filled with scrutiny and curiosity, while others were as weathered as ancient trees, hiding expectations for the younger generation. Without exception, each source of gaze was enveloped in overwhelming spiritual energy, like miniature black holes silently devouring the surrounding natural energy. "I never expected that an outer sect final could draw out so many old fellows," remarked Xin Yue in the viewing pavilion atop Elder Peak, holding a blue porcelain teacup, her fingertip lightly tracing the rim, a hint of amusement in her eyes. She glanced towards the direction of several other peaks, faintly sensing a few familiar fluctuations of spiritual power. Chen Xuanqing, sitting opposite her, put down his teacup, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yun beside the battle stage, a faint smile playing on his lips. "This kid Xiao Yun is indeed surprising. When I first met him, he was just a peasant, yet now he has reached the finals as a 7th-layer practitioner, even defeating Qi Jinxin, far exceeding my expectations." "Oh." Xin Yue raised an eyebrow, putting down her teacup, her tone tinged with teasing. "Senior brother, your words are much more relaxed than before. When I suggested taking this child as a disciple, you were unwilling. Oh, why now you finally have the intent to accept a disciple?" Hearing this, Chen Xianqing slowly shook his head, lightly tapping his fingertip on the stone table. "My views have never changed. I am free-spirited and not adept at teaching disciples. I haven't taken a disciple in all these years. I cannot jeopardize this child's future." He paused, his gaze shifting to Chun Mo on the other end of the battle platform, his expression turning contemplative. "This final hasn't ended yet. That kid Chen Mo is also no simple character. His earth-type spiritual energy is exceptionally refined, as if he has received some inheritance. Perhaps he could bring some surprises for Xiao Yun." Xin Yue smiled, no longer teasing, but following his gaze towards Chen Mo. "Chen Mo's foundation is indeed solid. However, regardless of who wins, having 2 such promising talents among this generation of outer disciples is a blessing for the sect. By the way, senior brother, how did Xiao Yun learn the Great Gung sword formation? That is a secret technique of the Golden Peak." Chen Xianqing shook his head. "I'm not concerned about how he learned it. After surviving a life-and-death crisis, he returned to the sect from afar and has a few close friends here, which shows he cares for the sect. That is enough." Xin Yue nodded, gently taking a sip from her teacup. Then, as if recalling something, a trace of worry flickered across her face. She sighed softly, saying, "I hope these young ones can grow quickly. The 5 demon sects have been making moves again in recent years. Why wish for their rapid growth?" Chen Xianqing interrupted, taking a sip from his teacup, his gaze returning to Xiao Yun, his eyes filled with deeper meaning. "Even if the sky falls, we old fellows will be here to bear it. They only need to focus on their cultivation." "Senior brother has a broad mind." Xin Yue chuckled, choosing not to say more. The final battle stage was a specially reinforced platform made of dark stone, twice the width of a regular battle stage, its edges engraved with dense defensive spiritual patterns clearly designed to withstand the powerful spiritual energy that could erupt from the 2 combatants. Xiao Yun and Chun Mo stood facing each other without unnecessary words, even their eye contact was minimal. Xiao Yun's pale white spiritual energy flowed around him like still water, yet on the surface of his body, a thin shimmering membrane formed a manifestation of compressing the Tianyin spiritual energy to its utmost. Chun Mo remained upright, earthy yellow spiritual energy slowly oozing from his dantian, gathering in his hands, causing his originally slender palms to gradually become heavy with fine rock patterns surfacing on his skin as if covered by an impenetrable earthen armor. The audience was silent, even the previously noisy discussions had ceased, as all eyes were fixed on the battle stage. The officiant of the final was no longer the gray-robed steward, but an inner-sect elder clad in purple robes. His hair and beard were white, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle. After scanning the 2, his voice reverberated with spiritual energy throughout the venue. "Outer Sect Grand Competition Final Fire Peak, Xiao Yun Earth Peak, Chen Mo. The match begins." As soon as his words fell, Xiao Yun's figure suddenly vanished. A pale white light streaked across the battle stage, employing no fancy techniques, only the most direct close-range assault. His right fist, enveloped in white light, aimed directly for Chun Mo's heart, the punch slicing through the air with a shrill scream, even more ferocious than when he faced Qi Jinxin. The disciples below instinctively held their breath, many already bracing themselves for the scene of Chun Mo being knocked back by a single punch. After all, Xiao Yun's punches were indeed extraordinary. Even Qi Jinxin had to avoid his edge. But what happened next left everyone wide-eyed. Facing Xiao Yun's swift punch, Chen Mo stood still. He merely slowly raised his right hand, covered in rock patterns, earthy yellow spiritual energy, gathering in his palm, into a rich sphere, meeting the pale white fist Heaton. Bang! The sound of two small mountains colliding erupted at the center of the battle stage. The pale white and earthy yellow spiritual energies burst forth in an instant, forming a visible shockwave that spread outward. The defensive spiritual patterns at the edge of the stage, glowing with golden light, barely withstanding the impact of the shockwave. The lower ear disciples in the front row felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, instinctively covering their ears, their bodies being pushed back half a step by the shockwave. At the moment of contact between fist and palm, a flicker of surprise flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes. He could clearly feel the heavy force emanating from Chen Mo's palm, which not only blocked the onslaught of the Tianyan spiritual energy, but also carried a recoil that made his right arm tingle slightly. This was the first time since the competition began that someone could withstand a direct clash of fists without falling behind. Chen Mo's expression grew slightly serious, his left hand quietly rising earthy yellow spiritual energy, gathering once more, aiming for Xiao Yun's left shoulder. "He punches harder than I expected." His voice remained low, yet carried a hint of barely detectable excitement. Clearly Xiao Yun's strength had finally piqued his genuine interest. Xiao Yun sidestepped to avoid the incoming left palm, spinning his left foot on the ground, and his left fist slammed towards Chen Mo's waist, pale, white spiritual energy surging once again. "You've hidden quite deep yourself." Chen Mo did not evade, retracting his right hand to block Xiao Yun's left fist, resulting in another loud crash. Their figures swiftly intertwined on the battle stage, fists flying, pale white and earthy yellow spiritual energies clashing continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds echoed like thunder, resounding throughout the trial arena. The disciples below were already mesmerized, exclamations rising one after another. The thunderous clash of fists and palms continued atop the martial arena, its obsidian black stone surface already scarred, with overlapping indentations, deep and shallow, while the golden glow of defensive spirit runes flickered erratically, as if on the verge of shattering. Below, disciples watched with bated breath. One could not help but cry out in astonishment, "Heavens! This obsidian black stone can withstand attacks from cultivators at the 10th rank of chi condensation. Should this go on, the arena itself will be reduced to rubble by the two of them." Xiao Yun's fist struck Chen Mo's palm once more. As pale white spiritual energy collided with earth yellow energy, Xiao Yun clearly sensed that although Chen Mo's earth affinity energy was dense and unyielding, it had begun to falter, growing sluggish after repeated direct impacts. Yet prolonging this exchange would yield no decisive outcome in the short term, and would squander precious spiritual energy. His gaze sharpened, resolve crystallized in his mind. At the very instant of their next collision, Xiao Yun sharply retracted his left hand, while his right arm surged with intensified pale white energy. Not the steady linear force of before, but a coiled steel-like tension violently compressed into his fist. The once soft white radiance turned razor-sharp. The air around his knuckles shimmered with subtle distortion, and a crushing pressure, several times stronger than before, swept toward Chen Mo. "Huan Lingbong." Chen Mo raised his hand to block, only for his pupils to contract into needle-thin points, his face paling instantly. What technique is this? He could distinctly feel that the spiritual energy surging from Xiao Yun's fist was no longer merely brute force, but carried an overwhelming, life-threatening urgency. There was no time to evade. Clenching his teeth, Chen Mo forced his right arm's rock-pattern markings to flare. Earth-yellow energy thickened threefold as he braced himself to meet the blow. Heaton. Boom. This impact sounded deeper, heavier than any before, yet its true terror lay in what followed. The moment Xiao Yun's fist touched Chen Mo's palm, pale white energy slithered like venom into his earth affinity energy, then detonated for the first time within Chen Mo's palm meridians. Chen Mo felt as though red-hot needles had pierced his right arm meridians. His earth energy shattered instantly, and cracks splintered across his rock-patterned markings. Before he could react, second and third detonations erupted in rapid succession, each striking precise meridian nodes. His earth-yellow energy churned like muddy water, utterly incapable of coalescing. When the seventh detonation tore through him, snap! Chen Mo's rock-pattern markings on his right arm shattered completely. Blood gushed from between his fingers, searing pain from ruptured meridians, forcing a stifled groan as his arm went limp and fell lifelessly, blood dripping steadily onto the obsidian black stone. Clearly the arm was temporarily incapacitated. SSSHH. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd below. Disciples stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo's blood-soaked limb. Shock etched across every face. What was that technique? It detonates inside the body. Merciless. 7 internal explosions. His meridians must be torn apart. Xiao Yun did not pause. Pale white energy coalesced anew in his right fist. The piercing light of Huan Ling Bong rekindled upon his knuckles. He planted his foot and surged forward, blasting toward Chunmo. Press the advantage. Grant no respite. Again, Chunmo's scalp prickled. Agony still radiated up his right arm. How dare he close in now? 3 earthen walls, half a zhang thick, erupted instantly from the ground, pulsing with earth-yellow energy in a desperate bid to halt Xiao Yun's charge. Simultaneously, Chunmo leapt backward, retreating a full 5 zhang before halting, his eyes wide with lingering shock. Those 7 internal detonations had nearly severed his right arm beyond repair. Now even standing near Xiao Yun filled him with dread. The viewing platform erupted. Cries of disbelief cascaded like thunder heavens. Xiao Yun's technique is terrifying. Chunmo won't even engage him up close. He blocked punches barehanded moments ago. Now he flees outright. Clearly Xiao Yun reigns supreme in close combat. Is this Xiao Yun's hidden trump card? Buried far deeper than anyone imagined. On the arena, Xiao Yun regarded the 3 earthen walls before him. Unhesitating, he withdrew Huan Ling Bong and drove his right fist forward once more. Pale white radiance slammed into the first wall. Boom. It exploded instantly, shrapnel flying, followed by the second and third, both crumbling without resistance. Not a single wall impeded his advance. Chunmo watched Xiao Yun advance step by relentless step and sighed softly. Enough. Close quarters combat was never my strength. In the next breath, Xiao Yun's divine sense flared with urgent warning. Earth affinity energy beneath the arena surged violently, as if some colossal entity stirred deep within the earth. Instinctively, Xiao Yun's pale white energy blazed outward, and he recoiled backward with explosive speed. Less than half a breath after he vacated the spot, the obsidian black stone cracked open with a sickening crack, and a 3-hang-long earthen dragon erupted skyward. Its scales gleamed coldly, its maw bristled with jagged earthen fangs, roaring forward with gale-force wind to snap at the space Xiao Yun had just occupied. Had he delayed even a heartbeat, he would have been seized, crushed utterly, flesh and spiritual energy alike pulverized. Boom. Missing its target, the earthen dragon's massive head crashed onto the arena, shattering obsidian black stone, sending fragments flying, and causing the golden defensive runes to blaze violently, nearly collapsing. Xiao Yun landed at the arena's edge, watching the fading afterimage of the earthen dragon. Beads of cold sweat glistened on his brow. Had his divine sense not detected the subterranean energy's anomaly a fraction earlier, even if he'd evaded the strike, he'd surely have been caught in the blast's devastating aftershock. He lifted his gaze to Chunmo, whose left hand remained calmly sealed in a spell seal, right arm hanging motionless yet suffused with a gentle earth-yellow luminescence. The bleeding long ceased, recovery imminent. Chunmo's expression remained impassive, as though that devastating ambush had been nothing more than routine. Then, his left hand slammed downward. Earth-yellow spiritual energy flooded from his body into the arena floor, spreading outward in faint brown spirit patterns, spiderwebbing rapidly across the entire surface. Except for the 3-foot radius beneath his feet, the obsidian black stone trembled violently, gravel and dust cascading in ceaseless rustling. In the next instant, countless earthen spikes burst forth from the ground. Each spike stood man-height tall, their tips honed like blades, glinting with the chilling luster of earth affinity energy. Within mere heartbeats, the entire arena transformed into a thorny wasteland. Except for the small sanctuary beneath Chunmo's feet, every inch bristled with lethal spines, leaving scarcely room to plant a foot. Heavens! The scope of this art is staggering. Xiao Yun is trapped. Even his prowess means nothing. He has nowhere to stand. Gasps erupted again from the viewing platform. Yet facing the storm of earthen spikes, Xiao Yun showed no trace of panic. The moment he sensed the ground swelling beneath him, he drove his right fist down, pale white energy erupting. Boom. The nascent spike shattered instantly, flying shards becoming springboards as he launched himself onto another emerging spike, then smashed it with a left hook blow. In less than 2 breaths, he carved out a small foothold amid the thicket, his foot planted firmly upon the broken remnants, unwavering as bedrock. This is not over yet. Chunmo's eyes narrowed, spiritual energy surging fiercely around him. Chunmo pointed his left hand towards the sky, and the earthy yellow spiritual energy around him suddenly surged like the tide being drawn away, rushing towards the heavens. The earthy spiritual energy above the battle platform frantically gathered, first condensing into a fist-sized earthy yellow light point, then quickly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye it expanded into a boulder the size of a basketball. The rough surface of the rock was covered in gray-brown patterns radiating a heavy earthy spiritual light, and it was rapidly growing at a visible speed. In just a few breaths, the boulder grew to a diameter of 2 zhang, resembling a small floating hill blocking the sunlight above and enveloping Chen Mo in a large shadow. However, Chen Mo's spiritual power continued to surge in, and the volume of the boulder continued to swell, quickly surpassing 3 zhang, 4 zhang, until it reached 5 or 6 zhang in diameter, barely stopping. The massive rock hovered in the air above the battle platform, its surface patterns glowing faintly due to the abundance of spiritual energy. Even the surrounding air was pressed into stagnation, a sense of oppressive force akin to the sky collapsing and the earth sinking, sweeping over the entire battle platform. My heavens! What is that? The disciples in the stands were completely stunned, some unable to help but stand up, pointing at the giant rock in the air, their voices trembling. Is it going to crush the entire battle platform? This is terrifying. Chen Mo can actually condense such a large rock. How much spiritual power does he have? The steward's face changed dramatically as he stepped forward, pressing his hand against the law enforcement token. If that boulder were to fall, not to mention Xiao Yun, even the disciples around the battle platform might be affected. On the battle platform, Xiao Yun looked up at the giant rock that obscured the sky, and his expression finally changed. The earth spikes were still writhing around. Every time he tried to approach, Chen Mo, new spikes would erupt from beneath his feet, making it impossible to interrupt the spellcasting. Even he couldn't help but curse softly. Damn, is it really going to smash me with a meteorite? But despite the cursing, Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration in his heart. Chen Mo's series of spells connected too wonderfully, first using the earth dragon to force him back, then trapping his movements with earth spikes, and finally finishing with a meteorite. Each step intricately linked, leaving no room for respite. The strategy was exceedingly meticulous. There's no time to hesitate. Xiao Yun took a deep breath, no longer attempting to break through the earth spikes, but standing his ground. Pale spiritual power surged from his dantian, condensing into 5 gleaming white flying swords in the air. It was the initiation of the previously used Dagung sword formation. But this time he did not allow the flying swords to split. Instead, he pressed his fingertips together forcefully. The 5 flying swords instantly converged towards the center. Pale white spiritual power surged wildly, and as the sword blades collided, they emitted a blinding white light, condensing into a 3 zhang long gleaming white giant sword in an instant. The giant sword was entirely lustrous, its blade edge shimmering with a faint cold light, hovering above Xiao Yun's head, facing off against the giant rock above. Although the size was much smaller than the giant rock, it carried a sharpness that could pierce the solid, showing no fear of the rock's oppression. Is Xiao Yun going to take it heed? Someone in the stands exclaimed. That giant rock weighs at least 10,000 jin. Can his giant sword withstand it? Chen Mo looked at the giant sword that Xiao Yun had condensed, his expression still calm, and with a sudden downward press of his left hand, his voice, imbued with spiritual power, echoed throughout. Take this. The giant rock in the air trembled violently, its surface patterns instantly lighting up like a firecracker being ignited, accompanied by a whistling sound. It crashed down towards Xiao Yun. The air along the way was ripped apart, producing a sharp screech. Even the defensive spiritual patterns at the edge of the battle platform began to flicker violently, as if they would shatter at any moment. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened, his right hand grasped towards the gleaming white giant sword, his voice deep. Go. The 3 zhang giant sword, radiating pale white light, shot upwards like an arrow released from a bow, the blade aiming directly at the center of the giant rock. Boom. The 3 zhang gleaming white giant sword collided with the 5 or 6 zhang giant rock. The deafening sound resonated throughout the Elder Peak. Even distant mountains echoed in response. The patterns on the surface of the giant rock instantly illuminated. Vast amounts of earthy spiritual power surged towards the giant sword like a volcanic eruption, and the gleaming white blade pierced into the giant rock half an inch, but was firmly stopped by the earthy spiritual power, unable to advance an inch further. Immediately after, with a crisp sound of crack, the first crack appeared on the giant sword's blade, and then the crack spread wildly like a spider's web. The weight of the giant rock and the contained earthy spiritual power were simply too terrifying, and the giant sword ultimately could not withstand such crushing force. In just a moment, the gleaming white giant sword shattered inch by inch, its white fragments scattering like shooting stars. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Mo's forehead, his left hand trembling slightly from the continuous output of spiritual power, and a sense of emptiness surged from his dantian. This giant rock had almost drained more than half of his spiritual power, but seeing the moment the giant sword shattered, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, silently thinking, I won. This giant rock seemed large in size, but in reality he had compressed 3 times the earthy spiritual power within it using a secret technique. Not to mention that Xiao Yun was only at the 7th stage of Qi gathering. Even at the peak of the 10th stage, taking this hit would still result in heavy injury. He had even prepared to withdraw the spell immediately should Xiao Yun be unable to withstand it to avoid causing fatal harm. After all, the outer sect competition was meant to be a spar. There was no need to use lethal force. But in the next second, the smile on Chun Mo's face abruptly froze. Amidst the dust of the completely shattered giant sword, Xiao Yun not only did not retreat, but instead slowly raised both hands, and pale white spiritual power surged around him like a flood breaking through a dam, more ferocious than any previous eruption. The pale white spiritual power was no longer gentle or sharp. It was like boiling water, forming a massive vortex of spiritual power with a diameter of 3 zhang around him. The density of the spiritual power at the center of the vortex even coalesced into visible white mist, and even the surrounding earth spikes were drawn towards him by the vortex's suction, tilting slightly in his direction. What is that spiritual power intensity? The disciples in the stands went completely mad. Some rubbed their eyes, unable to believe the scene before them. How could a 7th stage Qi gathering have so much spiritual power? This is even more terrifying than the peak of the 10th stage. The purple-robed elder's hand, which was about to rise, suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with shock. He could clearly sense that the spiritual power surrounding Xiao Yun was not only violent, but also carried a special devouring force, slowly absorbing the stray spiritual energy in the surrounding air to replenish his consumption, which was simply not an ability a Qi gathering realm cultivator should possess. On the battle platform, Chun Mo looked at the swirling vortex of spiritual power around Xiao Yun, and for the first time, he felt a sense of loss of control in his heart. He subconsciously urged the giant rock to accelerate its descent, but found that his Danshin's spiritual power was almost depleted, and the falling speed of the giant rock couldn't be increased. Xiao Yun stood at the center of the vortex of spiritual power, feeling the surging Tian Yin's spiritual power. Within him, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then a massive amount of 5-element spell release methods that he had previously envisioned surged into his mind. Dozens of various colors of spiritual power halos slowly emerged around him. The spiritual aura surrounding Xiao Yun grew denser, intertwining flashes of red, blue, gold, green, and brown, as if a palette had been spilled. Within the crimson glow, fist-sized fireballs continuously coalesced, their surfaces dancing, with scorching sparks roaring towards the giant rock the moment they formed. Following that, a thicker fire dragon spiraled out from the red light, its claws wrapped in flames fiercely clawing at the rock's surface. The blue glow refused to be outdone as fine water bullets shot out like a torrential rain. Although individually weak, they precisely struck the cracks in the giant rock, hastening the peeling of the stone. Even sharper ice water spears materialized, their tips gleaming with a chilling light, piercing into the giant rock and pulling out large chunks of debris with each extraction. There was even a water column about a foot thick shooting skyward, wrapping around the giant rock like a water whip, attempting to slow its descent. Within the golden glow, short and stout golden spears continuously formed, emitting sharp sounds as they shot towards the giant rock, their tips striking the stone and sparking golden flames. The previously used shimmering white flying swords reappeared, transforming into dozens of small swords that circled around the giant rock like a swarm, incessantly slicing the surface and reducing large chunks of stone to fine debris. The green and brown glows exhibited even more of a binding nature. Vines of vibrant green extended from the green light, tightly wrapping around the edges of the giant rock, attempting to hold it back with their resilience. Brown sludge surged from the brown light, gluing itself onto the giant rock's surface like glue, hindering the rock's movement and forming a brittle shell upon drying, making it easier for subsequent spells to shatter. Boom, boom, boom. Various spells rained down on the giant rock like a torrential downpour, the explosions ringing out incessantly, causing the entire battle platform to tremble slightly. The flames from the exploding fireballs left charred marks on the rock's surface, while the debris mixed with ice shards from the ice water spears fell, and the cuts made by the golden spears and flying swords grew deeper, with the vines and sludge acting like 2 shackles firmly restricting the giant rock's movements. The giant rock, which had been plummeting rapidly, gradually slowed down, its surface constantly peeling away, its diameter shrinking from 5 or 6 zhang to 4 zhang, then 3 zhang, revealing a denser core within, yet still being relentlessly eroded by the bombardment of spells. The disciples in the stands were already mesmerized, many with their mouths agape, forgetting to breathe, while someone murmured subconsciously, Is this some kind of magic trick? He can use the spells of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Impossible. A chi condensation cultivator can at most master 1 or 2 attributes. How can he release 5 simultaneously? And so skillfully. This can't be described as talent. This is a monster. The elder in the purple robe stood at the edge of the battle stage, his gaze shifting from alertness to sheer astonishment. Having lived for over 100 years and witnessed many talented disciples, he had never seen anyone master so many attributes of spells in the chi condensation stage, controlling them with such precision as if each spell had been practiced for years. On the elder peak, Xin Yue had completely lost her previous composure, leaning forward with her hands on the stone table, her eyes filled with disbelief. How can he have so many elemental spells? Even if he has 5 elemental roots, he hasn't been in the door for long. How could he possibly master so many spells, and so skillfully? Chun Xianxing also set aside his earlier indifference, his fingers tapping the stone table faster, his gaze fixed tightly on Xiao Yun, this child. Truly astonishing. On the battle stage, Chun Mo watched the scene before him, his face shifting from shock to pallor, his left hand drooping weakly. His Danshan's spiritual energy had long been exhausted, leaving him with no strength to control the giant rock, forced to watch helplessly as Xiao Yun bombarded it like a spell cannon, gradually dismantling the giant rock he had been so proud of. How could this? What the hell is this? Chun Mo muttered, his pride and confidence completely collapsing under Xiao Yun's relentless assault. Standing at the center of the spells, Xiao Yun felt a fine sweat bead on his forehead. Controlling so many spells consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, but fortunately the Tianyan spiritual energy could slowly absorb the free spiritual chi, barely sustaining his output. He watched as the giant rock became smaller, and its descent slowed, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He suddenly raised his hand, all the spells around him instantly converging, the 5 elemental spells coalescing into a colorful light beam before him, carrying a terrifying power greater than any previous attempt, crashing directly into the core of the giant rock. Upon contact, a web-like crack appeared on the surface of the core, yellow spiritual light gushing forth like a flood from the fissure, and the originally dense rock instantly became fragile. Boom. The next second, a violent explosion erupted above the battle stage. The core of the rock shattered completely, and the remaining giant rock, losing its core support, instantly exploded into countless fist-sized fragments, raining down on the battle stage and surrounding area like a torrential storm. Fortunately, the defensive spiritual patterns at the edge of the battle stage activated in time, creating a golden barrier that blocked most of the debris inside the platform, with only a few small stones splashing onto the front row of the stands, easily deflected by the disciples, causing no harm. As the dust gradually settled, only Xiao Yun and Chun Mo remained on the battle stage. The colorful aura surrounding Xiao Yun slowly dissipated, sweat trickling down his cheeks, clearly exhausted from the violent output he had just exerted. Meanwhile, Chun Mo stood in place, his left hand hanging weakly, the brown glow of his right arm long gone, his face pale as paper, looking at the scattered debris with a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew he had lost. Not only was his opponent formidable in close combat, but their remote spells also far surpassed others of the same rank, even crossing the 5 elemental attributes. Such strength was beyond his capability to contend with. I concede. Chun Mo's voice was low yet clearly echoed throughout the arena. Then he looked at Xiao Yun, his lips twitching slightly. Are you even human? Xiao Yun was also taken aback at these words. Was he complimenting me or insulting me? The moment the words fell, the battle stage fell into a brief silence. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of the light beam shattering the rock until the elder in the purple robe reacted, stepping forward, his voice carrying spiritual energy resonating across the entire trial ground. In the external door competition finals, Fire Peaks, Xiao Yun wins. The champion of this external door competition is Xiao Yun. After a brief silence, the trial ground erupted into a frenzy. Disciples stood up from their seats, waving their arms and shouting loudly, their voices deafening even the distant peaks could faintly hear. Some couldn't help but shout, "A Chi Condensation Stage 7 champion. Truly unbelievable. This competition was well worth it." Witnessing such an incredible duel in person, Zhang Lei in the front row jumped the highest, even shouting at the top of his lungs, "Xiao Yun. Awesome." Lu Ruo and Shen Xian stood nearby wearing faint smiles. They had long known Xiao Yun was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful.